The Committee on Public Education will come to order. Clerk will call the roll.
Chair Buckley?
Here.
Vice Chair Allen?
Present.
Allison?
Here.
Cunningham?
Here.
Dutton?
Here.
Harris?
Here.
Harrison? Hefner?
Here.
Hinojosa? Here. King? Longoria?
Present.
Schaefer?
Here.
Talarico?
All right. The quorum is present.
Thank you. Chair will lay out HB 16, lay out as pending business 1605 and recognizes Representative Buckley to explain the bill. Representative Buckley?
We'll go to that. Good to go. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Allen. Of course, this is where we left off before we had to go to the floor, and at this time we're gonna take up public testimony. Thank you, Dr. Allen.
Are there any questions for Representative Buckley? If not, we'll move to public testimony, and the chair calls. Yes. Who has it? Somebody?
Representative King.
King. Representative King. You have a question? Oh, he just let the record show that Representative King is in the building. Yeah, you're in the building. If there are no further questions, we'll proceed with testimony. The chair calls Lynn Davenport. Ms. Davenport, the records show that you're representing yourself and you are against the bill.
That's correct. Let me
correct?
turn this on.
Okay.
Is it on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, good morning, afternoon. I'm not sure if it's 12 yet. My name is Lynn Davenport, and I'm from Dallas. I'm a public school parent, and my kids went through Richardson ISD. I'm here to speak against this bill because the elephant in the room is technology, and I want you to understand that the Commissioner of Education, Mike Morath, is not an educator. He's actually a software entrepreneur, and since he's been in this position since 2016, he's been pushing technology as the solution to the problems in education, and I would argue that those are not solutions. Okay, and I want to talk about open education resources, which is mentioned about 50 times in the bill. So that's that's what they want. That's what he wants. And he wants to push this Amplify technology. So it is a technology bill. And if you look at the Department of Education, it talks about open education resources and what they want. And what they explicitly say is they're using equity as the means to push the open education resources. I call it fakequity because if you look at what children really need, what would be more equitable is to give them teachers, great teachers who are trained and hired with experience. And if they don't have experience, train them, and then use the money that you, instead of spending on the technology, use the money to pay those teachers to entice them to come back and give them supports, not more technology. If you look at the Department of Education definition of OER, it is to shift the resources from textbooks to digital learning. That is not a solution, okay? I also think that it's important for us to look at the language in the bill about shifting power to the appointed commissioner. We need more power returned to the State Board of Education and then to the local districts, not the Commissioner of Education. This has been a power grab for a number of years, incrementally giving him year over year, session over session, a little more power, a little more power, a little more power, okay? I also want to point out that he has been steering contracts through the Texas Education Agency. So I would argue that we need an audit of the TEA. Look at the state auditor's report from 2018 where he steered a data mining contract to SpedX and Tembo. Look at how the Amplify deal went down. This is a crony deal. Somehow, look at all the people in the room who are lobbyists and public-private partnerships and those who are championing this bill. Why do they want this bill? This is a major money and data grab. They're harvesting data through the Texas Education Agency, and no one's watching it. No one. Except for a handful of parents in Dallas area. Okay, so also I want to focus on the solutions which I mentioned: pay the teachers, return to a classical curriculum, a classical model with textbooks, not technology. These are real-time experiments happening on children. If you look at the data from Temple, in which we have people testifying on this, you can't see marked improvement. So why are we doing this? Why are we even talking about spending this kind of money on an experiment on children in real time? In order to shrink the achievement gap, it's not going to be technology. Thank you. I'll take questions if you have any.
Any questions for Ms. Davenport?
I do. Yeah.
Okay, Representative Buckley.
Just where it specifically in the bill basically references the purchasing of technology. I mean, when I think of technology, I think of iPads and Chromebooks and things like that. So where is that in the bill?
Well, it talks about data-based, evidence-based. They're going to draw that data from the technology. Because Amplify is a technology. It's technology.
Well,
It's a software program. They steered a $50 billion contract to Amplify during the pandemic under emergency powers. So it is technology. If you weren't explained that, then I apologize for you not knowing that. But whatever they told you, it's not textbooks. It's technology.
now, is accessing curriculum or instructional materials online and printing them out and putting in a booklet, is that technology?
Well.
Is that?
No, but look, that's not how it works. So we're one-to-one devices
exactly
in our
how it
districts. Well, why would you want to print? Then go back to textbooks if you're printing a bunch of materials from online.
This bill allows for that. Textbooks will be evaluated the same way that open educational resources will be evaluated. They'll be vetted by the state board, by elected officials. It's the same thing. A school district can actually write their own curriculum and have it vetted by the state board, and then receive compensation for that if that's the curriculum that they want to use in their schools.
But your previous testimony from the districts, they were talking about incentives. Because so what they do is they dangle the money carrot and the districts will grab. They will always do what the commissioner dangles. That's how it works in public ed.
So you mentioned teacher training. If I told you the $40 per student was for training teachers so that they can utilize the instructional materials in a way that would be meaningful to improve student achievement, is that?
I would be all for training teachers to return to the way that you and I learned, which actually worked. That's evidence-based. Go back to how we used to teach kids to read. We actually did a good job of it.
Like in Temple, where they use structured literacy because of the materials that you now say are technology, where they moved away from cueing strategies, where they moved to
balanced literacy, yeah.
Yeah, the curriculum that could be accessed by a district here would basically make sure it covers all the standards. It would make sure that that the strategies that are used are evidence-based to match the science of reading. And
there's no science of reading. That is actually used as a tool to bring in more technology. They're using the reading wars, which all the issues we have in reading have been exacerbated by all the technology that's been piloted. You can go look at iStation, which was piloted after No Child Left Behind. That came in 2001, signed in 2002, 2003. We did a pilot. Houston, Dallas, Terrell, Fort Worth ISD, they all piloted iStation, which is reading response to intervention curriculum. And how are we doing in reading statewide? In my district, more than half the kids don't read on grade level. I'm saying we need to, instead of spending all this money on technology, we did $10 million in refreshing iPads in Richardson ISD, where more than half of the kids don't read on grade level.
This bill has nothing to do with iPads.
How are they going to do the Amplify curriculum? On paper?
Yes.
A device.
I've seen them do it on paper.
Well, then you've been snowed. That's not what Morath wants to do. He wants technology devices. He comes to you and he says whatever he thinks you want to hear, and then he goes to Dutton and says what you want to hear, and then he goes to Tallarico and says what he wants to hear. Okay. That's what we're dealing with here.
That's okay.
I just want the kids to be learning what they need to be learning. And instead, we're chasing all of these shiny objects. It's not going to work. We need to return to time-tested ways of learning. And I want the legislature to get behind that. We could solve this in 3 weeks if we got on the same page on this. But instead, we've got vendors. I mean, look at who's pushing this. The lobbyists pushing this. There's a whole coalition. I can't remember the name of it. But you've got Texas 2036. They're all about data. You've got the Commit Partnership. They're in the room. What can we do? Return to textbooks. Pay the teachers with the money saved on technology. Can we do that?
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Any questions? Representative Dutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me see if I understand your testimony.
Yes.
You're a teacher, is that what
No.
you said? You're not a
Just
teacher?
a parent.
You're just a parent? And let me start with, you basically calling Morath a liar.
I'm saying he's duplicitous. So he'll say what,
Is that not being a liar? I mean, I don't want to.
I'm saying he'll say what, yeah. I mean, he'll say one thing to parents, he'll say another thing to teachers, and another thing to legislators. And but I study what he's doing. I watch what he does.
You do.
Not so much what he says.
You do. And do you have any children in the school system?
I have 3 children that went through Richardson ISD. Yes, my last just graduated in this last year.
Okay. And were they reading on grade level?
Yes.
Okay. But you said in your district, you have less than 50%.
More than half do not read on grade level. We have high poverty, high needs. A lot of Title I schools. Yes.
And you don't see the need for this bill then, do I?
Right. So I think that it's taking a legitimate problem. We do have learning loss, but the learning loss was happening before the pandemic. So it takes a legitimate problem and gives a counterfeit solution. So like in my district, when we shifted away from academics into all these digital devices, and when we shifted away from academics to more social and emotional learning, that's when we saw the continuous nosedive in our performance, and also when we piloted iStation.
And so all these devices, parents buy them, right?
The school district provides it through bond debt and other means.
Yeah. And so you recognize there's a problem, and we as policymakers have to decide how to fix it.
Sure.
Do you have any suggestions about how to fix it?
Yeah, so I think that we need to get the devices out. We actually have a bill, drawing a blank on the name, but there is, the number. There are 2 bills that are to get rid of the technology in the schools, and we could use the money to actually pay the teachers, and then bring in the time-tested curriculum that would actually get them reading on grade level and math that's age appropriate.
Your solution is to take technology out of it.
Yeah, so like my youngest, who when he was in 3rd grade, we pulled him out of the public school for 2 years to remediate him because everything was focused on the STAR test. And when we did that, I sent him to a no-tech private school for 2 years, had him remediated, 10, 11 kids in the classroom, and then he went back to the public school. So if you look at their curriculum, it's a 50-year-old curriculum. It doesn't change every 2 years from some new strategy, new progressive or new experimental strategy, and it works. And they don't have to change it every year and keep retraining, continuous improvement with the teachers. They just stick with the time-tested model, and then they feed into the public schools in junior high and high school, and then they do very well. They go to the top of the class. So I would argue, like with Houston ISD, I think that taking over the district is not going to do a darn bit of good. Look at other states where they're taking over the districts through corporate control. Doesn't move the needle. What we need to do is return to the time-tested models. I know that's a big ask, but we could do it.
Well, I disagree with you first about Morath. I think he's been the kind of commissioner that we needed in the state.
Well, his spending's gone up 37% since he's been in the appointed position since 2016, and hires have gone up 31%, but academic performance declined. So by all accounts, he would be fired if he was in a corporation
Well,
for his performance.
That's your opinion, and everybody's.
It's not an opinion. That's just the facts. He's data-driven, so am I.
About he ought to be fired. That's your opinion.
Well, if you're not moving the needle after 6 years, yeah, I'd say he needs to go.
Well, this bill, you don't think will help that?
No, because we've already seen what Amplify has done. It's already been rolled out in some of the districts, and it hasn't moved the needle. I can promise you, I'll come here in 5 years or 2 years or 1 year and be like, hey, remember when I told you that Amplify wasn't going to work?
So
How did you learn to read?
Your statement to this committee is that you disagree with everything in the bill, but you recognize that there's a problem. And your solution
Sure.
go back to some time in the past when you think it did work.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Oh, Representative Hinojosa.
Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
I want to acknowledge that this committee did identify with the commissioner here in our first meeting a desire to get the littles off the computers. And so we heard
Oh,
recently
good.
from the commissioner, I think that it was under third grade and under, it's harder for kids to focus when they're on, and concentration is harder when they're on the computer. So I do think that there is a shared acknowledgement that computers may not always be the answer. And so I just want to say, I think I hear you at least
Okay.
on that issue. You raise an interesting point that I would like to explore with the bill author and the agency, and that's about this data mining piece. That this is an issue that in the legislature we've tuned into this session. We have several other pieces of legislation we're considering on data mining, protecting people's right to privacy, and we know that for kids it's that much more important. And I don't know what the current state of the law is. with
No
respect
teeth. There's a
to-
lot of, there are laws, FERPA laws and SIPA and all those, but there's no teeth. And so the commissioner was able to, they're harvesting. I know that Texas has mined more student data than any other state, and education is the most data mineable industry. So Texas is a huge target, and that's why Texas 2036 is so deeply involved. So they want access to the data, and the earlier they can get that, then they can track the kids womb to tomb from pre-K through the workforce and do these longitudinal systems. You also will notice the commissioner uses the term interoperability. They really want to be able to connect all of that data together. And that would be, like I said, womb to tomb. They call it pre-K to gray. You'll hear the Commit Partnership talk about that. It's all about accessing children. The earlier they can do that, and if they can get more teachers on the devices and students on the devices, then you can reduce everybody to data points. And they talk about outcomes. I say we should focus more on inputs, because to sound gimmicky, but really it's all about their incomes. There are so many people that are feeding off the education system. It's not going to the teachers and to the students. It's really going to the public-private partnerships, the lobbyists, the technology companies, the vendors. That's
Well,
basically.
so, and I hear you, and we need to be always aware and on the alert for ensuring that the solutions to our problems
Yeah.
are not vendor driven. I hear you with that. I think though, on the data mining piece, I would like to meet with the agency and figure out what protections are there for parents.
That would be great.
That's an important thing to consider as we move forward.
Yeah, because they've taken 16 million student academic records, and they're using machine learning, AI, and predictive analytics. And I found that through a DataKind article talking about the Commit Partnership, the TEA, and Microsoft Azure, and forget the other one, but yeah, they're doing it, but no one's watching it. That's the problem. I mean, he has carte blanche because both parties cover for him, and we need somebody to call it out. We need an audit. Can we get that? Anybody else want the mic? I think I'll go.
Any
Any
questions?
more
other
questions?
Questions for Ms. Davenport? Hearing none, we'll go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
The chair calls Mary Lowe. Ms. Lowe, the record show that you are testifying for yourself and you are against the bill.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So while she's handing that out to you, I'm just giving you this because there's a QR. Sorry, thank you. While she's handing this out, I just want you to know, I don't typically give this to you, but I want you to have access. If you use this QR code, there's a video that is on this landing page, and it's a video of the Deputy Commissioner of Technology for the Texas Education Agency, where she testifies and she explains that the internet that our children are on is not secure and that they haven't done anything to address the security for 4 years. So just because of the testimony that we just heard, I think it's really critical that you understand the sincere depth of our resistance for the children at this point in time, for the state in any way, shape, or form to expand any form of digital, to spend any money on any curriculum that's digital based. Okay. So, I'm not going to go over this page because I don't believe people like to be read to. I've given you a very thorough analysis of this bill from how we see it. I also am the co-founder of an organization that represents parents across the state of Texas. We advocate for parents and teachers. And we are not paid. We volunteer. And one of the things that I would say is that this bill is nothing but digital Common Core, which we outlawed in the state of Texas. I would say that one of the things that has happened today that I've seen that's really been heartbreaking, because I saw it happen from this dais, is a manner and a tone which we see locally, and it prevents parents from feeling comfortable to go to their boards, regardless of what ideology or what the concept is. They feel uncomfortable to go to their schools or to go to their boards. They're afraid of how they're going to be treated, and they're oppressed, and in many cases, they're trespassed if what they are asking for is against what the body that they're talking to is what they're asking for. And this happens when they want to access curriculum. And the hiding of the curriculum began with the onslaught of digital technology. The schools and tell the parents that it's copyrighted and that they cannot see it. And when they are allowed to see it, there are people standing over them, guarding them so that they cannot see it. And when I was growing up, if my mother wanted a copy of the textbook, she could go and bring it home and she could work with me out of that textbook. And I'm going to tell you that one of the things that I see where this bill does not help anybody and the movement is not helping anybody, it's the lower socioeconomic children. We're not educating those kids. The STAR test, one of the reasons we moved away from the Iowa was because it had a socioeconomic alignment to it. And the STAR test, the results reveal we're not educating those lower socioeconomics. And I would agree with Ms. Davenport in her testimony. Putting that low socioeconomic in front of a computer, it exacerbates what they're experiencing many times. They're single parent families, not just low socioeconomic. It's the lack of the family's ability to invest in the child. And I don't see digital curriculum helping that. It lacks a tactile interaction when they're on a device.
You wrap it up.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I'm against this bill because it is an oxymoron. It does not give more power. You take one step forward and then 5 steps back. This bill ultimately gives all the power to the Texas Education Agency, an unelected body that by all means in every division of the Texas Education Agency is failing. Amplify subverted the parents' rights, and we spent over 6 weeks going through it. It was an avenue for indecent material to enter into the school districts, and any digital platform can change even after a parent has viewed it. I can look at it, and 5 days later, it can have something else in it put before the student. I am totally against this. There is nothing about this bill, and I do honor and respect the heavy burden that you all have and the deep desire to find a solution, but I have to say this is not the correct avenue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The chair calls Larry Taylor. Larry, the records show that you are with the Texas Conservative Coalition Research Institute, and you are for the bill, correct?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair and Chairman, members. It's good to be here before you. Appreciate the opportunity to come. We are for this bill. We know what it takes to provide a good education for our students here in Texas. It takes a good teacher. and a high-quality curriculum. This bill aims to provide both of those. First of all, it frees up our teachers from the laborious task of doing lesson plan after lesson plan after lesson plan and trying to find bits and pieces here and there. As we've heard earlier, people go on the internet searching, try to pull things together for their classes. This frees the teacher up to do the things she's supposed to be doing, working with her students, helping those who are falling behind, giving them more time, those types of things. It frees up those types of activities. The high-quality curriculum, with this TEA, work with others to provide with the resources to come up with a good, high-quality curriculum that our teachers can follow, and we know it follows our TEKS and does our state-supported policies and those types of things is a good thing for our educational system. We have been working for a long time to try to improve education here in Texas, and I think this is the next step that can help us to do that. We've heard about teachers spending hours and hours, up to 7 hours a week working on lesson plans. That's 7 hours they could either be with their family or catching up kids in the classrooms. The reason teachers are leaving the profession, this is about saving teachers and keeping our good teachers in the classroom. They're leaving for these very reasons. The teacher vacancy task force that just met, top 3 areas of improvement needed: compensation, which we've heard about and we're working on. I think you guys are working on this session. Training and support, working conditions with high quality instructional materials meets 2 of those 3. It helps with that process. By removing this burden, it will help our teachers and help them be able to keep up their morale and stay in the classroom. What they're being tasked to do to try to design all these things, come up with these solutions, they need to be spending time, like we heard earlier, teaching is an art. They could spend that time designing and modifying that curriculum to meet the students that they have in the classroom at that class period in that year, because it's not always going to be the same. This allows them the freedom to do that type of thing. This also requires that the TA provide this, but it's not required that the local districts. This is not a TEA takeover of education. It's not takeover independent school district. This is an option that our local districts can choose to partake in, or they don't have to. So this is not anything being forced by anybody. It is an option, but I think it's a very good, high-quality option. I think a lot of our schools will take advantage of. And yes, there's some extra money that comes with this to help them implement this program with fidelity, because that's the thing. You can pass all kind of programs, but if they're not implemented with fidelity, it's a failure. So training teachers how to use this tool is the best. Also, this is not an online-only deal. This is not even, they have the ability to print. In fact, we have your bill, Chairman, gives them money to print the materials. You know, my kids, when they were going to school, it got to where they were taking 4 and 5 textbooks back and forth in their book. You remember the backpacks? They were overdone. I would much rather them take home a packet of papers in that backpack than an 8-pound textbook. So the idea of that, they can take those materials home. The parents can look at these materials. They can be printed out, and the school is being paid and has money to help print those things out. Once again, it doesn't require them. This is an option. I think this is something good for the public education system in Texas. It is moving us forward. It's not forcing technology on anyone. It can be printed. I hope that this committee will give this bill favorable consideration, move it forward to the full House for passage so we can continue to improve our educational process here in Texas and our Texas students can benefit. Thank you for that, and I appreciate the opportunity to share that with you.
Members, are there any questions from Larry? Well, I want to call you Larry.
Larry's fine. I've been Larry a long time.
Are there any questions for the witness?
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Representative Dutton.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I almost said Mr. Chairman again, but thank you for your testimony. I guess I wondered, based on some of the testimony we just previously heard, and I guess I'm wondering, a lot of times, you know, when we've heard that parents come and they feel disrespected, but I think respect goes 2 ways. I think it goes 2 ways, and for somebody to come here and call essentially one of the state officials a liar, do you find that helpful?
Well, I do not. I think personal attacks really don't have a lot of place here, to be honest with you. I've tried not to refrain from that myself. It's much easier to work with people when you have that relationship open, and when you start getting into personal attacks like that, it doesn't help. I think our commissioner is doing what he thinks is best and has worked very hard, as you know, Chairman Dutton as well, on these issues. I feel like he's a man for a time such as this. He's been a great leader on this. I've enjoyed working with him for many years as we try to improve this educational system here in Texas. We have a ways to go, but this is one thing that we could do to improve that.
Well, thank you.
Well, thank you.
for all your service, too.
Thank you.
President Buckley.
Oopsie. Thank you, Dr. Allen. Senator Taylor, would you say overall since 2011 that the quality and since the state board, their vetting, their ability or authority to vet and approve materials was, I guess, suspended in 2011, that the quality of the materials in our classrooms in terms of that their meetings having materials that contain a majority or at least a significant portion of the standards we should be teaching. Do you think those materials have gotten better or gotten worse?
Well, I know we've had some issues, but the state board, we've given them, empowered them back to do that, and that is in this bill to do that. And I'll also add the idea for parents to oversee this, that's in this bill as well. You have that in this bill, that parents can see these materials and review them. Actually, as they're coming out, they can actually make comments on them.
Yeah. And
so this is what we call open education resource. It's open for people to have input and to see what's being used in their classrooms. But the idea that we're doing it one time as a state, once again, not forcing schools, but they know they have a quality curriculum, high quality, that the teachers can follow, that meets our TEKS requirements, I think is very important versus all these other things out there, multiple options. We've had publishers put out stuff that doesn't meet half of our TEKS, and schools are buying those kind of things. I think to have this option for our local schools will be a money saver for them and a time saver for our teachers, which I think is valuable on both ends.
all right. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, members.
Any other questions? Not. Thank you. Chair calls Chloe Latham Sykes. Records show that you are representing IDRA and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Chloe Latham Sykes. I am testifying on behalf of IDRA, and I am respectfully against the bill for a couple of primary concerns that I have outlined with your staff chairman. So I'd like to note those, and those will be in my written testimony as well. Primarily, and it appears on the second page, there are a few provisions regarding the instructional materials list and the Open Education Resource Advisory Board that require any of the materials considered to comply with Texas Education Code 28.0022. Those are the prohibited concepts that appeared in Senate Bill 3 of the second special session from 2021. And IDRA has tracked the implications of that bill very closely across districts. There's been a lot of different interpretations of those concepts. They are fairly vague, as you might remember from conversations. There was a lot of conversation about confusion and vagueness and the chilling effect that could come from about conversations around race and gender identity in particular, and around subjects such as history and current events. And we have seen those impacts. And so we're concerned that this is a required alignment in the immunity section for teachers and in the educational materials on the list and in open education resources. I submitted some potentially amended language to your staff, and I was very appreciative that they would consider it. And so I'm happy to be a resource or provide further information to perhaps remove that type of provision, because I understand this is not a censorship type of bill. This is about instructional materials, and we don't want to necessarily be enforcing that with incentives around special immunity or around the financial incentives for specifically the list or the instructional materials approved list.
Any other questions for Dr. Sykes? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. The chair calls Charles Cooper. Mr. Cooper, show that you are representing yourself and you are against the bill.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
right? Thank you.
Good day, folks. My name's Charles Cooper. In 2015, I retired from the military as a 100% disabled veteran. I was a special operations medic attached to a special missions unit. Reason I bring that up is I've been fortunate and blessed enough since then to be able to have time on my hands to where I can attempt to verify and validate things that my representatives say, commissioners say, parent advocate groups say, lobbyists and vendors say. And today I'd like to talk about open education resources and whether or not Amplify Boost has worked. So does the data support that? So I've given you a handout today, and I'm using the state assessments that's provided to parents and the public to compare apples to apples across the entire state with Temple ISD. This is what parents have access to and the public have access to, and it's all that I can really provide. So if you flip over to page 1, these are the most recent scores. So Temple ISD in Student Achievement Summary scores a 70% in STAR performance. That's the absolute lowest that you can score and actually get a number. College, Career, and Military Readiness, they're scoring a 71. Graduation rate, they're graduating at 70. Closing the gaps, we all want to close the gaps. They're at a 70, which actually only requires that 29% meet state goals. These are the facts provided from texasschools.gov website. Sources are at the bottom of that page. If you go down to the next page, this has a detailed summary or a target summary of closing the gaps. It's very clear, are they closing the gaps? And it breaks it down into an equity piece based on economically disadvantaged or not disadvantaged, bilingual learners, different races, continuously enrolled, special eds, numerous categories. So you can tell, is it actually meeting the goals that it's designed to meet? The spreadsheet to the right breaks it down even more into a detailed summary where you can see that the individual targets are actually different based on those categories and much lower. So our target is nowhere near 100%. It's actually less. For example, a white is target is 60%. Hispanic target is 37%. So you have to look at all of the data and make sure that we're analyzing it appropriately across the board and it's not jaded. Now, if you flip the page, I've provided grades 3 through 6, 2017 STAR results, which compares apples to apples. The blue line is state, and the yellow line is Temple ISD. So if this curriculum was working, and if Temple ISD was getting better, it should show a narrowing against the state, which is not using this curriculum across the state. So 3rd grade math and 3rd grade reading, there's no narrowing. 4th grade math, 4th grade reading, there's no narrowing. 4th grade writing, no narrowing. If you flip the page, we go to 5th grade math, reading, and science, and we have the same results again. There's no narrowing between Temple ISD, and I'm not beating up Temple ISD, but it's being used as a model, as an example. And then 6th grade math and reading also, there's not a narrowing. They did do something in spring of 19, between spring of 19 and 2021, there's a gap with COVID that significantly increased mathematics. That should probably be looked at for whatever they did there, because there's some astronomically great gains there. It should also be noted that Temple ISD is a significantly habitually underperforming against the state average, which should afford them an easier opportunity to show progress with such a great curriculum piece.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes, ma'am?
Can you wrap it up?
Yes, ma'am. So if you turn over to the very last page, you'll see where I provided all the sources from the states. And one last thing on the open education resources. While they're open, yes, but if they are copyright protected, it does require parents to actually go into the school, make an appointment, sit down with members of the staff, and take time to review that curriculum. And it's also manipulatable after it's approved at the source end. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions, members? You want to make, okay. Mr. Cooper, do you know what overall rating Temple ISD receives from the state?
For which they're rated in numerous categories. I would have,
There's an overall rating for every school district, A, B, C, D.
I would have to look that up, but what I can tell you about the overall ratings is they're doing a very, very, very broad spectrum, and I've tried to provide the narrow scope for the actual academic piece, if that makes sense.
It does.
Okay.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The chair calls Aaron Valdez. Aaron, the records reflect that you are with Texas Public Policy Foundation and that you are for the bill. Is that right?
That is correct. Thank you. Chairman Buckley, Vice Chair Allen, and members of the committee. My name is Erin Davis Valdez. I'm an Education Policy Director at Texas Public Policy Foundation. I'm here to support HB 1605, both from its perspective as education policy and also from my perspective as a former educator and administrator. From a policy perspective, HB 1605 deals with an important issue in schools by supporting teachers and allowing them to focus on delivering instruction and providing timely feedback to students. It rightfully places the burden on the state to provide high-quality materials for the professionals that it charges with the responsibility of ensuring students meet the standards that the state has set. Giving teachers the right tools is the starting point, not only for better instruction, but also better working conditions for teachers. As a former teacher and administrator, I can attest to the need for high-quality instructional materials as a key to increasing job satisfaction. When you don't have to scramble to create your own materials or lesson plans, you have time to work on delivery of instruction and feedback for student work. School days are busy, and teachers' planning periods are just not long enough for them to both create new materials and grade student work, or work with individual students who may need extra support. As a writer that I respect a great deal, Robert Pondicio, put it, we need to make teaching a job that mortals can do. Delivering great instruction is an art form. It takes time and attention to master. It takes multiple iterations of similar lessons over time and growing subject matter expertise. Providing students with feedback takes time, especially if that feedback is on student writing or other activities that cannot be graded via multiple choice. What does it mean for a teacher to have high-quality instructional materials? It means that when you're teaching any topic, for example, you would have the following resources at your fingertips: reviews of the antecedents to the events and people that students will encounter, narratives that are appropriate and interesting to students at their grade level, activities that are closely aligned with a lesson to reinforce the key information, and formative assessments that cover what students need to know to move on to more complex topics. In short, it means you do not have to create all of those resources from what you can find on Google or Teachers Pay Teachers. Parents who want to know more about what is being taught in the classroom can be stymied simply by the fact that classroom materials are often assembled only a few days in advance and from a variety of sources. This bill gives teachers those quality materials to work with. In short, as a former teacher and administrator, I think this bill gets it exactly right. Teachers are overburdened, and they deserve to have the materials they need to do their jobs well. They should not have to scramble to figure out how to cover the TEKS from day to day, week to week. This bill takes that concern off the table and allows them to focus on what most teachers come into the profession to do: focus on the students and make learning come alive. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Any questions for Ms. Valdez?
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Tyann Fierce. Tyann Fierce. We'll show Tyann Fierce representing herself, and she was against the bill. Chair calls Wesley Cunningham. Mr. Cunningham, I show you representing Frisco ISD, and you are on the bill. Is that right?
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So Good afternoon, Chairman Buckley, Vice Chair Allen, members of the committee. Thank you for letting me share my thoughts with you today. My name is Wes Cunningham. I'm the Associate Deputy Superintendent for Frisco ISD. Before I begin, I want to make sure everyone here is aware that in Frisco ISD, our practice is to take positions on pending legislation. So when we testify, it's on, not for or against. Let me start by saying that parents absolutely should and already do have the right to view instructional materials. But the bill seems to require districts to make these materials available 30 days prior to the school year, which may be an unrealistic timeline as our curriculum writers, who are practicing professional educators, are often working throughout the summer to make final adjustments to our materials based on feedback and data that we receive regularly. Additionally, it's unclear whether this requirement is intended to apply to supplemental materials, which would be especially concerning as teachers often adjust their approach in real time to meet the differentiated needs of our students. We're concerned that this could disincentivize teachers from creating personalized lessons or pivoting when something just isn't working for students or a group of students. And I know that Chairman Buckley a few minutes ago said that this is not the intent of the bill, so we are looking forward to clarifying language and are happy to help or provide any feedback. It is unclear what funding mechanism the TA will use to purchase or develop these instructional materials. We are concerned that if it comes from the instructional materials allotment, that it will reduce the initial allotment provided directly to districts. We request the monetary flexibility provided to districts at least the level prior to the last biennium. We understand the intent of the bill is to provide resources that will allow teachers to spend more time teaching, and we agree that it's absolutely necessary for teachers to have access to high-quality instructional materials that can be tailored to meet the specific individual needs of their students. However, the funding structure in this bill seems to incentivize districts to use state-selected materials. While technically optional, the significant difference in funding may essentially push districts into using a common curriculum. Even the definitions of instructional material in the bill suggest that if we find just the right set of instructional materials and deliver them correctly, the students will attain mastery. As it's been said before, there are no instructional materials that work for every student, everywhere, all the time. Teaching is about the efforts to meet the needs of individual students, not the instructional material, which are just a tool, but no tool works in every situation. It's unclear how any materials that are developed by a district could meet the criteria to qualify for the additional funding, since the material has to be published in the parent portal. While the intent of the bill to provide a high-quality set of instructional materials is clearly a great thing, we are concerned that the bill may have some unintended consequences, such as incentivizing the use of a limited set of available materials, resulting in a one-size-fits-all approach to instruction that ignores differences in students across the state, across the district, and indeed inside a classroom. One of the data points that TEA uses to justify the continued use of their high-quality instructional materials stated that only 19% of students were reading on grade level. These data were based on a voluntary study of elementary reading programs in 27 districts out of over 1,200 in the state. That's about 2.25% of districts. We all remember that House Bill 4545 passed last session and was very well-intentioned, but as you all know, resulted in major challenges for districts, students, and parents. We do not want this to happen to this bill. Thank you for your time today. We remain committed to being a resource for Chairman Buckley's office and all members in providing solutions to our concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Cunningham? Representative Buckley.
Thank you, Dr. Allen. First, thanks for being here.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate everything that you've highlighted there. Look forward to sitting down and working with you on that.
Absolutely.
Just, you mentioned that in Frisco, it sounds like, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you write your own curriculum? Is that?
We do write
top to bottom, or?
Curriculum, we do purchase instructional materials from using the instructional materials allotment. We do purchase instructional materials from local funds. We do develop lesson plans, exemplar lessons, supplemental materials for students, both Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, for monolingual, bilingual, across the board. We do have, I'm fortunate to work in a great district with fantastic professional educators who get into this and give us lots of feedback through the year to help make some edits to meet the needs of our students.
Do you have an internal standard of how many or what percentage of the standards or TEKS that the curriculum you write in-house must cover?
It's 100% the TEKS.
Okay.
Yes, and we actually certify to the board every year that
So
our
the
materials.
difficulty there for you to really, quote, for lack of a better term, participate would be to get, since the bill basically requires the publisher to create the portal, how do we manage that in terms of
That's one of our questions.
written
Absolutely.
criteria or curriculum that is then evaluated and vetted?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
we can look at that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you bet.
Representative Hinojosa.
You said something I want to get clarification on.
Yes, ma'am.
You said you have to certify that the materials you provide teach 100% of the TEKS?
We do an annual certification.
You do an annual, is that required by TEA?
Yes.
So all districts have to
Required
certify
that their materials meet a percentage of the
that
standards.
their materials meet 100% of the TEKS?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Buckley?
Yes. So, okay, just to kind of clarify that.
Yes.
So is that, so you certify that the materials that you've produced or written meet 100%?
Yes.
Okay.
Along with anything we purchase as well.
Anything you purchase
Yes,
as
sir.
well?
Yeah. And we have an annual program through our teaching learning department that
Okay.
works through that.
And so does every district must certify?
There is a certification process through the use of instructional materials allotment that you have to certify the materials. meet
Okay,
the
so
standards,
if
yes.
for material bought outside of that, then it potentially, and I'm not saying intentionally, not signing any motives,
Yeah, I'm
but
not
could
sure.
fall short.
Yes.
As we've seen, or at least been reported in interim committees and committee hearings and things like that. Okay, all right, just trying to understand how the
Yeah,
process
absolutely.
works.
No, yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Representative Harrison?
Thank you, Chair. And just a quick clarifying question that I recognize at the onset you may not be able to answer, given it's outside of the purview of just one ISD, but how common is it, do you know, for ISDs to have curriculum writers on the staff of the ISD?
You're right. I would hesitate to give you a percentage. I know that I have worked in 3 different school districts, 2 relatively large school districts, and 1 relatively small school district. And we had some level of curriculum writers in each of those.
In all 3 of those?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you. Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much. The chair calls Paige Williams. Paige Williams. Paige, the records reflect that you're with the Texas Classroom Teachers Association, and you're on the bill.
Correct.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Committee Chairman Buckley. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I also want to take the opportunity to thank your office, Chairman Buckley, for being so willing to work with us about our concerns on this bill. Paige Williams, Director of Legislation for Texas Classroom Teachers Association, testifying on the bill. We do have a number of concerns, and I might get a little bit more specific than some of the testimony has been. But our major concerns with the bill as filed are teacher autonomy. I don't think it's the intent of this bill, but the way this bill is currently written, it does undercut teacher autonomy when it comes to how they teach their students. In addition, the new immunity provisions are unnecessary and actually diminish teacher protections, so we would like to see those changed or eliminated. And the planning and preparation language and the language regarding instructional material creation or selection in a teacher's contract actually reduces protections with regard to required duties as a teacher and planning and preparation time. With regard to a teacher autonomy, the phrase "with fidelity" appears a number of times in this bill, and it's not ever defined. We believe it's a highly subjective term, and so we have concerns. It's also tied into the immunity provisions that are in this bill. And so when you use a phrase like "with fidelity," it implies that there should be a certain scope and sequence used when teaching the materials or the instructional materials. And we've been down this road before. We used to have C-scope, and teachers and parents both hated C-scope. And in response to that curriculum management system, which did prescribe a particular scope and sequence for teaching the materials, legislation was passed. And one of those pieces of legislation required that before a school district can adopt a major curriculum initiative or a curriculum management system, they have to have a process that includes teacher input, provides district employees with an opportunity to express opinions about that initiative, and includes a public meeting of the school board where they discuss the cost, but they also allow an opportunity for the public and school district employees to comment on the initiative. In addition, Chairman Dutton has previously passed legislation that provides that a teacher cannot be penalized for not following a recommended or designated scope or sequence for a subject in required curriculum if the reason for doing so is because a professional is using their best judgment in differentiating instruction and realizes their students need more or less time on a particular concept. We think that this legislation can be improved by cross-referencing both of those provisions of law multiple times throughout the legislation to make it crystal clear that you're respecting teacher autonomy. With regard to the immunity provisions, we suggest that the immunity language be completely eliminated from the bill, but barring that, we recommend that B2 of the immunity provisions be deleted. Though, again, we think that it's well-intentioned and meant to add a protection, the language actually carves out a specific exception for current immunity protections, i.e. a complaint that a teacher did not deliver instruction with fidelity. And again, with fidelity is not defined and is highly subjective.
Williams, can you wrap it up?
Sure.
Thank you.
And finally, with regard to use of lesson planning and planning and preparation time, it's, again, well-intentioned. We think it's meant to protect teacher time, but we would suggest that, as opposed to how it is in the bill, that if a teacher voluntarily chooses to use pre-planned or pre-written lesson plans, that those fulfill the Paperwork Reduction Act already, and that they can't be required to provide additional lesson plans or paperwork in order to comply with that section. I did provide written testimony. I believe it's in your drop boxes. We gave comprehensive feedback, so I tried to include all of that in our written testimony as well.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Williams? Not. Thanks. The chair calls Jan Stell. Ms. Stell, the records reflect that you're testifying for yourself.
Yes, that's correct.
You are against the bill.
That is correct.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley. Went through Salado last night coming in. Have read the bill quite a bit. I'm not an expert, but TEA is not in the business of technical providing for our 1,200 schools. The bill talks about providing hotspots, and I'm reading from it, Wi-Fi, broadband, tech equipment, licensing, freight, shipping, insurance and inventory, software, and it looks like those costs have no end and continue on. So we don't have any clue how much all that would cost. I do have a master's in education. I've actually taught in Klein, Richardson, and Plano ISD, so I come with some experience from being in the classroom. We know that learning occurs when a teacher looks at a child and said, I am so proud of you, you've learned your math facts. Or let's get together and let's read about the Alamo and see our brave women and men that made Texas great. No software can do that. The commissioner who is appointed, there's several places in the bill that says he has the final determination, even without the Board of Education. He's appointed. He does not have the right to be king for a day. It even talks about teachers not making lesson plans because of the software. That just seems unconscionable. How do you know what you're going to teach? The commissioner has so much power, it's almost as much as the governor, with no accountability. Even if you look at page 15, lines 6 through 19, it says the commissioner shall make the payments for orders. And then it talks about he may delay payments of items that this district may order. So there is a strong hand there as far as I'm concerned. We could use all this tech money for teachers and aides who touch our children and challenge them and look in their eyes and say, you can do it. You're working so hard. No computer or software can do that. I've had parents complain that their 9 and 10-year-olds are spending 4 to 5 hours a day on an iPad in our ISD. Would you want your 4th grader to be on an iPad for that amount of time? I know a Houston teacher, a 1st grade teacher, she says, most of my kids are ready to read, but I have 2 students that don't know their ABCs. No software is going to teach those 2 children ABCs. We need a professional, whether it be an aide, to help bring those children up so that she can go on with her 1st graders and teach them to read. I've got 2 grandchildren that are going to be going to school, and I want them to go to Texas public schools. I believe in them, but we all know that Texas schools are in the bottom half of the United States, and I would like to see that change. I think we need to go back to a curriculum that honors teachers and is not tech-driven, because once they're in front of a screen, you don't know where they are. So let's do the best we can do. Heaven help us.
Thank you. Any questions? Members? Did I hear you say?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The chair calls Alice Lindham.
She's not here yet.
Lindham. She's not here.
She's not here yet. She's
Let the records reflect that Ms. Alice Lindham, representing herself, was against the bill. Chair calls Justin Yancey. Justin Yancey. Seeing no Justin Yancey, then the records reflect that Justin Yancey was with the Texas Business Leadership Coalition. He was for the bill. The chair calls Meg Bakowitz.
She's also en route.
Who is that? Is that Justin?
Meg is en route, not here yet.
They're stuck in traffic. Alice Linehan and Meg Package are stuck in traffic.
Okay.
Justin Yancey?
Yes. Justin Yancey?
My apologies. There's a delay. I was watching outside.
It's okay. I need to respond. I just need you to respond in the microphone.
Yes, my name is.
Mr. Yancey, the records reflect that you are with Texas Business Leadership Council and that you are for the bill. Is that correct?
Correct, Vice Chairman.
Thank you.
Chair Buckley, Vice Chair Allen, members of the committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify this afternoon. My name is Justin Yancey, President of the Texas Business Leadership Council, and we're here to testify in favor of the bill. The TBLC is a network of CEOs and senior executives that have come together to work on public policy issues that we believe will make Texas more globally competitive, keep Texas globally competitive. And since we were created in 1994, education and workforce has been our number one issue. We think it's the number one driver for opportunity for Texans, number one opportunity for a vibrant workforce with employers employing people. And so we're a big supporter of increasing ways to, methods to increase post-secondary success. And with House Bill 1605, we believe that there's a piece here for districts who choose to adopt. There's an opportunity here for districts to align the standards with assessments but most importantly, increase rigor, teach on grade level, and provide teachers the opportunity to and access to high quality instructional materials. These are the kinds of things that we believe and we've seen, and numbers show that increase student outcomes and post-secondary success. And so we're very supportive of this legislation. We think that teachers deserve, they work so, the number of hours are, especially the number of hours having to work in districts where curriculum and unit lesson plans are not provided. The number of hours are just not really sustainable for teachers to have to keep doing that, and it takes away from time for them to prepare for students that may be falling behind. With this plan in place, it would allow for teachers to have more time to teach the things that they wanted to do to begin when they got into the profession, and for those that they're needing some extra support, to have time to plan and prepare and teach those students as well. So all in all, we think of this as a bill that's going to help Texas, help the business and employers of Texas find a workforce, because as you know, we have almost 0% unemployment in Texas, but a labor force shortage because the employers cannot find employees. And so working on all kinds of changes to the system. We're getting better year after year, but we're not getting better fast enough. And finding ways to improve the system, we believe, will help Texas outcomes at the end of the day, and we're fully supportive. And again, just want to thank you all for your leadership, service to the state, and happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, members?
Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Yancey, thank you. The chair calls Meg Bakowitz. Meg Bakowitz. Let the records reflect that Meg Bockwurst was representing herself and she was against the bill. Thank you. Chair calls Joanne Courtroom. Joanne, you can help me correct your name. I know I didn't pronounce it right.
Cawthron, I'm sorry.
Cawthron?
Yes, Joanne
Okay,
Cawthron.
thank you. The records reflect that you are representing yourself, Joanne's Ministries, and you are for the bill.
Yeah, boy, this has been a very interesting afternoon, and I appreciate all of your response. And part of my suggestions for public schools are that we can't have these conversations easily, that we're not really trained to have very difficult conversations with, polarizing sides. And so let me begin with, thank you for being here, Representative Buckley. Okay, well, let me, I subbed for 7 years. This is bringing up some other stuff. I'll try to get real quick. The 8th graders in Cedar Hill were counting on their fingers. Of course, I think they still had the C-scope. And I was just absolutely appalled that they couldn't even, never mind the multiplication, they were counting, addition and subtraction on their fingers. And what I heard was that, I said, give them some flashcards. That's how we learned. And, we can't do that. We're not allowed. So I think the ladies are very legitimate. And all of I have 4 sons. They were all in AP classes. I've got 2 with master's degrees in business, and all 4 of them have college degrees. And the first three, I raised them on welfare. So I read to them. They all could read before they went to school. So I'm not really sure, I'm just a very, my parents were in teaching, so we're, a family of teachers. But also my sister had to go back to work after she retired, and she's a special ed teacher. She is so excited that they're allowing her to go back to the way she used to teach years ago, because she's just doing special reading. The kids are doing so well with her going back, like these ladies were saying, going back to just the way we were taught to read, with the phonetics and whatever that they went to after that. I don't know. Okay, so I want to say that I was never worried about my children because I knew how intelligent they were as far as reading and doing their math and everything. I have a math degree. But it was the spiritual, physical, mental, and emotional things of their lives that I was concerned about when they were growing up. And these things are not being taught at all. Mental health, there's no sex education. I think they should have daycares in the school for our pregnant mothers, because the 2 options that it seems they want to talk about is abstinence versus abortion. And those 2 things, you can't, I've heard for years, you can't legislate morality. Then we need to be giving them, and I've actually written my own sex education paper. It's only like 4 pages long. But with all the extremes of the things that come toward kids, they are confused. The parents are confused, and we seem to be, as public educators, we seem to be afraid to take either side, because we want to give the parents the rights, but the parents are being fed with the propaganda also. So, like I said, I wrote a basic sex education. I also wrote 40 years ago a God's Will and Healthy Emotions paper that I also have copywritten. So I have copyrights on both of those papers. But the other things would be MANT training, which is wrap it up. Okay, let's see. Right, so we also are kind of pandering to I'm a very spiritual person. I'm not against any Christians or anything. But when we say, you know, the Bible says this, and it produces guilt and shame, and then we can't talk about it. Back to what I said in the beginning. If the kids can't talk about what's going on, the kids are afraid to I had an abortion in 1975, and I was afraid to tell my parents.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
can I ask a question
Representative
real
Harris.
quick? Just for clarification, your position on the bill, are you for it or against the bill?
I'm for what they're doing, but after listening to the ladies, I'm for Brad Buckley and I'm not, you know, the bill that he's putting forward.
The committee is
I am
specifically-
for how hard he's working and his heart toward what's going on. And that we do need this changed.
Okay.
So God bless you for working so hard on it. And we have to respect what they're saying because we have to have these discussions and we need to teach our children.
You can be however you want to be on the bill. Trust me, there's
Yes.
a lot of people against
It's
it.
yes.
And we hold no grudges. Okay?
Right.
We're just here having a discussion, I promise you.
But we need to teach our children. I have an Alateen book at home. And the junior highs and senior highs need to have discussion groups every day when they come to school.
And what is your
There's
position
5
on
points.
the bill? What is your own?
Yes,
or-
yes, I am for it.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Did anybody else have any questions?
Okay. The chair called Kelsey Kling. Kelsey Kling. I'm reminding you that we have 3 minutes, please. We want to get out before midnight. This day. Ms. King, I see you with Texas AFT and that you are against the bill.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
right?
And in the interest of time, I won't regurgitate some of the arguments.
Is that right?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley, members. In the interest of time, I won't rehash some of the issues. Our primary opposition to the bill does relate to the transparency of the procurement process and the funding for those. Also, the transparency of the review and adoption of those materials should the primary responsibility of that review and adoption be transferred from the State Board of Education to the Commissioner of Education. What I'd like to focus on today is a large swath of our curriculum that's left out of this bill. It focuses primarily on foundation subjects and those foundation teachers that teach those subjects. We have a broad swath of curriculum, our enrichment content area, which includes our CTE materials that are not addressed by this bill, and I am afraid that some of the review and adoption processes would leave out large chunks of that curriculum process, pardon me, allergies. Piggybacking on some previous testimony, even though the current law gives the State Board of Education the right to certify the percentage of TEKS that would be in that adoption cycle. Currently, that's 50%. There is provision in law and in rule that would require any district to provide assurance that any either subject area or course that they are teaching on their campuses does provide 100% coverage of those TEKS. So even though individual materials may not meet that 100% mark, that the broad scope of all the instructional materials must cover that percentage of TEKS. And where I'm going with that is within our enrichment subject areas, we have many subjects, many courses for which there are not adopted materials. For example, some of our high demand, high wage careers in the medical profession have no adopted materials by the State Board of Education. There's not a single nursing material that's adopted by the SBOE. And so my concern is making sure that districts maintain the authority and the autonomy to seek instructional materials that do meet the TEKS, and so they can provide those educational opportunities for their students in those high demand, high wage careers, and also the rest of our enrichment subject areas. If there is a requirement by publishers to post all of their materials in these education portals. We're afraid that might further reduce the amount of materials that are available for some of these enrichment subject areas and courses where no materials exist, or there are very few, and those publishers may not be willing to go the extra mile to provide that level of accessibility to those courses. So that's pretty much where I'm, heading with the rest of our testimony. I would love to, engage in further conversation with the committee members and Chair Buckley if we can help address some of those concerns.
Thank you. Any questions for the witness, members? Thank you very much. The chair calls Amber Shields. Amber Shields. Amber, I show you that you're representing yourself and Early Matters Dallas.
Yes, that's correct.
And you are for the bill.
Yes.
You may proceed. Thank you. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Amber Shields, and I'm representing Early Matters Dallas, testifying in support of House Bill 1605, which will provide optional resources for districts to implement HQIM. Up until January of 2023, I was a campus principal for 3.5 years in Dallas ISD at N.W. Harley Early Childhood Center. As a pre-K through second grade campus leader, I saw firsthand the importance of adopting rigorous and aligned curricula to support teachers and also to support our youngest learners as they began their academic career and journey. I also saw the power of this tool in accelerating learning for those students that were falling behind. In 2022, this school year, our school participated in TEA's COVID Recovery Instructional Materials Support Initiative, CRIMSI, and we adopted new high-quality instructional materials for both reading and math across all of our classrooms. Adopting HQIM was a powerful tool for us as a campus to better support our teachers. With our novice teachers, it allowed us to shift our focus from building capacity, teaching them about the standards, to actually being able to focus on lesson delivery. With our more experienced teachers, we saw our literacy instruction soar to new heights as teachers were able to draw on their past experience as well as their learning from the reading academies to make connections to the high quality instructional materials that we were using. With a rigorous scope and sequence, I knew that at any given moment, I could go in any classroom on my campus, whether it be a novice teacher or a veteran teacher, and that students would be engaged in on-grade level material. I also knew that teachers would be using a common framework that would support students as they transition from grade level to grade level. Ultimately, this strong support of my teachers fostered a culture of high expectations, met with high support, which inspired consistency and confidence, and then led to greater outcomes for our students. From beginning of the year to middle of the year, we saw more students in our K through second grade meeting their individual growth goals. In math classrooms, you guys would not believe some of the conversations I heard once we adopted HQIM from first and second graders who were able to manipulate numbers in ways that I hadn't seen previously. With literacy, our students were engaging in more complex texts earlier on in the school year, and they were even able to respond in writing to what it is that they read. What I've learned is that my story is not an isolated one, and this is not a solution for just one district. School systems across the state are engaging in conversations, as we've seen today and heard from others, about the quality of their instructional materials and adjusting course to improve student learning experiences. In this school year alone, TEA is piloting HQIM in over 110 campuses that represent a diverse swath of the state. In North Texas, Early Matters Dallas has partnered with 3 districts, including Dallas ISD, to conduct curriculum audits. Through these audits, districts have been able to see areas that are deficient and craft a path forward. HQIM is not a silver bullet. We know that there are a lot of gaps in our current educational system. However, I do believe HQIM is transformative. I've seen the magic of HQIM as a campus leader with my teachers as well as my students. I'm excited about the provisions included in House Bill 1605, and I'm eager to see this experience become a reality for those who choose to opt into it.
Thank you. Any questions from Ms. Shields? Representative Buckley?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Allen. Ms. Shields, could you describe just, talk about some of the early childhood classrooms and describe a lesson to us just briefly of what that looked like?
Sure.
Classroom and how your teachers use the materials.
Okay. Specifically for literacy, it was organized in themes, which allowed students, in my opinion, to be exposed to a broad array of subjects and topics that in past years when teachers are selecting genres, they might lean towards fiction. So we get a lot of Pete the Cat. But with this particular curriculum, they were talking about space, talking about life cycles, being exposed to more topics, which builds their knowledge. And we do know that there is a knowledge gap that exists for some of our students. The other piece of the curriculum that I really valued was the foundational skills component, which is aligned to structured literacy, which gives our students explicit and systematic instruction around phonics, which supports them in becoming independent readers and meeting that at grade level mark prior to third grade.
Okay. Thank you very much. There's been concern about the overuse of technology in those classes. Could you describe the use of technology or what was used in those classrooms?
Yes. For our campus, we didn't use HQIM in conjunction with technology, so the students didn't access the curricular materials through technology. Our district did provide some supplemental literacy resources that kids could utilize technology through, but it wasn't the mainstay of our program.
So you provided basically written materials?
Yes, so we did print it out.
Materials that were in front of kids, not on iPads, laptops?
No, we wanted to ensure that it is developmentally appropriate, especially as an early childhood center. So what we found has worked best is when students have the opportunity to have the paper and those resources directly in front of them.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Members? Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Daniel Deaver. E-A-W-E-R. Daniel E-A-W-E-R. Seeing and hearing no Daniel. I want the records to reflect that Daniel Dawes was representing himself and educators in solidarity on the bill. Chair, I'm sorry.
Yeah, just in case.
Oh, okay. The chair calls Christy Rome. Ms. Rome, I see you're representing the Texas School Coalition, and you are on the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. My name is Christy Rome, and I'm representing the Texas School Coalition on the bill today. And I'm going to talk about a provision that I don't know that you've heard anyone else talk about today, and that is in regards to funding. And I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman. You and your staff have been available, and we've had some good conversations on this. So I know that your intent here is good and would love to help you some with the language, because one thing that the bill does that specifically affects recapture districts is it has a recapture district deposit funds that would otherwise go to recapture into their instructional materials and technology allotment account. And as with anything in school finance, that gets a little complicated sometimes. So in Alamo Heights and in Austin ISD, that's not a problem because they're paying such large amounts of recapture. And a Canadian ISD, it could be problematic in some years versus others because as their values go up and down in Canadian, they may not be paying enough recapture, and they may not know that until later in the year. So would love to work with you on language that makes it so that if a district is paying recapture and as things evolve through the year and numbers are finalized, that they don't end up with less money because of this provision. We want to ensure that districts are getting we hope 50% of the proceeds from the permanent school fund that are going towards instructional materials in their district. And we don't want to have any district be penalized by an unintended consequence from this language. And by and large, we, as recapture districts, we feel like those are local dollars. And so we also want to work with you to ensure, again, I've heard great intent today about local control, because we think that the locally elected school board is a great place for parents and teachers to really voice the priorities and the concerns that they may have in their local community that might be different and unique to that community and don't apply to every other district in the state. It's a little bit harder to access the State Board of Education and Commissioner of Education for local parents and teachers. So we just want to make sure that there's that great balance of local control in this bill.
Any questions, members?
Just one comment.
Representative Buckley?
Yes. I look forward to sitting down with you to talk about the recapture issue and to make sure that we can come together to find a solution.
Would love to help you with that language. Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Hinojosa?
Quick question. I know you as an authority on all things school, and so one thing that's come to mind, HQIM, I'm new to this committee. I don't know what high-quality instructional materials, is that in statute, or how do we know what that is?
I don't know the answer to that question, but I'm happy to find out and get that to you post haste. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Stump me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Tricia Cave. Tricia? Hmm? Okay. Tricia, I showed that you're representing the Association of Texas Professional Educators, and you are testifying on the bill. Is
That's
that
correct.
so? That true?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman Buckley, Vice Chair Allen, committee members. It's good to see you guys. My name is Tricia Cave, and I'm here on behalf of the Association of Texas Professional Educators, and we are testifying on 1605. While I appreciate the intent of the bill and its author, I think that it's important when policymakers seek to address teacher concerns about the lack of time and resources to make sure that they understand what teachers are and are not asking for. So, when teachers say that they need more time, what they mean is that their time is being taken up by 1,000 different administrative and compliance tasks throughout the course of their day that keep them from doing the things that are core to teaching, the things that they got into teaching to do, which include lesson planning and design. Teachers want to structure their own lessons and materials. This is the core to being a teacher. For me specifically, this is what I got into teaching to do. I wanted to be the teacher who taught the fun and creative lessons that my students looked forward to seeing and doing every day, and captured the imaginations of my students. I was not unique in this. I was the norm. What teachers are saying when they say they need more time is that they want the freedom to teach, not freedom from the part of the job that is core to teaching. No one knows their students like a classroom teacher. I knew from year to year what lessons would work and what lessons would not work with the students that I had. Some years, I had lessons that involved simulating trench warfare and involved lots of movement and yelling. Other years, I had collaborative work in structured groups to support my students who needed it. Every year, I made informed decisions about my lessons and planning with the needs of my students in mind. Again, I was the norm, not the exception. While lesson planning is time-consuming, it is also one of the most rewarding parts of the job, and it pays off in immeasurable ways as you experience the joy of creating a lesson that connects with your students. While this bill doesn't require educators to use a mandated curriculum, it certainly creates strong incentives aimed at both educators and districts, which appear to be aimed at exactly that goal. Another important thing to note is the distinction between TEKS, lesson plans, curriculum, and instructional materials. They are not always clearly spelled out in the bill and tend to be used interchangeably by non-educators despite being separate concepts. TEKS are fundamental concepts, and we agree that they make sense at the state level in order to ensure some level of continuity between classrooms teaching the same subject across the state. Curriculum is the flesh on the skeleton of the TEKS. If the TEKS are what we are going to learn, which should be common across all students, then curriculum is how we're going to learn, which is highly differentiated from one student to the next. Lesson plans are a class outline or executive summary that provides a roadmap of the TEKS and the curriculum for a particular lesson. Instructional materials are things like textbooks, worksheets, and manipulatives. Like the bill's author, Texas educators want access to high-quality instructional materials. However, the bill as currently written too often uses the term instructional material as sort of a catch-all for everything. Lastly, while we wholeheartedly agree that parents have a right to transparency, we are concerned about the likely, even if unintended, effects of the bill to increase the administrative burden that it purports to want to reduce. For example, as currently drafted, the section on materials review will likely add administrative burden on classroom educators and campus administrators. At a minimum, we need better limits on the amount of time teachers might be required to spend on this, including hard limits on the number of reviews that can be requested of any one teacher and the amount of material requested of the teacher. In closing, we need to support our teachers by truly understanding and responding to their needs. We don't need to write their plans or tell them how to teach. We need to give them the time to write their own, to workshop and collaborate with others in their content area, and create their magic for their students. In short, we need to empower teachers, not micromanage them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Members? Representative Buckley?
Trish, thank you for being here today, and thanks for coming by the office and visiting with us about this. I just wanted to, and I certainly understand, the intent is to certainly provide the flexibility that teachers need to sort of change on the fly, given on, how the class progressed the day before and such. How do you respond? Because I've had so many new teachers, those that I've met with, that are engaged using the high quality instructional materials, that tell me that they don't feel stifled, but they feel like they at least have a framework and a roadmap, and that's one of the reasons they want to stay in the classroom. And so what you described, of your own personal experience is tremendous. But what do we do to keep new teachers in the classroom?
I think that's a very complicated question.
Is that necessarily negative?
I don't think that there is a problem with providing a framework for new teachers. What I think, like I said, is the potential unintended consequence of the bill is that we are providing an incentive for districts to provide these materials to their teachers. In turn, what's going to happen is, because we are incentivizing this, they might potentially push this curriculum on their teachers. And then that in turn stifles their creativity and takes away their ability to create their own lessons.
Yeah. I know there's been some discussion of Temple ISD today and about the pilot program, and I think some of that was a little, one of the things to note is that, this began really in three campuses and then organically spread to every elementary campus. It was their decision. It was principals and teachers' decisions after having, professional learning communities come together and talk about the framework. Am I misinterpreting what that means? I mean, it looks to me like that was an organic, recognition that, hey, this was good for kids. And so that's kind of what I'm trying to grapple with here, is how it spread organically when it wasn't mandated.
Right.
And now it's at every campus.
And we support local control, of course, and Temple ISD made that decision for themselves. Like I said, our concern specifically is with the incentive in the bill that would incentivize districts to adopt this material and then potentially not organically push the material on their teachers and stifle their ability to create their lessons.
And just for the record, the piloted campuses that began as C campuses after utilizing the high-quality instructional materials are now rated a B campus. And the others have not, the other campuses that are now in the system, that data is not reflected in what was presented earlier today in the hearing. So I just want everything to be accurate and the record to reflect that. But as always, look forward to visiting with you about all the issues impacting great teachers in Texas.
I look forward to that as well.
All right, thank you.
Representative King.
Hi, Tricia, thanks for being here, as always. Just want to make sure I understood you right. Your real problem is the incentive for using.
Yeah, what we fear is that by incentivizing this curriculum to districts, what's going to happen is the districts will adopt it and then push it towards their teachers and mandate that it be used.
So if there was no incentive, would ATP's position move to 4? There's just no incentive, just the bill.
I don't want to commit to that.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to working with Chairman Buckley on the language.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Representative Dutton.
Thank you. Thank you. I guess I was wondering, to the extent that student outcomes are improved, would you have any objection to that?
To using the materials?
Yes, if they force you to use
it's an optional process, and I don't have an objection to schools deciding to use it for themselves. What I have an objection to is the potential of forcing a teacher to use it in the classroom. That's my difference.
And if that force results in an improvement in student outcomes, would you still feel that way?
I think that there are lots of ways to improve student outcomes, and teachers are very highly trained and are the best people to make the decisions about what happens in their classrooms.
I'm not sure you answered my question, but if the school district is asking teachers to use a certain high-quality instruction material, and that has resulted in or results in improvement in student outcomes, would you accept an objection to that by the teacher?
I think that, again, that goes back to local control and the districts and the schools and the teachers making decisions that are best for those individual classrooms. I don't object to that, but I think that it should be their decision rather than being mandated.
So who should be held responsible for failing schools?
I think that we're all responsible for failing schools. I've worked in one. My first job was teaching at Pasadena High School in Pasadena, Texas, which
Well, but wait a minute. You just said you wanted to have local control. And I'm just asking, if we have local control and local control results in a failure of campuses, should local control be responsible for that?
I think that that's a discussion for another time, but generally speaking, I think that if we work together, we can turn those failing schools around, and that's what we did at the campus that I worked at.
Any other questions, members? Thank you. Chair calls Carrie Griffith. Ms. Griffith, the records reflect that you're representing Texas State Teachers Association and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you. Good afternoon, members, chair. Thank you so much. I want to, first of all, appreciate the conversation that's been had around the importance of teacher time, and it certainly acknowledge that an intent of this bill by the author was to give some time to teachers. So we certainly appreciate that and agree that teachers need more time. We're opposed to this legislation because we feel like some of the wording misrepresents that the removal of something that is indisputably foundational to the profession, which is lesson design, is being misrepresented as a gift of time. And teachers, our members, this is not something that we're asking for. This is not something that we are asking to have taken away. So I'm testifying on behalf of our members to say that this is not what we want. Teachers do need more time, but they need more time to lesson plan, to collaborate with colleagues, to work in small groups with struggling students, to reflect on student learning in order to be able to adapt and reteach. The solution to this is more teachers, more support staff, more campus-based specialists, fewer sections to prep for, lower teacher-to-student ratios, and sufficient compensation such that teachers don't have to work 2 and 3 extra jobs. That's our answer to more time. The solution is not a complete dissolution of the key element of the profession. So I liken it to a cook who's busy and asking for kitchen staff. The solution to his busy workday isn't to cook out of someone else's cookbook. A key difference that I want to highlight between a well-prepared teacher coming from a high-quality education preparation program and a low-quality one is one comes with sufficient and insufficient and inadequate preparation, and the better education preparation programs prepare teachers with greater capacity to design and plan quality lessons. So something I want to speak to that no one else has spoke to today is in the Texas evaluation instrument, the T-TEST. The domain 1 of this state-developed instrument is designed to measure how well a teacher designs a lesson plan. So the state decided that this was a metric that we wanted to identify. So this domain actually had to be rewritten in order to adapt to some of the high-quality instructional materials that we've been speaking of today. And I had the pleasure to serve on that committee to rewrite this domain. And it was interesting. There were members on the committee with me who were piloting some of the high quality instructional materials, and what they were representing is that this shift in the verbiage to recognizing and acknowledging teachers as high-quality instructors for being able to design lesson plans that align with standards and reflect best practice and are adaptable to diverse learners, this verbiage in the new domain was having to be shifted to just identifying elements of a lesson plan that was already there for them. Understanding elements of a lesson plan that's already there for them. So it's shifting the order of thinking down. And the response by some of these administrators that I was in this committee with was, in the pilot, they said that they didn't like broad strokes, but some of the feedback was that they didn't, their teachers didn't really love the high quality instructional materials until they, quote unquote, could make it their own. And so what this alt domain 1 rewrite committee was saying, teachers wouldn't be able to do that or not be rated high on this evaluation instrument. So I just think it's something, I think it's, even though it's maybe not a mandate that teachers follow a script if adopting this high quality instructional material, the sentiment is there, the language with fidelity, and then this sort of alignment to the newly developed evaluation instrument. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the witness members? Representative Buckley.
And kind of piggyback on what Chairman Dutton was talking about, and certainly the intent of the bill is to, and provide even in the opening statement in my layout, was about understanding that teachers need to be able to make the call and have that flexibility to present a lesson as they see fit. But I just want to go back to the fact that if we determine that certain instructional materials delivered by a professional teacher improve student outcomes, wouldn't the profession, as has happened in Temple, wouldn't other professional teachers look at that and then want to, because they have looked at that and said, you know what, this is working. We like what this does in terms of our time, in terms of the quality of the outcomes that we're beginning to see. Is that not, is that not good for kids?
It's absolutely good for kids, and I think that some of the examples of the districts piloting the high-quality instructional materials underscores local control, like the previous witness said. But I also think that it's important to consider that the implementation of these high-quality instructional materials with capital HQIM is happening in a pilot. It's happening outside of any legislation. It's happening without some of these with fidelity provisions. It's happening without some of the coercion provisions.
The what? I'm sorry.
The provisions that coerce districts to adopt, like the immunity provision, the financial incentives,
So if we remove teacher protection and the financial incentives, y'all would be for the bill?
I can't say that we would be for it, but it's certainly language that I'd like to talk about being removed.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Representative Harrison.
Thank you, Chair. Quick question. Hi. No worries. Thank you for being here. You testified against the bill. Are there any provisions in the bill that you could support?
I absolutely support the notion of like lowercase high quality instructional materials, and I support the return to that some areas of the bill, this return to SBOE approval and their practice in the approval and adoption process. But we have concerns with the section that allows the commissioner to relicense without going through the SBOE process and without doing that, being exempt from Government Code 4157, I think it was. And I also, again, because Texas has created a system where we have a lot of individuals entering classrooms without any certification, without any preparation, without any idea how to teach, sort of creating this framework to support those teachers is helpful, but I think we also need to consider our practice in allowing individuals without any certification or any preparation to come into the classroom. We shouldn't be bringing down the top to serve the bottom.
So when it comes to instructional materials, is it that this bill you believe is the wrong solution, or does TSTA deny that there is a massive problem when it comes to instructional materials and the quality of IM across the state of Texas?
I disagree that there's a massive problem. I disagree with that. I was also a teacher.
No, thank you, and thank you very much for doing that. Do you know what percentage of instructional materials the TEA recently assessed to be at or above grade level?
Yes, I've heard the commissioner name those findings, but
Do you know
not
what-
familiar
do you know
with it.
what
I think it
percentage
was
they
like
assessed?
19%, but I believe it wasn't. I don't know the full methodology, but I don't believe it was fully representative of the entire state of Texas.
If it was even in the ballpark, though, 19% would represent not a problem?
I think that it's important, again, as an educator, it's not sufficient. No educator would be satisfied with just one curriculum. For instance, the materials necessary to, we mix and match, right? So one curriculum might teach math fluency really, really well, but might not be very strong in comprehension. And so when you're mixing and matching materials, and so again, I don't know the methodology used by the commissioner, and it could have just been that it was assessing one part of a district's or, recipe.
I appreciate the clarification. And just for additional clarification, it's TSTA's position that there is not a problem with the quality of instructional materials used statewide in Texas. Is that correct?
That's not TSTA's position.
What is TSTA's position?
TSTA's position is that we center the State Board of Education, which is an elected body, in the adoption and approval process in selecting educational materials. We do agree that the shift post 2011 to reducing the percent TEKS to 50% is probably insufficient, and that districts can purchase, outside of the approved list. I think that to ratchet some of that back in is something that we support.
So speaking of 2011, do you think it's something that the legislature should consider restoring the authority that the SBOE had prior to 2011 in terms of their control over curriculum content and instructional materials?
That's our position, yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Representative Hinojosa.
Let me understand that position. So you're saying that TSTA would support, it seems to me like this legislation is in response to what happened in 2011, when we said, districts, you don't have to buy off SBOE approved materials. And so now some districts, right, with this 19% that TEA referenced, we know was a small sampling. Certainly, they have certifications from every school district, or they should have certifications from every school district that they're supposed to be offering 100% of TEKS in their instructional materials to students, because students have a right to that. So certainly their TEA has actual data, should have actual data from all school districts, but they said they took a small sampling and took this 19%. But so it seems like this bill is in response to what we did in 2011, not requiring districts to purchase off the SBOE list. And are you saying TSTA's position is that maybe we should just go back to those requirements pre-2011?
I think that there should be stricter requirements to purchasing off an approved list. Now, I think that it is really important to consider enrichment and electives. One of our members teaches a course that's an origami math class, and there are no TEKS for that class. It's a brilliant class. The kids love it. My daughter's actually in that class. And so, should the materials that teacher develops for those students be required to come from something that has passed through the purview of the SBOE? No. But with foundational materials, it is important that there is an open and democratic process for parents and teachers to review instructional materials that are going to be adopted and approved.
Okay, and we've heard a lot of conversation about Temple ISD, and I really valued the testimony from the superintendent, who was superintendent of the year. that's one district that we're hearing about a pilot program from that had 8 elementary schools. I have not seen actual data, have you seen data on these pilot programs generally collected, or HQIM generally? I have not seen data.
No, and I think that I think that in the sort of conversation around the importance of SBOE being a part of the review and adoption process, some of the materials that are being piloted and that we're talking about were procured completely outside of that process.
Any questions? Members from the witness? Representative Dutton.
Thank you. I'm not sure I understand TSTA's position, but is what we're doing working?
Yes and no. I think it's a complex, educating 5.5 million students with multivariate backgrounds and income levels and languages, and it's a complex job, and absolutely it's working for some and it's not working for others, and the reasons it's working and not working is also complex.
But you all's position is we ought to just maintain the status quo then?
No, opposing this bill isn't just a position to maintain the status quo. There are elements of the bill that we, don't feel are right.
There are elements of the bill that what?
That we can't support.
And there are elements that you can?
Sure. Like I said, I think that there's nothing wrong with the state providing, access to a curriculum that would be voluntary for a teacher or a district to opt into. Truly voluntary, a true choice.
Even if it doesn't work?
Well, if it's been approved by the State Board of Education, and then if it's not working, maybe through a reapproval, it would be taken off the list.
Okay, thank you.
I guess there are no more questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Chair calls Laura Unash. Did I get your name right, Laura?
Yes, perfect.
Wow. My records reflect that you are representing yourself and that you are against the bill.
I was. Now I'm not sure. So I
What is your position now?
Well, so I'm possibly for it, but I do have some questions, if that's okay.
On, for, or against? You got to take a position.
Oh, I thought there was a neutral. Can you not speak?
There's a neutral.
Okay, so I'm neutral, but if I could ask some questions, because it's a long bill, and I attempted to read it, but didn't have time to read it all.
Okay. Then what you want to say is that you're on the bill?
Maybe. If some things could be changed.
On, for, or against?
Okay, I guess I'll say for, if some things can be changed. Can you say that or no?
Okay, so originally you were
against.
Against.
But now I'm thinking.
We have your permission to say you are for.
If there are some changes, is that wrong?
No, okay.
Is that not okay?
No.
Oh.
On, for, or against?
Okay. Thank you.
Which one you want?
Oh, for.
You are for the bill.
But I have to be for all of it. Is that what you're saying? No. Yes. Okay, I'm going to go for, and then I'm going to explain my critiques, if that's okay.
Okay, I'm showing you for the bill.
Yes, I changed my position in a couple hours. So I'm kind of winging it here. My name is Laura Unash, and I am a certified master reading teacher. I also taught in the classroom K and First for 9 years. And I'm a formal instructional leader and proud parent of a dyslexic, dysgraphic, and a child with ADHD. So my concerns for literacy are very significant. That said, I would like to address how serious this crisis is with literacy. Only 30% of fourth graders are reading on level in the state of Texas, 32% at the national level. According to the National Assessment of Educational Progress, even though the National Institute of Health states that at least 95% of students are capable of being literate. So you see that variance, it's tragic, right? Furthermore, and I can't think of this, the resource, but I emailed a couple of you it, I believe. If students are not reading on level by the end of first grade, 90% of students that aren't reading on level by the end of first grade will never catch up. That's unacceptable, right? When we know that 95%, according to brain science, are capable of reading, okay? So I do think we have to address the elephant in the room. We have to address the fact that our students are not learning to read. I have heard good things about Amplify from teachers, from reading specialists, because of various strengths. Here, I'm going to list them. It does help provide, it frees up time so that teachers do not have to spend their time planning. The most important thing is K through 2, teaching those kids to read and write, right? So they're not having to spend their time planning that. Furthermore, it's not based on balanced literacy, which literally is basically teaching the kids through exposure, osmosis, and maybe throwing a little bit of phonics in there. It does have a pretty strong foundational skills curriculum. It does have transparency, which I do appreciate as a parent. And it has the components of Scarborough's reading rope, including background knowledge, which are all very important. Now, I do have some concerns about incentivizing or what the penalties will be if a district does not use it. And also, I'm unsure of, I do not believe that most districts will end up getting the printed copies. Teachers have become very comfortable, unfortunately, with digital learning. And there is an online resource.
Can you wrap it up?
Oh, sure. So my biggest concern is the digital issue. If we can ensure that teachers are expected to actually, or if the TEA could print out the materials for districts ahead of time, get it to them, then I think this is great. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the witness members? Thank you very much.
Sorry, it was,
That's okay.
switching my.
Okay. The chair calls Kathy May. Kathy May. Kathy May. Not seeing Kathy May. I'll read into the record that Kathy May was representing herself and she was against the bill. Thank you. The chair calls Mary Lynn Praneda. Mary Lynn Praneda. Mary Lynn Praneda, I show you representing Texas 2036 and that you are for the bill, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. My name is Mary Lynn Praneda. I work on public education policy issues at Texas 2036, and I am here today for the bill. First of all, I want to give a shout out to Dr. Ott. And conversations that we've had on this bill is a virtue of background and better understanding what it actually looks like from the district perspective. I personally, just as a mom, found myself saying that I was going to move my children from my West Austin school to Temple ISD, just hearing his passion for high quality instructional materials and making sure that all children in his district have access to those. So thankful for Dr. Ott. One of the things that I've often run into in public education policy is the intersection of doing this work and being a mother. And I happen to have friends who also do this work and are mothers themselves. And I recently had a colleague come to me and show me her daughter's first grade assignment. In her first grade assignment, she was being asked to sort letters alphabetically. It's all well and good. It was Disney themed. I guess it's cute and the kids might find the character it's engaging. But did you know that's a pre-kindergarten teak? And here I am talking to my colleague, a mother, one of the best education advocates in the state of Texas, and yet she does not have the ability to make sure her curriculum is on grade level for her child. That is why I'm so thankful for House Bill 1605 and the great work that it can do for all moms and all children across Texas in getting rigorous grade level instruction into our classrooms. This, in a lot of ways, I see this as the continuation of the House Bill 3 style of public policy making that you all have adopted to great effect. You find something that works in a lot of districts, like incentive-based pay worked in Dallas ISD, like refined compensatory education allotments worked in San Antonio ISD. You provide an incentive structure through the school finance formula system, and you encourage districts to adopt high-quality, data-driven, and rigorous programs. And we know this strategy is working. Did you know in the past year, Texas had the most students reading on grade level that we've ever had? This is in large part because of your early education allotment and your work with reading academies. When you put in place data-driven programs that encourage districts but never mandate them to take part, we see improved outcomes for children, which is what we're all about. The data says that high-quality instructional materials have a great opportunity to improve the quality of classroom instruction in our state. They have a 40 times higher ROI than lowering class size alone in improving student outcomes. And just by offering high-quality instructional materials to teachers, you can move that teacher from the 50th percentile of performance to the 80th percentile. Again, just by equipping the teacher with what she needs in order to be the master that she is at her job. Earlier today, we heard someone compare teachers and chefs and cookbooks. I think I would propose a different metaphor. I would say that high-quality instructional materials are like the person that comes into the kitchen in the morning and chops the vegetables for the teacher, who is the chef, as she follows the cookbook, which is the TEKS, which gets me back to while we're here. Texas has been a leader in standards-based reform over the past 10 years, and as part of this, we've put in place high-quality and rigorous grade-level standards for all of our students. We continue to see 1605 as an outflowing of this work and the important cause that it commits to all of our students to make sure that every child has the chance to be on grade level no matter where they come from. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for the witness? Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, are there no more questions for the witness? Is there anyone else who would like to testify on, for, or against 1605? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Buckley to close on the bill.
Thank you, Dr. Allen and members, and I appreciate your attention today, and thank you to everyone that came in to testify and to make their voice heard concerning this really important legislation that remains a priority of mine as we move through the 88th legislative session. To recap, and I will be brief, House Bill 1605, I think it's extremely clear. It provides rigor and grade level instruction. It provides flexibility for our teachers. It restores SBOE oversight and vetting. It funds those that choose to participate. It does not remove best value provisions in terms of procurement. And it adds new money to the instructional materials allotment. We've seen the funding restored to historical levels in the bill as in the budget as introduced, and this bill will have resources attached to it that are in addition to that. So I ask for your favorable consideration on this important legislation that will positively impact the lives of Texas school children. And with that, I close.
Thank you, Representative Buckley. If there are no objections, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill will be left pending. Thank you.
Where are we at now? Okay. 22.
Okay. Okay, 29, 29. Let me find where we're at. Okay.
We're doing the one on
Yeah, we put them in alphabetical order. Okay, got it.
Okay, all right.
You ready? Okay. All right, Chair lays out House Bill 2929 and recognizes Chairman Lozano to explain the bill. The Chair offers a committee substitute.
Thank you, Chairman and members. Good afternoon. The committee substitute for House Bill 2929 is a cleanup bill from last session when we rewrote continuing education requirements for principals, teachers, and counselors. In the 2019-2020 interim, an education working group was formed to look at these requirements and come up with recommendations to ensure that our school personnel were well trained and gave them flexibility to focus on continuing education topics that best suited their professions. As a result, in 2021, the legislature passed Senate Bill 1267, which took those recommendations and passed them into law. However, this session, committee substitute House Bill 2929 is needed to clean up the language for the following three reasons. One, for teachers, TEA is misinterpreting the original language and not counting certain continuing education courses, which was never the intent of the bill. Secondly, technical corrections are needed to clarify the Education Code, Section 21.54. And lastly, for counselors, the original bill mistakenly capped the amount of continuing education credits they could receive in the topics directly related to their duties. This substitute does not make any substantive policy changes to educator or counselor continuing education. This is truly a cleanup bill with broad support in the education community. And with that, members, I'm ready to answer any questions or reserve the right to close.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Lozano. Members, are there any questions for Chairman Lozano? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to testimony. Chair calls Holly Eaton, Director of Professional Development and Advocacy for the Texas Classroom Teachers Association. We show you registered as Holly Eaton on behalf of the Texas Classroom Teachers Association. You're the Director of Professional Development and Advocacy, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, members, Holly Eaton, Texas Classroom Teachers Association. TCTA supports Chairman Lozano's efforts in House Bill 2929 to address some unintended consequences from Senate Bill 1267, which was sponsored by Chair Lozano and passed during the 87th legislative session. A central goal of Senate Bill 1267 was to streamline the mandatory training requirements that had accumulated for teachers and educators over time with the goal of right-sizing them. This was done in an effort to restore valuable time and autonomy to educators to choose and participate in professional development relevant to their classrooms. In line with this goal, Senate Bill 1267 reinstated a cap on the number of training hours in certain mandatory topics that teachers, principals, and counselors could be required to participate in order to renew their certificates. The cap is 25% of the total hours required for certificate renewal. The unintended consequence is that if teachers wanted to count more than that 25% in those topics, they weren't able to do so. So this bill addresses that unintended consequence by making clear that if teachers do want to get more than the cap in those topics, they can do so. Additionally, unlike the case for teachers, the required topics for counselors relate to the core responsibilities of counselors as set out in Chapter 33 of the Education Code, and accordingly, the counselors wanted their cap lifted, and so this bill does that as well. That concludes my testimony. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you for being here. Chair calls Jan Freese, Texas Counseling Association. Maybe. Did I get that right?
You did.
Wow. All right. Thank you for being here. I'm going to ask you a question real quick.
Sure.
Show you registered as Jan Freese on behalf of the Texas Counseling Association as their executive director. and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for your time, for your patience. I know it's a long day. I'll be really, really quick. As the Representative Lozano and Holly explained, we had a little mistake last session. Several kerfuffles a little bit last session towards the twilight of the hours. What we're trying to do here is ensure that school counselors are required to take at least 25% in the topics that are specifically related to their jobs, helping students develop graduation plans, dropout prevention strategies, college admissions, financial aid, career opportunities, and then, of course, counseling students on their mental health needs. So this is especially important. We were very pleased that with the help of the Lieutenant Governor's office, we were able to convince SBEC to postpone implementation of this cap until 2024. So it's really imperative that we pass this bill this session. So we appreciate your support, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, seeing none.
Thank you very much.
For being here.
Appreciate your help.
I'm not sure why Holly's not going away, but Amanda.
Okay, right here. Chair calls Amanda Afifi, Texas Association of School Psychologists. Did I get your name right?
Yes, you did.
2 in a row.
Afifi.
All right.
You're doing great.
Thank you for being here today. We show you registered as Amanda Afifi on behalf of the Texas Association of School Psychologists and yourself, and you'll be testifying on the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank
Yes, so thank you, Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to provide testimony. My name is Amanda Afifi. I'm representing TASP, and we're speaking on HB 2929. Regarding the school counselors, HB 2029 corrects the technical error from last session, of which TASP supports correcting the error. The error inadvertently capped at 25% professional development hours for school counselors in core content areas. However, we have some concerns regarding removal of continuing education and training requirements for teachers in the area of educating diverse student populations. The categories of special education, Section 504, students with mental health conditions or who engage in substance abuse, students with intellectual or developmental disabilities, and emergent bilingual populations were removed. Additionally, the bill also removed requirements for how mental health conditions, including grief and trauma, affect student learning and behavior. And then given the effects of COVID-19 pandemic, it is highly concerning that teachers receiving information on this important topic were deleted. So overall, TASP believes in protecting high professional standards. Teachers work with students from all these backgrounds. Continuing education and training requirements should ensure students have, or teachers have, the necessary knowledge to support all students, as teachers continue to see more and more of these types of students, not less. Okay.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Chair calls Ricardo Martinez, EQ2X Equality Texas, and themselves. Okay. All right, we'll give just a second here. Don't see Ricardo. Let the record reflect Ricardo Martinez from Equality Texas, and himself will be shown for the bill. We good? All right. Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2929? If not, Chair recognizes Chairman Lozano to close on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman and members. The final witness, those issues were taken care of in the committee sub, and we will work with her as well if there's still something that we need to tweak. But unless there are any questions, I close.
Members, any questions? All right.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Lozano. The committee substitute is withdrawn. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The bill is left pending. Which one to do?
Doug, Oscar, do you want to do yours, 2162?
Which one? Okay,
is this the one?
Yeah, 2162.
Is there somewhere I think?
3Q.
This is 3Q bill.
Oh, yes. Yes. Yes, I got it.
Go down there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to object leaving these bills pending just to see what you say.
Set me on the wrong course. Chair lays out House Bill 2162 and recognizes Chairman Dutton to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. House Bill 2162 is a bill that really had its origin during the last session. One of the things we realized during the last session is that when we looked at the data, particularly the data on reading, we recognized that we had a problem because there were just too many of our kids not reading on third grade level, for example. In fact, what I had the TEA do is I took a look at the reading scores for all of the members of this committee for their third grade. And what's interesting is that in my district, for example, 42% of the students were not reading on third grade level. In Representative Schaefer's district, only 47% were reading on grade level in third grade. And Representative Allison's district, 37% are reading on third grade level. Well, I'm not sure that's better. Representative Harris, 56% are reading on third grade level. And I could go on and on and on with telling you what the stats do. One of the things we recognize, though, is that for a child who is not reading on third grade level, they have a 4 times more likely not to graduate from high school. 4 times more likely not to graduate high school. They're 8 times more likely to drop out of school, particularly if they're minority students. And so what I did is I tried to design a bill that would help that situation. That was the problem. And so what I've tried to do is provide a way in which we could help. This is by no means the ultimate answer, but I took a look at what other states were doing, and I looked at all over the country at because we're not the first state to face this problem. Some states did one thing, some states did another. I looked particularly at the state of Mississippi. We used to always say, thank God for Mississippi, because they were always behind Texas. But what they were doing in their elementary grades in third grade struck me, because what they did is they came up with a system that said you had to, in order to leave third grade, you absolutely had to be reading at third grade level. You couldn't go any further in school. I didn't take that approach because I thought that was a little too punitive for me, at least, because I recognize there are some schools and some students who don't have access to all of the things that would help them learn to read. But what I did in the bill is I tried to provide a way in which school districts would actually assess their students in third grade. They would provide tutoring to those students who were not reading on grade level. They would, at least 3 times during the school year, the school district would be encouraged to examine the kids for reading. Now, I know reading is a complex idea because we've got so many different problems related to reading, like dyslexia. We have many kids who are being unscreened and undiagnosed with the dyslexia. And so that means that we have a problem that we need to correct in order for them to read. We had a bill the other day that talked about vision screening. We obviously need to do more and a better job at vision screening so that kids can see. And so I You know, I did third grade because the STAR test, we don't give it till the end of third grade. That's where it begins. And so I figured that we ought to do something that's a little bit more proactive, because I was reading one of the statistics that struck me is they did a survey of men in prison, in Texas prisons. And what they found was that most of them, they had an average of 8th grade education. But most of them were reading on a 3rd grade level, at most, at best. And so one of the things that I've come to learn was that if you don't learn to read by 3rd grade, you simply never get to the process of reading to learn. And so what this bill does is it did several things. It bans educative prep programs from using the 3 cueing method, which some of you have heard about. This is a method of reading instruction that encourages students to draw on context and sentence structure and to identify words without sounding it out and all that kind of stuff. And it simply has not worked. The bill requires the commissioner to adopt procedures for schools to ensure reading instruments are provided for K through 3rd grade students, that those instruments are valid, reliable, and can identify students at risk for dyslexia or other reading difficulties and apply the results to the intervention practice. It limits the public schools from actually administering this reading instrument to no more than 3 times during the year, because we didn't want it to be disruptive. It requires the commissioner to adopt a list of reading instruments that public schools could use to diagnose a student reading development. The instrument had to include foundational literacy components such as phonics, vocabulary, fluency, and comprehension. It also removes the ability for districts to adopt their own list of reading instruments. Essentially, let me stop there, because what I want to say is that we've got to do something. We don't have the luxury to do nothing. And we ought to start in this session with trying to improve our 3rd grade reading scores. I think you heard in regards to your bill, Mr. Chairman, that how terrible we were doing in reading. Well, you know, this is an answer that I came up with. If somebody's got a better answer, I'm willing to listen, because I think at the end of the day, it's about doing what we can to make sure that Texas has a workforce that we start in 3rd grade, making sure that that workforce is one that's capable of manning all the industries that we know is going to be necessary in Texas. And so with that, let me stop and answer any questions. I know that it's a relatively long bill, but essentially that's what it's designed to do.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Dutton. You know, I met, Monday morning with 9 elementary school principals from Killeen ISD, and I always ask them what is their biggest struggle and biggest fear. And the consensus of the group is that they were fearful that when kids were leaving 1st grade, they were not ready to read.
Right.
And that was principals from affluent campuses, low-income campuses, just a myriad, basically a snapshot of Texas.
Right.
And I appreciate you bringing this bill forward. So, members, any questions for Chairman Dutton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I just want to ask one question. Did I hear you say that
Vice Chair Allen.
Banning the use of one procedure or
Of 3 cueing, the 3 cueing method.
Don't
Yes.
use that anymore?
No, we're not going to use that anymore.
Children learn in different ways, and some kids learn like that. So we're taking away one method that...
Well, the evidence we found was that it was generally, by and large, not effective in getting a kid to where we wanted them to be in terms of reading. It just, When I tried to understand it, it was difficult for me to understand it, and I thought, this is a little bit too. I mean, you jump through a whole lot of hoops, and at the end of the day, I'm not sure you end up where we want you to end up, and that was my problem with it.
I just didn't want to take away one
Yeah.
rule, that's all.
Well, and what we were replacing that with is adding more reading instruments to the school district so they'd have access to those. And we'll see how that works. And I wish I could tell you that it absolutely is going to work, but I know that at the least, we can't afford to do nothing because it is going to be a crisis. As I've said before, it's the crisis of having an uneducated workforce in Texas is worse than who's coming across the border. Because I think that, and this is where it starts in third grade, because the kids who, what I found in the research I had was that children drop out in third grade. They leave in ninth grade, but they drop out in third grade when they can't read. And so this is an attempt to make sure that that we provide every child an opportunity to have the basics in reading.
Thank you, Chairman Dutton.
Yes.
When they laid their head down on the desk, they just dropped out.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
All right. Members, any more questions for Chairman Dutton? If there are no further questions, then we'll proceed to testimony. Chair calls Wesley Cunningham, Frisco ISD. Good to see you again. We show you registered as Wesley Cunningham on behalf of Frisco ISD as Associate Deputy Superintendent. You'll be testifying on the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
So good afternoon again, Chairman Buckley, Vice Chair Allen, members of the committee. Thank you for letting me have this opportunity to share my thoughts. Before again, I'd like to remind everybody that in Frisco ISD, our practice is not take positions on pending legislation. We always testify on the bill. We agreed the intent of the bill is good, and we agree that the use of phonics within the science of teaching and reading is valid and should be a tool, but along with instructional methods that teach meaning and structure as appropriate to meet the unique needs of students. Explicit and systematic phonics instruction is essential for developing readers. As the National Reading Panel reports, learning to read has two basic processes. One process involves learning to convert the letters into recognizable words, and the other involves comprehending the meaning of the text. We agree that early intervention, based on reliable and valid data, does indeed make a difference in literacy instruction. That said, the bill defines the 3 cueing system as a method of reading instruction for identification of words by which a student is encouraged to draw on context and sentence structure to identify a word without sounding the word out or using a phonics-based approach. This definition does not include the 3rd cue, the visual cue, which encompasses the application of phonics knowledge in the reading process. When used with fidelity as intended, the 3 cueing system is an instructional approach that in fact incorporates the science of teaching reading. More precisely, the 3 cueing system proposes that skilled reading involves integrating information from print using semantic, syntactic, and graphophonic information on the page. There's a misconception that the cueing system somehow encourages students to guess at words instead of using phonics. However, when used correctly, the cueing system encourages students to apply their phonics knowledge to decode, then uses meaning and structure to monitor. I would love to invite anybody to come take a look at how we teach reading in Frisco ISD. We combine both the science of teaching reading and the 3 cueing system, and we're having some pretty good results there. With regard to the changes in the reading instruments, it's important to have local community input and feedback on issues as important as literacy instruction. And it's important to allow districts to continue to use reliable and valid reading instruments that are appropriate for our community rather than another state-mandated test. The requirement that districts use third-party tutoring for a student after 2 years of intervention ignores the fact that many factors influence a student's reading success and assumes that a third-party intervention is automatically more effective. Further, this structure does not take into account any growth in the student's performance in those 2 years. Additionally, we are unsure of the funding mechanism for this bill, so we're concerned that the requirement to use a third party would be an unfunded mandate. Finally, the provision that allows a parent to select a third-party tutor may conflict with state purchasing laws and could result in taxpayer money going to unqualified and unvetted vendors. Appreciate your time today. We look forward to working with the members of the committee to resolve any questions or concerns that we may have.
Do, when you talk about sort of combining, I guess more of a structured literacy and balanced literacy approach, do you divide that based upon the grade level? Or, I mean, do you start with a structured approach and move forward when kids have I guess, a better ability to comprehend?
It's somewhat grade level specific, pre-K through 2. There's an awful lot of, significant amount of phonics instruction. And as the students begin to show success there, we flip to a little bit more of this, I don't want to say balanced literacy because it's not quite that, but these other mechanisms of teaching and reading. We've learned that with our English learner students, sometimes we need to spend a little more time with phonics and some other pieces. And so it's really not grade specific. It's more of a just on a per student basis. I will admit that we've increased our purchase of phonics types instruction. We noticed a need there, just like most folks have recommended seen across the state, and it's been beneficial to us. It's using both pieces to meet the needs of students that we would like the ability to be able to continue to do.
Okay. So would you say that a curriculum, if you will, or a system in a school district that relied totally on balanced literacy or whole language or 3Qing would be appropriate in this day and time, knowing what we know about the science of reading?
No, I don't think either relying completely and totally on phonics instruction or completely and totally on balanced literacy is the right way to go. I think there's a happiness in the middle to meet the needs of students.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Members, any more questions for this witness? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair calls Casey Taylor, Excel in Ed. Thank you for being here today. We show you registered as Casey Taylor on behalf of Excel in Ed as the Policy Director, Early Literacy, Policy Director for Early Literacy, and we will show you testifying on the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Right,
thank you. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to address you here today. As a former Texas reading teacher and a current policy director for early literacy at Excel in Ed, I'm pleased to talk with you about literacy and the opportunity that you have before you today. So first, I'd like to address why Read by 3 matters. And let's take a national look. If you notice the slides that I believe you have in front of you, you'll see that students who are not reading proficiently in the 3rd grade are 4 times more likely not to graduate from high school. If they are African American or Hispanic, then they're actually 6 times more likely to drop out or to fail to graduate from high school. And if they are low income minority, they are 8 times more likely to fail to graduate from high school. 88% of students who failed to earn a diploma were struggling readers in 3rd grade. And 7 out of every 10 inmates cannot read above a 4th grade level. Reading is not only an educational issue, it's also an economic issue. The nation could be losing up to $2.2 trillion annually due to low adult literacy rates. It's important to think about the lifespan of the individual, and not just the individual, but how it affects their families and the community. Elementary school students have difficulty when they're reading for understanding, trying to complete assignments, reading directions to complete homework, reading and solving math problems, writing, or even reading a birthday card. And then when you move into adolescence, you continue to potentially struggle with some of those same issues, but then we add the struggle to follow instructions on a science experiment. We think about a milestone for a teenager to get their driver's license, but if they struggle to read the assessment, the test they have to pass to achieve that milestone, then they're at a great disadvantage. Filling out a job application can be challenging. Adults have difficulty reading to their children. When they are a struggling reader themselves, then they may struggle to read that bedtime story or to spend time in text with kids, helping with homework, reading and completing job and housing applications, a doctor visit, or insurance claims. The challenges can be endless. So let's talk briefly about the science of reading. We have a vast body of research that is known as the science of reading, and it refers to this large body that informs us how proficient reading and writing develop. Stanislaw Dehaene is actually a researcher from France who has done deep study into the brain, and he tells us and shows us in his research that the brain only learns to read in one way. And so it's important that this body of research is used to inform us about how to teach reading so that we can ensure that we're teaching in ways that the brain learns. And then beyond that, I have a picture on your slide that shows the simple view of reading. That goes back to the 1980s, 1986. Goff and Tunmer developed this model that shows the essential nature of decoding skills. That's phonemic awareness, it's phonics, and then multiplied times language comprehension to achieve reading comprehension. So to get to reading comprehension, students must be able to decode words, to perform word recognition skills. Language comprehension is acquired. Language itself is acquired. For most students, it comes more naturally. Word recognition is not the same. The brain must be explicitly taught how to read. So we know that effective policy strategically implemented works. As former Assistant State Literacy Coordinator for the Mississippi Department of Education, it has been my privilege and pleasure to be part of implementation in the literacy work in Mississippi. And you may be familiar with our story. Some people refer to it as the Mississippi Miracle. I can tell you that there was a lot of hard work that went behind that miracle. But our data changed drastically from 2013 at 209 on NAEP to 2019 at 219. We achieved the national average. Mississippi went from being 49th in the nation to, in 2022, 21st in the nation on NAEP results. So that's growth. Over the same time period, if you actually look at Texas NAEP results, I believe that you'll see that it's been pretty much flatlined since 1998 to present. And there's only really been about a 2-point differential over time for fourth grade reading rates on the NAEP for Texas. So there's opportunity. There's opportunity to support students and help them to achieve reading skills at a greater level of proficiency. So Mississippi took a comprehensive approach to early literacy through the policy. That was the basis for that. Educator training is essential, coaching for teachers, early identification, parent communication. Those are 4 of the areas of the comprehensive approach that I'd like to speak briefly to. We have to invest in educators. We have to build their knowledge and give them the critical skills to be able to develop literacy in students to help them be strong readers. Education preparation programs impact the teacher pipeline so that teachers can arrive day one ready to teach, ready to instruct their students in a way that's aligned to what the science tells us. We must support teachers' transfer of their knowledge into practice with literacy coaches. And then early identification of kids is a critical support so that we can use that data to know who needs additional help, we can identify the skills they need the help in, and we can deliver that targeted intervention to support them. Data is used to inform that intervention, and then parent notification within the 30-day period is critical. We have to have parents as partners. Finally, I'd like to talk briefly about the 3 cueing system. The model does not teach children to read. The 3 cueing system model embedded within whole language and balanced literacy programs is a widespread problem with how literacy instruction is taught across the nation. And it's one of the things behind the flatlined results that the nation has experienced in reading for a while now. The model teaches students to use strategies that are used by poor readers. These strategies include guessing based on context, sentence, syntax, visual images, mainly pictures. Oftentimes, words are, the actual letters are referenced, but it might be with the first letter of the word. They cover the rest of the word and ask the child to predict the rest of the word. We know from science that for children to learn to read, they must visualize and they must be able to apply sound to each letter in the sequence of the word. The three-cueing system model undermines sound spelling relationships, and it obscures phonemic awareness in phonics. It's the basis for popular programs in balanced literacy and whole language. It appears in intervention programs, these are the students who need the most critical support, and it continues to mislead teachers and hinder students' progress. Emily Hanford's recent podcast that has taken the nation by storm, it's called Sold a Story, and it addresses many of the problems that are present in three-cueing systems and balanced literacy programs. In 2021, Arkansas was the first state to adopt a policy that eliminated three-cueing in their curriculum. Louisiana has followed that in 2022. West Virginia, just in the past weeks, has passed a law that has also eliminated three-cueing. It's awaiting the governor's signature. It's important that we think about what Peggy Carr, the Associate Commissioner for Assessments at the Educations Department for National Center for Educational Statistics, has said, which is that reading struggles don't discriminate. We have a responsibility to ensure that all of our children are beneficiaries of literacy instruction, intervention, and curriculum materials that are high quality and ensure that they are able to learn to read. I'm happy to address any questions you may have.
All right, thank you very much. Members, any questions for the witness? I have one quickly. So
yes.
You explained with pretty, in-depth detail the science of reading, if you will. What's the science behind the three-cueing, the whole language? What was that? What made people think that was a good idea back in the day?
It started with Marie Clay, a New Zealand educator who tried different things, and she created the three-cueing system. And when you look into it, the research is actually not empirical research. It's more the body of research you'll find around it looks more at their application of their processes and less at what supports it. In most cases where they look at research that actually has studied programs that use that methodology, they might show an increase at first grade, but typically it shows a decline over time. And it actually there has been research that has come out that says that any programs that utilize three-cueing, that it actually does cause harm to reading development.
Okay, so this is a situation where the research now shows that employing those strategies is detrimental to kids learning to read, basically.
It does.
So like me as a veterinarian, if I was doing something every day that was detrimental to the outcome of the animal's health, I should probably stop doing that. Certainly take a hard look at.
I would certainly encourage it.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. Members, any more questions for this witness? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair calls Dr. Charles Luke, Coalition for Public Schools, and himself. We show you registered as Dr. Charles Luke on behalf of the Coalition for Public Schools and yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Chairman Buckley, members, thank you so much for the opportunity to come and give a brief testimony. We appreciate the intent behind the bill, what the bill aims to do. I think it addresses a very serious, important question. The coalition has concerns about Section 4 of the bill, which requires and mandates a private tutor after 2 years of unsuccessful attempted at reading interventions. And so because of that mandate, we always define a voucher in the coalition as something that statutorily mandates the diversion of public funds to a private entity. And because of that section, we have concerns that that's a voucher. I've visited with Chairman Dutton's staff and found them to be very wonderful folks who will have conversation. We're still in discussions about this bill. But that's the crux of my testimony, so I'll entertain any questions about that.
All right. All right. Thank you, Dr. Luke. Members, any questions? All right. Representative Schaefer.
Do you think that there are some tutors out there in the private sector that are good at what they do?
I'm sorry?
Do you believe that there are some tutors out there in the private sector?
Certainly,
that are-
certainly. It's not the tutors that we object to. It's the mandating that those private tutors are used. There are school districts right now who have contracts with private tutors and tutoring companies and who use them, but those are decisions that are made by the school district in concert with the parent. They're not mandated statutorily. It's a fine distinction, I'll admit, but it's one that is important to the members of the coalition. There's 40 groups in that.
Does Tyler remember that group? Do you know?
Tyler, no.
Okay.
No, sir.
So you would acknowledge that the practice of bringing in these either contract or private tutors at some point is a beneficial practice for these students, correct?
I mean, it just depends on the tutor, obviously, but it's possible,
generally
certainly, that it could be valuable to the child. But that's not the issue that we have. We have an issue with statutorily mandating the diversion of public funds to a private entity. Okay. And that's what Section 4 of the bill does. It could be pretty easily remedied by just saying after 2 years, the school district has to provide tutoring for the kid, and then let the school district and the parent in concert determine how that looks and what that looks like. So it may end up being a private tutor. It might end up being teachers who need extra money or extra time with the kid to tutor. You may have master teachers in your school that would be better and closer to the student. There's all kinds of options there, but what our objection is that mandating a specific option without allowing the school district to have exercise all those options.
And as the bill reads, it's only after 2 years of failure that this would be triggered, correct?
After 2 years of unsuccessful intervention, that's when that triggers that, yes.
Okay. So what type of intervention is taking place within those 2 years? Is it not the additional?
Well, it's the reading interventions that are listed in the bill. I think that, Chairman Dutton's aiming at trying to address a problem with a kid who's falling behind in reading and trying to get them up to speed, which is tons of research show that that's an important piece of education and one of the most important pieces of education. So as I said when I began the testimony, we really appreciate this gentleman's aim and his intent and what he's trying to do, and he always seems to be trying to focus on what's good for kiddos. So I don't think there is any malintent. I think it's just this one piece of the bill that the coalition would object to and say, let's allow more discretion with regard to that rather than saying, hey, you've got to use a private company or a private tutor or a private individual and direct the funds to them. That's where we would see a voucher take place.
Okay. But for the first 2 years, you have the public school as the intervention, and it's not working at this point. So the way it works, 2 years of public school intervention, and it's not working. And then so we're now moving to some folks in the private sector who specialize in this. That's the way I read the bill.
Okay.
And
well, again, if the parent and the school district say, hey, we don't seem to have anything that works here, and they want to do that, that's fine. But when you statutorily mandate it, you end up saying, we're going to divert these funds over here to these private entities.
But aren't you really just saying that the 2 years of public school intervention didn't work, and now we're going to try something else?
Well, no, that's what you're saying, Representative. That's not what I'm saying. I know that there may be people who come on board in those 2 years. I know there may be people who haven't been in the public school district before then who can come in and have been tried. Public school districts have lots and lots of pockets of expertise. And so there may be teachers who haven't tried with that kid who could do better. And so I think we're making that assumption, if you would, that it's just not working with the public school district, so we need to go private. That's not necessarily an accurate assumption,
Okay.
I don't think.
Okay. Well, I mean, I just think it's, if the goal is the child reading, and we try one business model for 2 years and it's not working, and we've got a long history now in this state of struggling with this third grade reading issue. if we've got some folks out there with some expertise on this, and they make their living doing this, I just worry about getting hung up on, you've got this nomenclature, you call something smells like a voucher, even though it may be good for the student, we're going to oppose it. Do you see how that kind of comes across that way?
I mean, I understand that it does to you, but that is not, the intent is not to just try to kill good practice by calling it a voucher. The concern that we have is that you end up spending public funds and mandating public funds to go to private entities. We're going to have this conversation in spades in tomorrow in Senate Ed Committee, because we have several ESA type voucher bills that are going to be offered, and we're going to have this in depth, and then most likely you guys will get to deal with those bills too. So the issue is not trying to stop any kind of appropriate or good quality educational practice. I promise you, that's not the intent. The intent is that we don't really want to have it start being mandated that public funds have to be spent on private entities. And in this case, I think a better educational practice, because there may be some options within the school district that would be better than the private tutors that are out there. So in this case, but they couldn't be used in this bill because this bill mandates that they have to be a private,
but that's only
third-party private tutor.
So how many tries do we get before we figure out a different way?
I'm not saying that there would be prohibited from that. I'm just saying once you mandate one option, and that option is you're going to spend public funds on a private entity, that looks like a voucher to me.
Well, it seems
and
like
so if we're really interested in providing the broadest range of intervention for this kid after 2 years, what if you've got a person you just hired who's just master reading teacher and has never worked with this kid before, and you want to try that teacher after 2 years under the way the bill's written? That's not possible, because you've got to have a third-party private entity.
But in the first 2 years, you do have those options.
Yes, but that's
so really the way.
But what I'm saying is, what if they just came on board? You know, you found this crackerjack person who's the best in the state, and they just came on board. They weren't here for 2 years before.
Well, it seems
but you don't have the option under this bill to use it because you've mandated that these public funds go to a private entity.
It seems like the way the bill's written is the mandate is that the public school gets 2 years to try to bring a child up to reading level. And at that point, it's not successful. So there's no option for the first 2 years. So the family has no option for the first 2 years. And then the only time a mandated option for an outside entity comes in is in year 3.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. What if after 2 years we just let the parent decide? I mean, because I'm thinking of myself as a parent. If I have 2 years and my child is still struggling, and there are options, it may be a crackerjack reading specialist comes in, that's one thing. But what if it's not there? I mean, what about then using those dollars to engage a private tutor?
So here's what I have a son who's got spina bifida, and he's graduated. He graduated last year. He goes to Weatherford College now. So for years, ever since Carson entered school, we had ARD committees because he was always in special education. And for years, we made decisions alongside the school district in an ARD meeting, and for years, as a parent, I engaged with the school district. There were a couple of times that there were certain things that they said, this is what we're going to try with Carson. And I said, no, don't want to do that. What I want to do is I want to try something else. But I worked with and I got to tell you, I was a school superintendent once upon a time, you know, but I never was a reading specialist. I never was an English teacher. I never was a science teacher. I didn't have those levels of expertise that those trained professionals have. So when I sat down with the science teacher to talk about accommodations for Carson, I didn't say, well, no, here's who I'm bringing in and we're going to use this person. I worked in concert with them because many times they had more information than I did about the subject. And I would imagine that could be the case here as well. So I'm not objecting to, we're not saying, and the coalition is not saying, I'm here on their behalf, is not saying, man, you can't ever use a private tutor. And the school district can't ever engage a private tutor. That's done every day around this state. What we're saying is, don't mandate that, and so that it becomes a vendor voucher by that mandate. Please don't do that. Just open that up, say, you know, the school district and the parents should work together or something like that. And I'm not against providing outside tutors. That's not what we're saying. When you mandate it, that's when that issue kicks in, and it could lead to some other pieces where vouchers can proliferate.
Okay, Representative Harrison.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. Two quick clarifying questions, because you've raised concerns over the provisions that would allow parents to choose their own tutoring service using, as you call it, public funds, although for the record, there's no such thing as public funds. There's only taxpayers' money that the government has custody over. Is your concern with that provision that you perceive that the bill as drafted contains a legal infirmity and that it would violate a prohibition on the expenditure of public funds for that purpose? Is that your primary concern?
Well, yeah, our concern is that it redirects public funds to a private entity by mandate.
Right, which is as you would see it, you would view that as a violation.
As a violation.
If that prohibition were not there, would that provision of the bill as drafted concern you?
Well, I'm sure for the coalition it still would, because simply there's concerns about when you start using public funds to private entities, there's a lot of issues with regard to how that looks and how that money, is there accountability? Is it equitable across the board? Just, when we're getting ready to have this conversation tomorrow, where we're going to be probably talking about separation of church and state, and because under the color of federal law and federal court decisions, if you have any kind of a voucher program, you got to include your religious schools. So anyway, there are a lot of things that this could potentially trigger that the coalition members are concerned about.
Okay, so the fact that there is as you would view it, a prohibition on the expenditure of those funds, that's not the material issue for you. The material issue is going outside of
it's an important piece of it, yeah, but it's not the only piece of it's not the only question that we and concern we have.
Well, and I heard you raise an issue that's of paramount importance to me, and I'm sure to all the other members of the committee as well, which is the issue of accountability. So I'm curious how things are going right now. While you were speaking, I pulled up the 2002 NAEP data for fourth graders. They don't test it for third, which is, I know, close to what we're talking about. So give or take a year on this. Do you know what percentage of Texas fourth graders are at or above proficiency when it comes to reading?
No, sir, not right now, no.
Happy to tell you it's 29.94%.
Okay. I'm not questioning the need for reading intervention.
Is it, or is it not?
No, it seems like we're conflating my concern with saying, okay, now you're against reading intervention, and that's not the case. And so I'm not contesting that reading intervention needs to occur. But you've got to admit that the bill as written now doesn't even allow for any option. It goes away, as Representative Schaefer himself pointed out. It goes away after 2 years. You can't use anybody in the school district anymore.
But in light of the fact that I just informed you that less than 30% of Texas fourth graders are at or above proficiency level in reading, is it or is it not your position that we need to be looking for a dramatically new approach?
Well, and I think the bill looks for interventions. I want to go back and say I appreciate the intent of Chairman Dutton's bill. It looks for ways to do that, and I think there are other bills out there that look for ways, and there are other methodologies that look for ways. I'm not not denying that.
Yeah, thank you. And last question: is what we are doing right now working, in your opinion?
I guess it depends on the school. You have to look school to school to see what's working.
Sorry, statewide, is what we are doing working?
Not based on those numbers.
Representative Schaefer.
I just want to clarify some points that you've made. So you mentioned that the schools today working with a private reading instructional company, that could be a good thing for schools to do that right now.
Yeah, they do it now, and I think sometimes with success.
Who pays them?
Well, they do.
Who's they?
The school district does, but it's not mandated.
But you.
And I started my comments with, when you mandate it, you create a voucher.
You have said multiple times that you have a problem with public money going to private organizations, and yet
Statutory diversion, statutory, the key word, diversion of public funds to private entities. We have public-private partnerships.
So it's okay if the
in the
local
state all
school
over the
district
place.
does it. It's okay if the local school diverts local tax dollars to a private tutoring company.
If they're working in a public-private partnership, which they often do, and they use vendors all the time, they have to buy, they sometimes outsource their cafeteria services. There's all kinds of those issues where public funds are used to engage services.
Right.
So I'm not questioning that about this
it
bill.
seems like
I'm questioning the statutory provision of that.
So
that's what creates the voucher.
If the local school district, the school board says, we're having problems with reading, third grade level,
right,
we're going to take tax dollars and pay a private company to come and help with tutoring.
Happens all the time.
You're fine with that.
That's right.
But if the state says they have to do that,
right.
Well,
because you're in charge of the state's public funds, and you're in charge of how that money gets dispersed. So our concern is that diversion creates a state level voucher system, and we don't, and that's the position of the coalition.
So a local voucher is okay.
Well, I wouldn't call it a local voucher.
What would you call it?
I would call it a private-public partnership or the use of funds to buy services. I mean,
We good? All right. Members, any more questions? Representative Harrison.
Just to follow up on Representative Schaefer's line of questioning, because I just really want to get my head around your position on this. The state of Texas at the state level created the prohibition that you have flagged as problematic. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You are totally fine and see no issue with a political subdivision of a state violating that prohibition.
I don't think they're violating anything. I think our state laws provide for all that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, any more questions of this witness? All right. Thank you, Dr. Luke.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Chair calls Amber Shields, Director, Early Matters, Dallas. All right, we show you registered as Amber Shields on behalf of Early Matters Dallas. You're the director, and you'll be testifying on the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
So I was before the committee previously, and I shared my background as a campus principal in Dallas ISD at N.W. Harley Early Childhood Center, where we are the only campus within the district that serves pre-K through second grade. So I know this level very well. Prior to that, I was also a kindergarten teacher and a third grade teacher, and my experience in teaching third grade really solidified for me the importance of interventions early on, as I had many third graders reach me that were reading at the same level as when I taught kindergarten. So given that after third grade, students are expected to transition from learning to read to reading to learn, the ability of our schools to get students on grade level and catch students up in reading early on can ripple to their success in other core academic subjects and beyond. Foundational literacy instruction rooted in the science of teaching reading and data-driven intervention by third grade is therefore critical in ensuring all students are on a path for academic success. So I've provided you guys with some slides, and I want to take a look and ground our conversation in some data. So this first slide, we've talked about the NAEP data, but looking at the state level, this first slide on the left-hand side, you'll see STAR third grade reading, as well as on the right, you'll see third through eighth grade STAR reading. So looking at the left, reading proficiency declined significantly during the pandemic, but following COVID, Texas students have rebounded. And we believe that to be due to intentional intervention efforts that have taken place at the state level, such as the HQIM pilots that we discussed previously, as well as Texas Reading Academies, which is implemented in House Bill 3, have supported early elementary teachers in learning the science of teaching reading and best practices in literacy instruction. So what that looks like is moving away from that 3Q approach and moving to more towards a structured literacy, which is supporting more of our students in becoming proficient readers prior to third grade. Nevertheless, we are still far away from reaching our goals. Currently, just 1 in 2 students meet on grade level proficiency in third grade reading. If we take a look at the next slide, this slide demonstrates how critical this is because Texas students who have fallen behind in reading by third grade, so those third graders that I taught, unfortunately, they rarely catch up. Data from TEA reveals that 95% of the students who were behind in third grade reading in 2017 did not catch up within 2 years. Putting this into perspective, with COVID learning loss, this mirrors research nationally, which shows if K-12 academic recovery efforts continue as is, students are projected to never make up their learning loss. In light of this, we must get it right early on and intervene before it's too late. This will require big commitments and actions by Texas adults in the education system. On the last slide, you can see a pre-K cohort study. So what's happening in those early years? That's what we need to look at. This slide shows statewide the regression from pre-K enrollment to kindergarten readiness to third grade reading. But more importantly, it really emphasizes the lack of objective data we collect as a state in between. How are we to support student success if we do not measure student proficiency and growth in these early years? I've seen it as a campus principal, and I've also seen it as a teacher. Coming out of the pandemic, my campus saw the importance of better tracking our progress monitoring for students who were falling behind. For example, we use assessments and diagnostic tools to inform data-driven interventions. I met monthly with grade level teams to dive into the early literacy assessments and determine which interventions were best suited for each student. We also involved our families in these conversations and discussed ways that they could support their students at home. The Science of Teaching really supported our campus in improving our literacy approach, and we had these same conversations as part of the intervention. House Bill 2162's focus on high-quality literacy assessments for progress monitoring, followed up by evidence-based targeted interventions in the early grades, will provide critical information that we need to improve third-grade reading outcomes across this state.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, Representative Hinojosa, please.
Thank you for your testimony. You've used the term HQIM, high-quality instructional materials. How does one evaluate whether something is a high-quality instructional material? Who makes that determination?
Currently, there are, well, I wouldn't say I'm an expert on this, so I would definitely refer to Representative Buckley, whose bill represents references high-quality instructional materials, but TEA does have a definition, as well as there are some other organizations who have put out a definition about what is high quality.
And is it your understanding that everybody's definition is the same, or do people see this differently?
I wouldn't feel comfortable speaking to that.
Okay, I appreciate your honesty in your answer. I'm trying to get to the bottom of how we know what is high quality and how we don't, because I think most agree that that we need to take an approach to reading that is grounded in data and that shows to provide results for most kids. One of the concerns I have as a mother with children in school is that, and you kept mentioning how we need to do assessments and data collection, and I just don't know that we can fit any more assessments in the school day, honestly. We do a lot of assessments in the school day, and it kills the joy of learning in our schools. And so I hope that we balance our approach. I don't think we're balanced right now. I think we lean heavy on the testing, on the assessments. And in terms of data collection, yes, it's great to have data, but my God, our teachers are already inputting so much data into systems. I got to imagine the data is there, and maybe we could do a better job on the administrative side, on the agency side of working through and understanding that data and not putting on our educators more requirements to do paperwork to create data.
I definitely share the sentiment that we want school to be a joyful place, and I promise if you visited my campus, it's one of the most joyful places that you could ever visit. But I do believe both of those things can be true. And I think one of the components of the bill that I appreciate is that the assessments, we are considering the age of the students, and we're only assessing 3 times a year. So at my campus, the assessments that we utilized were the ones already recommended by the agency, and we use those as the data points. And then teachers conducted their normal informal data checks with students, and that was the data we used to continuously progress monitor between beginning of the year, middle of the year, and end of the year assessments. So I do think that both things can be true. We can have a joyful environment, but we can also make sure that our students are receiving that high quality instruction that is grounded in the data. That's something that I also want as a parent, because my daughter has dyslexia, and early intervention was key in reaching her at where she is, and we found out in kindergarten. If it wasn't for those assessments, then I'm not sure that we will be able to have provided her the supports that she needs to be a proficient reader now in 2nd grade.
So, and it's hard from reading the bill to understand what assessments we're talking about. The way I read this bill, and I'll have a chance to ask the author when he closes, so it's possible that I'm misinterpreting it, is this is kind of the next layer to the reading academies. And so are the assessments that we're talking about, are they the map testing, or is this another type of assessment that we're talking about?
I would have to defer to the bill author. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Members, any additional questions? So let me just ask you, maybe I don't want to catch you off guard, but let's say you have 2 years of inadequate or unsuccessful progress, if you will, in bringing a young reader back. And you get to that 3rd year, as we spoke of for the previous witness. What's the best option there? I mean, at that point, it sounds to me pretty crucial. At that point, you're getting to a point of no return, aren't you?
Definitely. I think at that point, we need to, most districts do have an MTSS system in place where it is an intervention, and we have a flow chart that we're following. So if we put in high quality interventions for a consecutive of 2 years, we might need to look at next steps on whatever that intervention flow chart or structure is within a specific district. But I would definitely, I don't want to speak to the tutoring component because I would defer to the bill author. I don't feel informed enough about that component.
Is it possible that private tutors could provide much needed assistance at that point in a child's progress?
I think that could be helpful for some students.
Should a parent's inability to pay for it hinder them and make them have to choose something else that's suboptimal for a child?
Again, I would want to have the full picture prior to just speaking in affirmative about that.
Okay, so a young student is struggling, and we get to that point, and we haven't been successful. And at this point, we're not going to truly do what's best for the kid. We're going to defer because we're fearful of a parent making a choice to spend some money to provide what's best for that kid, right? I mean, you sound like you run you've been very successful schools and all that. And my hope would be that by 2 years of interventions, we would have.
That would be my hope as well.
At some point, it's maybe time for a second opinion.
Yes, most definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Members, okay, all right. We'll move on. Sorry. Chair calls Mary Lynn Perneda, Texas 2036. We have you, we show you registered as Mary Lynn Perneda on behalf of Texas 2036, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mary Lynn Perneda, Texas 2036, for the bill. So thankful for the opportunity to come and talk to you all today about reading and how important that is. I don't know if there's a single more important educational milestone that we have in a child's entire academic career than whether or not they can read on grade level by the end of 3rd grade. So we are so thankful for the chairman's leadership on this issue, and we are excited about this piece of legislation. I thought it might be important for me to provide some context about what 3Qing is and also what it it is not, because I know for me, this has been a learning process as we begin to work on this legislation. And again, to reiterate, the Sold to Story podcast on this issue is wonderful and so informative, and I highly recommend it. I think it's mandatory listening for the entire Texas 2036 team at this point. So very excited about it. There was a body of work in the 1970s that made an argument that effective readers actually used a series of questions to understand the reading. Imagine if you're reading a book about a dog going to a park and the student is asked to pose a series of questions. Do you see the dog? Yes, I see the dog. Where is the dog? The dog is in the park. It looks like an area that's in the park, and see, congratulations, you've read what's on the page. This model felt really good because this type of strategy, it emphasizes meeting students where they are. However, we do know one thing about kids. You don't just always need to meet them where they are. You can give them high and rigorous grade level expectations, and 65% of the time, they will rise to the occasion. And so we introduced this science called orthographic mapping. And within orthographic mapping, what we actually learned is how the brain masters and owns a word. So when you're taught phonics-based literacy instruction, you see the word dog. You've learned the letter D. D makes the D sound. Dog. You do that enough, you orthographically map the word dog onto your brain, and I love this part, you own the word. No one can take it away from you your entire life. That is the process of effective and science-based literacy instruction. And so you're with that child and they're reading a book about a dog and they say, dog, go to the park. Okay, well, what's the problem? It sounds like the kid's getting roughly to the same place. Well, what if the kid starts reading a book about a dog and a duck? The dog and the duck are in the park, but they begin to do different things that maybe aren't as obvious when they're using their informational strategies or their 3 cueing strategies to figure out what's going on the page. And all of a sudden, the dog is actually dancing, but the student just assumes that maybe the dog is sad or the dog is happy. They're roughly getting to the same place in terms of meaning. So you say, good job, you've understood what's on the page, but that dog is dancing. And this is so important because eventually we will all read books without pictures. And so that is why I think so many states are coming to this place. We have the science of literacy instruction. We understand how the brain works. We understand that the 3 cueing mode of educational instruction is no longer working for our children. So let's align our law with best practices and the things that are good for children.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is that it?
2 more. Carrie Griffith.
Okay. Chair calls Carrie Griffith, Texas State Teachers Association. We show you registered as Carrie Griffith. On behalf of Texas State Teachers Association, you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Chair. My name is Carrie Griffith, Texas State Teachers Association. I was also a former teacher. I started my decade teaching in a first grade classroom. I taught 22 very high poverty non-readers how to read in 9 months. It's something I'm good at. And I have also taught adult non-readers how to read. I ended my time in the classroom as a reading specialist, a dyslexia specialist, and an instructional coach for reading instruction. We are opposed to this bill only because of certain elements of the bill. Thank you. But we definitely support, assessing early readers and identifying deficits and intervening in those deficits. We support supplemental reading instruction for struggling readers. We support the bill's requirement that the supplemental reading instruction come from certified educators who are certified in the science of teaching reading and who have completed the reading academies. We have concerns with the requirement that the assessment and the intervention be implemented according to the commissioner procedures from high quality instructional materials. This sort of goes back to my previous testimony and just sort of the question about what are these high quality instructional materials, lowercase HQIM, meaning they're just instructional materials that the elected state body, State Board of Education, has approved through an open review process, or are they capital HQIM, which are materials that were procured outside of the SBOE process by the commissioner and being piloted in districts. Because if it's the latter, we feel like this would limit a district's local ability to select the materials that might be best for their students to intervene. And then our second concern with the bill is the Section 4, just the requirement to contract with third-party tutors. I spoke with the author's staff about the consideration that this money be used kind of in a la HB 4545 for supplemental instruction, and the money be used to pay educators to provide supplemental instruction. That concludes my comments on this piece of legislation.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay. Chair calls Laura Unish. Okay. I don't see Laura. We'll show Laura Unish testifying on behalf of herself, and we'll show her for the bill. All right. Thank you very much. All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2162?
I think Bonnie's is Neil.
Okay. If not, Chair recognizes Chairman Dutton to close on the bill. That was not a... Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, and members, for your attention to this. I will say this. Let me start by this. This is the one bill that, if it passes this legislature, or if it don't pass this legislature, what happens is going to dictate how Texas looks. It's going to dictate how Texas looks. And I know there, for example, Section 4 that talks about contracting with private entities. We're going to take the word private out because that's not what we intended, that it necessarily be confined only to third parties, because when we take it out, what happens is that, as you heard, local school districts can still contract with third party, which they do now. They do it right now. They contract with third party tutors, particularly under, as you heard just a moment ago, under House Bill 4545, which you passed last session. It creates a whole brand of tutors outside the school district. And so I will say this, and I know there may be questions, but this is one of those times where we can't afford to let perfection get in the way of the good, because we don't have that luxury. There are 5.5 million students in this state. When we talk about only 30% of them being able to read, think about that. 30% of them. Make it 40% if you want to, or 50%. But even then, that means you still got a problem in this state, a huge problem that relates back to every one of us. And it dictates that we do something about it. And I will tell you that as Texas becomes more of a state of color, of black and brown, it becomes even more imperative. Because what you heard in the testimony was that for somebody who is black, for instance, who can't read by third grade, they're 6 times more likely not to graduate. For Hispanics, for brown community, they're almost 7 and 8 times more likely not to graduate high school. And members, I will tell you, the statistic right now is that between the ages of 18 and 25 in Texas, we have 5 million people who don't have a high school diploma. Right now. Can you imagine a state that Texas gets to be 40 million people, and we've got 20 million people who haven't graduated high school? That means a lot. That means that we've got a problem. Because there are some states that have recognized that you heard about Mississippi. Mississippi changed their whole education system and changed their education outcomes because they did something about third grade. And I just want to say, Mr. Chairman and members, we don't have the luxury to wait. We got to do something today about what happens to our third graders, especially in terms of reading. And so I leave that with this bill, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Representative Hinojosa has a question, I believe.
Yes, thank you.
Chairman Dutton, I apologize, I wasn't able to ask you or be here for your opening, and you may have addressed this. The way I read this bill, it's a pretty prescriptive plan for how we catch kids up in reading kinder through grade 3.
3, yes.
Is that,
Right.
I mean, so.
Exactly.
I mean, we're saying, I think it's interesting, my son has dyslexia. He was pulled out from the classroom, and in a year, I mean, my kid has probably read more books, he's a 5th grader, than I have read in life.
Once you got him back on track.
Right, but I think I read this to say you can't pull the kid out, you have to do this during the school day, you have to use HQIM, which I'm not, again, I don't know if that's something that is only TEA approved, I don't know what that is.
Well, it is TEA approved. It is TEA approved because we didn't have anybody else, any other organization that we wanted to rely on. We figured that, I figured that we had some at least opportunity to help or to direct TEA to the extent that they were taking high quality instructional material and causing school districts to use it, particularly in terms of reading.
Okay, so this is pretty prescriptive plan for 2 years. The state is saying this is how you catch kids up in reading because we have a reading problem we need to address.
Right.
And then after that, then the district pays for private tutoring if that doesn't work?
Well, actually, we're going to take the word private out.
Okay.
Because that gives a whole different connotation than what we were trying to get at. What I was trying to get at was trying to design a system so that if the school where the child was going was having a problem getting the child caught up to reading, they wouldn't be eliminated from using an outside source.
But they would have to use an outside source
Yes.
under this bill.
Yes, if for the 2 years, they haven't been able to get the child caught up in reading, they would have to use it.
And who pays for that?
Right now, the bill says that the state would pay up to $1,000 for that tutoring.
Oh, so the state's paying for the tutoring?
Yes.
I thought the school district was paying for the tutoring after the 2 years.
Well, the whole idea is that the state would pay for it through the school district. And if that helps.
Oh, that does help. Then I did not understand this bill. Okay.
All right.
Appreciate that. So the state, this comes with a fiscal note and
Yes.
the money is being given to the school district
Yes.
to pay for the intervention. Okay, thank you.
Members, any more questions for Chairman Dutton?
Again, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just want to impress on the minds of this committee, we've got to do this, and we got to do it now. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The bill is left pending. Okay, wait a second. Okay. You want to do yours? Yeah. You good? All right, we'll do that. Which one is that?
27.
Okay. All right. Yep, you can do it from wherever. All right. All right. Chair lays out House Bill 2729 and recognizes Chairman Harris to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. As we've all seen and heard, the state of Texas is currently facing a teacher shortage. This committee has already heard other bills aimed at finding creative ways to attract and hire new teachers. The problem exists for pre-K educators as well. In an effort to streamline the hiring process and ease the stress on the education system caused by teacher shortage, HB 2729 requires pre-K program supervisors to have general certification, not administrator certification. If a district contracts with a pre-K program, the contractor must strive to adhere to the class ratio requirement of 11:1. This bill seeks to better leverage the existing pre-K infrastructure through public-private partnerships, fully utilizing high-quality, trained educators and child care professionals trusted throughout our communities. This legislation would give schools more flexibility in finding personnel. The ISD could have certified administrators in other areas to support the program supervisor. Thank you, members. I reserve the right to close and defer to the witnesses to speak for the bill.
All right, members, any questions for Chairman Harris? All right, Chairman Harris, will this bill in any way decrease the educational requirements for those that choose that would have the ability to teach our kids?
No, sir. I'm actually working on a committee substitute that will clarify that exact part. And make sure that it's clear that educators and community-based providers operating in a pre-K partnership to complete certain recognized certifications that pertain specifically to the management of a pre-K classroom and appropriate for the development stage of pre-K students.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Members, any more questions for Chairman Harris? All right. If there are no further questions, we'll proceed to testimony. The chair calls Melissa Hoisington, Primrose Schools, and herself.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley.
Thank you for being here today. We show you registered as Melissa Hoisington on behalf of Primrose Schools and yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
Yes. So yes, thank you, Chairman Buckley and members of the committee. I'm Melissa Hoisington, testifying in support of HB 2729. I've been with the Primrose School of Hickory Creek in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex for 20 years, 10 of those as an owner. There are 138 Primrose schools across Texas, all individually family-owned. These schools are our passion and our livelihood. As a member of the Texas Early Learning Council and past president of the state's licensed child care association, I've worked with child care providers of all types and sizes, large and small, corporate, mom and pop, rural and urban. Over the last several years, no matter the differences in our centers, we've shared one thing in common: difficulty hiring and retaining our workforce. While it's never been easy, the ability to keep our best employees has never been harder. We know this workforce challenge has impacted many sectors of our economy, but childcare is different. When we can't staff our schools, Texans cannot go to work. Under current law, public pre-K programs must have a certified teacher in each classroom. HB 3 made this change in 2019 at a time when no one could predict the shift in the workforce we are now experiencing. It is another significant obstacle to the public-private preschool partnerships envisioned by HB 3. HB 2729 seeks to alleviate this staffing hurdle by utilizing certified teachers in a supervisory role for partnership classrooms and enabling qualified childcare educators to lead classroom instruction. This will leverage the existing workforce of both public schools and childcare providers in a way that help partnerships grow. Existing pre-K partnership guidelines ensure childcare educators meet a number of standards, including credentialing, years of experience, and working in nationally accredited programs. Primrose educators are more than qualified. We work hard to ensure our teacher tenure is high. In my school, I have a number of educators with bachelor degrees. Many of my staff have been with me for more than 5 years. 5 members of my leadership team and course staff have been with me for 10 to 15 years. Our training and professional development exceeds any state requirement. Some stakeholders believe the change in this bill will impact the quality of preschool partnerships. Primrose schools are nationally accredited, and my neighborhood public schools would benefit from working with my staff. They would learn as much from us as we would from them. Chairman Harris and stakeholders can reach consensus on this issue. Primrose supports HB 2729, and we're confident that the committee substitute will help address workforce challenges and create the opportunity for quality partnerships. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Well, for the record, my grandson, who's 2, attends a Primrose School in Fort Worth.
That's fabulous. I know the owner, and she's watching right now. If it's one of those 3, she owns.
Yeah, Fort Worth West.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that might be. Fielders.
Members, any
That's
questions for this witness?
And we do invite you anytime to come and visit in the off season, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Chair calls Brenda Schultz from the Learning Experience. Okay, all right. We're going to show Brenda Schultz from the Learning Experience, made it go away, testifying. Come there. Sorry, testifying for the bill. All right. All right, we'll move on. Chair calls Catherine Davis, Child Care Associates. That's all right. All right, thank you. All right, we show you registered as Catherine Davis on behalf of Child Care Associates, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
I'd like to amend my testimony to be on the bill, pending a committee sub that limits this only to pre-K partnership classrooms.
Okay, so we need to change that. So you'll be Catherine Davis testifying on behalf of Child Care Associates, and you'll be on the bill.
Correct.
Okay. We're going to get that taken care of real quick. Just 1 second. Where this at? I'm sure how to do that. I don't know. There's a way to do it. Okay. Sorry about the delay.
Well, that's what it always been. What happens if you just take care of it? So, no, that's okay. That's it. Just be
She's going to testify on the bill.
She's stopped testifying over substance.
And she hasn't yet.
But she said she wanted to change it.
Yes.
So
Yes.
that's testified.
Okay.
Now you can change position. And then just let yeah, she has to testify that way. We know that she said she would.
Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. All right. So now we have you as Catherine Davis representing, or excuse me, on behalf of Child Care Associates testifying on the bill.
Correct.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Got you. Continue.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Davis. I'm the Director of Policy for Child Care Associates in Fort Worth and Tarrant County, here to testify on House Bill 2729. CCA is one of the largest early education agencies in North Texas, supporting approximately 20,000 young children and working families and over 1,000 licensed child care programs across our community. In 2021, CCA partnered with Responsive Ed Public Schools to launch Pre-K Today, a pre-kindergarten partnership program designed to increase access to pre-K for young children of working parents by enabling them to receive it within the context of full-day childcare. As we attempted to design a functional and equitable partnership model, it became clear that the systems and standards for pre-K in Texas were just not designed with childcare programs in mind. They were designed to work in schools and schools only. Today, only 17% of child care educators in Texas have a bachelor's degree, meaning far fewer have both a BA and a teaching certification. Why? Low pay, long hours, and disjointed professional pathways have made it nearly impossible for child care educators, largely women and women of color, to advance in their education and career without leaving the profession. Those who do have a BA typically leave child care to earn $20,000 to $30,000 more per year in public schools. Because of this, we saw firsthand when designing Pre-K Today that the most significant challenge facing high-quality childcare programs to deliver state-funded Pre-K is their inability to provide a fully certified and degreed teacher. The Pre-K Today model, which operates Pre-K 3 and 11 independent TRS-4 childcare programs, addresses this challenge by meeting childcare educators where they are while still ensuring high-quality learning opportunities for young children. In our model, CCA functions as a hub of support, providing a fully certified master teacher to provide on-the-job instructional coaching and support for the non-certified childcare educators in each of our Pre-K 3 classrooms. In our efforts to support, not replace, existing childcare educators, Pre-K Today classrooms are outperforming school-based Head Start programs, which require bachelor degree teachers based on the class observation tool. CLASS is a gold standard, evidence-based tool used to support and measure quality in early education classrooms. Classrooms with high CLASS scores are highly correlated with strong child outcomes. This confirms what many of us already know. Quality early educators aren't only developed in college classrooms, but also from rich on-the-job learning experiences. House Bill 2729 empowers a successful educator model like Pre-K Today to expand into Pre-K 4 classrooms and replicate across other communities. It creates the flexibility for non-degreed and non-certified, yet experienced early educators who meet recognized high-quality accreditations to teach Pre-K under the supervision of a fully certified teacher. This bill, if limited to partnership classrooms only, will improve access and choice for working families by allowing child care programs an equitable way to participate in our state-funded pre-K system. Further, Texas would join approximately 17 other states who have unique sets of teacher standards for community-based pre-K programs and differing standards for school-based pre-K programs. Texas was one of the first states to adopt pre-kindergarten 30 years ago. However, today we lag behind most states in our efforts to support working families through the equitable inclusion of community-based child care programs. House Bill 2729, if limited to partnership classrooms only, can immediately level the playing field for child care and, more importantly, expand quality pre-K among our youngest learners. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you for being here. Chair calls Brian Gutman, Learning Care Group. Hi there. We show you registered as Brian Gutman on behalf of the Learning Care Group, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Chairman Buckley, members of the Public Education Committee, it is a privilege today to be here and testify in support of House Bill 2729. My name is Brian Gutman. I am Director of Government Relations for the Learning Care Group. We provide high-quality early care and education for children ages 6 weeks to 12 years through our 1,070 locations nationally and 119 schools in Texas. We're proud to be among the largest providers in the state with the capacity to serve more than 21,000 children per day and employing more than 2,000 educators and school staff here in Texas. As a community-based provider deeply committed to ensuring that young children benefit from high-quality preschool provided in a developmentally appropriate environment, we applaud ongoing efforts to build upon House Bill 3 of 2019 and expand access and affordability. If well implemented, Texas Pre-K can provide greater access to high-quality early childhood programming for families that need it most through robust partnerships between ISDs and community-based providers. In order to make this vision a reality and support the broader Texas workforce, we first must ensure that educators at every level of the education system are prepared and supported to serve the children in their classrooms well every day. This requires changing how things are currently being done. Currently, each teacher in a pre-K partnership classroom must also hold Texas teacher certification, in addition to the training needed to succeed in a preschool classroom. This means having at least a bachelor's degree, completing an educator prep program, and passing a certification exam. A review of the course catalog for a pre-K elementary childhood through 6 generalist certification at a major Texas university shows that in addition to the gen ed courses like business calculus, a significant portion of the course load is focused on elementary level education. Simply put, these courses do not align with the needs of Texas preschoolers and the demands of the job. The 2022 Texas Pre-K guidelines, which we'd be required to follow in a partnership, focus on social and emotional development like self-regulation, literacy standards such as identifying rhyming words, and building math and science familiarity through informal and hands-on experiences. House Bill 2729 would build off the strong example provided in Florida, where free pre-K has been available to 4-year-old children since 2005. Like in Florida, House Bill 2729 recognizes various pathways for pre-K teachers to have the qualifications and experience to effectively support the state's youngest learners. This includes a Child Development Associate credential, relevant associate degrees, and extensive experience, in addition to a bachelor's degree in a related field. By requiring program supervision by a certified educator, House Bill 2729 would promote quality teaching and learning in pre-K classrooms while alleviating the additional strain on Texas's K-12 workforce. We urge members of the committee to support House Bill 2729, and I'd welcome any questions you may have.
All right, thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair calls Kathleen McHenry, Early Care and Education Consortium. We show you registered as Kathleen McHenry on behalf of the Early Care and Education Consortium, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Chairman Buckley and members of the committee, it is a privilege to be here today in support of House Bill 2729. My name is Kathleen McHenry. I am the Director of State Government Relations for the Early Care and Education Consortium. We are a nonprofit alliance of multi-state, multi-site childcare providers with over 6,500 programs nationwide. Here in Texas, where I live, our members operate almost 650 locations with the current capacity to serve over 93,000 children, employing around 10,000 educators and staff. Access to an early learning program plays a critical role in supporting a child's development, the ability for parents to participate in the workforce, and our overall economic strength. As you know, House Bill 3 from 2019 required school districts to offer preschool to eligible students, and it encouraged formal public-private partnerships with local early learning providers to deliver those services. Expanding partnerships is the most effective and efficient way to offer more families access to a variety of preschool programs across Texas, ensuring support for our current workforce and the school readiness of our future workforce. This bill addresses one major barrier preventing successful partnerships, the requirement that all teachers in pre-K classrooms, including those operated by local providers, hold a teacher certification. For community-based centers in Texas, who have roughly 80,000 fewer teachers than before the pandemic, this requirement makes staffing classrooms challenging and prevents experienced individuals from being hired to teach in those classrooms. The certification alone does not indicate or guarantee the skills necessary to meet the needs of 3- and 4-year-old children. Removing this requirement that every teacher in a pre-K classroom hold a certification allows Texas to expand preschool access to more children and families. Retaining the existing requirement that a pre-K teacher hold important job-related credentials specifically rooted in the developmental needs of young children, such as the Child Development Associate credential, ensures that our children will be taught by a teacher specifically trained to prepare children for kindergarten. Finally, requiring teachers to be supervised by a certified educator will promote continuous learning, support professional development, and ensure the overall quality of services. These changes, if made to partnership classrooms, will allow children to benefit from individuals with different sets of experience and knowledge, ultimately improving the quality of environments in which children learn. For these reasons, I urge the committee to advance House Bill 2729. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, members. Any questions for this witness? All right. Chairman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kathleen, I just wanted to say thank you for the great work you're doing and trying to make sure that the state of Texas has an effective and a good early education system throughout the entire state. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, sir.
Members, any more questions for this witness? All right. Thank you very much. Thanks
Thank
for being
you.
here. Okay. Chair calls David Fagan, Director of Early Learning Policy, Texans Care for Children. We show you registered as David Fagan.
Yes, well done.
All right. Director of Early Learning Policy, Texans Care for Children, testifying on the bill.
Yes, sir.
May begin.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is David Fagan. I'm representing Texans Care for Children, and as you said, testifying today on House Bill 2729. We appreciate Representative Harris for working to address the significant challenge of ensuring that our state's pre-K programs are well-staffed, as well as your stated goal with the substitute to support pre-K partnerships. However, we do have some significant concerns with some of the specifics of the bill as filed. We believe that further work is needed to ensure that the bill does not inadvertently, unintentionally lower the quality of pre-K for our most at-risk students. So just laying out that decades of research have shown that students whose teachers had higher levels of educational attainment showed greater gains in cognitive, social, and emotional development. In fact, all rigorous studies that this committee has relied on around pre-K's positive impacts have shown those long-term positive impacts because of highly qualified and equitably paid educators. For this reason, Texas required that all lead teachers in public pre-K programs are certified and have specialized training in early childhood education. HB 2729 as filed would remove that certification requirement and does not currently replace it with some of the sufficient early childhood training and specializations that we think is needed to ensure that quality is not impacted. So there's no question, and I want to be very clear about this, there's no question that there are extraordinary Texas childcare educators today who have an associate's degree or never went to college at all. Many of them have honed their skills working for decades in high quality settings, and I would have no qualms whatsoever about sending my baby nephew to those programs today. There are amazing educators that don't have that background. But as I said, they had to hone those skills. Early childhood education is hard. It is highly skilled, and it is so important for school readiness, and it requires us to have teachers who are ready to succeed on day one. And I do want to also remind the committee of who is eligible for our state's pre-K program today. It's predominantly children who are very low income, whose native language is not English, who may have been in the foster care system or been homeless. They need and deserve the very best and most well-equipped educators. So to strengthen the bill, we strongly recommend limiting the bill to pre-K partnerships rather than all ISD pre-K programs. Once that is done, we'd also recommend rethinking and reworking some of the list of alternatives. There's things in there that we think are constructive and maybe some that could be reworked to ensure teachers are still well qualified. Furthermore, we think it is critical that the bill ensures that these educators are not paid less than their counterparts. We don't want our public pre-K programs to be subsidized on the backs of underpaid educators, and our salary bands right now are attached to the certification. Finally, we'd recommend time-bounding the bill as a response to this teacher workforce shortage, with work in the meantime to transition to certification. We really hope we can work with you, Representative, on some of those things in your office, who we've had great conversations with, and I'm happy to answer any questions that y'all have. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you for being here.
All right, thank you.
Members, just want to note that the Texas Workforce Commission has a representative here as a resource witness. If you'd like to hear from them, just let me know. All right. Chair calls Amanda Pacina. Did I say that right?
You did.
God, I'm on a roll.
You are on a roll.
We show you registered as Amanda Pacina on behalf of KinderCare Learning Centers testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Chairman Buckley and honorable members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Amanda Pacina, and I've worked for KinderCare for 10 years and 13 years as a center director. I currently run our KinderCare at Bergstrom Tech Center, which is a partnership with the City of Austin. I'm here to speak in support of House Bill 2927. Prior to my current role, I was a center director here in Austin, where I administered a preschool partnership contract with our ISD partners. When operating smoothly, this is a great program. The children have high access to high quality care, early learning experiences, and the families are grateful for the preschool opportunity. Our biggest challenge with administering the program was workforce. If we could find a teacher with a K through 12 certification, this candidate was almost always recruited by the school district, making it impossible to sustain the program as prescribed under House Bill 3. As a result, Texas is underutilizing the existing qualified and credentialed preschool workforce. House Bill 2729 would change the workforce requirement while ensuring that only credentialed and qualified teachers lead partnership classrooms. Doing so maximizes the existing workforce who are trained in child development and leverage our developmentally appropriate instruction to meet the needs of 3- and 4-year-olds. In the end, children and working families eager to find quality, affordable preschool stand to gain the most from this approach. For these reasons, KinderCare supports House Bill 2729 and respectfully request your aye vote.
All right. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Cody Somerville, Texas Association for the Education of Young Children. We show you registered as Cody Somerville, Executive Director, Texas Association for the Education of Young Children, and yourself testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley, members of the committee. Our association is the state's largest association for early childhood professionals with nearly 3,000 members, which include educators and administrators working in child care programs, Head Start programs, and public schools. Thank you, Representative Harris, for your concern for the pipeline of early childhood educators in our state. It is a critical issue causing challenges for child care programs, school districts, and working families. Since the 84th legislative session, when Governor Abbott named early education his first emergency priority, the legislature has passed multiple bills strengthening our state's pre-K program. HB 2729 is a step backwards in the state's efforts to ensure young Texans get a good start at the beginning of their educational journey. Under HB 2729 is filed, a school district to be able to hire an 18-year-old with minimal training to serve as a pre-K teacher. Can you imagine leaving your 3 or 4-year-old child or grandchild with an 18-year-old and 21 other children? The work of early childhood educators requires specific knowledge and skills and necessitates robust training prior to being charged with the education and well-being of young children. The Texas Teacher Vacancy Task Force states in their final report, the highest leverage opportunities to reduce teacher vacancies includes increasing compensation, providing quality training and support, and improving working conditions for teachers. The task force outlines comprehensive recommendations, none of which come close to suggesting that reducing qualifications will support the pipeline of teachers. Certified teachers are afforded a range of benefits from a state minimum salary schedule to paid planning time to a duty-free lunch. Eliminating certification requirements could jeopardize these benefits and therefore have negative consequences on the recruitment and retention of early childhood educators. We recognize the need for flexibility to facilitate pre-K partnerships. Pre-K partnerships are a critical tool to supporting families' options for early learning and protecting the availability and affordability of childcare. Child care programs are facing hiring challenges, but these challenges are driven by low wages, which are in part connected to low education requirements. Reducing qualifications permanently, even for just pre-K partnership sites, will further perpetuate pay disparities between child care programs and public schools. We recommend that HB 2729 be amended to restore certification requirements for pre-K teachers and provide TEA the authority to grant waivers for non-certified pre-K teachers as they seek certification. These waivers should make special considerations for early childhood educators teaching in pre-K partnership sites. Happy to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you for being here. Chair calls Megan Morrow, Texas Association of Business. Okay. We show you registered as Megan Morrow, Senior Vice President, Policy and Advocacy, Texas Association of Business, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct. Chairman Buckley and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Megan Morrow. I'm here to testify in favor of HB 2729 on behalf of the Texas Association of Business. TAB is the state chamber of commerce and the state affiliate of the National Association of Manufacturers. TAB represents members across every industry, sector, and size, as well as their local chamber partners across the state. Preschool access is a two-generation workforce issue essential to support the workforce of today and imperative to develop the workforce of tomorrow. As part of TAB's priority package, we have language specifically supporting increased access to affordable, high-quality childcare and before and after school programming. HB 2729 will remove a barrier to preschool access by removing an obstacle to public schools opening their doors to children currently eligible to attend publicly funded pre-K. With HB 3 from the 86th legislature, Texas took a huge step towards strengthening our economy by helping some Texans who did not have access to high-quality early childhood education by allowing them access to it. A large part of HB 3's plan for delivering pre-K education in Texas was pre-kindergarten partnership programs, which empowers districts to serve more children with less cost to the districts by partnering with licensed preschool providers. However, it did impose a new licensing requirement that had not been previously applied.
With current teacher shortages, we support removing this barrier while still requiring the specific skills and training needed to ensure schools can utilize pre-K partnerships. When parents have affordable and trusted options for their children, they will be able to reenter the workforce and keep the Texas economy moving. And this is an issue that we hear about often from our broad membership base. For these reasons, TAB strongly supports HB 2729. We thank you, Chairman Buckley, Chairman Harris, and members of this committee for your leadership to make sure Texas remains the best place to do business.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Tricia Cave, Association of Texas Professional Educators. All right. We show you registered as Tricia Cave on behalf of the Association of Texas Professional Educators, testifying, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I want to clarify that it's against the bill as currently written. And Chairman Harris's office could not have been more helpful or kind when we met with them yesterday. And we look forward to continuing to work with you on the bill.
All right.
Hello, Chairman Buckley and committee members. My name is Tricia Cave, and I represent the Association of Texas Professional Educators, and we are opposed to HB 2729. High-quality pre-kindergarten is extremely important to the development of our students. Brain research shows that early childhood is a critical time in brain development. Data shows that students who are given the ability to attend preschool are able to get a strong head start in the skills that they will need for success in the future. ATPE has consistently supported increased access to high-quality pre-K programs. Unfortunately, HB 2729, as written, would water down teacher quality in pre-kindergarten programs. As currently written, this bill would require preschool teachers to only have an associate's degree rather than a bachelor's degree. ATPE generally opposes measures which would lower teacher standards, especially in the early childhood years. According to TEA's own website and materials on high-quality pre-kindergarten components, quote, one of the most important indicators of quality is the presence of qualified teachers who have attained a bachelor's degree and some additional specialized content in early childhood development or early childhood education. Teachers who graduate with bachelor's degrees in early childhood education receive valuable training in child development and early childhood education. They receive specialized training in how to teach the foundational skills children need in order to acquire reading and computation skills. Finally, they learn the pedagogy and classroom management skills needed to work with our youngest students. Teachers with an associate's degree would not receive this specialized training. While we firmly believe that we must maintain the quality of pre-K teacher workforce, we do acknowledge that we have recently substantially increased the need for additional pre-K staff during a teacher shortage. In order to reconcile the need to maintain long-term quality with current staffing challenges, our suggestion is to take a structural idea from Representative Shaheen's bill, HB 621. We suggest allowing people with a CDA to have access to a temporary non-renewable certification. Candidates teaching on this temporary cert would then need to complete their bachelor's degree before being eligible for a standard certification. We would be willing to work with the bill author on language to achieve this. Thank you for your time, and I am happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you very much. Okay. Chair calls Kimberly Coffrin, Children at Risk and Self. We show you registered as Kimberly Coffrin, Senior Director of Education, Children at Risk and Self, and you'll be testifying on the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. Benjamin Franklin is attributed of saying, by failing to prepare, we are preparing to fail. I think any Texan would agree that when you're starting a job, being better prepared for your first day has better outcomes you will produce. That is especially true for teaching, where teachers are responsible for the learning and the development of the children in their care. I want you to try to imagine explaining writing to a 4-year-old. How would you explain that this arbitrary symbol they see on the page can represent the sound that they can hear, and that every word they hear have been learning since birth is a combination of sounds that are represented by symbols? And how do you explain that to 22 children at the same time? And none of us remember how we are how we learn math. We just know that 4 is 4. But by teaching these skills requires knowledge of the science of brain development and the progression of key skills. Pre-K teachers are responsible for specific learning outcomes laid out with the Texas Pre-K guidelines. Teaching the early childhood years may not be rocket science, but it is brain science. The foundation of learning that occurs before the age of 5 is setting children up for a lifetime of learning. In Texas, our pre-K programs are open to children in most need. They are children of low-income families, children who are learning English as a second language, children who have been in foster care or homeless. These are the children that are in need of the most skillful teachers that we have. And yes, we have a teacher shortage, and I am sympathetic of that teacher shortage. However, the answer is not the answer to the teacher shortage isn't to simply reduce qualifications for teachers. It is best to increase pathways for those teachers and to increase compensation. HB 2729, currently as written, does not increase those pathways. We would like the committee to consider adding additional language that will better prepare teachers to support the children's development effectively. By adding more time-bound waiver to allow educators to serve as a teacher of record while continuing their education. Limit these exceptions to pre-K partnership classrooms. More clearly define the roles and responsibilities of the pre-K program supervisor in the bill language to give appropriate expectations for professional development supports. And potentially create pathways for the ECE certification for educators who have not yet obtained formal education by considering competency-based certification. We thank you for your time today and happy to answer any questions.
All right, members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you for being here. Okay.
Brian Daniel.
Is he, were you going to call him?
Yeah, he signed up to testify.
Okay, got it. Okay. Chair calls Brian Daniel, Chairman, Texas Workforce Commission. Show you registered as Brian Daniel on behalf of the Texas Workforce Commission as Chairman, and you'll be testifying on the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank
and
you.
Mr. Chair, I primarily came as a resource witness, but certainly there is a workforce issue. We've been monitoring this issue. I think this bill certainly does offer some relief to that issue, and certainly something that I think the legislature's given some very serious consideration to, and so we're interested in seeing this bill.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2729? If not, Chair recognizes Chairman Harris to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Appreciate everyone's patience and time listening to all the testimony. I appreciate everyone who showed up to testify. And like I said in my opening layout, we are working on a committee sub, and we'll continue to work with the stakeholders to come to consensus as close as we can. So with that, I close and request favorable recommendation.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Harris. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The bill is left pending. Let me get back here. Let's see. Are you ready?
Yes, 1614.
Chair lays out House Bill 1614 and recognizes Chairman Dutton to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for letting me lay this bill out. In 2019, House Bill 3, we expanded pre-K options by asking school districts to partner with child care programs. There's one problem that developed from that. There may be some others, but I'm only dealing with one. And it has to do with eligibility. Under pre-K eligibility, it's based on 185% of the federal poverty guidelines. Under child care eligibility, though, it's based on 85% of the state median income. And so those two don't really correlate, and so that's been somewhat of a problem. So what this bill does, House Bill 1614, just says that any child who qualifies for child care also qualifies for pre-K. And that's really all it does. It doesn't increase the number of kids, but it relieves some of the confusion in the program as to who's eligible. And I'll be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right, members, any questions for Chairman Dutton? Okay, no questions. We'll proceed to testimony. Chair calls Kristen Brown, Lyford CISD. Okay. All right. We'll show Kristen Brown, Superintendent of Lyford CISD and self, testifying on the bill. Chair calls Sharon Perry. Is she registered?
Yeah, she's registered.
Okay,
it's just not showing up over there.
Okay, we show you registered. We show you registered as Sharon Perry on behalf of yourself and Kids Are Kids, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. You may begin.
Thank you, Chair Buckley, Dr. Allen, Chairman Dutton. I'm testifying, for this bill. Myself personally, I'm an engineer by degree. I have all the obstacles against me. I grew up in rural Mississippi on a farm. I'm a product of Head Start. No one said I should be where I am today. But that didn't happen without outside sources and outside people assisting. Through our local college, providing reading program, extra reading programs, so that I got an opportunity to get access to high quality education. In a rural state where we're always at the bottom of the list when it comes to education. I see this bill and the qualifications for a 3-year-old to be able to attend pre-K services in a time where it's very unaffordable for a child to attend pre-K services. I think it's necessary to adjust the qualification criteria that allows a child to attend pre-K services, and that our focus be really about the children. It should not be about funding. It should be about ensuring that every child gets an opportunity for a successful start in life, not based on their parents' income, but an opportunity for quality education, whether that's through an ISD, whether that's through an early childhood provider. We are going to have to stand up and say that we are for the children, and we're not going to be making decisions just based on the financial accessibility of a parent to be able to afford for their child to attend pre-K services.
All right. Thank you, members. Any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for coming.
Okay, chair calls David Fincher.
So, there it is.
That's all right. All right, we show you registered as David Fincher on behalf of NCCC and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct. My name is David Fincher, and I'm a child care provider from the Dallas area. And I've had to have people hold me in my seat every time y'all would ask if anybody else wanted to testify on different bills. 1605, 2929, all of them. So I'm going to try to address all of them with my testimony.
All right, 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Well, Chairman Dutton, thank you for this bill. It's a step toward developing the delivery system that we need for our pre-K children. Sorry.
Pull it closer, pull it down. There you go.
Okay. It's a step that we needed toward developing our delivery system for our pre-K children. And the reason that I say that, and I just addressed the pre-K children here, is that in school year 21-22, out of the 400,000 4-year-old pre-K kids in the state of Texas, approximately 90,000 of them never darkened the door of a pre-K classroom. So partnerships are extremely critical to that. But even farther than that, we do have data from TEA that says that we started down this road of doing state-funded pre-K in 1995, and it was because we had 50% of them were getting to kindergarten not ready. And we also said especially in House Bill 3 in 2019, that we wanted this policy, our policies here, to affect the third grade reading scores. Unfortunately, it hasn't done either. In 28 years, we've not improved our kindergarten readiness, and we've not improved our third grade reading scores. And part of that is we're not getting to all of those pre-K kids. They don't have the opportunity to attend a quality pre-kindergarten program. However, the ones that do, we have numbers from TEA that says that from the children who attend a public pre-K program, approximately 69% were kindergarten ready in 21-22. Also using that data, we've discovered that out of the children who attended pre-kindergarten in a qualified early learning provider classroom, about 87% of them were ready for kindergarten. So if we have a concern, if failure to partner is because of a concern of lack of ability of the early learning providers to community-based early learning providers to provide a quality program, the numbers say that's not warranted. A higher percentage of the kids from the community-based early learning providers are being assessed in beginning of year assessments as kindergarten ready than those that are coming out of our public.
We wrap it up? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, you good? No.
I'll stop.
Finish your thought. I don't want to cut you off in the middle.
We're good.
You good? Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, David.
Chair calls Charles Zemanek.
You got that one?
We show you registered as Charles Zemanek on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
All right. Go ahead.
Well, howdy. My name is Charles Zemanek. I'm a principal in Nacogdoches ISD. I'm over the Early Childhood Learning Center, and, career educator, what I learned is you read your audience, and when your audience needs you to pivot, you pivot. So I'm giving you my prepared testimony, but my East Texas drawl puts people to sleep. So I'm going to go ahead and just give you a very quick, brief, and informative piece of why I'm in support of this piece of legislation. Specifically, what this House bill does for me is my district has tasked me with increasing partnerships with our ISD and our private child care facilities in Nacogdoches. My school has 257 students and a max capacity of 260. Without being able to go to the bonds and produce new construction, although we have renovated buildings, what this allows us to do is tap high-quality early childhood opportunities right on our own back door. My campus only has the ability to serve 4-year-olds. So not only do we not have the ability to serve all of the 4-year-olds, we have critical needs with our 3-year-olds as well. So what this eligibility criteria does is it frees up some of the ability for us to enter into agreements with those private child care facilities, and it clears a procedural hurdle for us. So I'm deeply in support of this as it increases opportunities for our students, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, members, any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you for being here.
I like the East Texas drawl.
Chair calls Chuck Cohn. Okay. Did I get that right?
You did.
All right.
Yeah.
We show you registered as Chuck Cohn on behalf of yourself, and you're on behalf of yourself. You'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct. I would say I'm testifying for myself and then also for my business, Angels Care and Learning Center. So
hold up just one second.
Yeah.
We just haven't registered as for
Yeah.
yourself.
We need to add that on behalf of your business. We need to add that to the record.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
Give me just one second. Say the name of the business.
Oh, It's Angels Care and Learning Center.
Okay. So we show you registered as Chuck Cohn on behalf of yourself and Angels Care and Learning Center, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. You may begin.
All right. Thank you, Chairman and members. So my name is Chuck Cohn. I own and operate Angels Care and Learning Center. We're a high-quality center in South Austin. We are one of the early adopters of the participation in the Austin Independent School District Pre-K Partnership. We've been doing that since 2020. I believe in 21 and 22, we had roughly about 50% of the overall enrollment in that partnership program. We were the largest provider. It's just paid enormous dividends for us and our staff. The amount of quality that you can bring in at the pre-K partnership level by having high quality teachers and then have that percolate down to the entire staff, and it's just amazing. We've been very fortunate. I'll just kind of confine it to the purpose of this bill, which is to align the reimbursement regimens between what TEA has, the Texas Workforce Commission. I think it's really a no-brainer. Hate to say that, but I think we just have to get those two correct so that it's no longer an issue. Unlike a lot of the public schools, we have to be able to generate our own revenue in order to be able to pay for quality teachers. So by having a misalignment between the two funding sources for pre-K partnership, what we end up doing is we just go ahead and take it out of our own budget. And so we're not going to turn anybody away. If we have somebody who gets the Texas Workforce Commission subsidy, but they're at that high level, so they don't yet qualify for the pre-K partnership, we're just going to take it out of Hyde, and we're going to provide service to that child. But I think that's the wrong answer. I think that provides a disincentive for a lot of private companies to participate in this program and to be able to give the benefit that it does both to the community and to the local school district. So I think if there's a way that we can align the two so we can just eliminate that from the equation, that provides the right incentive. It also allows us to have more money coming in, which results in higher pay for higher quality teachers, which at the end of the day is what it's all about. And thank you. I'll stand by for any questions.
All right, members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Chair calls Rebecca Callahan, Philanthropy Advocates. All right, we show you registered as Rebecca Callahan on behalf of Philanthropy Advocates, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Honorable Chair Buckley, Vice Chair Allen, and members of the House Public Education Committee. My name is Becky Callahan, the Director of Philanthropy Advocates. We are a private funders collaborative of over 55 Texas foundations who are deeply invested in public and higher education all across our regions and communities in Texas. With the passage of House Bill 3 in 2019, school districts were encouraged to partner with high-quality child care programs in their communities. These are these pre-K partnerships to expand access to early learning for students and working parents outside of the traditional school day. Unfortunately, different thresholds between child care eligibility and pre-K eligibility have made these pre-K partnerships logistically difficult to implement. In a survey of school district leaders that we commissioned, the most challenging barrier in existing pre-K partnerships that was identified is exactly what this bill addresses. House Bill 1614 aligns eligibility so all children qualifying for child care subsidies also qualify for public pre-K when participating in partnership classrooms. Philanthropy Advocates members know Texas cannot reach the ambitious goals established by the state in the Building a Talent Strong Texas plan without focusing on early learning. We believe House Bill 1614 presents a solution to administrative burdens to implementing pre-K partnerships and expands high-quality early learning for Texas students and parents. We appreciate the committee's consideration and are available for any questions.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Chair calls Kimberly Coffrin, Children at Risk, and Self. We show you registered as Kimberly Coffrin, Senior Director of Education, Children at Risk, and Self. You'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon again, Chairman and committee members. Nearly 15 years ago, I was working for a child care program when we were approached with an idea to partner with our elementary school across the street from us to provide pre-K classrooms with them. They had more pre-K eligible children than they had room for, and we had a classroom which sat empty during the school day as it was used for kindergartners during the after-school hours. Through many conversations between the ISD, Workforce Solutions, and ourselves, we were able to start a pre-K partnership well before HB3 was a twinkle in anyone's eye. And while HB3 has given more momentum to pre-K partnerships, many of the same challenges that we faced back then still exist today. When we're setting up a pre-K partnership, there are many details to work out, from the small things like how do we record attendance, to how the children participate in picture day, to the larger things like how do we provide lunches, and how do we staff the classroom. However, all those details rely on one thing: all participating children having to meet both the requirements for public pre-K as well as the child care subsidy programs. You see, these two programs currently have two different eligibility requirements. The eligibility for children using child care subsidy through the Texas Workforce Commission has a family income of 85% of the state median income, where the eligibility for public school pre-K is based on 185% of the federal poverty guidelines. Therefore, when setting a pre-K partnership classroom, there are oftentimes about 20 to 25% of the time, children who qualify for child care subsidy aren't poor enough to qualify for pre-K. Both enrollments are necessary in order to make sure these partnerships can braid the funding and make it a viable partnership for both the Child Care Center and the ISD. Now, as you know, the fiscal note came out on this last night. As you can see, it's a pretty high fiscal note, but it's based on children, about 90,000 children, and we think that number is extremely high. Currently, TWC's serving about 48,000 preschool children currently through the subsidy. This bill does not expand that program. That program is funded through the Child Development Block Grant, through the federal program. So what this bill would do, so that 48,000 number is really the high number, and we even think that's high. Based on current partnerships that are happening, 3 out of the 4 children in partnerships today already qualify for both. This bill would close that gap for that one child, that 20% of to make sure that that funding can be braided for all children in that program. We look forward to working with the author to make sure that fiscal note matches the true intent of the bill. Pre-K partnerships are beneficial for all programs and all participants. School districts are able to enroll children at an earlier age and to provide academics and services to those children. Child care programs can also retain enrollment, providing consistency of care for the children. And children and families benefit as the child has a full day education and care to meet the family's working hours and not just public school hours. The passage of HB 1614 will allow children who are eligible for child care subsidy and enrolled in a pre-K partnership classroom will be automatically eligible for public school pre-K, allowing for that braiding of funding to happen. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you for being here. Chair calls Victoria Manis.
She's no longer here, unfortunately, but she did leave her testimony.
Okay. We'll show Victoria Tori Manis, CEO, President of Child Care Group, and on behalf of herself, for the bill. Chair calls Brian Daniel, Chairman, Texas Workforce Commission. All right, we show you registered as Brian Daniel on behalf of the Texas Workforce Commission as chairman, and you'll be testifying on the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm primarily here again as a resource witness. I would just say that previous testimony and certainly Chairman Dutton's layout, the bill is straightforward. It does what it says it's going to do, and that's certainly our view of it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Members, any questions for this witness?
Yeah, I got a question.
All right, Chairman Dutton.
I think the one question I had to do with the fiscal note and the assumption that somehow or other this was going to increase the population of students in child care, about 90,000 students. Do you know where that came from?
I was looking at the same thing. So my analysis of that would be that The bill as written says that the child is eligible for subsidized child care services provided through the child care services program, meaning it's not just the kids who are on subsidy, but it would also be the ones on the waiting lists and other things that are there too. So the number of kids, the number of 3 and 4 year olds right now that are enrolled in subsidized child care would be somewhere around 37,000 or so 3 and 4 year olds. Right. It would appear to me that this number was designed to capture those that are eligible but not currently receiving subsidy. That is, it doesn't say they have to be on subsidy, it just says they have to be eligible for subsidy. Yeah. So if that's a question, we probably do need to clear that up depending on what the intent of the author is.
Because that seemed to be contradictory to what we intended in the bill.
Okay. If there is a conflict there, yeah, we're certainly open to resolve that.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Members, any additional questions for the witness? All right. Thanks for being here. All right. Chair calls Terry Carricker.
No, he's done.
All right. All right. We will show Terry Carricker on behalf of self, on herself, for the bill. All right. That's it. All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1614? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Dutton to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks all of the witnesses who came to testify. We do need to clear up that one assumption in the bill that somehow or another got in the fiscal note, and we'll do that, and I'll work with the Workforce Commission to get that taken care of. And with that, I close, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Dutton. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The bill is left pending. We're moving. It's early. All right, there it is. Chair lays out House Bill 2484 and recognizes Chairman Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, more often than not, sporting competitions can be a source of healthy competition and camaraderie among schools and communities. Unfortunately, it can also lead to events where tempers run high and in extreme cases can lead to violence or verbal assault for individuals who are unable to exhibit self-control. The targets of this occasional violence are often sports officials or referees of these activities. HB 2484 helps address this issue by helping ensure the safety of these officials by providing them with school security when a threat becomes apparent or if there's reasonable suspicion that an incident will occur, and by prohibiting a spectator at a UIL competition, including a parent or guardian, from attending any future extracurricular activity sponsored by the school district or UIL if they cause bodily harm to an official. We are working on a committee sub that we don't have ready yet, but we'll be getting that to you, making a few just little minor changes. I can help answer any questions. I think we have a couple people here that can also help answer some questions.
All right, members, any questions for Chairman Guillen? Okay, if there are no questions, we'll proceed to testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Jamie Harrison, UIL. We show you registered as Jamie Harrison on behalf of the UIL as Deputy Director, and you'll be testifying on the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
You're missing your shoe game a little today. Basketball tournament, you had better shoe game.
It was better at the basketball tournament. Yes, sir. I'm here as a resource. I will say the shortage of sports officials that is becoming more acute is a real issue. We love our sports in Texas. We love our high school sports in Texas, but we can't have them without sports officials. And it is an aging population. I say that with respect to the sports officials in the room. We need more of them. And what we find more and more often is the reason, if we can recruit somebody into officiating sports and keep them for 2 years, we can keep them for a long time. we lose them in that first 2 years, and it is all about how they're treated while they're there. So we've taken some steps to control the people that we control the most, coaches, players. Got some new rules in about, well, not that new anymore, increasing sanctions on people who are mistreating officials. I greatly appreciate Chairman Ginn bringing this bill, which predominantly addresses the folks that we don't have much control over, and that's the spectators.
All right. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair calls Chris Champion. Tasso? Okay. Oh, maybe so.
What is Tasso, do you know? Texas Association of Sport Officials. Oh, that is, okay.
All right. We show you registered as Chris Champion.
Yes, sir.
On behalf of the Texas Association of Sports Officials as a Tasso District Director, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
All right. Continue.
I want to introduce myself. My name is Chris Champion. Also, I serve as an official for Tasso, as well as a district director. Also, I've been a police officer for 40 years, serving at state level and county level right now. What I'm sharing with you is paralleling similarities, but different outcomes we're seeing in sports venues. Sadly, I've been on both sides of the fence when it comes to abuse. As an official, I have been threatened with harm, and I've had to tolerate the verbal abuse from fans, coaches, and players alike. However, one main difference as a peace officer, I can enforce the criminal laws and not just the rules of the game. However, not every official is able to do such, but I have that ability. Many of these threats and insults received by officials are shrugged off as part of the game. But in the real world, if the tables were turned, they'd consider themselves as a victim and would want a criminal case filed immediately. When has disorderly conduct, harassment, or terroristic threats become part of the game? These are some of the reasons many officials are walking away. They're plain tired of being victimized, and who can blame them? As right now, across the state, we're losing officials constantly. The negative behavior displayed in today's sports are no longer about the spirit of the game, but personal attacks on every official who is brave enough to put on a uniform. Would this behavior be tolerated in a classroom setting? Individual homes, a church, or in the general public view? I think not. Then why should it be tolerated at a sports venue? As in yesteryear's preamble, a sporting venue is an extension of the classroom and shall be respected as such. It appears society is becoming more callous with the behavior and allowing their emotions to override their intelligence than being accountable for their behavior and actions. I commend those who are willing to stand up for what is right only because it's the right thing to do. In my opinion, evil will always prevail when good people do nothing. I humbly ask you all to support and enact House Bill 2484 for those who truly have a love for the game. I want to thank y'all for what y'all do. I really do. Right now, our officials across the state of Texas are suffering greatly. We would like for y'all to turn around and issue the challenge as well. I know this is an education committee that you've been listening all day. I commend y'all for that. Right now, sports venues is no different. It is no different. It's like a classroom. And people should behave as such. These guys should not be having to, and gals too, have to tolerate the abuse that they're taking. And there have been threats, physical threats. There's been contact with officials. only one thing that most officials do is they walk away. They walk away from the game and never file any type of criminal charge. Then they walk away completely. We can't afford that. Before you know it, there won't be anybody left.
All right.
I'm open to any questions you may have.
Yes, sir. I'd just like to relay that during last season, last fall, back home in my district, there were several ball games that literally the scheduling with multiple high schools was difficult because not enough accrues. You know, you couldn't, it literally is impacting the ability for our kids to participate. So we appreciate your testimony. Members, any additional questions for this witness? All right.
Right now, we have a lot of officials across the state. We have more schools showing up and less officials signing up. Okay. So with your help, this may greatly turn around and change the direction of where we need to be.
All right. Appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Thank y'all very much.
All right. Members. All right. Chair calls Michael Fitch, Texas Association of Sports Officials. All right, we show you registered as Michael Fitch on behalf of the Texas Association of Sports Officials and yourself, your executive director, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Chairman Buckley, committee members, I am Michael Fitch, executive director of the Texas Association of Sports Officials. On behalf of our 16,000 members, and that's still not enough, thank you for allowing me to speak in favor of House Bill 2484. And as you can see, I'm an example of Dr. Harrison's remark about an aging demographic. So need you to work with me just a moment here. I know this would never happen, but please think about this. Imagine you're sitting in the chamber. You're about to vote on a bill. You've studied the bill intently, considered every word, the meaning of every word, the consequences of every word. You know the right thing to do. And when the time comes, you don't hesitate. You cast your vote. Before you experience the satisfaction of doing what you truly know is right, somebody up in the gallery stands up and starts yelling at you. What are you doing? What are you thinking? Have you ever even read the bill? There's also a lot of profanity laced in those statements. Then another person, inspired by the first fine citizen, chimes in with even more profane remarks questioning your family heritage. Things finally calm down, and as you exit the Capitol door at the end of the day after a hard day's work, you're starting to feel good again about your vote, and all of a sudden these same guys show up again and start yelling at you. They follow you all the way to your car. If you're lucky, you'll be able to get in your car without being assaulted and safely drive away. If you can imagine that, then you can imagine what our members face every day. The excessive verbal abuse, physical harm, threat of physical harm, and physical harm itself directed toward sports officials continues to accelerate at an alarming rate. Currently, as of today, or as of yesterday, there were 360 spectator ejections from Yale contest. Now, that doesn't mean 360 people, but sometimes we have to move the whole bleachers. So those are incidents. The numbers probably go well into the hundreds. There were 61 direct spectator confrontations with game officials before or after a game, not on the court or on the field, but in the parking lot or walking to the parking lot. There's been about a dozen reports of actual physical contact of some type. Keep in mind that soccer, baseball, and softball are still playing. So those numbers will do nothing but go up for the 22-23 school year. Just recently, we had a 7-year member, a very up-and-coming official, turned in the remainder of his schedule and said, I will never come back. That's after he had to stop a game and empty the bleachers just so they could finish the game. And there's going to be more like him. We survey our members that fail to return, and of all the things that we can control, the number one reason Texas middle and high school sports officials fail to come back to this avocation is the verbal threat of physical abuse and actual physical abuse of officials. If this continues, we're not far away from first not being able to provide officials for sub-varsity and junior high games, but then ultimately when the lights come on the court or field for a varsity game, there'll not be nobody there. So what are we going to do? We're going to ask the spectators to come out of the stands?
All right.
The same ones who caused the problem?
I need you to wrap up your.
Yes, sir. I'm almost just finished. Well, I'll tell you, if that happens, I will be there. In closing, I would just like to thank Representative again for his support and urge this committee to please move this bill forward very quickly.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls C.J. Grisham. Okay, we'll show C.J. Grisham, First Sergeant retired, testifying or registered as himself. We'll show him against the bill. That's it. All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2484? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Guillen to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If there's no further questions, I had to ask for your favorable consideration.
Representative Hinojosa. Oh, okay.
Thank you, Chairman. So I'm trying to understand. I understand F1 of the bill. It says if you engage in this activity, then you can't come back. If you engage in activity that causes physical harm, then you can't come back to a game. And then what I don't understand is the school district has to have an officer if there's 1 and 2. I understand 2, if the district suspects an incident may occur. I don't understand 1 because we already said in the bill that the person can't come back.
Well, 2 different scenarios.
Okay.
One is if something happens in the game, things heat up. At that point, they need to call security, and particularly at the point where the referee is headed back to his car. That's one scenario. The other scenario is if there is an incident. What the bill does is it essentially expels that person from a UIL game or a school event in the future.
So the only challenge I have with that is that, because you're saying they shall provide a peace officer if an incident occurs. So then that means they always have to have an officer on call, right? Because it's not just that they shall call somebody.
No.
But it says they shall have somebody.
We're working on a sub, and the sub is going to add the word administrator as well, particularly for schools that don't have a security officer. And so we're working with some of the stakeholders on that.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Representative Schaefer.
Thank you. Your bill applies to all UIL competition?
Yes.
So that includes like band competitions?
Yes.
So it's got
Yes.
a non-athletic event, so any UIL event, correct? That's the way I read
But I'm not sure there's officials at a band event, though.
Well, they have judges.
They have,
Yeah.
okay.
So,
Some of those. But remember,
no, I get, I'm just trying to make sure I understand the bill. Okay?
well, but this bill would be specific to not every event, but just every event that has an incident.
Okay, but the requirement for a safety official to be present at any UIL competition applies to all UIL competitions, regardless of anything has happened or not. I'm looking on page 2 of the bill, section 33.099.
Uh-huh.
Safety of official.
If, that's so if you go to line, let's see.
I guess I'm trying to understand, if I'm a school district, do I have to send a school resource officer or a police officer or a security officer to the marching band contest under the bill?
No. you would, let's say there's a marching band competition at some school. If you're the school that's holding the competition, and you would have an incident, then at that point, it would,
Right.
call upon them to get somebody over there to help.
Okay. But the subsection that says that you reasonably suspect that an incident may occur.
Yeah, that's going to be, their judgment.
Okay.
If there's something that's, causing some,
These are big rival. The bands are really going to go at it. Battle of the bands. Okay. I'm being a little bit silly here, but trying to make sure I understand your bill. The other aspect I want to ask you about is the perpetuity of this sort of banishment for this individual. So let's say that this person, I guess to be prohibited, they had to actually cause bodily injury.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's, bodily injury, and are we using the bodily injury definition from the penal code, which is, it's an elbow. It's not like what you think of. Bodily injury in our law is very minor. If I pinch someone or just, bump them with my shoulder, that's bodily injury in the state of Texas. And what you might, I watch it, might not even think that was anything significant.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they just got chest to chest and bumped a little bit. That's bodily injury. So if that was a parent who has a student, and so for the rest of that student's life, dad can't show up to a band contest or to ever watch their child participate in another, I'm trying to think, a hot-headed parent does something, we're punishing that person, but if that's a parent, we're also punishing that child because dad can no longer ever show up to another UIL event. And that may be the intention of your bill, but I just think members should understand that may be the consequence.
Well, we could work with you on defining bodily injury, referencing some other section of code or something like that, or defining it there.
I really like the intent of your bill because I think we need to make people realize that this is just cannot be tolerated. But I don't want to do something that we create another problem for somebody else down the road. A child can never have a father show up to another UIL event forever. And so I'm not quite sure how we work through that, but I wanted to bring that to your attention.
We'll work through it.
All right.
All right.
Members, any more questions? All right. You good?
Thank you.
Okay, you bet. Okay. All right, thank you, Representative Chairman Guillen. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none, the bill is left pending. So we'll do 20. Where do we go? 29, 23. 29, 23. Let me find it. Oh, it's in the back, isn't it? I'll find it. All right, here we go.
You just make it up.
All right. Chair lays out House Bill 2923 and recognizes Chairman Dutton to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this is a bill that results from what we did 3 years ago in House Bill 3, where what we did is we created these pre-kindergarten programs that were eligible for 3- and 4-year-olds, but we had a goal in mind of getting these young students a head start by increasing the partnerships between ISDs and child care centers. That, I guess that happened to some extent, but not nearly as often as we hoped. There are only right now, I think, 179 pre-K partnerships that exist, and only 23 school districts out of the 1,200 school districts have actually, 23 districts have actually applied for waivers from the partnership requirement, so they don't have to do it. I really filed House Bill 2923 so that we could have a conversation between school districts and high-quality child care providers about how we can best serve these Texas families. It's critical that working families have access to the care they need, not just during the school day, but before and after school. And that involves making sure that we do everything we can to encompass the solutions that were in House Bill 3 regarding partnerships and between districts and child care centers. And so that's what the reason I filed the bill, Mr. Chairman, really so that we could figure out what was going on here and if there was something we could do better to encourage school districts to do that. Many school districts argued during House Bill 3 they didn't have the kind of facilities that were needed to accommodate these 3- and 4-year-olds. And as a consequence, we came up with this idea of doing partnerships. Well, somehow or another, like I said before, the partnerships hadn't nearly blossomed as much as we had hoped in House Bill 3. And so that's the reason I filed House Bill 2923, members. And I'll be happy to answer any questions. But right now, the question is, do we want to have the partnerships? And if we do, how do we successfully make that happen?
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for Chairman Dutton? Okay, if there are no questions, we'll proceed to testimony. Chair calls Cody Somerville, Texas Association for the Education of Young Children, and self. We show you registered as Cody Somerville on behalf of the Texas Association for the Education of Young Children and yourself, and you'll be testifying on the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee and Representative Dutton for your interest in pre-kindergarten partnerships. They are an important tool to helping working families be able to participate in the workforce and ensure that young children have access to high-quality early learning. When 3- and 4-year-olds are only served in public schools, it jeopardizes the affordability and the availability of infant and toddler care in our state. Child care programs rely on the tuition they receive from their 3- and 4-year-olds to balance the cost of operating infant and toddler classrooms. And the average cost for infant care in Texas last year was just over $10,000 a year. Pre-K partnerships are really complex to establish, and we don't believe that they should be required by school districts. A good relationship is founded on trust and a good working relationship, and forcing a bad marriage between two parents is never in the interest of young children. We do see that there is a lot of complexities in establishing partnerships, and part of it is the legislature has continued to fund pre-K only at half-day levels and not at a full-day level. While there is some cost savings in partnerships because you don't need facilities, there is a lot more administrative costs to operating partnerships. You have administrators involved at the school district, you have administrators involved at the child care center, and so there is a need for additional money when partnerships are utilized by school districts. So we appreciate the intent of the bill to increase funding for partnership sites through a weighted allotment, and would like to see that expanded to all partnerships, not just those formed under the first section of the bill. As we think about forming these partnerships, there's a lot that child care centers need. And one of those things that child care centers don't have that school districts have is someone who's well-versed in school finance. It's really hard to negotiate a partnership contract that's in favor of both the child care center and the school district. School districts, they'll tell you, school finance is really complex. They don't know how much money they receive per child because not all of their funding streams are per child funding streams. Property tax is not per child. How much do they pass along to the child care center in a partnership contract? No one really knows. We've typically focused on the amount of ADA funding that is passed through to the child care center. ADA funding is a small portion of the overall school finance formula. So we are asking child care centers to operate pre-K programs at a cheaper amount than what our school districts are. And as many child care providers testified earlier, they're struggling to recruit and retain teachers. The average teacher in a child care setting in Texas today makes $12 an hour with no benefits. And the way partnerships are currently structured often does not allow for that child care center to adequately compensate those teachers. in a way that would help them attract certified and degreed teachers. So we appreciate Representative Dutton for filing this bill. We recommend that the requirements to partner be removed and that the weighted allotment be made available to all partnership sites. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Thanks for being here. Chair calls Brenda Schultz, the learning experience, and self. Okay. We're going to show Brenda Schultz from the Learning Center and self for the bill. Chair calls Melissa Hoisington, Primrose Schools and self. We show you registered as Melissa Hoisington on behalf of Primrose Schools and yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. Once again, I'm Melissa Hoisington, testifying in support of HB 2923. I own the Primrose School of Hickory Creek in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, and there are 138 Primrose schools across Texas, and each is family-owned. I've been with my school for 20 years, 10 as the owner, and I also serve on the Texas Early Learning Council, and I'm a past president of the state's Licensed Child Care Association. All children need a strong start in life, and that's especially true for children from low-income households, so I support public preschool. One reason partnership provisions were established in 2019 through HB 3 was to bridge the gap in care between public schools and licensed child care providers, to provide coverage for the entire workday because our parents truly need that. Pre-K partnerships were also meant to enable high-quality programs like Primrose to work with our neighborhood public schools to provide the co-enrolled children with a great educational start. The problem is, in the 4 years since the passage of HB 3, very few partnerships exist, as you've heard earlier. In fact, not one of my Primrose schools in Texas has entered into one, despite the fact that 90% of our owners are open to the possibility. There are two primary reasons. First, school districts haven't expressed an interest. Secondly, the funding for pre-K partnerships doesn't work for licensed childcare providers. HB 2923 addresses both of those concerns. By increasing the weighting funding for children in pre-K partnerships, it creates an incentive for public school districts to enter into them. Pre-K partnerships today are mostly demonstration projects because the funds provided to public school districts don't cover the costs of childcare providers. It's not the win-win that HB 3 tried to create, so the incentive funding in the bill is critical if we want to grow these partnerships and have them be successful. HB 2923 also establishes guidelines to ensure we utilize existing community capacity before public schools bond and build duplicative preschool infrastructure. As more 3- and 4-year-olds leave my school for free preschool, it becomes harder for me to provide affordable care for infants and toddlers. It's more expensive, and that's another reason why pre-K partnerships are absolutely essential. Unless our public schools are ready to care for the very, very young, we've got to strike a better balance in our public preschool model in Texas. Partnerships can help us do that. The pre-K program requirements should ensure that schools like Primrose have a true shot at partnerships and that the school districts work with us and other qualified childcare providers before they expand programs on their campuses. HB 2923 helps us get there, and I ask you to support its passage. Be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Appreciate it. Thank you. Chair calls Brian Gutman, the Learning Care Group. We show you registered as Brian Gutman on behalf of the Learning Care Group, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you again for the opportunity to speak now in favor of House Bill 2923. I've already introduced Learning Care Group in our considerable Texas footprint, so I will spare you that as we work through the agenda today. Again, Learning Care Group is committed to making high-quality preschool more accessible, available, and affordable for all families, and commend the efforts of the 86th legislature to pursue this goal through House Bill 3. The legislature recognized that the needs of families and communities would vary. The legislature contemplated these public-private collaborations, and if implemented, they would truly provide families with more options to meet the needs for the hours and months of care of the family, the needs to participate in the workforce, where a sibling attends school, or really any other factor important to them. School districts and providers working together is the best way to expand access. It's the best way to efficiently use existing infrastructure, increase options, promote affordability, and more for Texas families. These genuine partnerships have worked elsewhere in states across the country, including in Georgia, where for more than 30 years, community-based providers, including Learning Care Group, have supported families and the workforce through preschool partnerships, through working through school districts, promoting seamless and academically successful transitions to public school kindergarten. Unfortunately, as has been mentioned already, these public-private partnerships envisioned by HB3 are exceedingly rare, and the resulting consequences are devastating for working families in the Texas economy. Many parents need full-day, full-year care in a developmentally appropriate setting, far from what is available through the calendaring of a typical public school program. Effectively removing half of all preschoolers from community-based providers disrupts the business model of existing providers, which drives up the cost of infant and toddler care for Texas families, similar to what we're seeing happen in California now. That's because of the higher student-child ratios appropriate for preschoolers and how that offsets the lower child staff ratios needed to ensure the health and safety of infants and toddlers. Without the current age balance, providers will be left with no options other than to increase tuition for younger children in order to cover that higher cost of care. Certainly not the intent of HB3. House Bill 2923 really aims to address these key barriers that are preventing partnerships from taking shape today, and by recognizing the cost of providing both quality programming and the administration necessary for that programming to happen. It additionally ensures that we are strengthening programs, that we're not duplicating space limitations, and that when there are shortages of teachers, we're effectively utilizing existing resources in the community. Partnerships are a proven cost-effective and sustainable solution to deliver affordable, high-quality early education to families across Texas. I thank you for your time and urge your support for House Bill 2923 to ensure more partnerships, choices for families, support for the workforce, and ultimately better preparing children for kindergarten and success. Thank you, and I'm happy to take your questions.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Kathleen McHenry, Early Care and Education Consortium. We show you registered as Kathleen McHenry on behalf of the Early Care and Education Consortium, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Thank you.
Chairman Buckley and members of the committee, thank you again for the opportunity to testify in support this time of House Bill 2923. Again, my name is Kathleen McHenry. I'm the Director of State Government Relations for the Early Care and Education Consortium. In Texas, we have almost 650 locations with the current capacity to serve over 93,000 children each day. As you've heard, when the legislature expanded access to preschool in 2019 through House Bill 3, it rightly encouraged school districts to partner with local providers to deliver those services. Pre-K partnerships are formal arrangements between school districts and community-based providers. Children are co-enrolled in their local school district while receiving preschool at their local high-quality early learning provider. These partnerships leverage the existing infrastructure in communities, preserve the ability for families to access affordable, full-day, and year-round care so they can participate in the workforce, and prevent school districts from having to pursue costly and duplicative expansion efforts to serve eligible preschoolers. House Bill 2923 would address two main barriers to making these partnerships successful, by allowing the legislature to continue its commitment to working families and their children. First, the legislation increases the per-student weighted funding for children in a pre-K partnership. This will address the financing challenges faced by both school districts and local providers, ensuring there is enough funding for both the administration and delivery of services. Second, the bill directs the establishment of partnerships in cases when children cannot be served by their public school. For example, because school settings are typically built for not typically built for the needs of young children, districts must often build or renovate spaces appropriate for preschoolers. In these cases, the legislation would ensure children can be served in a community-based setting. These requirements could go a step further by stating that whenever local programs have available space, schools must enter into partnerships before looking to expand their own services. To reiterate, this bill supports working families who need a full workday of care throughout the entire year, as well as the child care providers who have served families within our communities for years. It also alleviates the pressure on local school districts to serve additional 3- and 4-year-olds on their own campuses. For these reasons, we support House Bill 2923 and encourage the committee to do the same. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for this witness?
I just have one, Mr.
All right, Chairman Dutton.
Thank you. Can you identify for this committee what the major impediments are to these partnerships?
From the provider side, as we've heard today, community-based providers are struggling to find the staff that are required under current law, under certifications. That was a separate bill we talked about earlier. The funding is a major barrier. School districts don't have enough funding to administer the programs while passing through enough funds to the local community-based providers, to ensure that they're able to provide those services. And really just the barrier of school districts not, pursuing those partnerships in the first place. I can't speak for the school districts. So I'm not sure why, they're not interested in pursuing those, but those are the main reasons that we've heard.
When it comes to funding, can you quantify that at all?
I'm not sure how many partnerships there are across the state. I can say that of my members, again, 650 providers across the state, we maybe have 1 or 2. And that's not for lack of interest. It's on our side. We would love to partner with the school district to serve more children.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Any more questions for this witness? All right. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Sharon Perry, Kids Are Kids, and self. We show you registered as Sharon Perry on behalf of Kids Are Kids and yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Buckley. I'm sitting before you. I represent about 80 Kids Are Kids across the state of Texas. I operate a center in San Antonio, Texas. We are a large child care center. We hold 2 national accreditations. We're accredited by NACCE, the National Association Education of the Young Child. They're considered the gold standard when it comes to early child care providers. We're also accredited by Cognia, which is the same agency that accredits Texas K through 12 schools. We are a 4-star provider with Texas Rising Star. Yet since House Bill 3 was passed in 2019, our center has failed to be able to secure partnerships with ISDs and charter schools in our area. It's not because we haven't pursued those, but it has been a lack of being able to actually even have a seat at the table and have a conversation regarding partnerships. Typically, year to year, our school would service about 50 4-year-olds. Since House Bill 3 was passed, we barely service 24-year-olds. We have availability and we have space. What we're needing is some incentives from the ISDs to actually be able to sit and talk about partnerships. It's not because our center isn't qualified. To become a NACCE center, when our school was NACCE qualified 12 years ago, 85% or better of your staff had to have credentials to teach. The qualifications are there. The partnerships and the need to have conversations around partnerships is what's lacking. The benefits of the partnerships is, number one, you have access to facilities that are designed to service 3- and 4-year-olds without increasing fundings to ISDs for physical improvements. Number two, you're going to help sustain the child care business. Absence of 3- and 4-year-olds in the child care centers will close and shut down. Or you would have to double or even triple the cost of infant care and 1- and 2-year-old care. The way the state of Texas licensed child care centers for an infant, This particular room, as large as it is, they will only license you for 10 children. This room can triple in size. They will only license you for 10 infants. If you remove the 3 and the 4-year-olds from the child care centers, the child care centers cannot sustain on 10 infants. That is a benefit of passing this bill. The other benefit of passing this bill is the ultimate benefit, which is it's going to allow us to increase the access to 3 and 4-year-olds for high-quality education, which is going to directly contribute to the number of students that are able to enter 3rd grade and are prepared for school. Thank you.
All right, members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you for being here. No, we're going to David Fincher. Okay, Chair calls David Fincher, NCCC. All right, we show you registered as David Fincher on behalf of NCCC and yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley, Vice Chair Allen, and committee members. The witnesses who've testified before me have explained the issue facing child care in terms of pre-K partnering much better than I can do that. But I will provide you with information related to the willingness or lack of willingness of school districts to enter into those partnerships. My district, where my child care center is, has not taken any steps required by the law pursuant to HB 3 to attempt to partner with the centers in their area, and there are a lot of very, very qualified centers. I attended a school board meeting in the fall, September, and voiced my concern about their not following the statutes in this area, and got a call the next day from the district, and I thought, oh boy, we're gonna have some dialogue about it. But it turned out the call was to explain to me why they had decided not to follow the law. And our conversation continued with, well, we've been researching it and we're ready to partner. And so my question, of course, was, when are you ready to partner? And they said, well, next school year. But as of today, not heard anything from them regarding partnering for the next school year. And as you well know, preparations are ongoing to enroll those 3 and 4-year-old children. And so I would think that the time would keep us from partnering in this upcoming school year. So they're still deciding not to follow the statute in that regard. And the pandemic was part of the reason why they hadn't followed it. And when I asked, was there something in the statute that gave them that latitude, the answer was no. We don't know of anything in statute, but they have chosen not to. And that's the case across many districts in the state of Texas. I have a lot of peers and colleagues all around the state, part of National Child Care Coalition and others, and they tell me that they've received the same response in a lot of cases. In some cases, the districts have approached centers about partnering, but the outline of the partnering was that we would like to use your facilities and provide a teacher. You provide an additional staff person with no money at all for the facility, for utilities, for food, that kind of thing. And of course, with state-funded pre-K, we cannot charge a parent. of those elements.
Wrap it up. You good?
And so that's my testimony, and I'll be happy to take any questions if you have.
All right, Chairman Dutton.
If House Bill 2923 passes, can we expect a change in the number of these partnerships taking place?
Chairman, I love your bill, but I'm afraid that it won't affect the willingness of the school districts.
Well, that's what I was getting to. So what is it that it's going to take to perfect the idea that House Bill 3 had?
Well, it's going to take you shall do this, not you may do this, to make that happen.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Members, any more questions for this witness? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair calls Brian Daniel, Chairman, Texas Workforce Commission. We show you registered as Brian Daniel on behalf of the Texas Workforce Commission as chairman, and you'll be testifying on the bill. That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am here primarily as a resource witness, but I would say this. We've been facilitating some of these partnerships in the last 12 months. We took some workforce money that we had via some of the COVID stimulus money and started working directly with school districts, with private providers who want to do this. In fact, we've also engaged an intermediary to help do that. What we've discovered is there's no defined process to do this. Each agreement seems to be unique. And so I think there are a lot of people investigating this, but the action does seem to be slow to happen because there's not quite a bit of common understanding of how that would work. I think any type of legislation that defines that process and gives some clarity to that process, I think from our perspective would certainly be good for these partnerships and give us an opportunity to do that. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right. Members, any questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, I'll talk to you.
You sure?
No, I'll talk to
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2923? If not, Chair recognizes Chairman Dutton to close on the bill.
Mr. Chairman, I close, and I'll get with all the constituencies on this and see if we can come up with a way that we think is going to improve the climate for these things happening.
All right.
And thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Dutton. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The bill is left pending. All right. Members, at this time, it's the chair's intent to lay out some pending business, to vote some bills that we heard last week. And so we're going to proceed with that at this moment and get on with current business. The chair lays out as pending business House Bill 579 by Chairman Burns. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Hold up just one second. Okay. I'll begin. I'll just start over in a second. Okay. All right. Are we good? Ready? You good? You ready?
Ready.
All right, I'll begin again. Chair lays out as pending business House Bill 579 by Chairman Burns. Members, this is the bill we heard previously that is relating to procedures for the alternative assessment of certain public school students that receive special education services and alternative accountability plans for certain campuses. The chair offers a committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The substitute is adopted. The chair moves that HB 579 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Buckley?
Aye.
Vice Chair Allen?
Present.
Allison? Cunningham?
Aye.
Dutton?
Aye.
Harris?
Aye.
Harrison?
Aye.
Hefner?
Aye.
Hinojosa?
Aye.
King?
Aye.
Longoria?
Aye.
Schaefer?
No.
Talarico?
Aye.
What do we have?
Excuse me.
Okay, hold just one second.
Wasn't paying attention.
Okay, so,
Sorry.
Vice Chair Allen. Yeah, let the record reflect that Vice Chair Allen is voting aye on the bill.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you have here, 12 and 1?
11 ayes, 1 nay, 0 being nays,
10, 11.
1 absent.
11, 1? Yeah, it's 11, 1, and 0. Okay, all right. There being 11 ayes, 1 nay, and 1 absent, the motion prevails. All right, next, members, we'll move on to the next item on pending business. The chair lays out as pending business HB 890 by Bell. Members, this is the bill we heard previously that is relating to school district hearings regarding complaints and the grievance process. The chair offers a committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The substitute is adopted. The chair moves that House Bill 890 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Clerk will call the roll.
Chair Buckley?
Aye.
Vice Chair Allen?
Aye.
Allison? Cunningham?
Aye.
Dutton?
Aye.
Harris?
Aye.
Harrison?
Aye.
Hefner?
Aye.
Hinojosa?
Aye.
King?
Aye.
Longoria?
Aye.
Schaefer?
Aye.
Talarico?
Aye.
12 ayes, 1 absent.
Okay. There being 12 ayes, 0 nays, 1 absent, the motion prevails. Chair lays out as pending business HB 920 by Chair Click. Members, this is the bill we heard previously that is relating to the use of medication designated for treatment of respiratory distress on public and private school campuses. The chair moves that HB 920 without amendment be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Buckley?
Aye.
Vice Chair Allen?
Aye.
Allison? Cunningham?
Aye.
Dutton?
Aye.
Harris?
Aye.
Harrison?
Aye.
Hefner?
Aye.
Hinojosa?
Aye.
King?
Aye.
Longoria?
Aye.
Schaefer?
Aye.
Talarico?
Aye.
Okay.
12 ayes, 0 nays, 1 absent.
There being 12 ayes, 0 nays, 1 absent, the motion prevails. Right here. 2, 1. Oh, did I miss it? No, Gary Van Duer. All right. Okay.
Let's have one more of it
Okay.
then.
Sorry. Oh, they were short. All right. Okay. Chair lays out as pending business House Bill 1002 by Representative Price. Members, this is the bill we heard previously that is relating to the membership of a school concussion oversight team and removal of a student from a UIL athletic activity on the basis of suspected concussion. The chair moves that HB 1002 without amendment be reported favorably to the full House with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed and be sent to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Buckley?
Aye.
Vice Chair Allen?
Aye.
Allison? Cunningham?
Aye.
Dutton?
Aye.
Harris?
Aye.
Harrison?
Aye.
Hefner?
Aye.
Hinojosa?
Aye.
King?
Aye.
Longoria?
Aye.
Schaefer?
Aye.
Talarico?
Aye. 12.
12 ayes, 0 nays, 1 absent.
There being 12 ayes, 0 nays, 1 absent, the motion prevails. All right. Chair lays out as pending business House Bill 1067 by Van Dever. Members, this is the bill we heard previously that is relating to the detachment and annexation of school district property by manner of petition. The chair moves that House Bill 1067 without amendment be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Buckley?
Aye.
Vice Chair Allen?
Aye.
Allison? Cunningham?
Aye.
Dutton?
Aye.
Harris?
Aye.
Harrison?
Aye.
Hefner?
Aye.
Hinojosa?
Aye.
King? Longoria?
Aye.
Schaefer?
Aye.
Talarico? 12 ayes, 0 nays, 1 absent.
There being 12 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 absent, the motion prevails. We'll skip that one. Okay, the chair lays out as pending business House Bill 1416 by Representative Keith Bell. Members, this is the bill we heard previously that is relating to accelerated instruction provided to public school students who fail to achieve satisfactory performance on certain assessment instruments. The chair offers a committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The substitute is adopted. The chair moves that House Bill 1416, as substituted, be reported favorably to the full House with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Clerk will call the roll.
Chair Buckley?
Aye.
Vice Chair Allen?
Aye.
Allison? Cunningham?
Aye.
Dutton?
Aye.
Harris?
Aye.
Harrison?
Aye.
Hefner?
Aye.
Hinojosa?
Aye.
King?
Aye.
Longoria?
Aye.
Schaefer?
Aye.
Talarico?
Aye.
12 ayes, 0 nays, 1 absent.
There being 12 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 absent, the motion prevails. All right. Chair lays out as pending business House Bill 1789 by Buckley. Members, this is the bill we heard previously that is relating to the application of nepotism prohibitions to a person appointed or employed by a school district as a bus driver. Chair moves that HB 1789 without amendment be reported favorably to the full House with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Clerk will call the roll.
Chair Buckley?
Aye.
Vice Chair Allen?
Aye.
Allison? Cunningham?
Aye.
Dutton?
Aye.
Harris?
Aye.
Harrison?
Aye.
Hefner?
Aye.
Hinojosa?
Aye.
King?
Aye.
Longoria?
Aye.
Schaefer?
Aye.
Talarico?
Aye.
12 ayes, 0 nays, 1 absent.
There being 12 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 absent, the motion prevails. All right. The chair lays out as pending business HB 1955 by Buckley. Members, this is the bill we heard previously that is relating to establishing residency for purposes of admission into public schools. The chair moves that HB 1955 without amendment be reported favorably to the full House with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Clerk will call the roll.
Chair Buckley?
Aye.
Vice Chair Allen?
Aye.
Allison? Cunningham?
Aye.
Dutton?
Aye.
Harris?
Aye.
Harrison?
Aye.
Hefner?
Aye.
Hinojosa?
Aye.
King?
Aye.
Longoria?
Aye.
Schaefer?
Aye.
Talarico?
Aye.
12 ayes, 0 nays.
Yes.
There being 12 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 absent, the motion prevails. All right. Thank you, members. We will now go back to current business. And let me get back over here.
Just check the activity. He's scared.
You all ready? Here we go. The chair lays out HB 900 and recognizes Representative Patterson to explain the bill. The chair offers a committee substitute.
Thanks.
They first told me no.
Huh?
They first told me no. Still do it, but they were not.
Okay.
That's why we changed.
Great, thanks. A little bit. I feel like he owes his dinner. What do you think?
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee. I know it's been a long day, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to lay out this bill. Before we get started, though, I do want to offer up a warning to anyone in the room, any children in the room, or those watching online that may want to step out or may want to turn off the hearing due to the sexually explicit content that will be discussed here. If we were not a government entity, the Federal Communication Commission would fine individuals for saying some of the things that we're going to talk about today, for broadcasting it over the TV or the radio.
In October of 2021, 6 days after the close of the third special session, former Representative Matt Krause raised concerns about young students being exposed to sexually explicit content and other content in school districts across the state of Texas. In the following days, this issue escalated to Governor Abbott, reaching out to both the Texas Association of School Boards and the Texas Education Agency in an effort to remove taxpayer-funded sexually explicit material in public school libraries. As a state representative in House District 106 in November of 2021, I personally became involved when I inquired about one of the most patently offensive sexually explicit books entitled Genderqueer. This book has become the most well-known example of the extremely explicit material that has been made available to children in public school libraries, as it graphically illustrates sexual acts between two boys, including close-up, full-page illustrations of oral sex. I was shocked to learn that this book was just one of many materials that could be accessed by minors in my district and across the state. After learning of this, I held meetings with school districts and national book vendors to see how we could remove sexually explicit materials and ensure this content would not be available to children in a school library. In those conversations, book vendors had mixed awareness of the content they were selling to school districts statewide. One vendor, Permabound, pulled dozens of sexually explicit books from distribution and went above and beyond to ensure that materials they distributed were appropriate for children. Another vendor, Follett, would not remove any sexually explicit books due to the risk of losing profits and stated that they would not change their current practices until legally required to do so. That's about the time Representative Shaheen and I got up and left the meeting. We could not believe that Follett chose profits over protecting children. Multiple school districts I represent and others around the state would go on to quickly remove sexually explicit books and establish new local policies surrounding library standards. But some have stopped short in doing so, including my own home district in Frisco ISD, thus creating the need for a uniform statewide standard that the Reader Act hopes to establish. In my own experience, I was able to apply pressure to the school district and have a few titles removed due to sexually explicit content at first. Then the district seemingly drew a line in the sand, began to downplay the issue, and relied upon a policy of forcing parents to research every single title on campuses for sexually explicit content themselves, rather than proactively seeking out harmful materials district-wide. After months of giving the district time to solve the issue internally, in August of 2022, I formally challenged 28 additionally sexually explicit books to undergo the local reconsideration process. Amazingly, only 5 explicit books were removed from circulation. In October, I appealed the remaining 23 sexually explicit books to district leadership, but only 16 of those titles were removed. I appealed a third and final time to the school board on the remaining 7 sexually explicit books, of which 5 were removed due to their content. Notably, 2 trustees skipped the meeting for the book appeals so that they wouldn't have to vote on the issue, meaning just 3 board members could decide to keep sexually explicit content in the hands of children. The final removal would bring the total of 26 out of 28 that I formally challenged removed from my home district, a 93% success rate. I share this story because it's just an example of how difficult and burdensome it is to get these sexually explicit books removed from public school libraries in the current system. It took me, an elected official with a full staff and ample resources, including an army of concerned moms and teachers, 4 months to complete the formal process, and we still encounter challenges. So I can't imagine the strain that it would put on the average parent dealing with this issue on top of everything else. Everyone, elected officials, school district employees, librarians, and book vendors must do better to empower parents and protect children. The Reader Act is a solution to this issue. This legislation will accomplish the following. First, it establishes a mandatory library standard. In more than 3,700 pages of the Education Code, there is only half a page dedicated to library standards, all of which are voluntary. Second, preventing sexually explicit material from entering public school libraries by requiring vendors to rate material. Currently, the Federal Communications Commission uses similar standards to regulate inappropriate or harmful content for the protection of children, and books should be no different. Third, empower parents through increased parental controls and require district transparency on sexual material through a consistent reconsideration process. Members, I know the media and certain activists will do everything to sensationalize this legislation and try to turn it into something that it's not. I want to be very clear. This is not a Fahrenheit 451 style book ban. This is not a fight about silencing minority voices, and this is not an argument about race or gender or religion or political ideology. There is one common denominator in the books that we are addressing with this bill, and that is sexually explicit content. The Reader Act is about just a few simple things I think Texans can agree on, and that is protecting children's innocence, maintaining parental authority, getting schools and vendors out of the parenting business, and keeping school libraries what they should be, a safe place for students of all ages to learn and enjoy together. It's time to address this issue once and for all and return our focus where it matters the most, ensuring our students are receiving a quality education and able to perform at or above grade level. I know that you'll hear from members of communities across the state on this bill, and I urge you to understand the significance of protecting our youth from the sexualization that is occurring within some public schools. For example, I printed out excerpts from books I personally fought to remove from Frisco ISD. Each of these books are sexually explicit and depict sexual encounters of various degrees and are all found within each and every one of your house districts. These are examples, but not the most egregious, of what we found. Damsel depicts a young damsel in distress who is forced to marry a prince, and the book details the following: rape, abuse, animal abuse, graphic language, and bestiality. Identical focuses on two 16-year-old twin daughters. One daughter is raped and sexually abused by her father in great detail. This causes her to develop an eating disorder, as the other 16-year-old pursues drugs as an outlet. The Perks of Being a Wallflower is about a high school freshman who experiments with drugs and covers the topics of date rape, heterosexual sex scenes, molestation, and masturbation. Let me be clear. The books that I've challenged don't just cover these themes. The books go into graphic detail about these sexual encounters. Everything that you could imagine, and likely some of the things that you couldn't. A vote in support of the Reader Act is a vote of support for the basic values that I've outlined here. And I hope this legislation will earn your support today. There probably won't be any questions, so I'd certainly reserve my right to close unless you have a few.
Wow, that's all. I'll begin. Representative Hinojosa.
Thank you, Representative Patterson. I have to admit that I haven't had a chance to study your committee substitute because we've been in hearing all day. I think it came out last night.
Yes.
But I have seen that there's a term that was in your original bill that is also, and by the way, are you laying out your substitute or your?
Yes.
Okay. That's in the original bill and also the substitute, and it's this term, pervasively vulgar. In the committee substitute, page 2, D-A3, it says the standards adopted under Section C must prohibit the possession.
I'm sorry, which line are you on?
So go to page 2, line 4, starts there.
Gotcha.
The standards adopted under subsection C must include and then you go to be reviewed and updated annually, and include a collection development policy that A, prohibits the possession, acquisition, and purchase of, and so just to be clear, this is a standard that the State Library and Archives Commission will have to issue with approval from the SBOE. So this standard that they have to issue will prohibit the possession, acquisition, and purchase of, and then you go to number 3, library material that is pervasively vulgar or educationally unsuitable as referenced in Pico v. Board of Education, cites a U.S. Supreme Court case. I looked at that case and the district court case, and I did not see a definition for pervasively vulgar. So I looked it up, the word vulgar, in the Oxford Dictionary, and this is what I found. For the definition of vulgar, lacking in sophistication or good taste, and making explicit and offensive reference to sex or bodily function. So this concerns me because I'm a boy mom. And I brought a sampling of some of his favorite books. So, I mean, if you haven't checked out the Fart Quest series, it's a real page turner for an elementary school boy. And in fact, my son is dyslexic. And it's books like this, Captain Underpants and the Bionic Booger Boy. And here's another one, Super Diaper Baby 2 Potty Snatchers. It's books like these that are lacking in sophistication and talk about bodily function that inspires him to read. And, you know, I didn't grow up with boys. This is new for me to be a boy mom. I wish they would pick up Shakespeare and read that instead.
They'll get there.
This is what they choose. And what concerns me about your bill is my boys will always be able to read this kind of stuff because I'll buy it for them. But for so many of our kids, our libraries are the only access they have to books. And what's important to me is that we make sure that we do what we can to inspire a love of reading for all of our children. And oftentimes what they love to read is not very sophisticated and sometimes a little vulgar.
Yeah, I mean, what I would say to that is that, you know, the sophistication is based on, you know, the age appropriateness of the child. I mean, if you're in elementary school, you're not going to be reading things as sophisticated as someone that's a senior in high school. You know, I've got 2 boys too, one in middle school, one in elementary still, and then a daughter in elementary. And I think what we've laid out in this bill very clearly is that we are trying to remove sexually explicit material as defined in the bill, as defined in court cases that go back to the Supreme Court over decades. And ultimately, I think the bottom line is, if you can't read this material on the television or over the radio, or if you can't show these images on TV, they have no home in a school library where students go without their parents to check out books. Now, you'll notice that nowhere in here did I mention public libraries or bookstores or Amazon or any other product. What we deal with in this bill specifically, and obviously it's why it's before your committee, is because we're dealing with public school libraries. And pervasively vulgar, sexually explicit content has no home in a school library. And that's what this bill seeks to address.
Except that, according to the definition, it covers the books that I just brought. And so what I would ask is, I mean, maybe that's your intent to keep these kinds of books out of our libraries. I hope not. But what I would ask is that when, and look, nobody wants kids having access to sexually explicit pornography type, like any of that.
You'd be
Nobody
surprised.
wants that. I really don't think anybody wants that.
Frisco ISD voted 3-2 to keep 2 sexually explicit books, including Perks of Being a Wallflower, which you have an example of right in front of
If
you.
I may finish. So what I would ask is legislation like this, it's so important that you narrowly tailor it, because we're talking about, right now, a definition that's pretty broad to include things that, I mean, when I told my son, I think we're hearing a bill that bans this kind of book, he was like, I'm telling all my friends.
Yeah.
So I would just ask that you look at the language to ensure that you're not picking up in the language of the bill things that you don't intend to pick.
Absolutely. Thank you. And if we can work with you to tighten that up to ensure that we don't include those books, I'd be happy to do so. I'd certainly hate to lose out on a future voter there. But I don't think that that is the intent of the bill, but I appreciate your concerns. Thank you.
All right, Representative Tallarico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Patterson, for being here. We've talked about this bill. You know, I have concerns about the way it's written, not necessarily the goal, but I'm worried that the language is so broad it would have unintended consequences. And I'm more than happy to work with you and the other members of the committee to tighten it up in a way that could prevent unintended consequences and still accomplish the goal. Because I do believe that everyone on this dais, probably everyone in the House, doesn't want pornography in our schools or in our libraries, right? But I think the bill is written currently with the current draft in a way that would sweep a lot of the books under that rug. Also, just want to say for the record, we're friends, classmates, we work together a lot. So all my concerns are not concerns about your motivations. It's purely about the language in the bill.
Sure.
So, okay, first question is an easy question, because I do want to talk about the history of efforts to regulate or ban or burn books, just so we know why it's important to be careful and to tighten up the language. So my first question is easy. What is your favorite book?
Well, I mean, the Bible, obviously.
Good choice.
It's a good Republican answer, right?
So I picked a fiction book, brought it here, Lonesome Dove by Larry McMurtry, who may be the greatest Texas author of all time, who we lost 2 years ago this month. I read it in high school, still my favorite book about Texas and friendship and growing old and adventures and all that kind of stuff. And my first job when I was in high school was at our local school library, shelving books, helping people check out. I became a language arts teacher in San Antonio ISD. So I know the power that books have, especially for kids who are left out, kids who are different, kids who are bullied, to comfort and inspire them. And it's because books have that power is why we both know, and you and I have talked about this, that dictators and authoritarians throughout history, whether it's Nazi book bonfires or Mao's Cultural Revolution, why they try to ban books, right? You're aware of this history, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, it is unconstitutional to ban a book based on political ideology or any ideology for that matter.
Yep.
And that's not what this bill does.
Yep. And the thing that frustrates me about this discussion is that feels, we accuse this bill of trying to ban books. We accuse people who have questions about the bill of wanting pornography. And those aren't helpful, I think, in this conversation, because I think we all share the same goal. We just want to make sure we're tightly tailoring it to solve the problem we're trying to solve. And I kind of think that censorship is the original cancel culture, right? And it's why our founders enshrined that First Amendment for freedom of speech.
Yes.
And the Supreme Court, as you said, has said that the First Amendment doesn't just apply to your right to express ideas, it also applies to your right to receive ideas, right? Even in a school library context. And that's especially true of our education system, because free speech, I think, keeps us smart and sharp and free, right? And we do not want to raise snowflakes, right, who are, not able to take the realities of the real world, right? We want to prepare our kids, especially our teens in high school, to be ready for what they're going to face when they're outside of our school walls. But we do see kind of a troubling trend. You're aware that Texas has banned more books from 2021 to 2022 than any other state?
I disagree.
Okay.
I mean, we're not banning books. I mean, I think that's a misconception. Yeah, I mean, just as you would remove any content that is not age appropriate from a classroom or for a library, it's not banning them. It's making sure that we have age appropriate items for our students.
Yeah, and we all agree everything should be age appropriate. And I think we all agree there is some material that should never be in a school library, right? Pornographic, violent, racist material that has no literary, no artistic value. like smut is what you would call it in the old days, right? Should never be in a school library.
Yes.
But that line can be hard to draw and hard to define, which is what you're trying to do in the bill. The word that's been brought up a lot in this discussion in the media and elsewhere is pornography. Can you help us understand why pornography as a word is not defined or mentioned in your bill?
Well, I'm not trying to remove pornography. I'm trying to make sure that we have age-appropriate materials in public school libraries. I'm trying to determine or define, rather, what is sexually explicit under the law and within the Constitution, what is sexually relevant, because those two things are different, and make sure that we don't have sexually explicit material in our public school libraries.
And pornography is actually not defined in our legal code. It falls under obscenity and harmful materials, both of which you do reference in your bill, correct?
Yes, but I'm not using obscenity as a definition. I mean, as a label for a book.
Right. So your bill references these two long-standing definitions in our legal code, and so I think it's helpful for everybody, including committee members, to understand what we're talking about. So harmful materials is one, obscene is another, and you're right, obscene is not necessarily defined in this bill, but it is referenced. I think it's relevant to the conversation. Both of those definitions, and this is what I want to hone in on, both of those definitions, as well as the FCC, require that we evaluate the work as a whole and determine if the work has any redeeming value, which it may not, but it does require us to go through that test of evaluating the work as a whole. Is that a fair statement of those definitions?
No. It is for obscene, but I disagree with the FCC Supreme Court case. The FCC regulates content from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. because there may be children watching or listening. They will fine you as a broadcaster or as a content creator if you have one single word out of an hour-long show that is inappropriate based on its vulgarity or explicit nature. So they don't take, the FCC actually doesn't take a product on the whole when they're fining it.
Well, I'm just looking at the FCC website. I can share this with you, and it says the full context in which the material appeared is important. This is, again, the FCC directly, and requires that you go through, and it has three different criteria they use. One of it is whether the material dwells on or repeats at length descriptions of or depictions of sexual or other organs or activities, and whether the material as a whole panders to or titillates or shocks the audience. So the FCC does evaluate works as a whole, which I think is good. And so it's very similar to obscene, which has the requirement that you evaluate the work as a whole and see if it has any literary, artistic, political, scientific value. And then the harmful materials definition has the thing about redeeming quality or redeeming value for youth, right, or minors, right? Is that
so
your understanding?
The reason that we use the term patently offensive in the bill is we actually lifted that from the FCC case from 1978, where it talks about the FCC having the ability to regulate based on these factors, and patently offensive is the term that we've used as a result of that. Now, we do refer to other items in the penal code in two different areas to make sure that you know exactly kind of what we're talking about here, but patently offensive is what we're using.
Right. So we've got obscene and harmful materials as two different definitions, very similar, meaning that it includes kind of patently offensive, but then it has that a requirement that you got to look at the whole thing, right? Does it have any redeeming value?
Right.
Is it, if you look at the whole thing as a whole, is it worth keeping? And so this is what you just mentioned. Your bill kind of doesn't use those, and instead is creating new definitions. Like, this is where the concern comes, that these new definitions are overly broad from what we've always used in the past, being obscene and harmful materials. So just to make sure I'm clear, one of the new definitions is sexually relevant materials, which is basically any material with a reference to sex in it, I think is a fair way to put it.
I would disagree that we're categorizing these as new definitions because we're using existing content that's already in the penal code as reference.
So you're taking out of a definition that has multiple parts and just using one of those parts to create
Well, the patently offensive, but that's not new either. I mean, that's from 1978.
Sure, but I'm saying, but to say sexually explicit, which is the second one, has to be a reference to sex, but it has to be patently offensive. It's in some ways, cherry picking sounds like I'm criticizing it, but it's taking parts of a holistic definition and just using parts of it to create a new definition. Because you're defining sexually explicit as a new definition in your bill, right? Even though
we define it in the bill, but we define it as referenced in the penal code.
Part of another definition. Right. So instead of the holistic definition of harmful materials or obscene, which we've always used, you're taking part of it, which is offensive.
Yeah, and can I address why we didn't put on the whole?
Sure.
Okay, so, you know, we have reviewed a lot of books, too many. And by the way, and I should have started with this, but my staff has done a phenomenal job over the last 18 months having to comb through material that no child should see and probably adults shouldn't read either, and having to go through all of this stuff, all these books along my side and create all this information and not only for the bill, but on the process that we've been over the last 18 months. And one of the things that we did not want to lose sight of is that there are books out there that probably, with the exception of a page or two, out of multiple pages, aren't really, no one would consider to be sexually explicit or patently offensive. There's one book about a totally different subject, about a sport, that has one scene in it. If you took that book on the whole, you may conclude that that book is not patently offensive when taken on the whole. But if you look at, there is what the FCC guidelines are, it can be one word, it can be multiple words, it can be multiple scenes, it can be one scene that is viewed as patently offensive, and we didn't want to lose track of the books that have graphic scenes, graphic rape scenes, graphic incest scenes, because they're not, when taken on the whole, a large percentage of the book.
So, and this is, I think this really, we're boiling down to my primary concern, and I think a concern of others on the committee and folks in the community and across the state, is this new definition that circumvents the requirement to evaluate the work as a whole, which, as I mentioned, the FCC does, because they want to make sure that the material dwells on or repeats at length those descriptions that are vulgar or sexually explicit, right? Rather than just a passing reference. Because your favorite book, which is also one of my favorite, the Bible, of course, has scenes about incest and rape, but that is not the whole book. It doesn't dwell on it, right? The book is about much more, when taken as a whole, than those explicit sex scenes. The same is true of my favorite book, the greatest novel, I think, in Texas history. Although the book is about much more than sex, as I mentioned, it does have 9 sex scenes, and includes a story about a woman being beaten and raped, and it includes stories about sex with prostitutes. For those that have seen Lonesome Dove, the miniseries, or read the book, I'm sure you know what characters I'm talking about. Would you consider those descriptions or portrayals of sexual conduct, sex with a prostitute or rape?
Well, I haven't read Lonesome Dove, and you know, I'm not going to go through every single book that exists and say yay or nay.
But what we're asking is for our vendors, our librarians, our schools, and TA to go through every book. That's why I think it's important.
Yeah, as they should. It's their dang responsibility. I mean, it's their responsibility to make sure that there is not anything patently offensive or vulgar or sexually explicit in their materials. What I will tell you is that these are not new definitions. I know you've said that multiple times, but these are not new definitions. We pull from existing definitions. We're not making anything new here.
But if you're pulling just parts of old definitions to create a new one, that's a new definition.
Well, no, the patently, the bulk of the definition is not new. That's from the FCC from 1978.
But if it wasn't new, then it wouldn't be defined in your bill, right? We all write.
No, it's defined in our bill because we want to be overly clear what we're talking about. We're being overly clear that we mean sexually explicit content, which is a relatively new phenomenon.
So let's talk about sexually explicit. Let's use Lonesome Dove. So you said, so if sex with a prostitute or rape are going to be considered sexual conduct under your definition, right? Because we got sexual conduct and then we got offensive.
Yeah, right? Depending on how it reads, it could fall into the sexually relevant material that would not be removed. Now, there's an opt-in for parents where you have to opt in to allow your children to read sexually relevant material.
Is sex with a prostitute patently offensive to you?
Yes.
Yes.
It is.
Okay. So if sex with a prostitute is sexual conduct, and patently offensive, under your bill, Lonesome Dove by Larry McMurtry would be banned in school libraries across Texas.
I mean, I'll have to take your word for it. I've not read the book, and I don't have the pages before me.
I mean, I'm saying that's a major, that's my point about tightening up language is like, if we pass a bill through the Texas legislature that bans Lonesome Dove out of Texas libraries, that is a travesty. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't look at books that are a problem. I'm just saying if we're doing this so broadly to where you're sweeping in Lonesome Dove, then we need to tighten up the language.
Well, and I don't care if it's Lonesome Dove or any other novel. If it has sexually explicit material in it, I would view that as an incredible win for the students of the state to not have that material in the library.
To not have Lonesome Dove in the library.
I've not read it, but I mean, if it's sexually explicit content, it doesn't belong in the library.
My point is that the test we just went through with Lonesome Dove would also apply to Twelfth Night, Midsummer Night's Dream, Romeo and Juliet, Of Mice and Men, Lady Chatterley's Lover, Ulysses, Jane Eyre, The Canterbury Tales, I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings by Maya Angelou, and the Bible. But you do have an exemption for required curriculum, which would include the Bible, and I want to talk about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, first off, I reject the premise that when TEA is looking at whether or not the book vendor rated this book as sexually explicit or not, they're not sitting across from someone and saying, well, you know this book, that's either sexually explicit or not. I mean, they're going to look at the material. They're going to know whether it is or isn't. But I'm at a disadvantage because I've not read the book that you're describing.
But my point, Representative Patterson, is that they're going to go off of what you pass into law, right? And so, or what we pass. It's not just you. You're introducing the bill. It's up to us to tighten the bill to make sure that when vendors are looking, they don't ban Lonesome Dove because that's crazy.
They might need to ban Lonesome Dove, though. That's my point. I mean, if it's sexually explicit, they may need to remove that. But I've not read it, so I'm at a disadvantage.
I mean, I think that's helpful to hear from you, that would be the intended, that would be the consequence.
If it's sexually explicit, if it is, then it should not be.
But do you see my point? You say sexually explicit. We have to go by your definition, which is just.
Yeah, because I'm the one that wrote the bill.
I know, but my point is the definition you wrote was if it's about sex and it's offensive. Offensive just means that it causes someone to feel upset. That's the definition of offensive. So any reference to sex, even if it's a passing reference that someone finds upsetting, that would mean the bill is banned. And my point is that
that's not the definition in the bill. That's not the definition of sexually explicit in the bill.
It's if it's sexual conduct that someone finds patently offensive.
Yes.
Yes, that's my point, is that those are the only two things, and those two things are going to sweep a lot of classic books that no one would think of as pornography out of our classrooms. And I'm not trying to dismiss the real concerns about some books that really are right there on the line and maybe shouldn't be in our libraries. My point, though, is if we're making a definition that is just kind of cherry picking from well-established definitions like obscenity and harmful materials, then we're casting a big net, and it's going to catch a lot of classic books that we think should be in libraries. Again, everything should be age appropriate. I'm not saying, I mean, not only can an elementary school kid not read Lonesome Dove probably, but you know, for a high school kid, of course, I think they should be exposed to classic literature, including the Bible, right? So,
well,
I
would just say that for it to be sexually explicit material, you know, I mean, there's a specific definition in here. I mean, it's got to be, I mean, basically explicit. I mean, it's got to be as defined in the penal code, but patently offensive about those items. And I mean, it's talking about very specific items.
And I'm glad we're talking.
And let me just say this. It's not, you know the song Puff the Magic Dragon?
Sure.
You know, that's not his pet dragon.
Sure.
Right?
I've heard.
But there's a far cry between Puff the Magic Dragon and how it's written and Because I Got High that came out when I was probably in high school. So you can deal with themes and you can deal with sex and have it not be sexually explicit. That's why we have the sexually relevant category as a catch-all for the other items that would be relating to or referring to sex. You can have that and it not be sexually explicit. The books that we're going after here, these graphic novels, so-called YA books that these publishers are hiding behind our current exemptions in the penal code for education purposes, that anyone else that would likely give this material to a minor would be arrested. You're talking about graphic detail. You're talking about...
Representative Patterson, no, I'm not defending those books. I'm not talking about those books. What I'm talking about is that in an attempt to try to get rid of those books, your definition is poorly worded because it's going to force vendors who, because they're trying to make profits, right? And I'm not trying to defend big corporations here, but because they're trying to defend their profits and you have the death penalty in here for them, they are going to use the most wide-ranging interpretation of your definition so they don't get caught and it doesn't hurt their profit margins.
Well, and that's a good point.
And that's why I think our definition has got to be airtight so that it doesn't include classic books. And I want to work with you on it, but I think the way it's currently written, it's sexual conduct, meaning anything about sex, and it's patently offensive are the only two things you got to meet. And I don't think that, just like we walked through with Lonesome Dove, those two things on their own, without considering the work as a whole, aren't going to cut it, in my mind, unless our goal is to ban classic books, including the greatest novel written in Texas history.
Patently offensive is not just up to me, it's a community standard.
Let's talk about that.
It's a community standard. And by the way, it's a community standard that the FCC uses for all 50 states.
But remember, and I don't want to keep pointing out the FCC, but they do evaluate works as a whole and they have a criteria to do it. And so I would, honestly, if our goal is FCC, if we just want to put this language in your bill, I would be.
But you're pulling it from the website and I'm pulling it from the Supreme Court case.
Well, this is in federal statute.
Okay. Well, then, so they have to take everything on a whole. So then they can't fine you for one bad word out of, and I know I'm not supposed to ask questions from this side.
That's okay. That's all right.
But
we have a conversation.
they can fine you. They regulate speech. One single word out of a 3-hour movie on TV, and they can fine you for one word. So they're not taking it as.
And I'm not saying they don't prohibit certain things. I'm not saying that libraries shouldn't prohibit. I started off saying libraries should prohibit things.
Yes.
I think the key is, are you evaluating something like the Bible, something like Lonesome Dove as a whole, rather than taking one line or one paragraph and pulling it out of context? I want to talk about the exemption that you have for required curriculum.
Yes.
Because I'm confused about how this would work in practice. So if the work is used as part of required curriculum, it's suddenly no longer sexually explicit. Is that? Your bill says directly related to required.
No, we're exempting required curriculum because of the classics that you mentioned that may be a part of required reading. Our goal is not to go after To Kill a Mockingbird or any other classic literature that students may need to read and is part of the required curriculum. And if it meets the standard for the TEKS and all of that, that's our catch-all, our safeguard to make sure that we're not going too broadly.
And I love to hear that that's not your goal, and I don't believe that's your goal. That's why I'm trying to work with you and everybody else in the community to make sure that doesn't happen. Because we know sometimes we pass bills here that don't have tight language, and it has unintended consequences that maybe you as the author or we as the committee didn't intend. So, but my point is, curriculum, as you're well aware, is not centralized in Texas, correct?
I'm sorry, what?
Curriculum is not centralized, meaning it's determined district by district, school by school. I'm not talking about that, Bill. But curriculum, as of now, is decentralized, meaning district by district, school by school, classroom by classroom, correct?
Yes, but there are certain standards in place. I mean, you can't just make up whatever your curriculum.
So the only standards, and this is what the section of code that you're linking to when you say directly related to required curriculum, is just the part of code that says you have to teach language arts, social studies, science, and mathematics, and then some enrichment curriculum. So I guess that's why I'm confused, is you're not linking to a list of titles that wouldn't be banned. That would make me feel better, but you're not doing that. So help me understand, one, how this would protect books if they're not mentioned, and then two, if the curriculum changes district by district, does that mean sexually explicit is changing district by district?
No, not at all. First off, required curriculum in the education code is a specific set of concepts, though not a specific set of materials, as you're referencing.
Right.
But those materials have to have educational value, of which all these YA novels don't. But they have to have educational value, and they have to be in accordance with the TEKS. So there is some set of standards there. But no, in terms of the sexually explicit material, the book vendors have to rate that sexually explicit or sexually relevant. And then they provide a list to the TEA, and any parent can challenge those definitions or those labels that they put on the book.
So to meet the TEKS, an educator in a classroom in your district can decide what books to use, and an educator in my classroom can decide what books to use. So that and if a teacher decides to use in their classroom, suddenly that's an exemption from sexually explicit, correct?
If it's educationally suitable, I mean, if it meets the other criteria, yeah.
I mean, all the criteria are as long as it's aligned to the TEKS and as long as it's.
No, it has to be educationally suitable. I mean, that's part of the definition in the bill is educationally suitable, which is also part of the PICO case, by the way.
Yeah, so an educator, as long as they are making it part of their curriculum, then it is not sexually explicit.
If an educator wants to stand by identical and that graphically details the rape of a daughter by a father and all the details surrounding that and say that that is educational material, I don't think that teacher is going to have a job very long.
And if a teacher wanted to teach the Bible, that there's a scene, obviously, as you are well aware of, with Lot, where he sleeps with his daughters, right, incest. I would not think that's should be banned, right? If a teacher's trying to use the Bible in a class to align to our TEKS about religious literature, that should be allowed, even though it's including a sexually explicit scene.
I think that would be a sexually relevant scene under the definition of the book. Again, the Puff the Magic Dragon versus Because I Got High.
Hold on, Ribs and Patterns. So a father sleeping with his daughter is not offensive?
No, it is offensive. Absolutely.
Okay, so it's
look at the definition
of
sexual
conduct that's offensive. That would be sexually explicit under your definition.
You're misstating the definition. It's not just offensive. We're talking about community standards that are so patently offensive that the community on the whole would be offended by that.
Which I think
we're talking about books.
Hopefully, every community in Texas would find incest offensive.
Absolutely, but there's a difference between saying this book has incest, and which I'm not going to read, but there may be others.
Sure.
But these books that you all have examples on your desks, there is a difference between saying that something is incest and talking about a theme and having the graphic detail of a sexual encounter. That is very different. But we're talking about apples and pomegranates here.
Right. And my point is, though, that the definition that you have doesn't make any of those distinctions.
I disagree.
Well, we've already gone through a test where we used a classic book
that I haven't read
that it would be banned.
I mean, no, I'm taking some things for your word for it and assuming. I didn't agree to anything.
So if a district decides that something is related to their curriculum in one district, another district decides that it's not related to their curriculum, that means we would have books that are allowed in one library and books not allowed in another library.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. So as it relates to curriculum, yes, but you have to keep in mind that that's not the only standard here. We're talking about a library standards that would be created with TSLAC and by approval of SBOE that are creating the standards by which they have the books in their library. So it's not just it's more complicated than what I feel like you're making it out to be. I mean, there are going to be collection
more
standards.
Complicated because I think this deserves a definition and a process that appreciates nuance. Because we just, as we're talking, we're seeing that these lines are hard to draw between classic works and books that we find concerning.
I disagree.
And so that's something that we need to tighten up in the language. Otherwise, we're going to see unintended consequences throughout the state. Let's talk about offensive.
Hold on. Because you make statements and then you move on to the next thing.
Well, I don't think we're covering new ground.
Well, it's because we disagree on the English language that's written into this bill. I mean, there are specific definitions of what we're talking about. There are specific library collection materials that is going to be voted on by elected officials in the SBOE. Plus, there is the concept of required curriculum. So this is very specific in what we're talking about.
But the SBOE is not going to craft a new definition. They're going to go off of your definition, which I've already established, and I know you say you disagree, but I've already shown you why that definition is too loosey-goosey and is going to include a lot of books that we just talked about.
Is loosey-goosey a book?
So I think we've established that this definition is too broad. I know you disagree with that as the bill author.
I think most of us disagree with that.
I would love to work on a definition that would not include Lonesome Dove, would not include the Bible or other classic works of literature.
Hold on, because I know you're about to move on to something else.
Yeah.
This bill does not include classic works or any religious text that is
But Representative Pettit,
approved
how does it-
curriculum. It's not.
But my point is, we just talked about, you just admitted there's not a list of work. So all you're saying is that it's related to required curriculum. And I showed you the statute where required curriculum, all it means is language arts, science, social studies, and mathematics. And you told me it's decentralized, meaning every district, every language arts teacher, which I was one, can decide what that curriculum is in their individual classroom. And in fact, when I was teaching language arts, we used a reading workshop model. Are you familiar with what that?
I'm not.
That's okay. So a reading workshop model is essentially where instead of having a class book where everybody reads the same book, you're teaching the TEKS through the books that students have chosen out of the library. There's a lot of research that students being able to choose their own book, having that autonomy, that agency, fosters a greater level of reading than when you're forcing everybody to read the same book. It's just a different model for how to run a language arts classroom. But so in my classroom, where it's a reading workshop model, when it was any book in the school library, that suddenly becomes part of the required curriculum in my classroom. Do you see where the trouble is coming in? If your bill is trying to use that as a way to say, the books that Tallarico is bringing up that sound concerning, we'd take care of that because it's part of required curriculum. Whereas a lot of classrooms, any book in the school library is part of the required curriculum, especially for language arts.
I would say that the sexually explicit books would not be in the library to begin with. The sexually relevant books the children would not have access to unless their parents opt in. So when they go to the library to check out a book,
but again, I
the
think you're
example that
confusing
you
your
gave
own bill
us-
because you said that it's not sexually explicit. The vendors do not have to classify something sexually explicit if it's directly related to curriculum, correct?
But you can't say that every library book is required curriculum.
My point is that you don't have a list of books that you're trying to protect. You're using a catch-all, which could mean anything in any classroom or any district that's using it in a language arts classroom.
Here's the. Hold on.
Your goal is good. I think the point is the way the language is written is not doing what you want it to.
I think you're confused, and so let me just read what required curriculum is. It's each school district that offers kindergarten through grade 12 shall offers required curriculum, a foundation of curriculum that includes English language arts, mathematics, science, social studies, et cetera, and enrichment curriculum, physical education, fine arts, career and technology, personal financial literacy, all these things that are required curriculum.
Yes.
You're correct, there is no set of books that is part of this required curriculum.
Yes.
But if a student in school goes to the library, they are not going to pick out a sexually explicit book because it won't be there.
The only way it's not going to be there under your definition is if the vendor deems it sexually explicit, and your definition of sexually explicit precludes anything that's part of curriculum. Do you see where the trouble is in like the sequence of events?
Honestly, I don't, because I think you're making it out to be something that it's not. I mean, I really don't follow you at all.
Okay, and I'm happy to go over. I'm happy to go over with you afterwards. So let's talk about the what I think are the new bureaucratic systems we're putting in place that I think are going to be costly and burdensome. So first, it would require school districts to implement a parental consent system to facilitate student access to any book with a reference to sex. So how would the parental consent system work if you're a teacher and you take your class to the library, which most teachers do? Do you need to come through every book in the library in order to inform the parents as the teacher and obtain parental consent before the child checks it out? How is this supposed to operate in practice?
I'm glad you brought that up. So first and foremost, the book vendor could not have sexually explicit material in the school library. Secondly, there's the second definition, which is sexually relevant material, which is kind of a catch-all for the other items. The school vendors by September 1st have to report to TEA every book that they have sold in the state of Texas that is sexually explicit or sexually relevant. That therefore generates a list of books. There is also a requirement for every district ever so often to go through and cull through all of the sexually relevant material that they have and create that list. And the committee sub, which we laid out earlier, shows that we're no longer sending that to TEA to do due to the fiscal impact. And we're asking every district to keep it on their website or handy there. So everyone is going to know which book, there should be no sexually explicit books. Everyone on the district campus is going to know which books are sexually relevant. And then, yes, there is an opt-in. If you're a parent, you have the ability to opt your child in to the sexually relevant material, but not sexually explicit because it shouldn't be there.
So this committee has said repeatedly that if we add a mandate for school districts, we should take one away, right? So what mandates do you think we should do away with in order to accommodate these new mandates?
Fitnessgram, I tried to get that done in 2019, but we took it out of the bill in a bill that I did to eliminate several unfunded mandates from the state. So, I mean, you can throw that one or any other one that you want to put out there.
Because you don't like unfunded mandates.
Well, I don't like unfunded mandates, but what I like worse is our kids being exposed to sexually explicit material. I don't view this as a mandate. I view this as some adults don't have common sense, and so the state needs a statewide solution on this issue. And so you're dang right. The state of Texas is going to come down and say, you won't have sexually explicit material, sexually relevant material. The parents are empowered to determine whether or not their children have access to that material. And I don't care if you call it an unfunded mandate or not. It's what we need to do.
Well, it's not up to me. I'm saying your fiscal note says there's going to be an impact on local districts, and you're not providing money to pay for it. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm not.
Okay. And so I'm looking, Florida is one of the states that have kind of tried this experiment, and the school districts, or one of the school districts, paid $25,000 to just create the parental consent system. So if I'm thinking 1,200 districts in Texas, that's $30 million just for the parental consent system. Is that? And
that's
and this bill would not
absolutely
provide,
absurd. That's absurd.
What's absurd?
That whole concept.
Okay.
No.
Okay, and your bill does not provide any funding for those mandates for local districts?
No, and nor does it provide funding for the reconsideration processes, which they're already doing.
So let's talk about TEA commissioner. So the TEA would have the ability to essentially override all book rating decisions made by book vendors, correct?
Hold on. I do want to mention something.
Sure.
So Follett, relating to your last question, Follett actually had an online system currently in place in some school districts as a pilot to allow parents to opt their children out of certain materials. It was taken away by Follett after a lot of pushback from the American Library Association because of radical librarians in the Northeast who said, no, our librarian Bill of Rights says that every library user, regardless of a lot of things, including age, have the right to privacy about their library use, even from their own parents. So there's a technological fix to this that Follett, the largest book vendor in the United States, already has the capabilities to do. They just have to flip a switch. So, I mean, that would be very easy.
And I'm not asking the vendor part of the bill. I'm asking about the...
But they're going to use the vendor to implement this. I mean, they're online searchable databases. They all use...
Parental consent system, that's what I'm asking about. That's a different system.
I mean, that's a form to fill out. I mean, I can't imagine that you'd spend $25,000.
Well, every time a child checks out a book, depending on what the book is, parents would have to be notified before the book is checked out, correct?
No, what I envision, and that's up for the SBOE to determine with consultation from TSLAC, is that if there's books that are sexually relevant, I would assume that they may be in a different area, that they may be, somewhere else, and that you would know whether or not a child has the ability. I mean, I don't know. We're not getting that prescriptive. They can do it however they want to do it. If they want to spend $30 million doing it, they can. If they want to find a simpler process, which I think most of the school districts in Texas would do, they can do that as well. It doesn't have to be that complicated.
Well, and I know your first bill, and tell me if the committee sub has gotten rid of this, required that school districts review their entire collections and any book that references sex every 5 years to determine whether to retain the books or whether to submit a report to TEA. Is that still in your...
Sexually relevant material, because sexually explicit material won't be there. They'll have the list because the book vendors are going to supply the list of which books have been sold. So they already have the list of books. But yeah, there's an automatic reconsideration process, which is so important.
And it's right. So this new parental consent system, this requirement to go through every library book or to look for...
Not every library book, but the sexually relevant material, yes. Which, by the way, librarians already do. I mean, the librarians already go over all the material. They already have a system in place to do this. It's just saying, hey, you need to pay particular attention to these
the
books.
fiscal note that I read for your bill says there's going to be an impact on local districts.
Correct.
A cost.
Yes.
But I didn't see any funding attached to that cost.
Right.
Okay. So back to the TEA commissioner. So that means that the commissioner, Mike Morath, has new power to override any local community and any book review process they have, and would be able to ban any book in Texas without justification. That's what I'm reading in your bill.
No.
So the commissioner has to provide justification for why they've.
I guess I don't understand the question. I mean, TEA is going to be the administrative wing of this. The book vendors themselves are the ones that have to apply our law
But your
if passed.
commissioner can override any vendor decision, correct?
Well, no. I mean, if the
language
vendor, just as the FCC does on television shows, I mean, if the vendor does not rate their book appropriately, then the TEA is forced to let them know. Now, they are given notice, and they can have, I believe, it's 60 days to make a correction or dispute it. But no, I mean, I understand you're trying to make this about Mike Morath as an individual, but whoever is in charge of the TEA, they're going to have people in place that are going to be reviewing. If a parent brings it forward and says this book vendor did not rate this book appropriately, there has to be someone to hold the book vendors accountable. I mean, you can't just have them say, none of this stuff's sexually explicit, and I'm not going to say that it is.
This is the crux that we have. Every school district in Texas has a process for reviewing and processing complaints about books in a library, correct?
Yes.
And
Wow,
so we are,
so.
we're replacing that process at a local level between parents and educators with the TA committee.
No, the local reconsideration process
I
remains.
feel like I'm reading the text of the bill and then getting a different answer from you. So
Well, because no, the local reconsideration process stays in place. If I want to challenge a book for any reason, it still goes through the local reconsideration process.
So the agency may review library material sold by a library material vendor that is not rated or incorrectly rated by the vendor as sexually explicit material. If the agency determines that the library material is required to be rated as sexually explicit material or sexually relevant material or to receive no rating at all, the agency shall provide written notice to the vendor. The notice must include information regarding the vendor's duty under this bill. So they can disagree with what the vendor does and override that decision.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
but you said it completely eliminates the local reconsideration process, which it doesn't. That's still going to remain.
My point is that the TA commissioner now has new power to basically ban any book in Texas.
No.
Because if the commissioner can say a book is sexually explicit under your definition, that would ban the book in Texas.
No.
Sexually explicit would not be banned?
No, we're not banning any books.
How is sexually explicit? You just said there's a library collection.
You said that it's going to ban books in the state of Texas. I can go to the mall, Stonebriar Mall in Frisco.
Okay, yes, let me clarify.
And go to Barnes and Noble and buy this.
Banning them from school libraries. Is that the TA commissioner can now do that for any book that they as they see fit?
I don't know that it would be the commissioner. I would assume he would have someone else that looks at that.
But he would have final authority.
If a book vendor does not rate a book appropriately, there has to be somebody that holds them accountable.
Not local communities, it would be the TA commissioner.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm understanding the new, because when we give new power to the commissioner,
Mm-hmm.
we have to be really careful about what that new power is, especially when it's overriding what local communities are doing.
It's not overriding anything that the local community, you're confusing, once again, you're confusing the situation. The local community is not the one rating the books. The local community is the one accepting the books that are appropriate for their school
I'm sorry,
library.
maybe I should clarify. Not under your bill. I'm saying currently, the way Texas operates now has always operated. It's local communities making these decisions for themselves.
Right.
Under this, it would be the vendors making decisions and the TEA commissioner.
No, it would be the vendors making the decision, a parent, presumably, or a taxpayer, who oftentimes gets lost in this whole discussion because they're the one footing the bill for this explicit material. But they could find a book, they then turn it into the TEA to say that the book vendor didn't do this appropriately, and then the TEA decides whether or not
That's one way, but it also could be the commissioner deciding on his own. Because your book doesn't.
Presumably, I mean, the commissioner, if you want to make it specific about him, he's a parent of a public school child or children in
I'm just saying
Austin ISD.
your bill doesn't clarify that. It's just saying the commissioner has.
Anyone can bring it
power.
forward, yeah.
Right,
I mean,
or the commissioner himself can do this unilaterally on his own.
I mean, look, I get what you're trying to do here, but I mean,
I'm really
we
not
have.
trying to- I just I want to.
Well, no, we have specific. You're making it sound like the TEA commissioner can just willy-nilly go out there and pull any book. We have definitions in this bill. We have required curriculum. We have library standards that are going to be set by, for the first time ever, by the way, because all the standards currently are voluntary. We have library standards that are going to be put in place. This is not one person on a witch hunt out by themselves, willy-nilly going out and finding books and banning them, as you say. These are books that are not appropriate for children, that are going to be rated as such. And if they're not, then the fail-safe is that the TEA administratively is going to apply the law that we pass as a legislature and see whether or not they're accurate. And if they're not, the book vendor still has the ability to appeal that and say, no, we disagree based on these grounds. And if they want to take it to court, they can take it to court and ultimately have it decided.
President Patterson, I think you're saying what your intent is or what your goal is.
I mean, that's the way it's written in the bill.
Well, I've just gone through every part of the bill and shown you how those things can be interpreted to do things contrary to your goal. And I think it's our job, and we know that happens, especially in education policy, where we'll pass major legislation, we think we know what it's doing, and then it has negative consequences for our kids, for our parents, and for our schools. And so that's my concern, that the way the bill is written, some of these things we've already gone through, that it will have these major negative consequences. And I want to work together. I don't want this to, I know you're taking offense at this, and I don't want this to be confrontational.
I'm not taking offense. I'm just confused because this is very plain language, and it's really not that complicated of a bill.
I would love it to be plain. I think what we're having an issue with is that these definitions can be used, as we've already demonstrated, as you've demonstrated here, to ban books that we don't want banned.
I want to be very clear. I have not demonstrated that whatsoever. You gave me a hypothetical of a book that I haven't looked at. That's not the way this policy would go. I never said anything about banning a book. All we're talking about is if it is not, which is a key word in the statement that I made earlier, if it is sexually explicit, it has no business being there. If it's sexually relevant, then parents should be empowered to opt their child into reading
sexually explicit instead of using the definition of sexually explicit, which you have in the bill, right?
Well, I mean, I can say all 40 words every time I say sexually explicit.
We agree on what the definition says, and I said if it applies to your definition in these ways, you said that it would apply. And so I want to work together to try to tighten up these definitions so that we don't have the unintended consequences that we've seen in other states that have tried this. And happy to continue working with you. And I'm sorry if it came across as something that was upsetting. I just want to make sure that we're trying to work together to achieve, I think, a common goal, which is making sure pornography is not in our school, while still making sure that classic works of literature, including classic Texas works of literature, are protected.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I'm not offended and I'm not upset. I'm passionate about this issue because I've fought it for 18 months. When the adults in the room who should have had the wherewithal to remove these...
Hold up just one second. Just want to remind everybody about our house rules about outbursts, okay? This is a serious discussion, and we don't need the fan club. We're going to get to everybody, so no more outbursts.
And I appreciate that you have supporters here in the room, and that's good, and I want to have this conversation. I just want to make sure we're doing it respectfully and thoughtfully. And I think if there are concerns about language not being tight enough, I think it should be something we all feel comfortable talking about.
I agree.
If there's a gut, kind of a knee-jerk defense of it, I think that is more alarming than us working together to try to ensure languages.
Look, I want to work with whoever on this committee wants to, but you made a lot of assertions that just aren't rooted in reality. And so that's where I was having a hard time with. We have very specific, we didn't make anything up here. This is existing words in the penal code. This is existing terms that the FCC uses for 330 million Americans or however many there are. We didn't make it. That part is not the new. I didn't think that was where you were going earlier because that's not the new part. That's all existing. I mean, we use 3 Supreme Court cases. We use the way FCC does it. The existing penal code, that's all in there. That's nothing
Patterson,
new.
And I know that's what you think you're doing. We've talked about how by cherry picking parts of established definitions and lumping them together, that is a new definition. Although it does contain parts that exist elsewhere, it is now a new thing if you're putting it together as a whole. And we've talked about the FCC is doing a lot more than what your definition requires because it requires that works are evaluated as a whole.
They don't, though.
I mean, I know you're saying things here, but
if there was one nude scene in a movie, it's rated R.
Okay.
One scene in a 3-hour movie.
Something to consider since the FCC is your standard. Let's just adopt the language that the FCC uses. Are you open to that?
Look, man, I'm not agreeing to anything that I haven't read, okay? I mean, it's just, that's...
Representative Patterson, I would love to look at this language because I agree. If the FCC is your goal, let's actually use the standard they use rather than something new in the bill. That would be my only concern. Thank you, Representative Patterson. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You bet. Chairman Longoria.
Thank you very much, Chairman. First of all, I appreciate all the effort that you've shown on this bill. You've put a lot of work, and I'm trying to grasp, how does this work as a parent? You know, I have two daughters, 8 and 11. I'm trying to figure out, how does this help me as a parent to make decisions on what I feel is in their best interest, I guess, growing up?
Well, thank you. And first and foremost, what it does, and one of the things that I grew frustrated with over the last 18 months was Frisco ISD. I'm going to use anecdotes because that's my personal experience over the last 18 months. Frisco ISD had a system where every parent had to know every title and every word in every book in every library. And we're a fast growth district. We build new schools all the time. So when we build a new school, they say, well, we need 12,000 or we need 15,000 books. The book vendors then supply that. The librarian may walk in, may not even be hired on day one, but may walk in on day one, and he or she then doesn't even know what's in the library. They just show up. The book vendor's done all the work. They've even set up all the displays within the library. So number one, what it does for the parent is it makes sure that we don't have any sexually explicit material. No longer do you have to be the sole authority on every single book in the library and know everything about every book. So that's number one. That's what it does for the parents. Number two, what it does is because the book vendors have to create a list of every book sold into the state of Texas that was sexually explicit, sexually relevant, and give that to TEA, it's going to be known which books that you may want to pay closer attention to for your child. Number three, every school district is going to have their own list of all the sexually relevant material that they have on file. So if you want to go view that and make sure, hey, okay, I know this book's on the TEA website, but I don't know if it's in my specific district, you can go to your school district and you can find that list of books from your school district. And finally, it gives you the power, the authority over what your child checks out of the library by opting your child into certain sexually relevant materials that may be something that you want your child to see, that may not, rise to the level of concern for you as a parent, but may rise to the level of concern for another parent. So it gives really the ultimate flexibility to the parent on everything except for sexually explicit material, which wouldn't be allowed to be there in the first place.
So the vendors can't purchase any sexually explicit material, or
they can't sell it into the school districts.
Okay, into the school districts. Are they the ones making the ultimate decisions on what's being put on the shelves?
Yes, and that's why we chose the vendors specific. Look, this isn't a witch hunt over librarians or school administrators or any of that kind of stuff. In fact, we have explicit protections for our public schools in the bill. But what we're trying to do here is saying, okay, look, there's these vendors. They have a direct financial relationship with the school district. They are selling materials, and quite frankly, a lot of times what we found was materials that they didn't even know were that way. Because the school districts are saying, hey, I want highly rated books. I want award-winning books. Well, in 2023 America, highly rated and award-winning books, a lot of times, based on what I've found over the last 18 months, are a lot of the sexually explicit materials, some of which I've shown to you with the handout earlier. Those are award-winning books in this country. So the book vendors didn't really, at least like Permabound, for example, they weren't trying to go push sexually explicit materials on children. They didn't really realize what they were. The guy came into my office hat in hand, was embarrassed about what they had. And then they pulled several dozen books. So yes, the direct financial relationship between the book vendor who's getting money for the books that they're selling and the school district who's sending them money, that's why we attacked in the bill, that's why we attacked that relationship to say the book vendors should be the ones in control and be responsible for what they are sending our students.
So I think a lot of the books that are subject to sexually explicit material are award-winning books, right?
That's right.
Whatever way they deem them. I think kind of as a parent, my wife and I, we watch HBO, and there's award-winning movies on there. But we kind of restrict what our kids can watch based on their age.
Yes.
So I think it's kind of important as a parent. I didn't know how big of an issue this was until you brought it to my attention. And I really appreciate all the hard work you've put into it.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Representative Harrison.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Representative Patterson. It's I think...
Sorry, I'll turn my chair this way.
Yeah, no worries. I think it's manifestly apparent that you've put a lot of thought into crafting a solution to something that I do believe, and I agree with you, is a serious problem. And it's one that I'm particularly sensitive to, also as a father of 4 young children who do attend public school here in Texas. One quick clarifying question about the handouts. I I couldn't help but notice that I have a lot of school districts that I'm proud to represent. I recognize some names that are on this list. Are these books that are currently still in some of these ISDs, or have these been removed already?
Well, so first of all, thank you for the comments. And I want to make sure that we clarify that, quite honestly, most of the work wasn't mine. It was my staff's. I mean, they have been remarkable through this entire process. I'm embarrassed at some of the material that they've had to comb through and everything, and working with the different groups and trying to put something together that makes sense for most people. And so, first off, I just want to clarify that. But yes, we did that research within the last 10 days using online databases that are readily available in many school districts across the state where you can search certain books. We limited it to the books that I had challenged in Frisco Independent School District. We didn't have some 900 book list, just the books that I've challenged personally. How many of those books would be found in each one of your school districts that overlap with your house district? And yes, we listed them on the sides of these handouts so that you would know that these books still remain. Now, genderqueer, which I referenced in my layout, which is one of the most remarkably offensive things that I could imagine a child having to see, is still in 35%, more than a third of the top 21 districts in the state, more than 35% of the top 17 districts in the state of Texas. The 36 or so books that I challenged in Frisco ISD, more than 79% of those titles remain currently today. More than 79% of those remain in the top 17 districts in the state of Texas. This is an issue that requires a statewide solution because of two reasons. Number one, parents don't have the time or the energy to know every single book that's out there when they're buying books all the time. But number two, the state has a vested interest in protecting the mental health of our students. The state has a vested interest in protecting the innocence of our children. And I think that's why we need a statewide solution here.
Now, thank you for that answer. And just to be really clear, and by the way, please relay appreciation to your staff for their hard work on this issue. Not only are there schools on here that I recognize, I have many in my district. There's one on here that my children attend. Are you representing that there is a chance that my child could have one of these books in their library?
Potentially.
Okay. Thank you very much for that clarification. One thing that I hear, and it was referenced at the top of Representative Tallarico's remarks, that I hear often thrown around when this topic comes up is the topic of book banning. I just would like to ask you a clarifying question. Would your bill, House Bill 900, if it were to pass, would this bill ban or otherwise make illegal even one single book in the state of Texas?
No, sir.
Thank you for that clarification. And then final question regarding the fiscal note, because that's come up here a little bit. Maybe I'll back up. How would these books have ended up in the schools in the first place from a fiscal perspective? Is it possible that not only is this in my children's school, but that my constituents paid to have these books in their school?
Absolutely, sir. Government entities don't have money. They have our money. And our money was used to purchase these materials, these sexually explicit materials.
Okay. One comment, I do not believe the fiscal note estimates at $3 million. I do not believe that.
I will say this, though, and I don't mean to interrupt, but on the fiscal note, we did, in the committee sub, which we laid out earlier, we have addressed a big chunk of what I believe to be the problem with the fiscal note by allowing districts to hold their own lists at the district level versus supplying those lists to TEA. So now TEA only receives the lists from the book vendors, not each individual district's list. So that's 1,200 lists, roughly, that TEA is not going to have to keep up with anymore, which I believe will have a significant impact to lower the fiscal note.
So in the committee, your expectation would be that this fiscal note or the new fiscal note would be significantly lower than what?
Dramatically lower.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Very, very helpful. Look, I'll just, I guess, close by saying that I find it unlikely that I will, with any regularity, be accused of promoting profligate government spending. But I will say this, I do not care if it costs schools a few bucks to do it. I want this filth out of my children's school and across schools all across the state of Texas immediately.
Thank you.
So thank you for bringing us this bill, Representative Patterson.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Members, any additional questions? All right, I just, one quick comment. First of all, I think it's been pretty clear that, and I think it was quite a true statement that books are powerful. Yep. Right? The written word can do a lot of things. Is that correct? It can inspire us, it can motivate us, it can instruct us, and it can encourage us, and it can make suggestions to us. And I think given sexually explicit materials, that is the point.
Absolutely.
And so I look forward to hearing public testimony. And if there's no more questions from the members, we will do that. I'd like to remind everyone we're going to stick to a 3-minute tight clock here. I know this issue is passionate, and I do ask that you make sure that you stick to the time limit. We want everyone to be heard. We have 81 folks signed up to testify.
Sorry.
So, let's get rolling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Chair calls Kristen Bentley, Republican Party of Texas, and yourself. Where's our...
I do have a handout.
Okay,
Chair.
we need our handout first. We show you registered as Kristen Bentley on behalf of the Republican Party of Texas and yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair.
All right, thank you.
My name is Kristen Bentley, and I'm the State Republican Executive Committee woman from Senate District 1, and I chair the subcommittee Stop Sexualizing Texas Kids. The Republican Party of Texas strongly supports HB 900. Sexually explicit materials are in Texas public schools in every single House district across the state. Local policies have largely failed to protect Texas children from these indecent materials, as school districts are not given clear directives other than to avoid breaking the law. At its core, the sexualization of children is abuse, and the state has a compelling interest to protect kids from sexualization. As you said, Mr. Chair, words are powerful. And I'm going to go off my script here because I want to clear something up about what the FCC does. Between the hours of 6 a.m. and 10 p.m., the FCC regulates for indecent and profane content. And why do they do that? They do that in the interest of protecting children. 24 hours a day, the FCC regulates for obscene content because obscene content is not protected speech. That is where they use a 3-prong Miller test to determine what is obscenity, because they basically ban that kind of speech in America, in a country that loves their freedom of speech. It's not protected. And so I think there's been some confusion about the definitions of the FCC, and I have the definitions in front of me, and I would like to read them because of the confusion. Representatives, according to the FCC, obscene content does not have protection by the First Amendment. For content to be ruled obscene, it must meet a 3-pronged test established by the Supreme Court. It must appeal to an average person's prurient interest, depict or describe sexual conduct in a patently offensive way, and taken as a whole lack serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. And in the state of Texas, we have in our penal codes 43.24, which is harmful materials. And that is based on what we call the modified Miller test, which is what defines obscenity and what defines harmful materials.
You need to wrap it up, please.
Okay, indecent content, because what the FCC does is they recognize that speech that is harmful to minors that we have to protect them from may not meet that 3-pronged test. It may not meet the definition of what is harmful to minors. And that is why between the hours of 6 a.m. and 10 p.m., they regulate for indecent and profane content. And I have those definitions right here in front of me as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? Okay. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Jonathan Covey, Director of Policy, Texas Values. Okay. We don't see Jonathan, so we'll have the record will show Jonathan Covey, Director of Policy, Texas Values, for the bill. Chair calls Matt Long. We show you registered as Matt Long on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
You may proceed.
I'm a simple guy, very simple guy. I've been reading laws and legislation for about 10 years now in my trying to get engaged up here at the Capitol. And this one, and I know law and legislation it can be extremely complicated. This one is real simple to me. If I can be arrested for handing it to a child today, that should be the test. If I can be arrested for handing that book to a child, then it shouldn't be in our school. I mean, that's as plain and simple as it can be. And I've read Lonesome Dove, one of my favorite stories. I know what a poke is, and I don't remember them being graphically discussed in the book, but the term poke was quite often used. I do have Genesis 19 open for verse where we have Lot sleeping with his daughters, and it says, that night they got their father to drink wine, and the older daughter went in and slept with him. He was not aware of it when she lay down or when she got up. Then the other daughter goes in, and she went in and slept with him. That's quite a bit different from this take that I have from The Bluest Eyes, where a father and a daughter are engaging in the same product. And it says, a bolt of desire ran down his genitals, giving it length and softening the lips of his anus. Surrounding all of this lust was a border of politeness. He wanted to fuck her tenderly, but the tenderness would not hold. The tightness of her vagina was more than he could bear. His soul seemed to slip down to his guts and fly out into her, and the gigantic thrust he made into her then provoked the only sound she made, a hollow suck of air in the back of her throat. It says, removing himself from her was so painful to him, he cut it short and snatched his genitals out of the dry harbor of her vagina. So when the child regained consciousness, she was lying on the kitchen floor under a heavy quilt, trying to connect the pain between her legs with the face of her mother looming over here. There's a big difference between a graphic description and the Bible saying he slept with, the daughter slept with the father. Those are huge, big difference. I have a daily radio program, and I'm on the air live. I have a live microphone. It's not a podcast. I don't sit in my basement and record it and go over. I get a microphone that gets turned on at 8 minutes after 9 every morning, and I speak into it. When we started reviewing these books in Fredericksburg, we tried to get the paper to print some of these excerpts, and they said, we can't do that. It's a family paper. So I went to my boss, and I gave them some excerpts. And I said, I want to read these over the air. And the owner of the station, he has 5 stations, he said, Matt, I agree with you. I think you should read these over the air. He said, but if you read these over the air, not only will, he said, you've got the jobs in 5 different stations of people. They're going to lose their jobs if you read these over the air. So can't read them over there, can't print them in the paper. And the last thing I would like to say is the argument about the First Amendment rights of students, let's apply it to the Second Amendment rights for children. If we're going to do that, go down that line, then children should have Second Amendment rights as well. Thank you.
All right, members, any question for this witness? All right, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, Chair calls Jonathan Covey, Director of Policy, Texas Values. Thank you for being here today. We show you registered as Jonathan Covey on behalf of Texas Values as Director of Policy. You'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, Mr. First Call, trying to get down from the overflow room. My name is Jonathan Covey. I'm the Policy Director for Texas Values, testifying in favor of HB 900. We appreciate the hard work that Representative Patterson and his team have put into this legislation. We support this for a number of reasons, including the fact that this bill is truly about protecting the innocence of children and empowering our parents to decide what materials a child consumes rather than having government schools indoctrinate our kids. It hits the right balance by not only establishing a rating system, holding vendors accountable, but also by involving state and local authorities in the collection, review of newly acquired materials. Parental controls are also necessary for library catalogs and accessible book lists. Finally, requiring collection development policies that incorporate state code defined harmful materials, definitions from this legislation, and U.S. Supreme Court decisions regarding vulgarity and educational suitability work well to ensure this legislation protects kids while at the same time upholding freedom of speech. Parents are rightfully concerned and even sometimes angry that their children may have access to obscene and pornographic material in public school libraries. It's time to make a change, and HB 900 is a significant step in the right direction. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Members, any question for this witness? All right. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're going to call Brian Talley next, but you should tell Kelly and Wesley that they're going to be immediately following, just so everybody can.
Okay. I want to make Kelly Neidhart, or Neidert, excuse me, and Wesley Cunningham aware that they will be after the next witness. At this time, the chair calls Brian Talley. We show you registered as Brian Talley on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Chairman and Representatives, I'm Brian Talley in support of HB 900. I'm a dad in the Eanes School District here in Austin. I have 3 daughters, one in elementary, one in middle, and one in high school in the district. I attended public school myself, and I'm here to protect the innocence of our children, ensure parents are maintained as the sole authority over our children, including their social and moral authority, and ensure they learn the core curriculum and learn about and support the values of our existing Constitution. I'm in support of HB 900 by supporting age-appropriate access with parents' permission only to sexually relevant materials in public schools. In the year 2020, a diversity, equity, and inclusion program was adopted by our partisan school board in Eanes ISD. A critical race theory expert from Columbia University was hired to be their DEI consultant. Columbia University was the original U.S. higher education institution who hosted Herbert Marcuse and Max Horkheimer of the Frankfurt School of Germany early in World War II, both Marxists, with Horkheimer being the founder of critical theory. The point of my mentioning that is through this DEI program made actionable by the school board members and carried out by the DEI consultant and administrators, Eanes published sexually inappropriate books with graphic and vulgar sexual content, and librarians recommended some of these books to minors without parents' permission. I asked the principal not to promote these books to my children. Despite my request, my 6th grader this year, on day 2 of school, brought home a sexually inappropriate book. Parents began to challenge these books, and the book reviewers were picked by the administration and were overwhelmingly existing administrators and only a few community representatives. I'm not aware of any challenges that were approved. Later, lacking any integrity, the district published a list of parents who challenged the books in the district by emailing the entire district email list, and then the partisan Austin American Statesman published the list of parents as well. I should also note that our lead librarian rallied far-left political activists to 2 school board meetings to rally against concerned parents under the cover of book banning, and in coordination with our immediate past lead librarian who found #Freedom Fighters, a national partisan group who is openly working to stop limits on adults providing adolescents materials that many parents object to and without parents' permission. In summary, This was all done through the DEI program initiated by our trustees, carried out by the administration, and in partnership with political activist librarians who directly promoted these books to minors without parents' permission. The district admitted in writing that the DEI consultant and administrator made it an initial goal to examine and potentially increase diversity in library selections. To wrap it up, not only do we need age-appropriate access to books, but parents need a way to enforce the existing laws on the books with TEA. As it is, TEA is taking no action that I'm aware of to stop licensed teachers from using the school for personal partisan reasons and from prohibiting them from communicating sexually inappropriate materials to minors without parents' permission, despite this being a breach of TEA rules, clearly. So if we pass this bill, and I hope we do, it needs to be enforceable. And I would like this body to understand that the partisan political DEI agenda, which is in my direct experience behind the effort to promote this material to our children, needs to be addressed in K through 12 public schools, not just higher education. So please pass HB 900, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions for this witness? Representative Schaefer.
Did you hear Representative Patterson refer to these three books, Damsel, Identical, and The Perks of Being a Wallflower?
Uh-huh.
Are you aware of these still available to children in Austin ISD libraries now?
Well, we're in Eanes. I'm in Eanes.
Eanes, okay.
Austin ISD is, they push the limits on everything.
Okay, I thought you said you were at Austin ISD.
No, I'm in Eanes, but that is in Austin.
Okay, very good.
And we do have, essentially, they've been going through and doing different things with the books, but these books are still available in our library. And we had moms who categorized about 350 books that they found that had sexually inappropriate material in them.
Have they, made them where the parents have to consent? Or is there any restrictions on the access that children have?
Not that I'm aware of. I have called in and begged them not to provide these books to my kids, and so just out of courtesy, they won't. But the trustees of our school will not take action without legislation because they support the material being in the library.
Thank you. Members, any additional questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Kelly Niedert, Protect Texas Kids. All right. We show you registered as Kelly Niedert on behalf of Protect Texas Kids and yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yep.
And we'll have Wesley Cunningham, Lucy Podmore, and Mary Woodard. You'll be next in that order.
My name is Kelly Neidert, and I'm the Executive Director of Protect Texas Kids. Protect Texas Kids takes a stand to protect children from the toxic, indoctrinating agenda of the left by exposing the truth behind the ongoing assault that has been ruthlessly waged against our children's identities, core development, and traditional values. Explicit library books are a pervasive issue we are seeing in school districts across the entire state. While many people claim that these pornographic school library books are non-existent, that is a lie. These books are very real. I've heard numerous firsthand accounts from parents around North Texas who have dealt with this problem. One mother in Dallas ISD told me that she didn't even believe these explicit books were truly available to students until she found one in her 5th grade daughter's backpack. The book her daughter had checked out from her school library was a graphic novel called Magical Boy, which is about a transgender child. The book included both sexual images and extremely inappropriate text that was clearly not suitable for children. I've asked the clerk to share a handout I brought, which includes quotes and images from books. All of these books have been found and are currently in school libraries across Texas. They're very shocking, and this is a very real problem. While some school districts are taking action to ensure that these explicit books are removed from their libraries, many districts have done nothing. It is clear that ISDs are not going to fix this issue on their own. In fact, several districts are actively fighting back against parents who want this explicit content removed. This bill is needed to protect Texas kids from sexual content that has absolutely no educational value. I ask that you pass this. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions of this witness? All right. Thank you for being here. Chair calls Wesley Cunningham, Frisco ISD. We show you registered as Wesley Cunningham on behalf of Frisco ISD. You're the Associate Deputy Superintendent, and you'll be testifying on the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Buckley, Vice Chair Allen, members of the committee. Thanks for having me back again. I am Wes Cunningham, Associate Deputy Superintendent for Frisco ISD, and testifying on the bill, not for or against. I'd like to start off by making sure the record reflects some facts. We are disappointed that Representative Patterson felt the need to disparage Frisco ISD while laying out his bill. We're actually here to express appreciation for this bill. Contrary to his comments, we have twice updated our policies and practices, including creating an expedited review for allegedly obscene content and increasing parent participation in the reconsiderations. We have not sat back and required parents to identify titles. Instead, our incredible librarians have spent the past year reviewing every one of the more than 300,000 individual titles in our collections. That work has adjusted the availability for hundreds of books, including fully removing 80 books for having obscene content or not being age appropriate. We have published all the work we've done online for our entire community to see. Despite the comments made about Frisco ISD earlier this evening, we do agree that this bill helps address the problem. We absolutely do not want sexually explicit library books available in our school libraries. We expect that some of the structures established in HB 900 will assist us as school districts accomplishing that goal. We've been working on this issue in Frisco ISD for over a year, and on our first meeting with Representative Patterson, February of last year, we identified the main problem to him as being that we rely on third parties to determine whether particular content is age appropriate because we do not have the capacity to individually read every title prior to purchase. We let Representative Patterson know that our standard practice was to rely on these third-party professional reviews, but sometimes they didn't get it right. Over the next few months, we learned that some of these entities were consistently reviewing content positively when we did not feel they met the appropriate level for our students in our libraries. This bill solves that problem by providing school districts with reliable information about whether a book contains sexually explicit content and allows us to make sure we achieve our goal of providing high-quality library materials without inadvertently exposing students to material that's not appropriate in the school setting. We genuinely appreciate Representative Patterson hearing our feedback on the root cause of the problem and proposing legislation to address it. This bill also takes the decision of what is patently offensive out of districts' hands. Districts are caught in the middle sometimes of several different sets of community standards, and we have probably received just as many emails raising concerns about removal of certain library materials as we have from people concerned about books in our libraries. This bill sets a standard that must be implemented by vendors and for which they are held accountable, and allows our school libraries to be taken out of the middle of this debate and get back to the business of enriching students' educational experiences and fostering a love of reading, which is what they're all about. Finally, we value parent access to library materials, which is why our entire collection can be viewed by all our parents on our website. And we're working to make that access even more robust by working with our checkout system software to add features that will give parents and guardians more control over the materials their students can check out. Thank you.
All right. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, Representative Schaefer.
Thank you for your testimony. So when Representative Krause published the list, I forget how many books were on it, something like 300 or so?
I do not know.
Okay. How long after that did Frisco ISD begin to take action?
We started this process back in let me get the, I think I might have this for you. Back in the spring of 22.
Okay.
Yeah.
So once you were aware of the books, how long did it take before some of the books were removed?
Which books are you speaking of, sir?
Excuse me?
Which books are you speaking of, sir?
Well, you said that you had removed 80-some books.
Yes, since this past year, yes,
Okay.
since the school year
So
started.
once you were aware that the questionable books were in your library, how long did it take before they were actually removed?
When you say questionable books, I'm not sure what you're speaking
You
about.
said that you removed 80 books.
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk
So
about
that started this school year. That started at the beginning of the 22-23 school year. That's what I'm talking about right now.
Okay, so those books were probably on the list that Matt Krause published.
I don't know.
So from the time that your school district became aware of these books, how long did it take you to remove them? These 80 books?
Roughly 6 months.
6
to go through, well, the list you're talking about. I'm talking about the list, the process that our librarians went through to look at what's in their entire collection to see what should or should not be there. This has nothing to do with anything that was challenged or anything that's on this list that you're speaking of Matt Krause's list. I'm not talking about that list.
So did you all review that list that Matt Krause sent to see if you're,
We received his list.
you received it? And did you then,
We did not follow his directions, no.
so when the Matt Krause list was published, did you begin a review of the list that was on that Matt Krause published?
No, sir.
Why not?
Wasn't, we have a process that's in place. We have local policies, EF local, EFA, EFB local, designed to review books, and then we follow our processes.
Took 6 months.
Yes, we have 300,000 individual titles in our library, sir.
Would you be comfortable with a small child wandering in there during that 6 months and reading one of those books?
I have great faith in our librarians and our administrators.
But no, let me ask you a question. So during that 6 month period of time, if a child was to go in there and pull those books that you now acknowledge were inappropriate, and they're 80, I'm quite frankly just flabbergasted that your school district took so long to take action on something that seems so obvious.
Okay.
I mean, was there some law that prevented you from taking quicker action?
No, we have a policy for review of instructional materials, and library books included. And we have a process in the district for weeding books, which is kind of what you're talking about. And I've said before, we've edited that and tweaked that and adjusted that based on community feedback. And I'm not answering your question clearly.
Okay, so the list that Matt Krause published.
Yes.
Are there still books that are on that list that are still in your libraries?
I do not know. I don't have the list in front of me.
Well, that was a very, high-profile list. And
Yes.
so you don't know whether you don't know what your school district's done with those books.
I want to say it again.
After
I do
all
not
this
have that
6 month
list in front of
process,
me.
you don't know.
If you want to go look online, you can look at every book yourself, and you can see which books are there and what not there.
Wow. Thank you.
Representative Hinojosa.
Was Matt Krause your legislator for your district?
No.
Do you know who he is?
Legislative district, one of them.
Do you know who Matt Krause even is?
Yes.
You do, okay.
Yes.
So is there something in law or policy that would compel you to listen to what a legislator who is not a legislator for your district would decide are books that should not be read by children? Is there anything in your policy that speaks to that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And so I just want to commend, I don't know, I didn't give Matt Krause's list any kind of credibility. I don't know one way or another, busy with other things, just saw something happen, but I didn't go and check out every book that he listed. A lot of legislators put out social media on all sorts of things, and most people ignore it, as I would expect, and as I would hope would happen with so many politicians. And so I would actually want to commend you on following a policy and not knee-jerk responding to a politician's social media proclamations about what is or is not appropriate for children to have access to.
Thank you.
Have you been shocked or surprised at some of the titles and some of the books that were in the libraries? I mean, just as an individual, not as a superintendent. I
think it's fair to say yes. There were a few titles that slipped through that we were like.
And I understand school districts have a process,
Yes.
but I think, because I've seen districts handle this many different ways, and sometimes falling back on the process. I think there are some books that are some close calls. I mean, I can think of some my kids read. I think others really shouldn't be a 6-month process. I think that they should be removed from children, and then maybe a process at some point. But also asking parents to do some of the things that some districts have done as far as reading and highlighting and suggesting alternatives. To me, it's just felt, I don't know, like kind of self-inflicted wound, if you will, on a school district. But I hope we can agree that when sexually explicit material is available to children, that, policy be dang, we're going to make sure kids don't have access to it while we take care of that.
Yes, and we do, and one of the things that, if the question I was asked was how long did it take all those books through, it didn't take us 6 months to get the overtly sexually explicit, obscene books out of that. We created an expedited review process to get those out immediately. Okay. The totality of the books I was speaking to is where I was talking about the amount of time, and that includes books that were at one level that might have been moved to another level. There's lots of nuances here, and so I would agree with you on that. Okay. That we do have we've continually edited and tweaked our process so that we can protect our students.
All right, Representative Schaefer.
Are you familiar with this book, The Perks of Being a Wallflower?
Yes, sir.
You are?
Yes.
And is this a book that your school board has chosen to keep in your library?
It is currently in our high school libraries, yes.
Okay. Would you be comfortable?
That went through the entire instructional, entire the EF process.
Would you be comfortable with me reading excerpts from it out loud in the committee?
Yes, sir.
Would you be comfortable with me reading if there were children in the audience?
It's rated for high school students.
Well, how old do you have to be in high school?
13, 14.
Okay, so if there's some 13-year-olds, if the room was full of 13-year-olds, would you be happy with me reading this out loud to them?
I can speak to the community standard in Frisco ISD, and it went through the whole review process and was cleared to remain on our shelves in high school. That's all I can tell you. You're asking me as an employee of Frisco ISD, I'm giving you my answer.
If a teacher was to read this aloud to a room full of 13-year-olds, boys and girls sitting next to each other, would you be comfortable with me reading this out loud?
It's available in our libraries in our school district right now for 9 through 12 grades. So yes.
You would be comfortable with that? I would not be comfortable with having my student in your school. I think this is one of the most unbelievable things that adults have just gone off the rails in leadership of your school. If we're at a point where you think this is appropriate for 13-year-old boys and girls in your high school.
Okay.
Unbelievable.
All right. Members, any additional questions? All right. All right, thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Lucy Podmore?
Yeah, if we haven't already called out those three.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go. Chair calls Lucy Podmore, Texas Library Association, Mary Woodard, and Jeffrey Carlisle. You're on deck, I guess is the right word. Okay. All right. We show you registered as Lucy Podmore on behalf of the Texas Library Association, and you'll be testifying on the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
I am Lucy Podmore. Thank you for sticking out this long day, very long day. And I'm here offering testimony on HB 900 in my position as chair of the Texas Association of School Librarians. I would like to share insight on the process I use when purchasing books, which is a similar process used in school libraries across Texas. I begin by determining the need in my collection. Is a favorite author releasing a new book? Do I need more biographies for the English unit? What books have been requested by students? What sections need to be updated? Using professional book reviews, the content policies established by my school district, and my experience with my community, creating a personalized list for my campus can sometimes be a week-long process. I typically place an order the first week of September, and it can take up to 60 days, sometimes as late as the first week of November, for the order to arrive. Because I am able to purchase books fully processed, meaning barcode and spine labels are attached, coverings are added, and the book's records are added to our online catalog, these books are generally ready for students 1 to 2 days after they arrive on campus. Some librarians must complete this type of processing on their own, so it takes much longer for the books to be shelf ready. This year, I have purchased 271 titles from just one of the multiple vendors I have used. There are 2,800 students on my campus, and they represent the wealthiest neighborhoods of the city to areas housing students whose families were living in refugee tents just prior to enrolling in our school. Their lived experience experiences vary just as drastically, some with a loving, supportive community surrounding them to those whose experiences would horrify all of us in this room. Each of those 2,800 students deserves my best efforts at finding material for our library that may reflect their situations, help them understand they are not alone, and support their learning. And sometimes just an escape from the adult situations many of them must encounter daily. I am thankful for the strong guidelines set up by our district that enabled me to provide for my students in a way only someone who has heard their stories, worked with their teachers, and has an understanding of the local curriculum and policies is able to do. Concerns from students and parents have been addressed through dialogue or through our district's reconsideration policy. In my 16 years as a librarian, I have only been involved in 2 reconsideration or book challenge committee meetings, and was thankful each time for the shared discussion and decisions made by our committee of local stakeholders. It is important no additional barriers are placed on school libraries that restrict decision-making.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Woodard. Chair calls Mary Woodard. Jeffrey Carlisle, Summer Crow, and Natalie Ebe, you'll be back. We show you registered as Mary Woodard on behalf of the Texas Library Association. You'll be testifying on the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
I've had to change my greeting for you all several times from morning to afternoon to now evening. So good evening, Chairman Buckley and committee members. My name is Mary Woodard, and I'm the current president of the Texas Library Association. TLA has 5,000 members from all types of libraries, college and university libraries, K-12 public and private school libraries, public libraries, and special libraries like medical and law libraries. I am recently retired after serving 35 years as a school librarian, 20 of which were spent supervising an award-winning library program for a district of 40,000 students in the North Texas area. And I appreciate the opportunity to testify today on House Bill 900. Over the past 2 years, we've seen rising concern about the content included in school library collections, and House Bill 900 seeks to address these concerns. My purpose today is to provide some general information about library processes and procedures that I hope will be helpful to you as you consider this bill. First of all, I want you to know that certified school librarians are professional educators who have at least 2 years of classroom teaching experience, a master's degree, and a school librarian certificate from the State Board for Educator Certification. They are highly qualified to select materials for the school library and provide not only resources for all students in the largest classroom on the campus, but unfortunately not every campus is currently staffed with a certified librarian. The collection development process a certified librarian follows is a very nuanced procedure. Books are selected using many different factors, including the interests and the needs of the students and faculty who use that particular library collection. Every school district already has a library materials selection policy in place that requires adherence to current state and federal laws regarding material that's harmful to minors. Partnering with parents is a best practice for school librarians. In fact, we love parents who are interested in what their kids are reading. In many districts, as we've heard already, the library catalog is open and available so that parents can easily see the titles and the subjects that are available. This access, however, is dependent on the school district's investment in a robust library management system and may not be available in every district. In regard to the proposed content ratings, school libraries purchase from a wide variety of book vendors and place multiple orders in a year. They choose vendors based on district purchasing bids and what services they offer, such as cataloging and processing, or that maybe even the type of binding that's available. Inconsistency of ratings among the various vendors and unclear instructions for assigning those ratings could possibly serve to make the purchasing process more difficult and confusing.
We need to wrap it up. That's 3 minutes.
Okay. We look forward to working with the bill's author and members of this committee to increase transparency in how library collections are developed, while also ensuring that local school districts retain the ability to provide resources that inspire and support every student that they serve. Thank you.
So Ms. Woodard, how it mentions in the process here that librarians must follow collection development policies approved by their local school board. And you said that it meets all local, state, and federal standards. Don't we need some sort of state oversight to make certain that some of the books highlighted here tonight do not end up in the library? Because I don't think, that
you're right.
That the books we found that someone thought, I think I'll put that in the library. I think
there are
that vendors, and there may be some, I don't know, but so HB 900 in a sense will provide some of that framework.
Yes, one of the provisions in that we like in House Bill 900 is the mandatory standards. Libraries don't have mandatory standards at the current time. Of course, we would like to see all of our standards be mandatory, but if we can have collection development standards, then that would be great. Because clarity is always better than confusion.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, thank you. Members, any additional questions for this witness? Yeah, Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, ma'am. So you represent the Texas Library Association.
Correct.
What is your position there?
I'm the president.
You're the president, okay. Does your organization give awards to books or recommend books?
We do create book lists.
Okay. Did y'all give an award or highlight a book called All Boys Aren't Blue?
I'm not sure. We do. We have multiple lists that are created by different committees in the association.
So has your association given any awards to any sexually explicit books?
I'm not aware that we have.
You're the president of the organization. You're not aware if they have or they haven't?
No, I'm not.
That's maybe something you should go back and review.
I can look at that.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any additional? All right, Representative Hefner.
Do you think there are any books in libraries currently that discuss sex and are patently offensive in our public libraries?
In our public
school libraries?
Or in our school libraries?
Yeah.
It's hard to say. It's, those collections are developed by the local librarian, and what's patently offensive in one community might not necessarily be in another.
Have you had any parents express concerns to your association about sexually explicit, inappropriate books being in any of the public?
We have not had parents express concern directly to our association, but we have heard from librarians who have had parents express concern.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Additional questions, members? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Chair calls Jeffrey Carlisle.
Give them the next 3 here.
Summer Crow, Natalie Ibe, and Griffin Crow. You'll be, that's the order after Mr. Carlisle.
Good evening.
All right, I have you, we show you registered as Jeffrey Carlisle on behalf, testifying on behalf of yourself.
Correct.
And you'll be testifying against the bill, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Buckley and honorable members of the House Public Education Committee. My name is Jeffrey Carlisle, and for the past 12 years, I've been an 8th grade science and sex ed teacher here in Austin, most of that time in Representative Ina Hose's District 49, but I now work for an education nonprofit, and I'm here testifying on behalf of myself in opposition to House Bill 900. The key issue with this bill is that it will lead to censorship of LGBTQI+ identities. Section 33.021 codifies the term sexually explicit material to include the definition of patently offensive from the Texas Penal Code, which means so offensive on its face as to affront current community standards of decency. If I may point you to the Texas Health and Safety Code, Section 85.007 and Section 163.002, which both state that course materials and instruction must state that homosexual conduct is not an acceptable lifestyle to the general public and is a criminal offense under the Penal Code. So therefore, because the Texas Health and Safety Code states that homosexuality is not an acceptable lifestyle to the general public, any mention of homosexuality at all in a book would allow for it to be considered patently offensive and therefore subject it to being prohibited in Texas public schools. According to the 2019 GLSEN School Climate Survey, only 13% of Texas students were taught positive representations of LGBTQ people, history, or events. And this same survey found that students who attend schools with LGBTQ inclusive curricular resources have markedly more positive school experiences, including lower victimization and absenteeism and higher academic achievement. You know, when I began teaching in Texas, my classroom had no books and we had no school library. So during the 10 years that I worked as a teacher here in Austin, I collected almost 2,000 books for my classroom and my school. I purchased books with my own money. I received generous donations from friends, family, and even former students. And I made so many trips to half-price books to collect used books that they weren't planning to sell that the staff began to joke, "Oh Lord, he's back again." To be clear, I'm not unique. Most teachers I know go to great lengths outside of working hours to collect books for their classroom, but this is not the best use of teacher time. I share this because most teachers I know would be concerned that we're spending so much time on restricting access to books instead of providing critical resources to purchase books for classrooms. School librarians and reading teachers care about the health, well-being, and safety of their students. It's why they devote years of their life to earning advanced degrees, spend numerous hours in professional development, and make decisions about individual books through a critically informed lens. The service and professional status of school librarians and reading teachers should be respected. I urge you to vote no on HB 900.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, Representative Harrison.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. Just a quick clarifying question. I'm curious from your perspective, are you choosing to testify against the bill because you think it's a solution that is imperfect, or that you would prefer a different type of solution, or is it in your assessment, after all of the news that has been going on around this issue for the past couple of years, that you do not determine that, in your opinion, this is in fact a problem? So maybe I would ask it this way. Yeah. Do you believe that in the state of Texas there are books currently existing in public school libraries that are in fact inappropriate for children to have access to?
That's a fantastic question. As a science teacher, I don't know that I'm the best person to make that evaluation. I will note that from the PEN America analysis of similar bills that have been introduced in states across the country, 41% of these books that are put on these lists to being removed from public schools are about LGBTQ characters. And so I have a concern for what this means for my students about what kinds of books someone might consider to be offensive that I wouldn't consider to be offensive.
And any of the books that have been mentioned so far, to the extent you're familiar with them, are you okay with them being in public school life?
I haven't read them myself, so I wouldn't be able to make that determination.
Do you think the state has an interest in controlling what type of taxpayer-funded material is in public school libraries?
Yes, and I think the state has an interest in protecting the health and well-being of all students. So I agree with the intent of the bill 100%. I think my concern is the way that it's written overlaps with the Texas Health and Safety Code in a way that I'm concerned about.
So thank you very much. And by the way, I'm trying to find areas of agreement here.
Absolutely.
Are there provisions of the bill that you could support?
It's a great question. Yeah, I mean, I don't want any sexually explicit material in front of students that we would all deem to be inappropriate. And I agree with a lot of the conversation that happened between the writer and Representative Tallarico. But yeah, apologies.
No worries. I appreciate your testimony and your answers. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, Chairman.
Members, any additional questions? All right. Thank you for being here. Chair calls Summer Crow, Natalie Ibe, Griffin Crow, Rochelle Merlis. You're next, or in that order.
These are books that I've created that contain all
Hold on
sexually.
just one second.
Oh, yes.
Let's
sorry.
do the
Huh?
perfunctory
Yep,
part
okay.
here, all right?
Yeah.
We show you registered as Summer Crow. You're testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Now,
So these are all books that have content in them that's sexually explicit. It's 100% sexually explicit, and they're all books that have been found in Texas schools. A lot of them still exist in some schools or another. We've been able to get them out in Keller ISD specifically, but that's because we flipped our board in the spring, and we were able to introduce a new EF local policy that has an exhibit in it that explicitly gets out sexually explicit material. So it allows for none of it in any of our schools. So that's been a big change in our district. I've switched around what I was going to talk about today, and that's because of the conversation from earlier. I want to focus on the definition of sexually explicit. I've spent thousands of hours over the last year and a half on this particular topic, thousands of dollars, buying books so I can read them, going through them, launching a website to help people become familiar with what sexually explicit content is in our schools and what it isn't, okay? So I want to use my 3 minutes to try to help you guys know the difference between sexually explicit and what you're talking about in the Lonesome Dove book or Lot or anything like that, okay? Now, actually just looked up over here the definition of explicit in just the general dictionary, and it does say, as the third bullet point, describing or representing sexual activity in a graphic fashion. And that's the key difference there, is when we're talking about explicit sex, we are talking about it in a graphic fashion, and you know it when you read it. And just, as we had the example earlier with the rape versus the explicit rape scene. The way Keller ISD has chose to define sexually explicit conduct is this: descriptions of sexual activity, including sexual intercourse, genital to genital, oral to genital, anal genital, or oral anal, whether between persons of the same or opposite sex, bestiality, masturbation, sadistic or masochistic abuse, or lascivious exhibitions of the anus, genitals, or public area of any person. Sorry, I hate saying these words. Sexually explicit conduct includes sexual abuse. Ugh. Blech. Just want to throw up in my mouth. Okay, so anyway, that is how Keller ISD has decided to define sexually explicit. I did not want to do this, but because I feel like we do need some really hard-hitting examples of what sexually explicit is, I am going to read a passage.
we're going to run out of time.
Oh, shoot. Okay. I want to talk about this too, so please ask me questions about it. He traced the arc of my hip bones, lingering at the edge of my undergarments. My nightgown had become hitched around my waist, but I didn't care. I hooked my bare legs around his, running my feet down the hard muscles of his calves. He breathed my name onto his chest, one of his hands exploring the plane of my torso, rising up to the slope of my breast. I trembled, anticipating the feel of his hand there, and his mouth found mine against his fingers.
All right, that's time.
It gets way worse than this. Y'all got to trust me. I mean, we've got shredding of underwear, we've got finger sliding in places, and it's very detailed. That's what we call explicit sex. It is so different than, okay, sorry.
All right, hold up. Opportunity for questions. Hold up.
Okay.
Members, any questions for this witness? Okay.
Good job.
All right, we
No
thank you for
questions?
being here.
Okay, thank y'all.
Thank you. Chair calls Natalie Ibe. Hope I said that right.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Natalie Ibe.
Oh, sorry.
It's Nigerian. It's
Let me
okay.
hold on just one second. We show you registered. It's Natalie Ibe on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Right.
All right. Thank you.
So I'm a career-long RN with a master's degree in psych mental health nursing, and I'm speaking on this bill as a very concerned citizen, as a nurse and as a taxpayer. Moral reasoning and ethical understanding develops over time. This includes the development of conscience. There's a saying, knowledge without virtue leads to arrogance. Just as muscles have to grow stronger and develop, so does moral reasoning and conscience. So just like you have to have an older child to carry the weight physically, you have to have an older child to carry the weight of information that is sexually explicit. Sex involves everything you are as a person. It's emotional, mental, psychological, as well as physical. And that type of material will only damage a child when it's inappropriate. Children and adolescents are not thinking about procreation in a committed relationship. This type of material makes these children sex objects, sources of sexual entertainment and sexual playmates, sexual objects with no clue or any understanding of the consequences of promiscuity for themselves or for anyone else. Young girls are at the greatest risk of contracting STDs. Are they aware of that? Young boys who engage in oral sex run the risk of getting gonorrhea of the throat. What a nightmare. Are they aware of that? Are they thinking about that when they're reading the sexually explicit material? If you don't know the answers to those questions, then you need to vote yes for HB, because I would have them rather miss out on a text so that they would miss out on that nightmare of a diagnosis. There were 2 young men at the Leander ISD engaging in sex acts in the bathroom, videotaping that and sharing that with their friends. I live in Leander. These are only examples of the types of threats that our children are facing. And I would rather pay for librarians to spend more hours than pay for the treatment of a child with a sexually transmitted disease for the rest of their lives. There are incalculable consequences of this sexually explicit material in our schools. Who's going to pay for the treatment of that? We as taxpayers will pay for that treatment. We'll be paying for the mental health counseling. We'll be paying for their trips to the OBGYN. We'll be paying for these poor girls to get infertility treatments because enough sexual promiscuity will cause them to be infertile. Moral values in children and adolescents are destroyed by this material, not developed.
All right. Thank you very much. Members, are there questions for this witness? All right. Representative Tallarico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I typically don't always question witnesses because I'm glad you're here and glad you're sharing your views. But I have an authentic question for you, not trying to pick a fight. You mentioned the concern about sexually transmitted diseases, which I agree. You know, we got to make sure our students know about them and know how to avoid them. And sex ed is not part of the required curriculum in Texas, so it wouldn't fall under the exemption that's in Jared Patterson.
Well, if you're going to share sexually explicit material and not talk about sexually that's...
And I know we've got different definitions of explicit. Some have offered that it's the level of detail, which could be a definition, but that's not currently what the definition is in the bill.
It's not worth the risk.
So would a book, sex ed book, that tells students what oral sex is,
well, that's not making them sex object.
Okay,
the sexually material...
So that level of explicit detail would be okay because it would be telling students what you said gonorrhea.
I'm not sure why you would need to teach an elementary school or a high school person how to have oral sex.
Sure. So
okay, that's not necessary for their educational development.
Yes, and we've all agreed age appropriate is important. So a student that would be ready for sex ed, having a book in the library.
Well, you can mention those without providing graphic material.
I'm not trying to fight with you, I promise. I'm just trying to ask you a question because I'm wrapping my head around how we define this, because the definition is really important. I think we can all agree, and we've heard slightly different ones, and the differences matter in terms of how this will be implemented. So a book, a sex education book that's in the school library that explains what oral sex is and explains what gonorrhea of the throat is, with those details, do you think that should be allowed?
If it's in a medical context.
In a medical context. So maybe the context is what matters.
But not as entertainment, not as just like a book to read for entertainment.
So level of detail is important.
No, context is important.
Context, okay. Because we are hearing, some folks are saying it's the level of detail, some people are, the bill authors saying offensiveness, and then you're saying maybe the context.
Yeah, it's the content and the intent of the book. If it's just to entertain somebody, you're making people sex objects.
Yeah, I'm trying to...
If you're trying to educate and inform, about science, that's a whole different thing. And just for the record, I've read Jane Eyre 3 times, and there is no sexually explicit material in
I'm
Jane
really
Eyre.
glad. I'm really glad that you're here, and it's helping me figure out exactly how we should define this. So we are trying to accomplish the goal that that we've all, I think we all share. But
Right.
the devil's always in the details. So
Well, I'd rather have them miss out on a book than miss out on that.
thank you for being here.
And have 'em-
Members, any more questions for this witness? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Griffin Crow, Rochelle, or maybe Rachel, I'm sorry, Merlis, Tara Pesh, and Tracy Knudsen. You'll be next. We show you registered as Griffin Crow on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right. So as a high school student, I think in the world, like not even in school, like as its own, I think in the world it's very easy to find sexually explicit material. And I think that if this is being handed to us, like, in school, I think school is like the last place, it's already like all around us. It's just as worse whenever it's in school. I mean, this is a public school system. We shouldn't be teaching students, or at least just handing them out sexually explicit material. I mean, that fills their minds, sexually explicit material, especially in word form. Growing up, teachers would always tell kids, like, whenever they're reading a story to, kind of, what's the word? Kind of make it like an image in their head, or like imagine you're in the story, And so I think whenever you're reading these sexually explicit materials, I think it could be easy for a high school student to imagine themselves in this situation. And while this isn't an imaginary world, I think that can also play out into the real world. And while I'm not sure it could lead to sexual abuse or rape, I think it is arguable that it's very possible that it could, as it's filling their minds and could give them ideas of that. And I think that overall sexually explicit material in books is just very harmful to especially a child's mind as children, and as a teenager and as being a middle schooler and elementary schooler. And I know, and also from seeing friends around me, an underdeveloped mind is easily warped. And I think these books that give sexually explicit material can easily warp a child's mind on what their view of sex is. And that can not only impact them while they're in school harmfully, but also out of school, And I just don't think that it has any place in a school, much less the world. I really don't believe that sexually explicit material should be allowed in the world. But I think schools should be the absolute last place that we should be allowed this sexually explicit material. I know earlier you kind of talked about what was it, Captain Underpants. And as a kid, I grew up reading those kind of books, but I don't think those are sexually explicit materials. And I know you also said that can also draw a kid into the library. Knowing as a high schooler that there could be sexually explicit material in the library, that's going to draw me out of the library. And so because I mean, you don't always know going into a book whether or not there's going to be sexually explicit material. So whenever I try to honestly avoid a lot of the books in the library unless I know for sure exactly there's nothing in it, just because I don't want to pervert my mind with that kind of view on sexuality and sex, because I don't want it to harm me. But I think a lot of kids don't, as teenagers, growing up with hormones, a lot of them don't know when to stop reading. And so that's just going to hurt them so much worse than it even would me. And so thank you all for hearing me.
Thank you. Well, Griffin, thank you for coming down here and participating in this process. Powerful testimony. It's really great to hear from a young person that has a real point of view. It's obviously thought about the issue and cares very, very deeply about the state of Texas and really children, your peers. And so that's really powerful. Members, any additional questions for this witness? All right. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Okay. Chair calls Rochelle Merlis, or Rachel Merlis, sorry. Tara Pesh and Tracy Knudsen, you'll follow. Hey, did I say it right?
Oh, it's Rachel Merlis.
Missed one. We show you registered as Rachel Merlis, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Rachel Merlis, and I'm a master's student at the UT School of Information, studying to become a librarian. I'm also a local library worker. After I graduate this May, I hope to spend my career serving this community as a children's librarian. I'm here to oppose HB 900, and I join others in this room in being concerned that the wording in this bill will disproportionately take away books with LGBTQ themes and age-appropriate sex education. I very much appreciate the shared goal in this room of a specific definition for the relevant terms. When we have to make difficult decisions for our communities, we frequently say, let's listen to the experts. In the case of selecting books for school libraries, librarians are the experts. They have a master's degree in it, and I can tell you personally the degree is not it's not easy to get, especially those school librarian classes. If you'd like to go study for 2 years in order to thoughtfully, carefully, and intelligently select these books, be my guest. But until then, it's simply irresponsible to allow anyone but librarians to make these decisions. Like doctors and lawyers, librarians have a code of ethics, and they follow policies. One foundation of the library profession is Rangathan's 5 Laws of Library Science, which was published in 1931. These include the rules, every reader their book, and every book their reader. This means that the library's collection must reflect its community. Here in Texas, we're blessed with incredible diversity of backgrounds and experiences. Our libraries have to reflect this. Queer people, including myself, exist. Therefore, books about queer experience must be in the library. For every Texan, their book. In school libraries, these books are high quality, age appropriate, having been carefully curated by experts who follow a code of ethics, librarians. To be clear, school libraries stock books that were written and published for the age group that the school serves. This means that an elementary school library has elementary level books, a middle school library, middle grade books, and so on. Where mistakes are made, of course, they must be remedied. School libraries have systems in place for people to challenge books, and I can tell you personally how seriously librarians take these challenges and how thoroughly they investigate them. I argue that we should go through these current systems, allowing librarians to do their jobs, which they studied for, rather than taking over the process. To anyone who may believe that the library has fallen into some kind of darkness, I warmly invite you to visit one. You'll find us helping kids find the books about dinosaurs, helping parents find books to teach their kids the ABCs. As we've heard again and again today, literacy is essential, and by championing literacy, libraries support the health, safety, and success of everyone in our community. Let's keep it that way and say no to HB 900. Thank you.
Members, question for this witness? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair calls Tara Pesch, Tracy Knudsen, Mark Chick, Heidi Pesdick, and Daniel Dower. You'll be next. We show you registered as Tara Pesch. You'll be testifying on behalf of Moms for Liberty, Texas Gillespie County, and yourself. And you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tara Petch, and I'm a proud mom to 4 children in public schools. Plus, I'm the chapter chair for Moms for Liberty, Gillespie County. I was a Texas public school teacher and school administrator. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of myself and Moms for Liberty, Texas, in favor of HB 900. This bill holding vendors accountable and requiring ratings will help concerned parents tremendously. And Mr. Schaefer, I just want to let you know that I have a piece of paper with the website where you can check your kids' schools to see if those books are in there. And I can give that to you. Because I know you asked about that earlier, so I want to give you that. And all 3 of the books that you talked about as well, Mr. Patterson, all 3 of those books are in my son's high school and approved by our book review committee. A year ago, I searched my son's middle school library and found a sexually explicit book named Fade. It's about teachers drugging students and having sexual relationships with them. I was shocked and disgusted this book was made available to 11-year-olds. As I looked further, I could not believe the hundreds of age-inappropriate books I found in the elementary, middle, and high school in our district. When our community started to question the sexually explicit library books in our schools, we were called extremists in a full-page ad in our local newspaper. The newspaper editor submitted a public information request to get the list of parents asking for the removal of books glamorizing child sexual abuse. Parents simply trying to protect children are being doxxed, threatened, and disrespected. Our book review committee is a very one-sided one, and the majority have pledged publicly to have no boundaries for minor children. My only recourse to appeal their decision to keeping sexually graphic books is to file a grievance. I have 4 level 3 grievances right now, but it's been 7 months, and my school district will not give me a hearing in front of the school board. And I'm going to give these to her real quick so she can pass these out to you. I'm so sorry, I forgot that. In the packet I gave you, you can see excerpts from just a few of the books in our district, Fredericksburg ISD. These are not healthy for our children. In fact, they are harmful. I'm trying to understand why some are so passionately determined for minor children to be desensitized and normalized to child sexual abuse and suicide. Please don't believe the lies that these books are just like the Bible. Complete and total lies. In your packet, you can scan the QR code on the last page to view the book of Genesis and determine that for yourself. There are a few areas that need some cleaning up in this bill, but Moms for Liberty Texas would love the opportunity to help with that. But a lot of them have already been fixed this morning, so we appreciate that. Lastly, it was said here today that no one wants children to have access to sexually explicit books. If this was true, none of us would be here today. So thank you, Representative Jared Patterson, for presenting this bill to this session. And thank you to Representative Buckley and the committee for the hearing today. And I appreciate your time, and I can answer any questions that you have.
Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you for being here.
Thank you. Can I give this to you, sir, or do you want me to give it to her? This is the website for Mr.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Chair calls Tracy Knudsen. Got that right. Mark Chick, Heidi Pezdek, and Daniel Dower. You'll be next. Got to get your name right.
Yes, you did.
All right. We show you registered as Tracy Knudsen. You'll be testifying on behalf of Moms for Liberty Gillespie County and yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tracy Knudsen. I live in Fredericksburg, Texas, and I am speaking for myself as the Vice Chair of Moms for Liberty in Gillespie County. I am here to support HB 900. Vendors need to be held accountable for selling sexually explicit relevant books to our schools and making them accessible to children. I sit on the reading committee in Fredericksburg Independent School District, and this bill would help in our book review and voting process. Right now, the committee just votes by personal opinions on all books submitted. Most of these books we have reviewed go against Texas penal codes and education codes. Unfortunately, our committee does not consider this when voting. I have asked repeatedly for guidelines to be set, which would take the personal opinion out when voting. Reading committees need to vote upon guidelines. Reading committees should also have discussion on the books. Right now in Fredericksburg ISD, we are not allowed to have any discussions about the books we are voting on. You just show up and vote. HB 900 would help us with books that are currently accessible to children and prevent these type of books for future purchase. It's very unfortunate we even have a problem with explicit sexual books in our schools and have to work so hard to keep them out of the hands of our children. As a parent, I thought school was a safe place to send my daughter. I never would have thought books that glorify sex, rape, incest, and worldly agendas would sit on the shelves of school libraries. The good news is we have uncovered this that's been hidden for so long, and we have the opportunity and responsibility to take action. I ask that you support HB 900 and help make a difference for the children now and for future generations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Members, questions for this witness? All right. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Give me the next. Is this the next one? Okay. Chair calls Mark Chick.
Mark Chick had to leave, but he has a written testimony that I just turned in for him.
Okay, thank you. The record will show that Mark Chick was testifying, or not testifying, but for him as himself, if you will. will be shown for the bill. That came out like I've been here a long time. I apologize. Okay. Chair calls Heidi Pezdek. No, sorry. You're listening. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let me see. We show you registered as Heidi Pezdek, and you're testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, my name is Heidi Pezdek. I'm a former RN and have spent 50 years teaching in children ministry. I grieve over the sexualization of kids and have seen monumental shifts towards pushing sexualized materials in K through 12 schools. The degree of children becoming addicted to pornography and acting out what they see and read in the classroom is escalating. This past year, our Salt and Light team has made appeals to our Lorena ISD administration and school board to clean up the vulgar, harmful to minors curriculum in the library. The administration and school board rejected the letters from Governor Abbott and Attorney General Paxton in November 2021 to, quote, clean up the library of vulgar, harmful to minors. The letters stating parents have a right to shield their children from obscene materials. We have gone through the chain of command and used the book challenge forms required by the school. They defaulted to a draconian policy that does not keep up with this new tsunami of books being shelved in the library. We were originally told our 11 book challenges would take 6 weeks each, vetted by an appointed 5-person committee. Eventually, we were emailed it would take a year as the committee, quote, thoughtfully read and would meet to review the books. Yet we had given them the reviews vetting passages of inappropriate contact. Adults we spoke to that read these passages from a bound book we made were outraged. We have found more books. Our offer to identify books in the library was declined. They default on this broken policy. Our team is faithfully testifying each month to the school library now, and now we're reading the pornographic passages. One of the board members revealed her stand by email by saying to us, I anticipate pushback from you clearly, so please also expect it from me. I will never support censorship in any form. These are the talking points of the American Library Association. The grievance system at the school board meetings is broken. Until an ombudsman policy is passed, it's futile to process, to apply for that process to keep K through 12 children from being blindsided with pornographic library books. As fast as we identify the pornographic material, the vendors are pimping our kids with more books arriving in lots. The smut cartel are making big money exploiting the innocence of kids being encouraged to go read in the library.
Wrap it up, please.
Vendors must be accountable, and there must be consequences. Thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you.
Are there
Members,
any questions?
Any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you very much for being here.
I have included a portion of Lucky and some real good information here with the books that are at Lorena Library. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Chair calls Daniel Dower. We show you registered as Daniel Dower, testifying on behalf of Educators in Solidarity and yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Buckley, honorable members of the House Public Education Committee. My name is Dan Dower. I'm presenting this testimony on behalf of Educators in Solidarity, or EIS. So a little bit about me. Growing up, I was what some might call a library kid, what others might call a nerd. I spent a lot of time in public libraries, in my school library, and knowing that I had the freedom to read any book that I chose helped me develop a love of learning and a curiosity to acquire knowledge. It led me into the classroom. I was a teacher in Texas public schools for 11 years. Like Representative Talarico, I was a language arts teacher for 5 of those years. And some of the most important and most memorable moments in my language arts classrooms were trips to the library, helping students find books that spoke to them, that they connected with, that they related to, and that helped them understand the world. And I share all this because whenever there's discussions about removing books or restricting children's access to books in any form, I get concerned. And for reasons that I'll address, I and Education Solidarity strongly oppose HB 900. Any attempt to remove books from school libraries or restrict students' access to books in those school libraries represent attacks on school librarians and children's freedom to read, and will only worsen the oppression that LGBTQ plus young people in particular face in our Texas public schools. As it's been addressed earlier this evening, exactly what constitutes sexually explicit or sexually relevant material is extremely ambiguous in this bill, leaving room for a great deal of subjectivity. Because of this ambiguity, this bill will likely lead to bans or restrictions on students' access to a large number of books featuring LGBTQ plus themes, characters, and content. When people say that a book featuring gay or trans characters is inappropriate, they're effectively telling many of our Texas children that their families, that their identities are also inappropriate. Many school climate surveys that have been conducted recently have found that the vast majority of LGBTQ plus students in Texas are victimized while they're at school. Bullying of any kind should never be tolerated in our public schools. And this includes bullying by lawmakers who communicate to LGBTQ plus students that something is wrong with them for being who they are. School librarians are professional educators with advanced degrees, training, and licensure. They are experts in selecting books that students can relate to and connect with, and play a critical role in promoting literacy and helping young people, like me, I once was a young person, find joy in reading. When librarians select books for library collections, they draw on extensive knowledge of their students and their community and are compelled by professional standards to consider students' age, social and emotional development, intellectual level, and interests. Previous efforts to ban books in the state have already taken a toll on our librarians. Many have left their positions already and are experiencing a great deal of anxiety over threats that they've received. I recommend to you first to trust the professional expertise of school librarians to select books that meet the needs of students and our communities, and second, reject any attempt to remove books or restrict access to books that are in our school libraries, especially ones that will result in further marginalization of LGBTQ plus young people.
Okay, thank you. Just to make certain, Paige Duggins-Clay, Mary Castle, Cindy Castilla, you'll be next. Representative Harrison, I believe you had a question.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. You said we should oppose, I think you said, quote, any efforts to restrict access to books in these public school libraries. I am curious, are there any limits that you believe would be appropriate for public school libraries with material that is funded by taxpayers?
Any limits at all? Of course, yeah, no, of course, there's reasonable limits, right? There are lots of books that are not currently in our public school libraries that shouldn't be brought into them. Of course not.
Your position that there are no books currently found in any Texas public school library that is inappropriate for Texas school children?
I can't tell you the title of every book that's located in every library across the state.
Would you? But you said we should not remove any books that are currently in Texas public school libraries, if I heard your testimony correctly.
My intention in this testimony is to state that removing books from libraries based on the language in this bill would result in restrictions on students' access to many books, right? So efforts to ban books from our schools' libraries, we're not just talking about 1 or 2 books here, right? We're talking about potentially hundreds of titles being removed.
And honestly, I'm just seeking clarification as to your position. So you said some limits are appropriate. How would you describe the types of limits that you believe would be appropriate?
Yeah, I think that if I were authoring this bill, I would probably be able to give you a better definition. I think that's part of the problem tonight, right? Like, we can all agree that certain forms of literature don't belong in our libraries, right? I can tell you, like, pornographic literature does not belong in a school library. Of course not. But what constitutes sexually explicit or sexually relevant material, right? It's questionable, right? I can tell you lots of titles that my students have read that could be classified by this bill as sexually relevant or sexually explicit that I think should belong in school libraries.
Thank you very much. I think your answers were more nuanced than your written testimony, so thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Members, any additional questions for this witness? All right, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Paige Duggins Clay. Okay. Chair calls Paige Duggins Clay. Okay. The record will show that Paige Duggins Clay, Chief Legal Analyst for the IDRA, is against the bill. All right. Chair calls Mary Castle, Texas Values Action.
Good evening, Chairman Buckley and members of the committee. My name is...
Just one second.
Sure.
We show you registered as Mary Castle, or excuse me, Mary E. Castle, on behalf of Texas Values Action as their Director of Government Relations, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's
Thank
correct. Good evening, Chairman Buckley and members of the committee. As stated, my name is Mary Elizabeth Castle. I'm Director of Government Relations for Texas Values Action, and I'm testifying in favor of HB 90. You heard hours of long testimony in the interim hearing this summer of details of explicit materials in school libraries, and parents have come to our office with hundreds of book titles: Being Jazz, My Life as a Transgender Teen, Abortion by Mary E. Williams, The Underground Guide to Teenage Sexuality, are a few of the book's titles that have been found in Eanes ISD. In 2021, former Representative Matt Krause gathered a list of 400 book titles to be under investigation for their explicit or controversial topics. Things got so bad in Katy ISD that parents had to sign permission slips for kids to check out books in the school library. The problem is not so much the subject matter of the books as it is the content. Many of these books are graphic novels with detailed pictures of sex scenes or nude characters who, according to storyline, are still minors. If the books aren't graphic novels, then they are novels that use explicit descriptions of sexual activity or sexual violence. HB 90 will solve the problems of explicit book titles finding their way on school library bookshelves by providing content ratings and make the distinction of sexually explicit materials that should not be in the hands of public school students. This bill will put parents in control and hold schools accountable for the books they purchase. What we are doing is necessary and legally plausible. The federal court in Missouri held in CKW versus Wentzville School District that schools essentially may remove books for any reason, and that schools can remove books based on their vulgarity. Also, it has been reported recently that there are nearly 10,000 books banned from Texas prisons. Some of these books excluded from prisons include sexual explicit books or diagrams of genitalia. Keeping these books out of school libraries is not denying kids anything, it is protecting them. Exposure to adult content at an early age could lead to sex addiction, violent behavior, objectification of other people, and intimacy disorders. With that, it's very important that we pass HB 90. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Chair calls Cindy Castilla. Maggie Stern, Sarah Stevenson, and Sarah Caffey, you'll be next. We show you registered as Cindy Castilla. You're testifying on behalf of Texas Eagle Forum and yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair and committee members. I'm speaking as president of Texas Eagle Forum, and we support HB 900. In our education code, section 4.002, our stated academic goal for public education is that it serve as a foundation for a well-balanced and appropriate education. The stated goals that are under that are that students in the public education system will demonstrate exemplary performance in reading and writing of the English language, exemplary performance in understanding mathematics, in the understanding of science, and in the understanding of social studies. There's not a listing for sexualization, and that's for a reason. Our schools must not sexualize our students, provide them pornographic reading material, or introduce them to inappropriate materials that detract from the educational goals that we have set as a state. When you have a child, you learn to protect them, and you understand their innocence, you protect them physically and mentally, and you guard their soul. When you're cooking on a stove, you learn to turn the handles backwards, and this is not food banning. This is child protection. And that's what this bill's trying to do. It's trying to protect our children. Sexually explicit materials are inappropriate for minors. They are educationally unsuitable for students. Taxpayers should not fund them. HB 900 is a good bill. Publishers and school book vendors will become responsible for properly rating sexually explicit materials, which will be a blessing to our librarians who really, I can't imagine that they can know every single detail of every book in their library. So this should be helpful to them. And so we appreciate that part of it. And it'll help our children not get exposed to materials that they're not ready to be forced to digest. We appreciate that it also furthers the desires of parents across the state to see education focus on the basics of reading, writing, math, science, and history, or civics. Thank you for allowing me to publicly support this important bill.
Thank you, members. Any questions for this witness? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair calls Maggie Stern. The chair calls Maggie Stern. Okay, let the record show that Maggie Stern, the Program and Policy Manager for the Children's Defense Fund, Texas, and herself will be shown to be against the bill. Chair calls Sarah Stevenson. Sarah Caffey, Lorelei Stockhausen, and Ileana Flores Dumond. You'll be up next. We show you registered as Sarah Stevenson. You'll be testifying on behalf of yourself. And you will be, against the bill.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, you can see I've taken lots of notes during all the conversation. Basically, I was a middle school librarian here in Austin, Texas for 15 years after being a high school English teacher. And so reading is just my passion and getting kids to read. And it's so difficult these days, in the age of TikTok and YouTube and Instagram, to get kids to even focus on reading books. And so I'm really worried, especially the sexually relevant term about the curriculum. Well, I have two major concerns. One of them is the vendors, because vendors, they only sell books. They don't review them. They don't select them. They are in the business of selling books. And so I don't understand why we would count on these sellers to go through every single book looking for anything sexually relevant. For instance, a seventh grader can check out a book about Greek mythology because it's in the curriculum, and the curriculums are different for every school and to me, it just seems like a bureaucratic nightmare, and quite frankly, they're just not going to do it. And I also don't understand why we would trust the vendors to label the books as sexually relevant or sexually explicit. Now, sexually explicit, I feel like we could come to terms with that, but the sexually relevant, the way it's written in this bill, is very confusing. And so I won't go through my examples because everyone's come up with examples, but I just thought of one, for instance, about Greek mythology. And so, for instance, The Lightning Thief, a middle grade series by Rick Riordan, the protagonist, Percy Jackson, is the product of sex between his mother and Zeus. He's a half-blood. This is one of the most popular. It was originally a middle grade book, but now third and fourth graders just read it voraciously. It is a hook book for so many kids. It's really, really good because Percy is dyslexic because, his dad, because of the ancient Greek thing. I mean, it's such a great book. But, I've talked to librarians like, are kids going to ask, how could Zeus be the father when Percy's mother is married to his real life dad? I mean, is this going to be sexually relevant? I don't know. Permission slips. I had 1,000 students, one librarian. Every week the classes would come in, check out books. There's absolutely no way that we could get permission slips ready for anything that was sexually relevant. And also, why would I trust the vendor? these examples demonstrate the confusion and second-guessing librarians and vendors will go through to comply with the law. Fear will be the guiding principle when librarians should be free to practice our vocation, giving kids access to the books they want to read so they'll read more. I understand about concerned parents. There's wonderful, I would send my parents to commonsense.org. It's great. Tells you how many dirty words. Does it have drinking? Does it have smoking? You know, what age level it recommends. I mean, that is there. There is parents' rights. It's not that complicated. Instead of trusting Texas school librarians who are required by law to have a master's degree, 2 years of teaching experience, it bypasses our role, gives it to vendors who are salespeople. That's just the part that's mystifying to me. But the thing that really concerns me, it will totally slow down the book buying process. So what's going to happen with all this second guessing and fear? I will wrap it up. But I'm just saying that that kid who is clamoring for the latest book in the favorite series is going to have to wait and wait and wait. And we want kids to read. The more they read, the better their reading skills, the better their test scores, the better their academic achievement, their empathy, their attention,
wrap it up.
Everything.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Members, a question for this witness? All right, Representative Hinojosa.
I want to comment first and just acknowledge and thank you for your many years of service to AISD. We are hearing from an AISD Librarian of the Year in Austin ISD, a librarian for a school in my district. And I'd ask you to kind of help us think through what makes sense because I believe that members of this committee don't want to cut off access to books like Lightning Thief. That was a hook for my boys as well, but that there are some sexually explicit things that maybe are in libraries that we don't know are in libraries. Yes. And how do we narrowly tailor it so we can do that? So we can't figure this out right now here, but I would ask that you help with your expertise, bring your expertise to bear to help us work through some language.
Well, I would really love to help you because I feel like, and it came up in the discussion with James Tallarico, that it gets really complicated with what he brought up about the reading workshop. That's what we did at my school. I mean, it was all about free voluntary reading because these middle school kids were not reading. So read. We're cheerleaders for reading, and we'd bring authors in like Jason Reynolds and Kwame Alexander, some really wonderful books out there. There are some books that are misplaced. I had books that I did not realize, and I thought, oh my goodness, and I got them out of the collection. There's 500,000 to 1 million books published every year. Those are titles. So it's a really huge job. But I think for sexually relevant, I feel like somehow we could figure out if we want to get rid of the explicit and keep the relevant without resorting to permission slips and all this kind of stuff, since the curriculum varies. That's where I feel like we can maybe come up with very specific terms for the explicit and then maybe loosen things up a little bit with the sexually relevant. And it's also, people have different tastes. I have students, I was just volunteering at O'Henry, they're reading Game of Thrones, they're reading adult books. I mean, there's that side of it too. So yeah, I don't really know what the answer is, but I really hope and pray that this book will be changed, because my greatest fear is that it's going to get in the way of kids reading, and it's going to gum up the whole process of getting the kids access to books so that they will read and improve their reading skills, which is what we're all about.
All right. Thank you, members. Any additional questions for this witness? All right. Thank you very much. Chair calls Sarah Caffey. We show you registered as Sarah Caffey. You'll be testifying on behalf of yourself and be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, members of the committee and Mr. Chairman. I'm going to turn a loop and not talk about the issues that other people have talked about. I look at this bill and I see big government bureaucracy. This is going to create more rules for librarians and book distributors to deal with, and it's just not going to do anything truly useful, and I'll get to this in a moment, that doesn't need legislation. One example of the bureaucracy is that it directs the State Board of Education to develop standards for libraries in schools. Well, it also says those standards must be reviewed twice a year. Twice a year? Are we really going to change the standards in the middle of a school year and expect school librarians to then scramble to find all the books that no longer meet the current criteria? Would be a waste of time and resources for the school librarians and the school districts. But more importantly, the State Board of Education is already tasked with creating standards for libraries. We don't need new legislation for that. The State Board could be directed to update and revise its current standards to deal with the issue of sexually explicit material in school libraries. We don't need new legislation for that. And as I'm sure you know more than me, the Texas legislature doesn't meet for very often, and time is a precious commodity for you all. So why spend time on this legislation when you could be paying attention to more important affairs? But thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Lorelei Stockhausen, Ileana Flores Dumond, and Cindy Najera. You'll be next. Well, I've got that right on the name. Did I say it right?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Very good job.
All right. Let me see here. We show you registered as Lorelei Stockhausen.
That is correct.
You'll be testifying on behalf of yourself, and you're testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
So I understand that protecting children is both very noble and uncontroversial. And often when we talk about something like protecting kids, we've seen this from both sides, we can always have extreme solutions that we might disagree on both sides. Maybe it's making gun restrictions to protect kids. And so when we talk about our rights, and we want to, we need to be very careful and very specific on what we're trying to excise and remove. And I'm worried that the bill is so broad in scope that an overzealous regulator or public servant is going to start removing books that we don't agree should be removed and create all of this hubbub. I think the bill would be improved significantly if it had more explicit language of what specifically it wants to address. And I think you need to work a lot more with the librarian associations to get that language refined before getting it out of this committee. Areas that could be very clear is a lot of people testified that they don't want LGBT themes being banned from books. And the people who are proponents of the books also say they don't want that to be a reason the books get banned. So make it explicit in the bill that these authorities and these powers that we're giving to regulators and to school districts and stuff like that doesn't get to be used for that purpose exclusively. And also make it clear that books like the Bible and stuff like that aren't going to be removed, with really clear language of why certain things like literary merit for things like Catcher in the Rye and The Giver for age-appropriate classrooms isn't going to get removed just because it has something that is sexually relevant. I grew up, I read lots of books as a kid, and yes, sometimes books that shouldn't be there gets donated to the library, and we encounter them. We have been solving that problem for decades, and we still need to work on it, but there are better ways to do it than this bill, in my opinion. I hope you all vote no for this bill, and at least work on it some more. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you for being here. Chair calls Ileana Flores Demond, Cindy Najera, Jackie Bessinger, Adair Apple, and CJ Grisham. You'll be next. Ileana Flores Dumond. Okay, we'll move on. We'll show Ileana Flores Dumond as herself against the bill. Chair calls Cindy Najera.
Thank you, committee and Chair Buckley.
Hold up just one second. Come up. Where is it at? It's not there. All right, let me see. Oh, there he goes. We show you registered as Cindy Najera, Executive Director, CCDF Travis, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, committee and Chair Buckley, for allowing us to speak today. My name is Cindy Najera. I'm a mother of four and executive director of a nonpartisan nonprofit called County Citizens Defending Freedom in Travis County. I am representing myself and approximately 150 people in Travis County. In my job, I have read many of the books in question out loud at some of the 7 school district board meetings in an attempt to draw attention to the fact that these books are sexually explicit and not appropriate material for minors in Travis County. Some school boards are receptive and shocked to learn that these books are in their schools. Others stare blankly and refuse to remove these books. My children are in Lake Travis ISD. A personal story is that my son was given a list of books, all of which are in the school library at Lake Travis High School, to choose from on which to do a report when he was a freshman. Evidently, he thinks that we are millionaires because instead of going to the library to check out the books, he ordered 5 of them that were on the list to inspect more closely and decide. One of them was Call Me By Your Name, a Lambda award-winning book about a teenage boy having a sexual affair with a grown adult male, otherwise known as pedophilia. Lake Travis has stated that they will review their policy because their current policy is that when a book is successfully challenged, it will be removed only for that one child. But at least they're trying to address the issue. Many of these books in question are written by Black or Hispanic authors. When we contest them, we are labeled by the media as trying to silence voices of color. As a Hispanic daughter of 2 Mexican immigrant parents whose first language was Espanol, I can say that these books do not represent my voice or my life. I think they're absolutely inappropriate for minors. Some contain 10-year-old boys giving each other blowjobs, masturbation, and graphic drawings of homosexual and heterosexual sex, incest, and pedophilia. I brought some of them here today. I am grateful to Representative Patterson and absolutely in favor of HB 900. Just like movies have maturity ratings, books should too.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Jackie Bessinger, Adair Apple, CJ Grisham, Diana Chambliss, Brenda Howard, and Janet Brown. Be ready. We show you registered as Jackie Bessinger on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Jackie B. Singer.
B. Singer.
That's good. Thanks. So good day, committee members. My name is Jackie B. Singer, and I hold both an MBA and an MHA. I am here today in favor of Bill HB 900. The reason why I am in support of this bill is because I did this job myself. I read over 500 books and did research on over 1,000 books. The work that the representative Matt Krause put first in place, I took over. And by taking over, I mean, I dissected what all the districts were doing. I can tell you that the information that is on those books is not educational. as I took the task of reading pure garbage, which is what it is in those books. The subjects of recommended reading for our children contain material that relates to child exploitation, sexual grooming, gender grooming, rape, incest, drug addiction, abortion, strong pornographic content that is of visual. Unfortunately, the levels of negligence by the school districts have continued with the support of the district librarians that have knowingly purchased more books after I did the research of over 1,000 books. These people have ignored the consideration forms from parents in all the districts. Cheston Inns ISD, there is over 100 reconciliation forms that have been ignored. I did research on the libraries for Inns ISD, Austin ISD, Round Rock ISD, Leander ISD. None of the content is appropriate. Allowing loopholes is what has given the far-left ideologies to poison innocent children. Please end the sickness and save Texas children. I have children too. And it's unfair what these children are reading. I'm asking you to please pass HB 900.
All right. Thank you, members. Any question for this witness? All right. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Adair Apple. We show you registered as Adair Apple on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
My name's Adair Apple. I live in Corpus Christi. I have a Master of Library Science and was an elementary school librarian at a Title I school for 5 years. Since I taught in a high-poverty school, I knew the books I selected for the library were probably the only books my students would have access to. So I bought books I knew they would love. I included books with characters of all ethnicities because I wanted them to see themselves represented in the library. Representation matters, and I wanted my students to make a personal connection with books and fall in love with reading. Before purchasing a book, I read reviews from School Library Journal, and I only bought those rated appropriate for elementary students. In all acquisitions, I adhered to the district collection policy. I did not have explicit material in the library. I've never seen an explicit book in an elementary school library, and I've been in quite a few. Librarians are careful to make sure books are appropriate to the grade level. There is a huge difference between what is appropriate for an elementary library and young adult literature at the high school level. If parents have an issue with a book, every district has a process for review, as we've heard. What I'm hearing from adults here tonight is that they are frustrated by the process and they want to bypass it. I believe in due process. I had books in my library collection that I have seen banned in the last 2 years simply because they have an LGBTQ character. I had books with LGBTQ characters because I had LGBTQ students, and the library should also reflect them. Not once did anyone complain about those books. I never had a parent challenge a book in my library. What school librarians need is more money and the ability to cater to their unique student body, not state censorship of their collection, not taking away their ability to buy award-winning books from library booksellers. Please treat educators and librarians as the professionals they are. Let them continue to purchase books that will hook their students on reading. The collection in my library never reflected me. It reflected the unique needs of the student body that I served. My own children are part of the queer community. They are wonderful and kind-hearted young adults. I resent the idea that their stories shouldn't be told. I resent the implication that simply including a queer character in a book somehow makes that book inappropriate or explicit. Every student is deserving of representation and respect, and I only want my tax dollars going to public school libraries that reflect the diversity of their student body. Discrimination has no place in our public libraries. I support the freedom to read. I oppose HB 900.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Chair calls C.J. Grisham.
Trying to save y'all time.
Yeah, appreciate it. We show you registered as C.J. Grisham, testifying on behalf, on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And in the interest of time, I'm not going to reiterate what C.J. Grisham for the bill on behalf of myself. I'm not going to reiterate what everyone said. What I'm going to do is, I'm a retired Army First Sergeant. I've got 3 kids that I put through public schools. Just late in life, went to law school, just graduated, just passed the bar, so I'm waiting to be sworn in. But while I was doing my supervisory license, I had the misfortune, I call it, to have to represent parents who were kicked out of and issued trespass warnings because they were quoting some of these books that are in these libraries. You know, if the libraries were doing their jobs and paying more attention, the librarians, to what was sexually explicit instead of trying to push agendas, we wouldn't have these kinds of problems. But if we can't go to a school board meeting, if parents can't go to a school board meeting and read what is in an elementary or middle school or high school library without literally having men with guns escort them out at the direction of a superintendent, we got a problem. If you can't read it to an adult school board, why is it even in a school? And so there are criminal aspects to keeping this stuff in there. And so again, just to keep it short, I support the bill. And if somebody's been trespassed because they're reading a passage out of a book in a library at a school, it probably shouldn't be in there. And that's why we need this bill, to make sure it's not.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you very much. Chair calls Diana Chambliss. Okay. We show you registered as Diana Chambliss on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right. Thank you.
My name's Dee Chambliss, and I currently serve on the RPT subcommittee called Stop Sexualizing Texas Kids. I'm also involved with other Republican organizations, but today I'm speaking on my own behalf. And I support HB 900, and here's why. I've been serving on the Tyler Public Library Advisory Board since 2021. And it has been eye-opening. I am still shocked today that sexually explicit, pervasively vulgar, profane books are in the children and teen section in so many libraries, including those in the most conservative counties in Texas. You'll find those same vile and indecent books in school libraries throughout the state of Texas. Same books, same authors. So I'm going to do everybody a big favor today, and I am not going to read the passages that I just handed out to all of you, and you're welcome for that. Once these books are discovered, you cannot imagine the absolute denial by elected officials, school administrators, or board members, and even parents. They say these materials don't exist, and they don't realize that they do exist, and they specifically target minors. For me, it has become weirdly satisfying to see the look on the faces of people when they are finally confronted with the actual passage from the actual book in their own library where minors have easy access and their hard-earned tax dollars were used to put them there. HB 900 resolves this problem for school libraries in 3 ways. It prohibits the type of material from being there in the first place. It requires booksellers to label their explicit books before they can sell them. And then it mandates library standards, which means these books cannot be sold to Texas schools or reside in our school libraries. I only wish we could do the same thing for public libraries because they're having some of the same problems. These HB 900 will hit the vendors in the only place that really matters to them, and that's their pocketbook. and that's why I support HB 900. Yay! Any questions?
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you for being here. Chair calls Brenda Howard. We show you registered as Brenda Howard on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct. I am Brenda Howard. Good evening, not good morning. Good evening, Chairman Buckley and members. I am speaking for myself and for HB 900, the Reader Act. I have spent the last year and a half attending school board and policy meetings for Belton ISD. I have been speaking about why we should not have sexually explicit and age-inappropriate content in our public school libraries. My story is similar to that of Representative Patterson. Here's the timeline. On November 12, 2021, our district, quote, "To the district's knowledge, it does not possess any books or content with sexually explicit images or graphic representation of sexual behavior that have been determined to violate the law." Attached to this letter was a list of books, and it contained Gender Queer, which specifically contains graphic images of two minors engaged in oral sex. Number two, the Belton ISD attorney scheduled presentations on the First Amendment, so we would all understand about the First Amendment. March 2022, Mike Morath, TEA, sent out a letter stating that there were books in the schools that violated the Texas Penal Code. He also attached a policy template for a book challenge process. Belton ISD chose not to use this template and waited 2 months for TASB to provide one. The next step, a book challenge process, was approved in August of 2022. I challenged All Boys Aren't Blue and KISS number 8 after a 6-month challenge process. All Boys Aren't Blue was removed for violating the Texas Penal Code 43.24, and KISS number 8 was removed for being pervasively vulgar. In addition, the school board trustees realized that their interpretation of the Texas Penal Code may have been skewed. Their policy on book challenges may have been cumbersome, and the policy is currently being reviewed again. All of this to say, HB 900, the Reader Act, is necessary because Belton ISD did not have the guidance contained in this bill. In addition, the book vendors are part of the problem and should be held accountable, much like music and movie vendors that are required to rate the sexual content of their products. I want to commend Representative Patterson for his work on this bill. He personally has challenged books in his own ISD and was instrumental in helping me with successfully navigating this process through to a positive conclusion. It is my hope that HB 900 becomes law so that there is clarity with regard to books throughout all public schools in the great state of Texas.
Thank you, members. Any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you, Brenda.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's good to see you.
And thank you for your help.
One of my neighbors from back home. Thanks for being here. Chair calls Janet Brown, Chad Green, Fernando Albernaz, and Jamie Puente. Be ready. We show you registered as Janet Brown on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Buckley and Education Committee members. My name is Janet Brown, and I represent myself. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 900, the Reader Act. I want to share my journey to challenge the book Milk and Honey by Rupi Kaur, discovered in the Lake Belton High School collection of Belton ISD. The adult-level writing and erotica-type graphics material in this book are unsuitable for minors and better suited for higher education adult libraries. As a first step, anyone challenging a book must meet with the Belton ISD lead librarian. During this informal meeting with the Belton ISD lead librarian on this book, she shared literary reviews and the author's struggles and the #1 New York Times bestseller in 2017. Following this meeting, I submitted an online challenge form on August 25th, 2022 to the book Milk and Honey for sexually explicit obscene content and for violating the Texas Penal Code 43.25. Copies of the Milk and Honey pages included in my online formal grievance request to remove the book from the Belton ISD Library collection are in your packet, along with the decision letter to remove the book from Belton ISD on November 1st, 2022. Also included in your packet are a current listing of books that have been challenged and the result, and some of them are still pending. The free availability of sexually explicit and obscene pornographic material to minors through our school libraries does not make sense. I'm encouraged there is a pathway forward to remedy through House Bill 900. Thank you for listening and recognizing the legislative priorities to strengthen policies that protect children and families using a book rating system and provide an audit and check system for school libraries. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? Janet, thank you for coming down today. It's good to see you. Okay, right here, right? Here we go. Chair calls Chad Green. Okay. Chair calls Chad Green. He's to step out or leave? Do we know?
He's
Okay.
been here all day.
Okay. Can we skip and? Okay, we'll come back to Chad. Chair calls Fernando Albernaz. I hope I got that right.
You did pretty good.
Okay.
Castilian accent.
Okay.
Chairman Buckley.
Yeah, we show you registered as Fernando Albernaz on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay,
yes,
thank
you. Chairman Buckley, Madam Chair Allen, members of the committee. About 20 years ago, I was the executive director of the Tejano Democrats. For about 10 years, I served as the public affairs director for a large public employee labor union. And about 2001 or 2, I was political director of the Texas Democratic Party. Today, I am a proud member of the Texas Republican Party. I'm a precinct chair of Burnett County Republican Party, and the principal reason I left the Democratic Party is because the Republican Party does a much better job of representing the interests of the nuclear family and defending children. There are tens of thousands of people like me in Texas, millions nationally, who are leaving the Democratic Party because we understand how dangerous and how cruel it is to sexualize children in our public schools. Even the most craven and bloodthirsty beasts of prey, the vultures, the predators, the venomous vipers, have one noble thing in common: they will fight to the death to protect their young. So what does this say about us as a society? That we would so demean ourselves as to be unwilling and unable to protect our young, our most vulnerable, from sexual exploitation by powerful, immensely wealthy individuals and their lobbying groups who are throwing billions of dollars at our schools, at our universities, at our medical centers, at our professional associations, at our military, as part of a national campaign to destroy the nuclear family, to take away parental rights, and to try to appropriate our children as their own. HB 900 will make it more difficult for them to do this. And I implore you, I respectfully urge you to support this bill. And I thank Representative Patterson for his service to the state of Texas. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you very much for being here.
Chad Green.
Okay. Chair calls Chad Green. We show you registered as Chad Green on behalf of yourself. You're a McKinney ISD trustee, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Well, thank you all for your time, and I have to compliment you. You guys put in some really long days. So I'm speaking to you from my experience as a trustee, and I'm relating to you what my parents have gone through, what many of our kids have gone through in McKinney ISD. To say that the administrators and the librarians don't know about these books is just not so. I have been fought for a year and a half on these issues. I went with a parent to McKinney High School, walked through the door to see if the books were there. Guess what? They were. And from that time on, the district has tried to censure me and ban me from going on any school property. They have gone after the parents. In fact, that parent, they told the IRS that she wasn't actually an American citizen. And so she spent, I think it was 3 weeks, arguing with the IRS. She was adopted in South Korea by a colonel in our army, and had been, I think when she was 6 years old. So they sicked the IRS on her. My family has been doxxed. My wife and my daughter have been doxxed by members of the McKinney Library, a librarian actually in McKinney, and also the president of the school board. So they know what they're doing. We presented all 282 books right in the beginning. They refused to follow their own protocol, which if we faxed those books and listed those materials and what we objected to, they should have taken them all as a grievance. They took none of them as a grievance, and in fact said you didn't follow the protocol, but they couldn't point out where in the protocol that we didn't follow. Just to get one book out of the district happened about 2 months ago, and it took a year and a half, and that was The Bluest Eyes, a very disgusting book. And our superintendent, you could go watch the videos, proudly said, hey, we've only exposed 75 kids to these books in open session. And so I guess we're serial child abusers under that rule. The problem is when you look at this, if kids are taking books out of the library, they're showing them to other kids. These books are incredibly graphic. Everybody read The Diary of Anne Frank, probably in high school. Great book, right? You know that there's a graphic novel version that has a very explicit scene in one of the chapters. So this stuff that's going from the publishers and the administrators, it's here by intention. It's not here by accident at all. And I have to say there's a couple of librarians that have helped us call out these books, and they've done it very, very quietly, but we really appreciate them. And it has caused the rest of our parents in our school district to really not want to come forward. I've got a parent right now that would love to talk about the drag queen reading hour that happened in 2 of our elementary schools, but she's not willing to subject herself to what's happened in our district.
All right. Wrap up. Anything else?
That's it, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Representative Schaefer, he has a question for you.
Just a quick question. So you're currently a sitting Board of Trustees member at McKinney ISD.
I am, yes, sir. And
are there still sexually explicit books in your school library?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. In fact, one of those that you held up, Perks of the
Brooks.
Yes,
Brooks of Inglewood.
That was approved. That was approved by all of our committees. And then you got the problem of trying to find out who's on those committees, and they won't give that information. They'll even stonewall the AG's office on that.
So this stuff is not a close call. This is not something where we'd read this out loud and say, well, it's got some literary, artistic value. We would all go, good grief, you don't want 13-year-olds reading that.
Well, and you're even promoting that type of lifestyle of raping a young woman in that book. You're promoting that to the men or the young men in your school district.
Well, not to mention a young girl or young boy even that had experienced some kind of sexual assault or trauma.
And you're re-traumatizing.
Or had a family member do that. And so, as you understand it, unless the legislature passes this bill, these books will stay on the shelves in McKinney.
Yeah, I'm fighting a multi-pronged war here. TASB's coming at us from one angle because they're making a bunch of these policies. And then we've got the administrators. They're at first I thought, well, maybe they don't know. They know. I've seen enough and heard enough that they know. Well, maybe the teachers don't know. It's not all of the teachers. It's a very small percentage. It's less than 5% of the teachers. We've got teachers with these books in their personal library in their classroom. Okay? So there's, and even I've heard administrators, some of the administrators that are friends have said they're trying to transfer the books in the library to the personal libraries of the teachers inside the classrooms. So it's...
And you're not even saying that McKinney has like a parental consent or age restriction on these?
No, the parents can opt out, but they have to know what they're opting out of. They should be that if you want your kids to have access to the book, you need to know what the book is and you need to opt in. So it should be a different policy.
So right now, all children have access unless the parent affirmatively opts in.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for testimony.
Thank you.
Representative King, then we'll go to you, Representative Harrison.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so you're a current trustee?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm a former trustee, school board president, and grew up, different town, fair enough, but you're saying that there's committees within your library and they won't tell you who's on them?
Oh, yes, sir.
Now,
They
how
told
does that
the
work?
AGs.
Because when I was a trustee, I never had that problem. If I wanted to know something, I walked in and asked, and how do they prohibit you from knowing?
Well, so when I ask, I get no reply, being a trustee. When the AG's office is asked, the AG's office is told, oh, we simply don't have those records. Now, I heard a discussion between our superintendent and the president of the board where the superintendent is, I'm not giving lists of our teachers that are on these committees and the way they vote to anyone because I'm afraid how parents would treat them. I'm going to tell you, there is no accountability going on in this district at any place.
And how long have you been a trustee?
A year and a half.
A year and a half. And from day one, nobody responds. Your superintendent, when you ask your superintendent, you get no response?
Correct. In fact, the superintendent has lied to the district or lied to the public in board meetings saying we don't have these books. When we have these books, we even have the barcodes that are on them. And they look in their computer and make it look nice. So, oh, this book is not here. It is there.
So your other 6 board members, are they aligned with you?
No.
Okay.
Most of them are former employees of the school district. Yeah.
Okay. So the team of 8 doesn't exist in McKinney.
Team of 7.
I would say it exists on the other side. Yeah, I would say it's on the other side, and I'm not going to play ball with that. If it's going to hurt kids, I'm not doing it. And so, our focus needs to be on education, math, reading, writing, arithmetic. We need this sexualization, and it goes way beyond just the books and the drag queen reading hour. It goes with kids advertising their sexuality, wearing furry costumes, animal costumes. Our district has rules against dress code. They don't enforce any of those things. So what it is when you get to McKinney schools, it's all about what your sexuality is. And this is being promoted by adults. This is not coming from the kids. This is being promoted.
So on the entire board, when you vote to non-renew your superintendent's contract, you're going to be voting alone. The rest of them?
Yeah, he's decided to retire.
Okay.
Yeah. And I don't agree with the person that they've hired as the new superintendent. They hired him from within the district, and he was, I just don't agree with him. I think he's going to be a continuation of the old regime that was there. Yeah.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Harrison.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Just one last question to pick up where Representative King left off. Is the superintendent responsive to questions like the ones you're asking to other trustees in your ISD?
They don't ask these questions. They go with what they're spoon-fed from the district. The way that they act is as if it's the district employs them. Does that make sense? So I'm not even sure they would ask that question.
Yeah, no, I'm genuinely trying to get my head around this because as a trustee of a school board, are you or are you not elected by the voters?
You're elected by the voters.
Are superintendents elected by voters?
No.
Who works for who? The trustees work for the superintendent, or do the superintendents work for the trustees?
The superintendent's supposed to work for the trustees.
Okay, I appreciate you clarifying that. The reason I actually wanted to ask a question is because you made a comment sort of in passing that TASB sets some of these policies. I was wondering if you could perhaps expound upon that.
Well, I heard from Julie Pickering today that TASB is going to be inputting a new policy to try to change the way that different districts across the state vote. They're putting it in their consent agenda for this next month. And it will be that everybody will be at large, and it will be everybody running against everybody, and the top 3 vote getters are the ones that get the seats. So it's kind of everybody's in the same pot. This is a big example of TASB actively inserting themselves into district policy. They always do that. They're writing the policy. And to get the school board, I've tried to talk to the other members of the under trustees of the board multiple times to change their positions on things that we needed to change the language. They won't do it because this is from TASB. You know, these policies are written by TASB.
Are you and the other trustees in McKinney ISD aware that there's no requirement whatsoever for your school district or any school district in the state of Texas to be a member of TASB?
I'm aware of it, and I've told them that I believe that they believe in TASB.
Okay.
TASB is not the organization they were 15 years ago. They're just not.
Has TASB been involved, again, just to clarify for your previous question, has TASB been involved in any way in your district policies as it relates to books in the library?
Absolutely.
They have?
EF Local, all those were written by TASB. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, sir.
And our district doesn't follow any of those. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Members, any more questions? Hold on just one second. Representative Cunningham.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one other question, because I too was a school board member. Some 12 years, twice as a president. So if I understand you right, you guys are going to change the way you guys elect your board members now to go cumulative. Basically, the top 4 board members, whatever, are going to be elected.
Well, that's what I'm told TASB is sending out as a policy that's going to be put through in our consent agenda.
Okay.
So I haven't seen it yet. I just heard about it today. So I'll be looking at that. Yes,
okay.
sir.
Okay. And so the policies that that you currently have in place, you guys are actually going by, I guess it's called TASB 990 or whatever it is. Is there a book policy? That's what you guys use?
Right. We have two elected trustees that are at large, and the rest of the trustees have specific areas.
Yeah, single districts and stuff. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so you're gonna change that then from a 7-member board?
Yes. I don't want to change that. No, sir.
Okay. Okay. From a 2-5, you're gonna change it.
Correct.
And what you're being told.
That's what I'm being told.
And so back to this committee, and I guess really has the current superintendent already retired?
He has officially retired, yes, sir.
Okay, so you got the new superintendent?
Mm-hmm.
And are you still getting the same pushback?
Well, when he steps in I think it's about 20 days now, I probably won't get the same pushback. We'll see. He was in the administration, deputy superintendent in the administration, so I don't know. Okay. It's hard for me to speculate on that.
Okay. Well, thank you for your service, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Members, any more questions for this witness?
Thank you.
All right. Thanks for being here. Chair calls Jaime Puente, Francesca Leahy, Chris Dundas, and Dorothy Dundas. Be ready.
I don't see him in the room.
I'm not here. Okay. Is it Jaime or Jamie?
Jaime.
Okay. All right.
Not here.
All right. The record will show Jaime Puente, Director of Economic Opportunity for Every Texan, and himself to be registered against the bill. Chair calls Francesca Leahy. Chair calls Francesca Leahy. We'll show Francesca Leahy On behalf of herself, against the bill. Chair calls Chris Dundas.
Good evening.
Okay. We show you registered as Chris Dundas on behalf of the House of Accord and yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's right.
Thank
That's
you.
right. Y'all are awesome. I can't believe you do this long. I mean, it's good that your term is 150 days, right?
140.
If you did this, oh my God, you'd be that thin. Anyway, I'm Chris Dundas. I live in Corpus Christi. Grew up in Houston, and in my adult life, I've been I was working here in Austin at a very high risk, high security mental health facility, a private one. Did that for a good number of years. I taught high school, a good number of years. Taught college some. I'm a former retired MD in pediatrics, and the worst of all is I taught seventh graders for some years. Yeah, thank you. Okay, my condolences. They do grow up. Now, I'm going to do science stuff. I'm not going to quote any books or anything. I'm talking about neurophysiology here a little bit. We all know when we see something that we really like, and that when we see something, some sort of eye candy or whatever it is, it could be my grandmother's cooking when I was a kid, some sort of stimulus that just really hits us hard. And you remember those things. You remember when I say my grandmother's cooking, somebody in here goes, "Yeah, I remember those biscuits." All right. Now, what happens there is the aromas go into into the body and all that sort of stuff, and we release a neurotransmitter called dopamine. Dopamine is the pleasure neurotransmitter. And what happens is that in the limbic system, it's released in several parts of the brain, but in the limbic system, which is kind of a centrally located structure in the brain, when it's released, a lot of that dopamine goes up to your prefrontal cortex, which is your pleasure center, and it's your emotional center. If you remember frontal lobotomies, anybody here ever heard of those? They take out your prefrontal cortex so you have no emotions anymore and you don't kill anybody anymore. That's how that works. And so we see this all the time. And as we go through the cycle, when we see something, like when I see my wife, boom, I really like that. I love her and she makes me real happy. Now, if I see something else, some other kind of a stimulus, we'll talk about a different female or something like that. That can set off something, but that's kind of shut down. What I really want to talk about is for it to calm down a little bit. I'm all excited here. It's been a long day for me too. What happens is that when you look for something and you have these images that come into your spirit, not images and print, video, whatever kind of thing, they will stimulate that, and they stimulate the dopamine again. And what happens is that with normal relationships, husband and wife, that kind of a thing, when you get together intimately, the dopamine has a big release, and you just kind of chill out for a while. And that's kind of a normal happenstance in life. We appreciate that. If it's a pornographic type of image, we don't get that kind of a release.
Dr. Dundas, can you get to the...
Yeah, I'll get to the point here. What happens is there's a process called neuroelasticity. And we know this when you first started riding your bike, you were terrible. Now we're all good at it. And the better we get, we're making neural pathways in our brain, and we get that locked in, and then we get really, really good at stuff. If we pursue pornography we get locked into that same kind of cycle. Now, little kids, I know 3 and 4-year-olds that are bilingual at their age-appropriate level. We all know this. I lived in Brownville for a while in Corpus Christi. That plasticity,
please, sir.
yes, sir. That plasticity creates a format where they can become stuck in that cycle. I don't want to have my kids or your kids stuck in the cycle of pornography. It's something I bet almost all of us remember the first pornographic image we ever saw.
All right.
I'll stop right there.
All right, thanks, sir. Any questions for this witness? Dr. Dundas, thanks for being here.
Bless you guys. Thank you very much.
Chair calls Dorothy Dundas. Okay. We show you registered as Dorothy Dundas on behalf of the House of Accord and yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
I am also a former educator. I was a research associate with UT. I've done many different things in education, from developing infant lab at Southwest Texas to being a research associate with UT. I've taught every single age group there is. My interest was in optimal development. I had children that read 2 grade levels above. 80% of my kids went into GT. I had a love for books. I gave it to my kids. They learned many authors' names, their favorite authors, and I'm telling you, you don't need nudity to get kids to like books. You just don't. I was very successful in helping kids to read well. And I'm telling you, some of those, the first book, the first section, Blue is the warmest color, the last 9 pages, I apologize for. But if you think a junior high or high school kid can look at that and then concentrate on trigonometry, you're kidding yourself. There's a reason that we don't have nudity in schools. There's a reason we don't. We ask that kids underage must have parental consent. Kids just mimic things, they pick up things, and they don't always choose what's helpful, safe, or beneficial to them. That's why they have to have the parental controls. Pornography, it's kind of a fine line between pornography and sexually explicit. I mean, for most of us, if we see those pictures in those last 9 pages, we're not aroused, but I don't know that we can say hormonal teenagers aren't. I mean, they see things and they want to imitate. I'm telling you, having worked with teenage mothers in a high school, they get involved with sex too early. Having worked with trafficked kids in Guatemala on a mountain where every single kid there, infants through high school, were trafficked. They started out with lots of sexual involvement. The thing of it is that trafficking has several symbiotic connections to pornography, and pornography to me is hand in hand with explicit sexual image after image after image. Even in production of porn, sex trafficking can occur. People don't even realize the girl on the screen is actually horrified, afraid for her life, and was raped, not consented into anything. It's basically they groom traffic victims. They train them. It's a pattern. We set up a home for trafficked
Wrap up your
kids
testimony.
in Corpus Christi, and we learned a lot about how they were groomed and they were consistently had to look at sexual images. Okay. This is not healthy. This is not optimal development for our kids.
All right. Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Chair calls Brian Klosterbore, Fran Rhodes, Hillary Hicklin, Tricia Rickner, Laura Heffelfinger, and Laura Davis. You'll be next. Brian Klosterbore. Okay, the record will show Brian Klosterbore of ACLU of Texas. What?
Sounds like you might know.
Okay. Okay. Chair calls Fran Rhodes. What? Not yet.
She's gone.
She's gone. Okay. Record will show Fran Rhodes, president of the True Texas Project, and herself for the bill. All right, no Brian Klosterboer yet. Chair calls Hillary Hicklin. We show you registered as Hillary Hicklin on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'd also like to note that I serve on the subcommittee to stop the sexualization of Texas children, and I also serve on our local SHAC.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah. My name is Hillary Hicklin. I'm here in support of this bill. It's really simple. As I serve on the SHAC and as a parent of 4, I want to know if there's sex, if any material involving sex is to be given to my children, I'm to consent. That's in the education code. I have one goal for my children in early education, to develop a love for reading, and they have. But my readers are not safe in school libraries. Last August, I became aware of the existence of sexually explicit material in Belton ISD. A display in one of our middle school libraries advertised, promoted, and even incentivized reading filthy content to students as young as 11. One nonfiction book from this display included an autobiographical passage where the author recalls giving oral sex as a 6-year-old to other boys in the neighborhood and loving it. This is not the only book, and Belton is not the only district with this problem. Almost daily, I find more books in every secondary school library in our district. I stopped counting at 122. I was compelled to reach out to my local school administrators. I've spoken before my school board numerous times, and like many other districts across the state, Belton adopted a policy handed to them by TASB. This policy requires first that a student be exposed to a filthy book or a parent search the digital catalog and find it. Then a parent must meet with the campus librarian who will attempt to convey the purpose for such a selection to be offered to students. If the parent disagrees, they then formally challenge the book by completing a form that requires the challenger to read the book entirely, include page citations and quotes, suggest an alternative. What is an alternative to erotica? The challenge is then passed to a panel of at least five people, decided by the majority vote to be removed or remain in district circulation. 3 of the positions on this panel consist of district employees, and to my experience, the employees are biased towards covering the reputation of the district. In a conversation with the lead librarian for Belton ISD, she told me that she doesn't think any book should be removed from the schools, despite providing her with provocative examples. We've heard from many librarians here, and I want to note that not all public school libraries are served or staffed by librarians, certified librarians. Some are called digital media specialists, so not all are trained in the ways that we heard other librarians are. In 7 months, only 9 books have been reviewed, all but 2 voted to remain, and 2 of those were elevated to a level 3 grievance before they were finally removed. Currently, the Board of Trustees have admitted that the policy has failed to protect students from sexually explicit and age-inappropriate material, but there's no urgency to fix it. This should not fall on parents. We must do more to protect our students from harmful materials. We need library standards. The Reader Act does all of this. I understand it comes at a financial cost, but what is innocence worth? How much do we value ensuring the basic premise that schools must be a safe place to learn? Currently, they are not.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? Representative Harrison.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for being here and for your testimony. A couple quick questions. You mentioned TASB. Is it, in your opinion, are the policies TASB has written for your school that you referenced making it harder or more difficult to remove taxpayer-funded obscenity from public schools?
It's a lot harder, yes.
Okay. Who funds TASB?
The school districts do.
Where do the school districts get the money that they send to TASB?
From taxpayers.
So parents, tax-paying parents, send money to these schools, and then these schools send the money to TASB. So the money TASB has, is it correct, their money comes from tax-paying parents and yours and
That's right. And that's one of the things I spoke before the school board about, to ask them to look at alternatives instead of re-signing the contract with TASB this year.
Thank you. Last question. So is it your opinion, or in fact, that TASB is using parents' money to write policies that help keep taxpayer-funded obscenity in Texas public schools?
That is absolutely correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Members, any additional questions for the witness? All right. Thank you very much. Good to see you, Hillary. Thanks for being here. Chair calls Brian Klosterbore.
Good evening. It's Brian Klosterbore.
Let me see here. We show you register as Brian Klosterbore on behalf of the ACLU of Texas and yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm with the ACLU of Texas. We are testifying against this bill. I'm an attorney. I grew up here in Texas. I'm also the proud product of Texas public schools. I owe a great debt to many of the teachers and librarians in this state. I also wanted to add a quick clarification about TASB. Their policy service, their policy guidance is non-binding, so they don't actually set policy. Local school districts choose to set policy. The local control we have over schools and libraries is also very helpful. It actually gives parents the right to file complaints and grievances with those districts, and also to vote out school board members with whom they disagree. Growing up in Texas public schools, I never actually saw myself reflected in my public school libraries. I never once read a book with any gay characters, even though I'm gay myself. LGBTQ Texans have always lived here. We always will. Even if you choose to ban every single book that reflects our identities in public school libraries. Free states don't ban books. We don't censor LGBTQ identities. We don't prohibit life-saving evidence-based healthcare. I want to highlight just a couple inconsistencies with this bill. The committee sub mentions that parents are the primary decision makers regarding a student's access to library material. With that, we agree. But this bill actually strips away parents' rights, and it gives away that local control. It vests all authority in the Texas Education Agency to veto and overrule any decisions made by local school districts. Parents don't have a complaint mechanism to challenge TEA decisions, and they can't vote them out of office like they can with their local school boards. The democratic process is messy. We don't always agree. Many of the books that have been mentioned here tonight that some people view as sexually explicit, many other people view as treasured works of literature that have scientific and artistic merit. People disagree with this, and that's why we have this local control that people and librarians, students, teachers, and parents can work together to make those decisions. Texas is a massive state. We don't need a one-size-fits-all approach where TEA is the judge, jury, and executioner. As a practical matter, young people also have access to the internet. There simply isn't evidence that they're going to school libraries to either find or receive this kind of material that many people are talking about tonight. The bill also makes TEA a magnet for litigation because it vests in the government the arbitrary power to choose, ban, or restrict books with no standards or guidance. Federal courts have consistently struck down this kind of government censorship. This bill will lead to violations of students' First Amendment rights to access ideas, and the bill is vague and standardless. The committee substitute mentions PICO versus Board of Education, but does not actually incorporate any actual definition of terms like pervasively vulgar or educationally unsuitable.
Please wrap up your testimony.
So those terms are undefined. I encourage you each to look very closely at the fiscal note. It talks about the $3 million the bill would cost to the state. It doesn't mention at all the cost to local school districts or how it would affect parents' rights and also private businesses in our state. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions of this witness? Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, sir. Are there any components of the bill that you support or the ACLU supports?
Yes, I think we would agree that actual sexually explicit content should not be in public school libraries, along with, we looked at the Library Association and educators who I think also have agreed on that front.
Are there any books that have been in the news about this that you would agree need to be removed?
I have not seen any books myself that I personally am aware of or have looked at closely as would meeting that strict standard.
Have you seen the book Genderqueer that's been in a lot of the...
I have read Genderqueer, yes.
Do you think that's appropriate for public school libraries?
I think that what I've heard is that librarians make that decision based on grade level and the best information available to them.
I'm asking the ACLU's position. Do you think the book Genderqueer is appropriate for public school libraries?
We don't have a specific view on genderqueer, no.
Do you have an opinion on it?
I think that, graphic novels are somewhat unique in many ways. Most of the books we talked about tonight are not graphic novels. But yeah, it's a choice for local school districts to make, whether they want to have that book or not.
So you'd be okay if that book was in public school libraries, and you don't think that we should ban that type of book?
Yeah, when I looked at those graphics, I think teenagers, as I mentioned, have access to the internet, and that's something we could talk about. HBO Max, Netflix, all those other sources, magazines. They're not going to school libraries looking for that.
Committee, though, tonight, right? So it's your testimony that the ACLU would not support legislation that would ban genderqueer from public school library.
No, especially when it's the government. That's where the constitutional problems arise, that the role of the state banning that book just because of the content of the book.
So does the Constitution protect explicit materials in front of children?
The Constitution does not protect obscenity, but there is a definition in law, which this bill does not actually incorporate, that there are many cases on obscenity. And so, yeah, if genderqueer did meet the definition of obscenity, courts could decide that, and they would not be required by the First Amendment to keep that in school libraries.
Genderqueer is a graphic novel, and you've seen it, and you think that should not be the subject of this legislation.
Any person could bring a lawsuit challenging genderqueer or a complaint, and they have across the state. And those complaints are being adjudicated currently by local school districts. I don't know the results of that process. I don't know which districts have pulled genderqueer or not, but that process is already working right now in our
You don't
state.
think the state should have that book pulled?
I don't think it's the role of the state to give TEA, with no standards or guidelines, that choice to make of which books to ban. That would be unconstitutional censorship.
Why would it be unconstitutional?
So the case law talking about obscenity, you have to meet those standards, which are not specifically incorporated in this bill. And there usually is a process that incorporates the feedback of librarians and teachers. And that's what the PICO court talked about. And also the case that was cited in Missouri, the school district there did create a process and committees. And that's what we're seeing across the state. School districts are already doing that, which can be unconstitutional. But this is even worse because it's that one-size-fits-all approach, giving that authority to TEA.
You know that the Supreme Court would be they're not going to interfere with the state of Texas' ability to remove genderqueer from public school libraries. You know that that's going to pass constitutional muster, right?
Possibly, yeah. And there could be a specific challenge, and districts are already pulling that from the shelves.
That's because it's very sexually explicit and obscene.
I'm not sure I agree with that, but if that's what you were thinking.
You mean to describe it for you?
No, I don't think that's necessary. But yeah, so that case could already go up to the Supreme Court now. We don't need this law. This would not add anything new. Parents can already challenge that book right now. Parents already have robust rights to do that. Okay. This bill makes it worse by stripping away parents' rights.
Chairman Harrison?
Thank you.
Harris, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Klosterboer, a lot of your testimony was based on local control, right? Which I'm most times a proponent of local control. Can you envision any situation where local control has led to the point of absurdity where it is incumbent upon the state legislature to step in and regain some sense of normalcy or common sense?
There's nothing off the top of my head, but one thing tonight that people have mentioned is the need for state standards and advisory guidelines. And I think, we could be open to that as providing guidance to school libraries across the state, or the role of TEA in setting standards, but not actually being the arbiter of deciding which books to ban.
Well, I think it's reached the point to where the guidelines are, you're not putting this crap in front of our kids.
Yeah, that could be the gist of the guide. I would say they need to, follow the law on obscenity and be more specific. They can't be that vague. But yeah, we could be open to that.
All right, thank you.
All right, Representative Harrison.
Chairman, thank you for being here. I'll make one more stab at this. I think two representatives have gone at this. Say it's one person's obscenity is another person's beautiful literature, or something to that effect. You said, but you did say you were okay with some limits.
And yes, that's what the Supreme Court has said. There are limits.
No, correct. But I'm saying you're here on behalf of the ACLU of Texas. Is that correct? Does the ACLU of Texas okay with there being some limitations on the materials that are in Texas public schools?
Generally, yes.
can you describe for me, can you define for me what type of definition you would use to determine what cleared the threshold for something that should be excluded from Texas public schools?
So in terms of library books, as I mentioned, we defer a lot to the expertise of teachers and educators and also parents.
I'm asking for the position of the ACLU of Texas, if you don't mind, sir.
There is no, I don't have I could work on a draft substitute for the bill, but I don't have any specific language.
Even broad strokes, that's something that you might be able to support?
I think we support the democratic process that's happening right now all across the state with parents bringing complaints and book challenges and districts working through those.
Let's talk about the democratic process then, as you say, and I'll pick up on the tone of Representative Harris's comments a second ago about local control, because you seem to embrace the idea that schools can make up their own decisions here, and you seem to reject the notion that the state may have an interest here. Who creates the political subdivisions in the state of Texas?
It's from the state government.
So is it the case that ISDs are actually entities, sub-entities of the state of Texas?
Yes, and they must also follow the Texas and U.S. constitutions.
Is there anything in the Texas or U.S. Constitution that would prohibit a bill like HB 900?
I do believe, as written, the bill is unconstitutionally vague and would lead to censorship.
Is it the position of the ACLU of Texas that this bill, as drafted, is federally or under state constitution impermissible?
That is what our written testimony and oral testimony is, that there are some problematic elements of the bill. I don't think necessarily the entire bill. I mean, there could be ways to rework it and to narrow it, but as written, it's vague and it's too overbroad.
I want to pull one other strain from your testimony. You repeatedly referenced this is not a problem because children have access to the internet, they have access to HBO, they have access to cable, statements which I obviously agree. It's just objectively true. When a child has access to that, who pays for that?
The parents.
When a child has access to genderqueer in their public elementary school, who pays for that?
Technically also the parents, taxpayers, I guess.
Do the parents pay for that book directly?
No, not directly.
Those are purchased through government post-taxing of the parents, correct?
Yes.
So it is the government, in that case, who purchases genderqueer that they put in public elementary schools in Texas. Is that correct?
That would be how it works.
Is that a material difference than a parent paying directly for an internet service provider that's in their home?
Yes.
Should they be regulated the same or differently from the state of Texas?
I mean, the regulations are different, yes, but as a practical matter.
Should they be? It's a normative question, sir.
I think in practice they are. Yeah, libraries
I'm
already
asking
are.
for a normative response, if you don't mind. Should it be? Not
Yes.
is it?
In practice and reality, they are, yes.
One more time. A normative, you're a lawyer, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry to hear that. I'm not. I'm asking for a normative response, if you don't mind. Should they be regulated differently?
They should be, yes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Representative Hinojosa.
In all this back and forth, what I've heard you say, we have a representative who said, and I haven't read genderqueer, is obscene and sexually explicit. You have said it is ACLU's position that it is okay to regulate and keep out of our libraries sexually explicit and obscene material. Am I understanding your testimony correctly?
Yes, that's
Thank you.
Members, any additional questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tricia Rickner. Okay. Chair calls Tricia Rickner. Yeah, you be next.
Okay.
Yeah, all right.
Sorry, I hate to give you even more clues. I've got a whole packet on
We show you registered as Tricia Rickner on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Yes, I am Tricia Richner. I live in Temple, and I do have children attending high school in Belton ISD. Over a year ago, a group of us started speaking out at board and policy meetings about sexually explicit books in our library. To date, well over a year later, 4 books have been removed, 2 removed through the actual reconsideration process, and 2 were removed through a level 3 grievance. Several people have talked about our policy, but as our policy currently stands in Belton, they wrote the policy in such a way as it shifts the burden to the parents to find, locate, report the content. I think this is very wrong. No parent should have to sit behind a keyboard searching library databases looking for pornography in their child's library, let alone read, document, and prepare documentation for the reconsideration committee. As a parent in the district, I should have confidence that my student's library is free of this material. I was actually a member on the reconsideration committee for genderqueer. I took that role very seriously, and I read that book in its entirety at least 3 times, and I was able to document 22 separate violations of the penal code. This book was ultimately removed from our library, but the process took over a year, and 2 committee members actually voted to keep that in our library. I don't think you need a committee to remove a book with 22 penal code violations. The instant that book was located, it should have been removed immediately and permanently. Currently, our process is in limbo because they've realized the policy is not really working properly. So there are dozens of books now still just sort of sitting in the reconsideration process. I also filed a reconsideration for The Sun and Her Flowers, which is the second packet. And if you could just briefly flip the page and look at those lovely line drawings. So that being said, I'm super supportive of this bill. It eliminates the burden on the parents. And something our board seems to want to do is not have any responsibility whatsoever. That's why they wrote the policy in the first place, to make the parents responsible. They diverted to TEA. They waited for TASB. They him and hawed around the policy for several months, just waiting for somebody to tell them what to do. Well, this bill will tell them what to do. It will also make all of the books in our we have a new high school, which is primarily where a lot of these books are being found, because they just sort of dumped the books there. That will be audited for removal.
All right. Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you, Ms. Richner. Thanks for coming down.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Chair calls Laura Heffelfinger. Laura Davis, Whitney Kinney, Shannon Ayers, and Julie Harville. You'll be next. We show you registered as Laura Heffelfinger on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Well, earlier they read the code, but I'm going to reread it after the lawyer was here. Obscene means material or a performance that the average person applying contemporary community standards would find that, taken as a whole, appeals to the prurient interest in sex, depicts or describes patently offensive representations or descriptions of ultimate sex acts, normal or perverted, actual or simulated, including sexual intercourse, sodomy, and sexual bestiality, or descriptions of masturbation, excretory function, sadism, masochism, lewd exhibition of genitals, the male or female genitals in a state of sexual stimulation or arousal, covered male genitals in a discernibly turgent state, or a device designated and marketed as useful primarily for stimulation of the human genital organs, and taken as a whole lacks serious literacy, artistic, political, and scientific value. I've seen these books. These line drawings are very explicit. There is masturbation in there. There is sodomy in there. There is sexual stimulation. These things I just read are in these books, okay? And if we define this according to the penal code, I mean, that's our law. okay? So these schools are distributing pornography to children, okay? Bottom line. Now, the other thing I wanted to bring up is we have Scholastic Book Fairs, and that is a national organization that comes into every single school district, as far as I know, and the children can buy books from them. I think that we need to be aware of that as well, what's coming into our schools through, not just in the library, but our schools are opening up our children to look at books from another source, which is this Scholastic books. So anyways, everybody's talked about genderqueer, but at the DISD, the police escorted a man that photocopied a picture out of this book because they knew the definition of pornography.
Okay, please wrap up your testimony.
Okay, so I'm here also on behalf of my grandchildren today. They don't all go to public schools, but this is their dating pool, okay, that I'm fighting for in the public schools.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you very much. Thanks for being here. Chair calls Laura Davis, Whitney Kinney, Shannon Ayers, Julie Harville. You'll be next. We show you registered as Laura Davis on behalf of Texas Parents United PAC and yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable committee members, for staying so late so often. My name is Laura Davis. I am the president of a grassroots parental PAC located in Leander, Texas. I am a mother of 2 children that attend public middle school and high school. I come before you today in support of HB 900. Some may feel that this bill is too extreme and is not needed in order to safeguard our children. I respectfully disagree. For years, we parents have been fighting to protect our children's innocence and minds from sexually explicit literature and racially biased materials thrust into our schools under the guise of equity. As a Latina mother, I feel I am in a unique position to offer testimony on how schools are using these angelically worded political terms to cause harm to both minority and non-minority children. Unlike other bills that only codify a biased and flawed book review process, this bill holds those who profit off of exposing our children to these harmful and graphic written works accountable. I was chosen to take part in 2 book review processes. They are biased and purposely ineffective processes that are designed to give a feigned sense of contribution from parents. There was no transparency as to how members of the book review committees are chosen. Coincidentally, both the committees I served on had just enough participants to overrule the dissenting parents on the committee. As an example, I reviewed Lawn Boy by Jonathan Evison. This book has more use of the term fuck than I have ever used in my lifetime, and it is horribly racist in its depiction of the Latino characters. All the Latino characters in this book are written as ignorant, unmotivated lawn workers. Honorable members, I grew up with those stereotypes being thrust upon me. I grew up very poor and only through education was able to lift myself out of poverty. My children deserve to have their ethnicity presented to their peers as strong equals. My children deserve to be inspired by written works that show aspirational characters that they can grow to become. They do not deserve to be presented to their peers as ignorant lawn workers. In addition, this book depicts a descriptive scene of oral sex between 2 young boys. Yet the administrative staff that were committee members believe that since kids can get it all on the internet, that it was somehow appropriate for our children. Is that the standard we use in deciding educational materials now? If you can find it on the internet, then is it deemed worthy to come into our schools? Please take a stand for our children. Please vote for HB 900 and say loud and clear to all Texans that in Texas, no company may profit by selling racist or sexually graphic material to our children. Thank you for your time.
Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you for being here. Okay. All right. Chair calls Whitney Kinney, Shannon Ayers, Julie Harville, Tara Schulte, Misty Wamoff, and Stephanie Elid. You'll be next. Make sure I have to read it. I'm getting a little tired here. We show you registered as Whitney Kinney on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
All right,
correct.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking my comments tonight. My name is Whitney Kinney. I live in McKinney, and I'm a wife and a mother of 4 young boys from middle school down to pre-K, and I'm here in support of HB 900. I got involved in this fight over a year ago because I was told by a Collin County juvenile probation officer that a majority of the children in the Collin County Juvenile Detention Center for sex crimes were not victims themselves, but rather saw or read something explicit and were acting out what they saw. He then said that when we were growing up, we watched Star Wars and read about Superman and acted out what we saw and read, and that the children in this generation are no different. They are acting out what they see and read, and they are being hypersexualized. I cry with the mother whose child is sitting locked up in the juvenile detention center because that child acted out on what has been normalized in written, photographic, video, or audio formats and readily available in what should be a safe environment of their school. In Collin County, children as young as 10 years old can be prosecuted for sex crimes. These children have not been through puberty, they have not had prior sexual experience, and don't know what healthy sexual relationships look like. Yet these children fill the detention centers across the state of Texas, being robbed of their innocence, their childhood, and their freedom. Why are vendors promoting and selling materials that lead to childhood prosecution? A child's innocence should not be for sale in the state of Texas. As I've listened to the testimonies of parents and other people tonight, it's the parents who are the primary educators who want these materials out of the schools, and it's the educators and librarians tonight who we've heard their testimonies that want to keep them in. I have been actively working with other parents in my community to remove sexually explicit and prurient library resources from McKinney ISD libraries, and it has been an uphill battle. Mr. Cunningham from Frisco ISD is an exact example of what parents in North Texas are fighting against. The books that have been challenged and removed because they don't meet selection criteria have been laundered into the classrooms and teachers' personal libraries. This happened with the book that I challenged that Mr. Green spoke about, The Bluest Eye, which was read by, excerpts were read by the second speaker tonight. We, the parents, want these materials removed from all district physical classrooms and online libraries. The Bluest Eye, it was moved into a classroom because it met the AP selection criteria for good material, but it is explicit in many ways. It includes bestiality, tons of rape and incest, 2 instances of animal abuse, and tons more that was just horrific. I have 44 more titles for which I'm submitting contestations, but the process is lengthy. It takes a long time for these materials to be removed, and the districts are fighting against parents, and they want to keep them there. Please vote for HB 900 to protect the innocence of children in Texas in public charter schools and hold these vendors accountable. It's a step in the right direction, and thank you to the sponsors and co-sponsors of this bill.
Thank you, members. Any questions for this witness? Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Chair calls Shannon Ayers. We show you registered as Shannon Ayers on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
My name is Shannon Ayers, and I'm from Frisco, Texas. I'm here representing myself, and I came today to speak in favor of HB 900. For more than a year, I've been pleading with several local school districts to remove sexually explicit books from their libraries. In November of last year, I went viral after reading an excerpt from a book at the Frisco school board meeting. The school board president asked me to stop reading because, quote, there was a child in the boardroom, unquote. The obvious hypocrisy was astounding. The book was in the last phase of being challenged using the reconsideration process. That means the first and second committees who read the book for its appropriateness determined that it was fine. Here's the excerpt that I read. Quote, this one couple stumbled into my room and asked if they could use the room anyway with me still in it. They closed the door and started kissing. After a few minutes, the boy's hand went up the girl's shirt and she started protesting. Pretty soon, he took off her bra and started to kiss her breasts. And then he put his hand down her pants and she started moaning. He reached to take off her pants, but she started crying really hard. So he reached for his own. He pulled his pants and underwear down to his knees. Please, Dave, no. But the boy just talked soft to her about how good she looked, and she grabbed his penis with her hands and started moving it. The boy pushed the girl's head down, and she started to kiss his penis. She was still crying. Finally, she stopped crying because he put his penis in her mouth, and I don't think you can cry in that position, unquote. Just 2 weeks later, after being chastised by the school board president for reading this in front of a child, she was the deciding vote to keep this book in our libraries, and it's still there today. And this is the perks of being a wallflower. That's where that's from. HB 900 is needed because school districts across the state are downright refusing to remove these books. They hide behind a twisted misinterpretation of the First Amendment and have actually argued that some children may have experienced the horrific scenarios in these books and need to see themselves in the books that they read. I would argue that when a child is raped or coerced into sex acts as an unwilling participant, offering a book that depicts these scenarios normalizes sexual victimhood. As a society, we have always aimed to protect children. We don't let them buy alcohol, cigarettes, or guns. We don't let them enter rated R, X, or N-17 movies. And in fact, an adult providing this type of content to a child outside of school would probably be charged under Texas Penal Code Section 4324 because we protect children. Sadly, though, even our sheriff has turned a blind eye to this issue. Despite having clear obscenity laws, he said that my definition of obscenity may not be the same as someone else's. He said I should be talking to my legislators, not him, and that I should be asking for better laws. So here I am, asking you not only to pass this bill, but to pass it unanimously. My prayer is that in what is arguably the most divisive time in my life, that we can at least show unity when it comes to protecting our children. Please protect children from sexually explicit material and start by passing HB 900. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you very much for being here. Chair calls Julie Harville. Okay. We show you registered as Julie Harville. On behalf of yourself, you're the President Emeritus of F4F, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here this evening and staying so late with all of us tonight. My name is Julie Harville. I am representing myself. I'm also a retired English teacher and a retired language arts department chairperson for Frisco ISD. I do support HB 900. Thank you, Representative Patterson, for leading the charge of removing illicit materials from our school libraries. Book vendors should be held accountable for educationally unsuitable products and materials they provide to Texas children. As educators, we have a responsibility to prepare students to be well-educated, productive citizens who can think critically, and literature is of paramount educational value to that end. Literary classics, as was mentioned when this bill was introduced, can most certainly be the hallmarks of societal discourse, and children can be inspired by parables of humanity that embody cultural themes and moral philosophy, and they are relevant today. Since classical literature was mentioned earlier today, I have an example of classical literature that is in schools today that includes a sexual theme and that is relevant and useful in our schools. It is Nathaniel Hawthorne's The Scarlet Letter. This novel includes themes of religious persecution, societal norms that that are deviated, and then the repercussions of those societal norms, adulterous sex out of marriage. What Nathaniel Hawthorne does not do with the character Hester, who has sex out of wedlock, is he does not depict the graphic details of her sex acts that lead to her persecution. This is the difference between sexual themes in our schools and graphic depictions of sex acts. We are asking for you to remove graphic depictions of sex acts from our children in our educational and our public educational libraries. So, book vendors, however, understand that classics like The Scarlet Letter are not enough for today's children. Today's children, at the click of a button, can see sexual items on their phones and other places. And book vendors know that in Texas schools, sex sells. What passes as literature has been influenced more by the vagaries of fashion than the scrutiny of editorial analysis. These hypersexualized texts foster a culture of imbalance and reinforce an environment where sex trafficking threatens teenagers in our Texas communities today. I speak as an educator when I say, Texas is better than this. We should demand from our book vendors to provide our students with literature that promotes critical thinking and transcends time.
Please wrap your testimony up, please.
Okay, I heard earlier from someone, vendors are salesmen. I implore you to send the message that Texas children are not for sale. Our kids deserve better. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your dedication to our Texas children. We appreciate all that you do for us and that and all that you are doing to hear our voices this evening. Thank you so much.
Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. All right. All right. I kind of rewrote my speech. Here we go. Okay. Got it. I appreciate it.
The chair calls Tara Schulte.
Having a meeting?
All right. Okay. All right. After Tara Schulte, we'll have Misty Wemhoff, Stephanie Elid, Stephen Wu, Nicole Ma, and then Quinn Huang Nguyen. We show you registered as Tara Schulte on behalf of yourself, and you're the executive director of the Collin County CCDF USA, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yes. My name is Tara Schulte, and I am from McKinney. I also reside in Collin County, and Frisco and McKinney ISDs are in my county. I have reviewed many of the books that are being talked about tonight, and many of them are in our school libraries. Matter of fact, McKinney has about 200 of them. They refuse to get them out. All of them are, like you said, Representative Schaefer, 13, 14-year-old children can get them if they're in 9th grade. One of the books is Fallout, teens whose parents are on crystal meth, and, you know, we glorify the lifestyle that it encompasses. Identical, which is very graphic depiction of incest and rape of a child. Cutting, which is very big, a big problem in schools, and it just glorifies that. Prostitution, drugs, and more. Perks of being a wallflower, teen rape, underage drinking, drugs, teen sex. It's normalized for 13-year-olds and 14-year-olds. And as I considered the themes and the graphic depictions of this illicit material in these books, I actually was very distressed. As an adult who understands how deep and how serious these themes are, and as an adult who understands the severe consequences to these behaviors in these books, and as an adult whose brain is fully developed and understands how deep the pain and the hurt behind the evil of a child molestation, I cannot, in good conscience, read any of these excerpts to you tonight, but it's okay to the dice that our children can have access to them. And you say that you think that the dice really don't know and they really don't want them in there. No, they do. I've been to the meetings. Have any of you been to a school board meeting where there's an argument about the books? I promise you, I've seen them take parents out, police take them out, just for talking, just for saying something like, no, ooh, ah, they're taken out. They don't want to hear the parents. That's the truth. And it's beyond me why they're in our schools. And that is taxpayer money that we're providing to support normalizing sexual behavior to minors that accompany drugs and violence. And lastly, I will speak about, we are constantly hearing in these board meetings, and I heard it tonight, we compare the Bible with these books. I promise you, I read my Bible every day. Every day. That is an absolute disingenuous comparison. It is wrong. It should not be compared. I promise you, that is completely disingenuous.
Good. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? Representative Tallarico.
Not a question, just wanted to respond. And I thank you for being here, and I'm very glad you're here expressing your opinion on this issue. I just wanted to clarify, my point was that they aren't the same. My point was that the definition, the way it's currently written, would group them together. So I just wanted to make sure you understood. That was my point.
If that's your point, I take it. But it's insulting to Christians. It's insulting to people who really believe that the values that they adhere to can be compared to the garbage that I have read, genderqueer, Perks of a Wallflower. And lastly, we can always ask ourselves this: do we want a babysitter of my child or my grandchild to either be one that reads the Bible or one that reads this garbage?
Yeah, I think you're...
Which one?
You're underscoring my argument that we don't want a definition that would allow some people to ban the Bible. We want to make sure we're crafting an airtight definition.
I don't read the Lot story to my kid when they were at a certain age.
Sure.
That was inappropriate. I wouldn't read it to him.
Right. And that's why we
Okay.
and that's why we shouldn't take that verse, that chapter, that verse out of context.
Yeah.
We should appreciate the work as a whole. So I'm so thankful that you're here, and
Thank you for hearing me.
more than you think.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Members, any no more questions? Okay. Chair calls Misty Wamhoff. Let me see if I... Wamhoff, Stephanie Elid, Stephen Wu, Nicole Ma, Quinn Wong Nguyen. You'll be next. We have you registered as Misty Wamhoff on behalf of Families for Frisco and yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman and committee members. My name is Misty Wamhoff. I'm from Frisco, Texas. I'm here representing Families for Frisco as their president. We strongly support House Bill 900 because it prohibits harmful, sexually illicit materials in public schools. We live in a great district, a wealthy district, with a budget of almost $1 billion. Yet we, the parents, are doing the work for Frisco ISD and the state of Texas to protect our children from sexually explicit materials while they are entrusted to you. Why are these challenge books making it past level 1 hearing? Why are they making it even past level 2 hearing? Why are they even here? This problem could easily be solved with the passage of House Bill 900, which would hold book vendors responsible for distributing such materials to our Texas schools. Families for Frisco parents and other concerned parents alerted the school board of these sexually explicit materials over 18 months ago, but they did nothing. The district wanted parents to go through the lengthy formal process one by one to remove them. As Families for Frisco president, I'm so thankful I had a group of parents that worked alongside me to find these books and remove them from our schools as best as we could. But not every school district is as fortunate as we are to have the help of a local state representative in removing these books. We worked directly with Representative Jared Patterson, and he was the driving force that helped us. He helped Frisco parents challenge 28 sexually explicit library books. 26 were removed, and 2 remained, one being that The Perks of Being a Wallflower. We have 67,000 students in our district. What about the rest of over 5 million students in the state of Texas? What are they reading today? Help parents across the state of Texas protect childhood innocence like we did in Frisco. You have the power to do that by supporting House Bill 900. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Stephanie Elid. I got that right.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Elad. Oh,
I
sorry.
need to go through a process here.
Sure.
We show you registered as Stephanie Elid on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right,
that is
thank you.
correct. Good evening. My name is Stephanie Elad. I'm a member of the Board of Trustees of Frisco ISD, but I'm not speaking on behalf of the board or the district today. I'm here today as a mom of 2 daughters and as a concerned citizen. I support this bill wholeheartedly. I have always known that the best solutions to problems are often the simplest. I was made aware of the issue of inappropriate materials in school libraries over 1.5 years ago. I assumed that this was an issue that all ISDs would immediately jump on and resolve within a short period of time. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. At first, in many districts, there was denial, and often the issue was minimized. Last spring, when I was running for office, I put out a statement through my campaign with what seemed like a very simple solution: obtain a list of the inappropriate books and have the school districts ensure that these books aren't in any school libraries. We saw the list from Representative Krause, and there were other lists out there as well. Then I heard Representative Patterson's suggestion to hold book publishers accountable, and I thought that that's a much better idea. Book publishers make millions of dollars selling books to ISDs in Texas, and they need to shoulder the responsibility of ensuring that sexually explicit material doesn't find its way into taxpayer-funded public schools. It's really that simple. Frisco ISD created a multi-step process to address this issue. Here's the problem. The process puts the responsibility on parents and community members to challenge each questionable book separately. This also requires them to be aware of each questionable book. That is not a reasonable expectation. As has been mentioned, Representative Patterson personally filed challenges to 28 books that his office was made aware of by parents. 5 out of the final 7 were eventually removed by the board. In regards to the perks of being a wallflower, I was one of the 2 votes that was to remove the book, but it was a 3-2 vote. So the deciding vote was made, as was mentioned previously, by the board president after that book had been read in our boardroom and that parent had been asked to stop reading. Frisco ISD has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars hiring additional staff members to deal with this issue. To be clear, Texas taxpayers are paying to purchase these books, and then district resources are utilized, also at taxpayer expense, to remove these same books. I can't think of anything more ineffective than this, and it's an ongoing problem with the district level approach, kind of like a game of whack-a-mole. And with over 1,000 districts in Texas, this is untenable. Putting the burden on parents to have these books removed is not acceptable. Holding book publishers accountable for this is the best solution I have heard. I thank Representative Patterson for his common sense and fiscally responsible solution to this problem. Thank you to the committee for your time today.
Thank you. Any questions?
I have a question.
Chairman Dutton.
Thank you. You're part of Frisco ISD, you said?
Yes, I'm a current trustee.
How long have you been a trustee?
Since May.
Since May. And you said also that you were made aware of the problem with the books. How were you made aware of it?
By attending board meetings, and parents started attending board meetings, I think it was October or November of 2021, actually. Parents were showing up and sharing with the board that they had concerns about these books.
So you were notified based on parents either talking about it or something?
Correct.
But you didn't see anything that would have been caused by students that alarmed you then?
I'm not sure I understand what you're referring to.
Well, what I'm asking is, let me see if I can ask it more artfully. You were made aware of it by parents, but students' behavior, you had never recognized that as being out of the way or out of the ordinary or being caused by a book?
Well, there's certainly issues with student behavior. I don't know whether that's caused by a book or not. But my own daughter had actually been assigned to read The Perks of Being a Wallflower when she was I think she was a freshman, and that was a book that she was assigned. And I had no idea that it had sexually explicit material in it until I was asked to read it as a trustee, at least certain passages of it. So I had the book at home sitting on the kitchen table for 5 minutes, and my daughter said, "Oh, I read this in 9th grade." She was actually assigned that book, and then I read the passages, and I couldn't believe that my daughter, who was probably 13 years old at the time when she was a freshman in high school, was asked to read that book or assigned that book by a teacher.
Well, did you notice that it had any negative impact on your daughter?
Well, I don't think it was helpful for my daughter. She was 13 years old at the time.
No, my question was, did you notice any negative impact on your daughter?
I mean, I can't tie her behavior directly to a book. My daughter's a well-adjusted college freshman now, but
I assume that's a no.
that's a no, correct.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Representative Harrison.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Trustee, for your testimony and for your service.
Thank you.
Quick question, because there was a previous witness, I believe, one of the staff of Frisco ISD was here earlier and testified that this book, The Perks of Being a Wallflower, is still currently available in Frisco public schools. Is that your understanding as well?
That is my understanding, because the board voted to keep it 3-2.
Do you mind if I ask how you voted in that?
I voted no. I voted to remove the book.
Thank you.
Yes.
There was another witness from McKinney ISD, a school board trustee, who, in his testimony and in the subsequent question and answer, detailed some frustrations that he had getting information from staff of the ISD, like the superintendent. I'm just curious if you have any experiences that are similar to what he described, or perhaps different in getting information when you, as an elected trustee, request it regarding what's going on in your school libraries.
Yes, I have. In fact, I actually filed a formal complaint with the TEA because I wasn't getting information that I felt like I was entitled
a little
to.
bit what those frustrations are like? Why are you frustrated? What happens when you request information?
Well, I'm told that it either doesn't exist when it has to exist, right? Because there's no way that information like that wouldn't exist. Like, for example, I requested a report of teacher resignations, and I was told that report didn't exist and they'd have to create it, and I'd have to get the board to vote to give it to me. I eventually persisted and was provided that report. Another piece of information, and this is what led to me filing the formal complaint with the TEA, was I requested a copy of a disciplinary action that I was told was provided to an employee without giving a lot of detail. I just wanted to see that it had been provided and see how it was worded, and I was told I wasn't entitled to that because of employee privacy.
Who were you told that by?
The superintendent.
So by a staff member of the ISD?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
Are superintendents elected?
They are not.
Are they directly responsible to the voters and the parents in the district?
I believe so.
Who works for who? Do the superintendents work for the elected trustees, or do the trustees work for the superintendents?
I believe that the superintendent works for the trustees. I actually ran my campaign of not being Team of 8, that I would be an independent voice on the board and not be part of Team of 8.
Thank you. I think your opinion is consistent with Texas state statute. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
This graphic, sexually explicit book, if you will, that your daughter read as a freshman, were parents given the opportunity to opt out of that?
I do not recall being given that opportunity at the time. It was several years ago. I did ask when it came up for a vote because I had been reminded that my daughter read this as a freshman, and I was told by Dr. Cunningham, who testified earlier tonight, at that time that book is no longer part of the curriculum in Frisco ISD.
It's no longer a part of the curriculum, but it's still in the library, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Trustee Elad?
Yes.
Did I get it right this time?
You got it right.
Any more questions? Any additional questions? All right. All right. You have a question? I'm sorry. Sure. Yeah, Representative Harrison.
Sorry, just a clarifying question. Did you say, did I hear you correctly, that this book was part of an assignment?
Yes. My daughter read that book when she was a freshman in high school.
How old are freshmen in high school?
Well, my daughter, when she started high school, was 13, and then she turned 14 in
Your daughter
October.
at 13 years of age was assigned to read this book.
Yes, she was. It may have been a choice of 2 or 3 books that you had to pick from. I actually asked her when I was asked to vote on it, and she didn't remember, but she said it was either we were told to read it or it was on a list of 3 or 4 books and you could pick the book. It was one of the two. It's been a few years, but she remembered reading it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Members, any more questions for this witness? All right. Thank you very much for coming down. Chair calls Stephen Wu. All right. Stephen Wu. Okay, the record will reflect that Stephen Wu, our organizing and policy manager for Wuri Juntos and himself, will be shown to be against the bill. Chair calls Nicole Ma. Nicole Ma. Okay, the record will show that Nicole Ma, organizing and policy associate for Wuri Juntos, and herself will be shown against the bill. Chair calls Quinn Wong Nguyen. And I apologize if I'm not getting the name correct. Quinn Wong Nguyen. Record will show that Quinn Wong Nguyen of Wuri Juntos and self will be shown against the bill. Chair calls Brandon Burden. Okay.
You're doing great, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
you
Okay, we'll have Brian Anderson, Laura Giles, Denise Ballou, Kathy May, and Kevin Witt. After this, we show you registered as Brandon Burden on behalf of North Texas Conservatives and yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, I'd like the record to show that I'm testifying as a Frisco pastor as well.
And a pastor. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, give us 1 second.
Hold up, just 1 second. We need to get that corrected.
Thank you.
We have his permission to change his registration.
Yeah, do we have your permission to change your registration?
Yes.
Oh, it says here.
I'm sorry.
Okay, no, we're good.
Okay.
Okay, you may begin.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, committee, for allowing me to be here tonight. I wanted to testify in favor of this bill. I've been a Frisco resident for 22 years, and I've pastored or helped pastor a church there for 21 years. Furthermore, I'm the father of 4 children from the ages of 15 years old down to 5 months. As a father, you can imagine how protective I am of my children, as you are of your children. But as a pastor, I'm also very protective of my congregation. I'd heard about a problem with sexually explicit materials in our public schools just in passing, but I'd never really been exposed to the issue. And honestly, I was very naive to the problem and the extent of the issue. I attended a legislative briefing on public education several weeks ago held right here at the state capitol. After I saw examples of books that our kids are seeing from kindergarten to high school, I was absolutely appalled. They had to pick me up off the floor. And furthermore, when I went home, I was absolutely heartbroken. Could not believe that our children are being allowed to see this in public education. I went home and I shared with my church family what their kids are being exposed to. And the parents in my church were absolutely shocked. Furthermore, they had no idea that this was going on in the public schools. And I can tell you this, that if the feelings of the parents at my church are any indication of how other parents across this state would react upon hearing about this news, I can assure you that not only do they not know what's going on, but they would be absolutely outraged if they knew about this. In regard to the language in the bill, we can call it obscene, we can call it sexually explicit, we can call it harmful material, we can call it pornography, we can call it whatever we want. But the bottom line is, it's wrong, and it grieves God. The Bible has a word for it. It's called sin. Sin means to miss the mark. What we're doing to our children is missing the mark by allowing this practice of sexually explicit books to remain in our public schools. Furthermore, it is child abuse because it steals a child's innocence, It breaks down their barriers to sexual encounters, sexual grooming, and sexual abuse. This must be stopped. Our children must be protected. Sex was created by God as a gift between a man and a woman within the bounds of matrimony, and was given as a gift for procreating as fulfilling God's mandate to be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth. To debase a child's mind and turn the concept of sex into anything else is immoral, is unethical, and it's outright harmful. And God will hold us all accountable if we do not protect the children of this state. I ask you tonight, I'll leave you with this scripture, Proverbs 14:34, righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. Please vote to pass HB 900. Let's roll the reproach off of our generation and the greatest state in this union. Thank you for your time.
Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you for being here. Chair calls Brian Anderson, Laura Giles, Denise Ballou, Kathy May, and Kevin Witt. You'll be next. We have you registered as Brian Anderson on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you all for staying so late. I know you all have families at home, and I really appreciate you hearing all of us today. My name is Brian Anderson. I'm representing myself, and I'm here to testify against HB 900. I'm a product of K through 9 Texas public education. 10th through 12th, I went to Southern Baptist Christian School and received my undergraduate degree at Texas Tech and my graduate degree at Johns Hopkins University. Some of my favorite books include The Hobbit by J.R.R. Tolkien, The Count of Monte Cristo by Alexander Dumas, and Giovanni's Room by James Baldwin. I do not have children of my own, but I do have 5 nieces and nephews and counting. And 7 months, their ages range from 7 months to 12 years, and I love them like my own. 3 of them are in my older sister's family in Lubbock. 2 of them are here in Austin with my younger sister and her interracial marriage with someone who's the son of immigrants. And they are more liberal than my older sister and her family. So our family has a lot of dysfunction, but we do get along. And so I welcome any kind of questions today about how we as a family look at these issues. I will say at the top, this bill makes no concrete distinction between an 11-year-old and a 17-year-old other than to say what is appropriate. With that said, as someone who worked on an economist impact study of U.S. state capacity for prevention and response to child sexual abuse, I want to point out that the current Texas law sets the age of consent at 17. Since so much of this discussion in favor of this bill is about sexual material, at minimum, I recommend this committee amend this bill to be consistent with the Texas state law and guarantee all high school seniors age 17 or older have uninhibited access to all books that can be found in any large public library, including those identified by representatives of inappropriate for children. If a 17-year-old can consent to sex with an adult of any age under Texas state law, and any 18-year-old can be drafted to war, they should not have their rights and privileges of an education with uninhibited access to adult material be infringed upon. Otherwise, you can amend the state law to change what the age of consent is. You know, as a closeted gay kid who grew up in Texas public education system, I hope that my childhood could be an example of someone who did not have access to LGBTQ literature. Times have changed so drastically since when I was in high school, and I graduated in 2004, if you want to know. And yet I found myself questioning all of my education because I was never taught about James Baldwin, who is a Black civil rights icon leader who did the circuits through all of America fighting for civil rights, who also happened to be gay. I never even knew who he was. And then I went off to the Washington, D.C. and turned in Congress. I worked at the International Monetary Fund, and I'm president of the LGBT Business Resource Group, and I'm arguing before the board. And next to me is a bust of John Maynard Keynes. I don't even know he's gay. So this just brings into question all of my education when I'm withheld information. So I'm open to questions too.
Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Chair calls Laura Giles. Or Giles.
Said it right.
Oh, God.
Most people
All right. All right. All right, we show you registered as Laura Giles on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, all of y'all, for being here this evening. This is a hard bill. I'm going to start crying, I'm sorry. I was a product of being hypersexualized as a child through books, through TV, and that wasn't even part of my testimony, but I just feel like you'll need to know that. So my child attends Lovejoy ISD. I am the average parent that Patterson talks about. I don't know who Krause is, but I know in 2021, my child was given a summer reading assignment that I was looking forward to read with my daughter. On the second page, you will see a list of books. On the third page, or maybe the fourth page, you'll see a Google form where students were asked to fill out what book they're going to read that summer during that same class period. That first page that you saw, it says, "Dear parents, parents did not receive this letter. I did not have an opportunity to opt out my child of reading the filth that was in this reading list." I am asking you guys to please support House Bill 900 to give us all an opportunity to be able to opt out our children of this content and to not even have it in our schools. I was then made aware of another book, and again, I'm not going to read it because I had to read it way too many times. This is all the paperwork I had to fill out just to get this one book to go through a grievance process. This was several boxes of ink, and I would have loved to make you guys all a copy, but I ran out of ink. I ran out of paper. So again, I just want to thank Patterson for writing this bill and just for this opportunity to speak today. So thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you for being here today. Chair calls Denise Ballou. We show you registered as Denise Ballou on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right,
That's
thank you.
correct. Yes, thank you for staying up late with us. My name is Denise Ballou. Excuse me. Excuse me. I represent the McLennan County Republican Women in Waco, and I'm asking for your support of House Bill 900 as it holds the vendors responsible for the labeling of sexually explicit books in school libraries and create state standards that prohibit such books from being in Texas school libraries. After tonight, and it's just, there's been a lot of disturbing testimony from others, and I think we need to keep it real. So I'm going to interject this verse out of the Bible. I am a Christian, and I did take what you said as a slam toward Christianity, and to compare the Bible, that's blasphemy. I just want to say that. I'm reading from Matthew 18:5-6. And whoever welcomes one such child in my name welcomes me. If anyone causes one of these little ones, those who believe in me, to stumble, it would be better for them to have a large millstone hung around the neck and be drowned in the depths of the sea. As many have been testifying tonight, sexually inappropriate books are a major problem, as we all know, in Texas as well as nationally. Our committee has done extensive book audits, and not just locally, but across the state of Texas. These library books are found in cities both large and small. As an example, in Hereford, which is a small town of about 15,000 in the Panhandle, we found over 165 sexually explicit books. In our local school district, after our committee did a book audit, we went before the administration, the school board, and we presented them with about 45 books that we found in their libraries. They insisted on doing their own audit and only removed 9 of these books. Here's the problem. We have no laws that force removal of sexually explicit materials. We need laws to legally prosecute those responsible for allowing these materials in our schools. Some of these books are on a 2nd grade reading level, and they will show that. If you go to your school's website on the library, it will show you the reading level, and many are on a 2nd grade reading level. This issue is certainly one that we can all agree on. We have moral obligations as responsible adults to protect the children of Texas. I'm a grandmother of 5 beautiful grandchildren, and I'm here to fight for them as well as all Texas children. I'm leaving you each a copy of 2 books, and I would please urge you to read those. It's really disheartening when we go to show some of this evidence to our family, our friends, and they say, oh, I don't want to look at that.
Wrap up. You about done?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. One more point, if I can, real quick. We have such strict laws in the working place that warn against sexual harassment, yet we have no laws that protect children from exposure to these sexually explicit library books. This has to stop. Texas, we are much better than this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. All right. Thank you for being here. All right. Chair calls Kathy May. Okay. Following Kathy May, we'll have Kevin Witt, Tracy Shannon, Sean Kincaid, and Melinda Preston. All right.
Okay.
So you registered as Kathy May on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, for the bill.
All right,
Yes.
thank you.
How's everybody doing tonight? Everybody wake up, okay? I just want you guys to know this kind of started in Keller and it ended in Keller. And now this bill is going to cut off the head of the snake, which is the distributors. Okay, dear committee members, on October 26th, 2021, a Keller ISD teacher alerted a book called Genderqueer in one of our high schools. We immediately messaged the superintendent of Keller ISD with our thoughts about visual pornography in schools, and he directed the school to get the book off the shelves, most likely knowing the consequences of giving pornography to children. That night, I went to Twitter and expressed my thoughts on the matter of pornography being available to kids and how us parents were already dealing with CRT in our Texas public schools. And now this? The next morning, all hell broke loose as libs of TikTok picked up my tweet and shared it. Ever since then, these pornographic and explicit books have rattled the nation. Keller ISD sent out an email on October 27, 2021 saying, it was just one book. But when we really started looking, we found more and more and more. We found books that graphically discussed anal sex, graphic rape by a stepfather, condoms covered with feces, cotton candy flavored condoms, erections, ejaculation, using spit instead of lube, how to prime your anus for pleasure, graphic pictures of an OBGYN sexually assaulting a teenager on a table, masturbation, incest, rape of an 11-year-old, watching pornography, oral sex, blowjobs on dildos, grandmothers molesting their children explicitly, sexting, pornographic visual of a woman's crotch, sexual positions, telling kids to go online to meet other people to hook up with them about their kinks, semen, and so on. So far, about 50 books have been removed from circulation from Keller ISD for visual pornography or extreme content, and we are called Nazi book burners. We're not banning anything. The main issue is that there seems to be no definition of what age appropriateness means anymore. It used to be that adults knew what to keep kids from. I don't know when or how these lines got blurred, but the lines are getting blurrier in so many instances happening in our state and in our country right now. The proponents of intellectual freedom seem to have forgotten that there is such a thing as age-appropriate intellectual freedom. The Texas State Library and Archives Commission, which has been tasked by TEA and the State Board of Education to create school library standards, has drafted policy for school libraries, and those standards require age-appropriate intellectual freedom. And while intellectual freedom is great for adults and higher education, the standard for children in public schools is age appropriate.
Please wrap up your testimony.
And what we are seeing is not age appropriate. And when we put these books in front of any reasonable people or person, reasonable people agree that this is not age appropriate. I will be happy to take any questions. Like I said, we started this in Keller. We went through all the problems that all these other districts are having, and we pretty much fixed it. So if anybody has any questions, I'm here.
All right, thank you, members. Questions for this witness? All right, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Kevin Witt. Okay. We show you registered as Kevin Witt on behalf of yourself and Mass Resistance, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Buckley and committee members. Thank you for being here. I testify on behalf of myself and Mass Resistance. My name is Kevin Witt. I'm a former transgendered woman, a survivor of sexual abuse, and sex trafficking survivor. I am testifying in support of HB 900. Our youth are the most vulnerable people in our society, which makes them easy to manipulate. Radical activists have infiltrated the Library Association, and librarians want no restrictions on providing pornographic books to children. They aim to sexualize impressionable youth and seem to really target the vulnerable LGBT children, teaching kids through books how to change their gender, use sex toys, use the app Grindr, and even butt plugs. All in the name of pride. This is not an attack on the LGBT community in any way. This is an attempt to remove pornographic material from our school. No child should be sexualized in this way. These sexually explicit books are traumatizing to children, especially the ones who have been sexually abused. There should not be a reconsideration process to remove these books. These books should have never made it to the library. Allow me to read a quick excerpt from a book that is available in the Dallas ISD School Library. Try a sex toy for bonus fun. Vibes and strokers are awesome. After the train has left the station, so to speak, and you've had a chance to wash up or douche back there, you can have an assload of fun with a healthy, heaping hand of lube. Apply broad pressure to the outside of the entrance. Circle your butthole with your finger, pausing anytime a spot feels extra good. Dip just the tip of your finger inside. Let your anus pull it in when it's ready instead of forcing it out. Dive deeper with your finger or a butt plug. Just make sure any objects you put up there has a flat flared base, or else otherwise your hungry hiney can gobble it up. This book is available at Dallas ISD, all of the libraries. Someone mentioned kids need these books to inspire them to read, but I don't see how fingering a butthole and using a butt plug is inspiring. What I'm wondering is who is the one that thought, oh, this would be a great idea to add this to our library. I have been removed by the police from the Frisco ISD and McKinney ISD for daring to speak out against this filth. McKinney ISD removed me simply for saying the word disgusting whenever someone read an excerpt from a book. And I was removed by the police. It was a big scene. I now am suing the...
Wrap up, please.
Yes, the McKinney ISD, and I'm in a current lawsuit with them. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? Representative Harrison.
Thank you, Chair. Very quick question. What was the title of that book?
Let's talk about it. It's the teen's guide to sex, relationships, and being a human. Let's talk about it.
Thank you. And you said all Dallas ISD libraries. Does that include junior high and elementary school libraries, or just high school?
I'm not sure what ones, but I know that when I just looked it up as I was sitting here, it said it was available in all Dallas ISD libraries, school libraries.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, members, any more questions for this witness?
Is this inspiring?
All right, thank you very much for being here. Chair calls Tracy Shannon. We show you registered as Tracy Shannon on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, and I'm also testifying on behalf of Mass Resistance Texas.
I'm sorry, and Mass Resistance. Yes. All right, thank you.
Ready? Okay. Hi, I'm Tracy Shannon, and I'm the Texas Director for Mass Resistance. Presently, I am in the reconsideration process in Humble ISD. Representative Cunningham, I'm a constituent of yours. And this has been a very long and arduous process. There have been a lot of shenanigans in the district during this time. I have 40 books so far in the process and 40 more queued up to go. It's been an 8-month process with 0 removals. Some books have been removed from the database that I have not challenged when I exposed them publicly, but I cannot confirm that they are out of the libraries because of the shenanigans going on in my district. We cannot judge a book by its cover. So a parent or a student doesn't know what's exactly inside these books. In the reviews on the website that we have available for the district, they just gloss over any of the perverted stuff. In marking these books, some of them have been marked mature content, just a few, and are a little bit restricted. But the librarians then make displays in the library that advertise these books as banned books, marketing them to the children to read, enticing them to read it. And that's just not enough because you don't really know exactly what is in the book. If I inserted a pamphlet into books in the library containing some of this content, I would be arrested for that. But because it's bound inside the book, we're supposed to be okay with it. It's sexually explicit. Since someone didn't seem to understand what that meant, let me just give you an example. Describing a penis going in a butthole, that's sexually explicit. Humble ISD has a lot of bad books. 2 examples is one with the pictures of girls engaged in oral sex together, and one book in our libraries had a whole chapter on how to perform kink. Parents have a reasonable expectation that their children will not encounter this kind of material while at school, and parents don't really have a choice, most parents, of where to send their kids. And we've heard about identities today. Well, I'm a trans widow, and there are no books representing me, my experience, or the experience of my children whose father transitioned to identify as female. So we can just drop that act right now. New definitions. Well, here's a definition. Can someone tell me what a woman is? Because there seems to be a lot of confusion about that lately. And as for inspiring students, I'm not sure what's inspiring about a penis going into a butthole. And I've heard about leaving it to the experts. There's a reason why they call an appeal to authority a logical fallacy. The American Library Association has influence policy in our schools for removing and acquiring books, and they are infamous for opposing the Child Internet Protection Act. So they should not be involved in any of the process. They should be kicked to the curb when it comes to deciding policy for our kids. I've also heard about taken as a whole. Well, if we made a plate of brownies and they had just a little bit, yes, I'll wrap it up, a little bit of marijuana in it, would you want to give that whole platter to your kid? No, you wouldn't. Parents need help. Districts need help. Representative Patterson, thank you for your bill. It's the help that we need because it hits right at the heart of the matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you very much for being here. Chair calls Sean Kincaid, Melinda Preston, Todd Hobson, Francine Erickson, and Megan Behan. You'll be next.
Sean Kincaid.
Melinda Preston.
Oh, hold on. Is Sean Kincaid here?
I don't think so.
Sorry. Hold up just one second.
Okay.
Sean Kincaid. All right, record will show Sean Kincaid on behalf of himself is against the bill. Okay, chair calls Melinda Preston. We show you registered as Melinda Preston on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
I'm with CCDF USA. I'm the executive director of Denton County, but we'll just do it under me tonight.
It's on here. That's good.
Oh, good. Okay. I just wanted to just thank you guys. It's late. Y'all have done an amazing job. Y'all haven't eaten that I've seen, so pretty impressive. My name is Melinda Preston. I just happen to be in Jared Patterson's district. I could not be more proud. Right now, we have fought for the last year and a half. You've had a full display of Frisco today. You've had one of our members who works for our school district speak, and you've seen what we have had to deal with. Honestly, people, if you only knew the extent of what Jared has gone through and what we have gone through. Somebody said earlier about librarians, and it's their job, and they're the professionals. Well, our librarian posted a post that says, hashtag, best book club ever. And it's all of the sexually explicit books lined up down the wall, up and down the wall. So I'll bring this around for you guys to look at. And this is from one of our librarians. And she thought it was funny to mock Jared Patterson, Representative Patterson, and the parents of Frisco. This is what we are dealing with every day. We are called liars. They have done propaganda video. I call them propaganda videos of us. We'll get up and speak at a school board as parents and as citizens, and they'll take what we speak and take a little clip of it, and they will do a video of it and send it out to the entire district, discrediting every single person that gets up to speak. And if you speak about the library books, man, they're going to take you out. So these are the things that we've been dealing with. Normally, guys, I'm for limited government. I'm for it. We don't need a lot of bills, right? Less is better if we can control ourselves, but we have no control in our district, in our school district. And we need your help. Without your help, our kids are going to be in trouble. They will not do it. We have 2 people on the school board who are fighting for us against the other 5. So please pass HB 900 and save our children and save our district. We appreciate all you're doing. And Jared, great job. We appreciate you. Don't know what we'd do without you right now. Thank you, guys. Do you have any questions?
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you.
Chair calls Todla Hobson. Todla Hobson. Don't see Todla or Miss Hobson. We'll show Todla Hobson on behalf of herself being registered as against the bill. Chair calls Francine Erickson. We show you registered as Francine Erickson on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's accurate.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Francine Erickson, and I am in House District 52. I am for House Bill 900. I was a public school teacher for 15 years. When I first learned schools were providing dirty books, I thought it was an exaggeration. I didn't think it was real. When I spoke out on social media that it was wrong, several people, some being teachers, defended the book. That book was The Handmaid's Tale. Very graphic rape scenes and dance scenes on tables. That night, someone signed me up for a Pornhub station, a bestiality website, a witch's email subscription. I made a police report thinking the content I saw was pornography and the actions were harassment. That's when I learned dirty books and harmful content in education are illegal because of the education exemption. The police officer told me straight up, if you want to make change, then you better change the legislation because it's not illegal. So that's when this bill chops at the root of the problem. It defines sexual explicit material and penalizes book companies that are making money off of the new and rapidly growing dirty books for children industry. I think it is an industry. I don't think that it's by accident. In this first example, an 11-year-old checked out this book from her middle school library. I talked with the family and I visited the family in person to pick up the book. This family was afraid that they would lose their jobs if they spoke out. Here are a few excerpts. Quote, okay, but I'm serious. Help. I'm like really horny. Next quote. Can I look at porn? Next quote. Yes, they have sex toys. They can provide classes, fashion, books, lube. So they're encouraging in a middle school to go to a porn shop and to get advice from them and to get objects. That's an 11-year-old. Parent doesn't know how much got read before he saw it in his rearview mirror. This last example, that was queerfully and wonderfully made. This last example, which went through a reconsideration process and stayed after a 5-3 vote, here are excerpts. Quote, I'm about to get spanked, Marty, because I usually leave that to my husband. It should be am I about to get spanked. In this picture, a female reaches into a guy's pants and comments that he's just barely a man. In this picture, bondage, a lot of BDSM in your books. Oops, sorry. And this last picture, we're worried about teen having guns. They have this, she shoots him in the head, and she has his blood and brains on her face. So, violence in our schools. I wish all teachers embraced and understood developmentally that this is harmful to expose children to these materials. Here is an example of a high school librarian replying after a reconsideration process was launched. She thought it was initiated
Please wrap up your testimony.
Yes. She thought it was initiated by staff who were concerned. According to a PIR, the librarian emailed the following idea, quote, also, I think having an online community comment feature, advertising it when a book is being challenged would be hopefully take the wind out of the vocal minority sails. Is this something we can add to the district policy and the district website? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Megan Behan. Did I get close?
You're close. It's a hard one. It's so deceptive because it's so simple. It's Bahoon.
Bahoon, okay. We have you. We show you registered as Megan Bahoon on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you all for being here tonight. I know it's been a long day because I've been here with you since 8 o'clock this morning. So good evening. My name is Megan Bahoon, a constituent in the 121st District, and I'm here today to speak against House Bill 900, which, as you know, is a complex bill that seeks to require public schools to ban a nebulously defined set of harmful materials determined by prevailing standards in the adult community. As a Texan, this concerns me on several fronts. As a parent, access to free and informed education for my students is important to me. As a citizen, having that access for my fellow citizens to maintain a free and educated society is necessary. As a nonprofit educational program administrator, clear guidelines and administrations that aren't terrified to allow educators and librarians to do their jobs for which they are well trained are needed. Encouraging youth to understand how to select material, navigate the wide world of available information, and clearly discern their involvement with materials and ideas requires access to information and materials. It also requires that educators and librarians are allowed to do their jobs and provide the content, context, and access that will help our students navigate their worlds. This bill places an undue regulatory burden on schools to review and remove materials under an arbitrary and undefined standard, educationally unsuitable by whose standard, pervasively vulgar by what measure. There are some who would seek to ban any mention of gender identity, sexual identity, or expression of gender or sexuality using these standards. We've already seen this take place in states like Florida, where arbitrary and undefined standards have closed educational avenues and driven educators out of their profession or even out of their state. There is nothing educationally unsuitable about the lives of LGBTQ Texans, families, and students, yet this bill opens the door for that argument, as we have heard from many others. I think it is of note that Representative Patterson's introductory story features a book that regards LGBTQ identity. Another is a story of coming of age for a child with PTSD, which was valuable for my own child with PTSD, who is now a well-adjusted adult Texan. Some of the other stories mentioned experiences some of our teens undergo, allowing students to find some of their hardest and most difficult experiences and how others sought support not normalization. My own 7th grader read House on Mango Street for class this year, which helped him understand experiences others around him may have, including sexual harassment and assault that his female peers are experiencing. The more we treat ideas and expression as taboo, the more we harm the most vulnerable among us. Over half, up to 2/3 of banned books feature marginalized identities, a risk we cannot ignore. Since 1982, Banned Books Week has been celebrated, showing us the changes in the prevailing standards of adult communities for books to be considered for removal. Time and again, censorship has only further marginalized youth, already at risk of academic exclusion, failure, and personal harm.
All right, please wrap it up, please.
Thank you. This bill must not be passed in Texas with an arbitrary and discriminatory enforcement standard due to vague language and standards. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For being here. Chair calls Diana Richards, Maureen Vuzen, Mandy Giles, Grace Pankel, Nancy Thompson, Mary Bone. You'll be next. Okay, we show you registered as Diana Richards on behalf of Texas Education 911 and yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you so much. Good evening, and thank you all for being here. She's passing out some information. My name is Diana Richards. I'm from House District 62, but originally from Houston. I'm testifying in support of House Bill 900. I come to you today as a Texas mom. I've been here before. Since 2019, I've been coming to the Capitol to speak about issues regarding graphic, sexually explicit content that's in our schools that is wreaking havoc on the hearts and minds of students. Keep in mind that the saying goes, what makes your brain fire makes your brain wire. I've seen the damage before. My father was an avid consumer of pornography from his teen years until about 6 years before his death. When he threw that garbage out of his life, our whole family saw the healing that took place. It restored his marriage to my stepmom, the light in his eyes, and his joy. So I'm here once again to show proof of the pervasively vulgar books that we, the parents, have found in Texas schools, some in the schools that are in your own districts. I've looked that up too. I spent a few days just making up a little spreadsheet of some of the books that I think y'all have actually seen day by day throughout the session. I wanted to bring a little bit of evidence. Our very own Texas Library Association promoted sexually explicit books for years in their recommended reading list, the Maverick graphic novel list and the Tatius list. I have the proof right here, and I actually sent the list. This is 8+ years worth of lists to the clerk by email. So if you want the full list, I just didn't want to print out all that paper. One of the ones that they recommended on the Maverick graphic novel list is called Assassination Classroom. And it's not just sexually explicit coupled with murder. There's just like violence. There's kids. All the kids have guns. They're all trying to blow away and execute their teacher, who they say is an alien. This is a new teacher sitting on top of a guy that she just had sex with, and she blew his brains out. And that was in rural districts. It's in many districts. It's in several of y'all's districts as well. And I just feel like what makes the brain fire makes the brain wire. Do we have problems with kids bringing guns to school, threatening teachers, cursing them out? There's one book called Foul is Fair that I saw. It didn't have sexually explicit scenes, but it used the F word 181 times in one book. It's a little excessive. For the TLA to recommend this, and the school districts are relying on their recommended reading list. They also recommended the book Flamer, and we found that in several middle schools.
Wrap up your testimony, please.
Thank you so much, Representative Patterson, for doing this. I welcome any of your questions.
All right, members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Maureen Vusin. No, that's okay. Yeah. That's
You just don't need the paperwork.
we're not running out of it for sure. We show you registered as Maureen Vusin. I hope I said that right.
Vosen.
Vosin.
Yeah.
Maureen Vosin.
Mm-hmm.
On behalf of yourself. And let me see, pro public education parent, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you all for staying. I am an Austin resident. Representative Hinojosa is my representative. I have two parents in Austin, public education, a fourth grader and an eighth grader. And I want to make these decisions for my children. I do not want somebody at some corporate headquarters making these decisions for my children. I volunteer every week at our school library. I am very familiar with our librarians, and they review every single book, and they have master's degrees in child education. And I trust my librarians to do this job for me and to help me do the job of educating my children. So I highly encourage you to not vote for this bill. I think it's too drastic and takes too much power away from parents in educating their own children. So thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, Representative Harrison.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a quick question.
Sure.
What provision of HB 900 would restrict your ability to control what your children read?
My concern is that the bill, my understanding of the bill is that it mandates that the distributors of the books identify whether the books are sexually explicit or there's the other category. And frankly, I trust in my librarians to help to make that decision for our community. I also know that Austin ISD already has in place a process that if I disagree with my librarian, that I'm allowed to make sure that my child does not check out that specific book. But I don't believe it's my right to take that book away from any other parents.
But are there provisions in HB 900 that restrict your ability as a parent to control what your child reads?
No, they don't. However, it's the potential that my child will no longer have access to books.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Members, any additional questions for this witness? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair calls Mandy Giles. Okay. We show you registered as Mandy Giles on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay. My name is Mandy Giles. I live in Houston, and as a concerned parent, I'm testifying in opposition to House Bill 900. This bill takes away parents' rights, like mine, who want their children to read a wide variety of books at school. And yes, that includes books with LGBTQ content for my LGBTQ kids. I trust librarians and teachers to know what would be age appropriate for my kids. And if I'm worried about the content of a book, I can read it and decide for myself, and I have. Maybe my kid's ready for some content, maybe they're not. But the state shouldn't decide that for me or for other parents with blanket censorships, restrictions, or bans. Representation is important, and every child deserves to be represented in books, including my kids. I want books with LGBTQ themes on the shelves. I want my kids to read books with gay characters and transgender characters who have middle school drama and get involved in crazy capers and start babysitting businesses and fall in love. I want my children to learn about people like them so they can see the broad and beautiful range of possibilities, both for them and for others in their community. Reading books with positive LGBTQ content and characters has helped my kids feel like they belong in this world, and every kid deserves that. Please vote no to House Bill 900. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? Representative Harrison.
Thank you. Detecting a theme here with the last two witnesses, I'm just curious, what provision of HB 900 restricts your ability to provide your children with LGBT material?
Well, if there's a blanket restriction on if somebody has deemed LGBTQ content educationally, what was the phrase, unsuitable?
Your testimony said it restricted it took away parents' rights to give their children LGBT material. I'm curious what provision in HB 900 you're referring to.
I'll be honest, I can't give you those words, but it sounds like you might have those words. Do you?
I'm just curious if you believe that that's in the bill.
If the books are being restricted in a blanket way, then my kids can't read them.
So is it true that there's a difference in a book being restricted and a political subdivision or the state of Texas deciding not to expend taxpayer funds on the purchase and acquisition of those books? Are those two different things?
I don't have knowledge of that, so I can't answer that question.
Okay. Do you think parents who maybe disagree with the types of books you just described should be forced to buy those so that other children who are not theirs can consume those books at public schools?
I'm sorry, who's forced to buy them?
Well, they're being purchased under this scenario at taxpayer expense, right? So there presumably are parents who may disagree with their children having access to those books. Do you think those parents should be forced to fund those types of books for their neighbors' children?
Well, I'm sure there's probably books in libraries that I don't agree with, but I'm forced to buy them with my taxpayer money. So,
thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Members, any additional questions for this witness? All right, thank you very much for being here.
Thanks.
Okay, Chair calls Grace Pankel. Oh, no, just here. Okay, it's right. Yeah, okay. Nancy Thompson, Mary Bone, Perla Munoz Hopkins, Daphne Hoffacker, and Tara Beulah. You'll be next. We show you registered as Grace Pankel on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. I know everyone said it, but truly, I work 2 jobs. I have to wake up at 4 a.m. tomorrow and work a 14-hour day, so I mean it. I genuinely see you and appreciate you for staying this late to hear our testimony, truly. I'm a constituent of you, Representative Hinojosa, and I'm here to, sorry if I'm a little emotional, but I'm here to testify against HB 900. I've heard a lot of talk today about how these books sexualize children, and I genuinely do understand, like, as a parent, like, reading those phrases and being concerned with kids reading those, but I really want to talk to you as somebody who's experienced that as a kid in real life and who comes from a home of a dad who was deeply struggling with addiction from both drugs and alcohol, and so I saw a lot as a kid, and I mean, probably not as much as other kids out here in Texas as well, but those books, they're like a life raft for children. When you experience those things, these aren't just like, the books aren't sexualizing me, my community is sexualizing me. I'm just a kid, now I'm a woman, but I was just a kid, like, existing, and it's the people outside of the books that are doing the sexualization, not the books itself. Those books it's ways that, like, for me, for example, in middle school, one of my favorites was Gal by Ruthie Bolton. And one of the things I'm concerned about in this bill, and I don't think this is your intent, Representative Patterson, but that book would have probably been banned because she talks about how she experienced incest or she experienced being, being in traumatic situations. But these books, when you have gone through those things and you get to read them, it turns those things that you see as the ugliest, darkest parts of yourself, which maybe make you not want to be alive, which a kid shouldn't have to even have those feelings, but it turns those into some of the most beautiful, magical things about you because you see how somebody like Toni Morrison, like The Bluest Eye was mentioned tonight, that is not pornography. It's art, and it means something to people who read it because you see yourself and you see people who have triumphed over those things. And I just really, really implore you. I don't know if this bill is going to pass or not. I know I have a feeling that some of y'all might support it, and I know that your intent, I hope that it's good. But I just really implore you to think about those kids and think about your wording and your phrasing when you think about what is sexually explicit or educationally relevant, because it really matters. I don't know if y'all know anyone who's been in those dark places where you need those life rafts, and you don't necessarily have it just in your community or in your family. That's not always your safe space. So that's where those having access to those in public schools really matters, because that's where, no matter who you are, no matter how much money you have, you could find that book and it could really, really help you out. Sorry if that's not very eloquent. I wrote something down, but I just decided to speak from the heart, so I hope that was okay.
All right, thank you very much. Members, do you have any questions for this witness? All right, Representative Tallarico.
Thank you.
Hold up just one second.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not a question, just a comment. Thank you. I know you got to be at work in a few hours, and I appreciate you being vulnerable. I think all of us on all sides of these kind of conversations could learn something from you. It's easy to get up there, me too, and start being defensive and yelling at each other, and it's good to lead with vulnerability in your own story. So I just wanted to thank you.
Thank you. And I genuinely feel like I've heard from y'all. It seems like y'all want to come to like a solution, and I really do appreciate the people who even had opposite testimonies to me. I just hope that everybody can kind of open their eyes to empathy, that not everyone's experience might be the same, and that those books do matter. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks.
Members, any additional questions? All right, thank you very much.
you.
Chair calls Nancy Thompson. We show you registered as Nancy Thompson on behalf of yourself and will be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Hi there. Okay, I'm gonna take a deep breath and let's just go. Okay. Thank you so much to the legislative body for allowing me to come and comment on this book bans and book censorship in public schools today. I have 3 children, ages 9, 16, and 18 in Texas public schools. I've always been an involved parent in the classroom and on the PTA and volunteering above and beyond. I have never impeded my child's academic freedoms to access a book that they would like to read, because I believe that it really helps them develop their own intellectual freedom. I do not always like all the books that they read, but let's face it, they don't like the books I read. So I just want to make it clear that I do not want other parents to be able to choose and limit the books that my children are able to access in schools. Librarians are experts. They do the training, they follow the procedures for allowing the books into the shelves, and a lot of these are based on systems that are put in place by all of you, including the TEA. They're systems that are already in place that we should be following. These systems work, and if a parent wants to protest a book, there is a process for that, and we need to follow and allow for that process to work. Books allow us to see ourselves with empathy and understanding in ways that sometimes we cannot fully articulate. Books inspire us to be artists, teachers, astronauts, and yes, even politicians. We need to allow our teachers and librarians the freedoms and the liberties to be trusted with their profession and know that they would never willingly do anything to harm our children. What I do know is that books in classrooms spur conversations about things that may have long-term impacts in our lives in positive ways. I never thought that I would be as old as I am today and still think about a little girl named Scout. I think about her nearly every day for most of my life, thanks to To Kill a Mockingbird. Once censorship begins in a system, where does it end? It's so easy to just go down that hill and just one step makes it easier to take the next step, and it's just a ball rolling down the hill. I don't want that to happen here. So, what major impacts are going to happen if we allow the Texas education to allow this to start happening? Well, what I am seeing here, to be perfectly honest with all of you, is that I am seeing a war in Texas with public education. And as a parent, a Texas parent with 3 children in Texas public schools, I don't like it. It doesn't make me comfortable. It doesn't make me happy with the way things are going. It is not helping to improve education. I'm afraid that our students will not be ready for adulthood with the limits placed in its place by leaders. We don't want them to wake up one day and realize that they were in some Texas-sized Truman Show, in which they go to another state and realize that everyone else had a different education, a well-rounded one in which we did not give them. Please say no to House Bill 900. It is time to trust teachers and librarians and as the experts that they truly are.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Mary Bone. Okay. All right. Let the record reflect that Mary Bone, on behalf of herself, will be registered for the bill. Chair calls Perla Munoz Hopkins. Perla Munoz Hopkins. All right, let the record reflect that Perla Munoz Hopkins, on behalf of herself, will register as, or is registered for the bill. Chair calls Daphne Hoffacker.
Hello, y'all. I have a written testimony because I know you love reading what we have to say. But I'm going to come here.
Hold on just one second. We show you registered as Daphne Hoffacker.
Yeah.
On behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So I wanted to thank y'all for staying up so late. I've been watching all day long as this has unfolded. And there's a couple of things that come to mind. First of all, what it sounds like to me is a lot of people have objections to books. They went to their librarians and their libraries. They went through the process and they were denied in having those books removed from their libraries. But in fact, one woman said it was a vote of 3-2. She lost. The experts in the school made the decision that these were appropriate for this community. And instead of saying, all right, looks like that's not going to work, they got somebody to write legislation for them that will help them get their way. So we have librarians who are trained experts at this stuff. If you're running into a librarian or educators who are saying this is valuable content for our children, and we just met a young woman for whom this is valuable content. In fact, I have a child in my purview for whom if he hadn't had access to genderqueer a few months ago, I'm not sure he would be with us today, because he lives in a family where he is not allowed to be gay. He has been opted out of sexual literacy or sex ed curriculum. He was exploited by a man because he had no idea what was going on. And it wasn't until he got access to a book that explained to him that there are normal, healthy relationships that exist between two men that he finally found the courage. He was more afraid of telling his parents that he was gay than he was of dealing with the trauma of being sexually manipulated. And I don't know the details, but I know this kid suffered. And it wasn't until he was given access to materials that his family would not allow him that he found his voice and his humanity. And I think we're talking about kids as if they haven't experienced any of the things that these books represent. I would also like to point out that grief counseling happens in our libraries. When our children commit suicide because they are in families that don't support their gender or their sexual orientation, they commit suicide. And those grief counseling episodes that come into the schools, those are happening in our libraries. Our librarians are looking at our kids in the eye every single day and determining what's appropriate content for them. Our state's Board of Education is not. Our TEA representatives are not. And the other board, the whatever, who's also going to be part of this bill that's going to determine what goes in our school libraries is not. Our librarians are. Why? We would take the power away from them. I will never understand. But what I heard all day long was parents who were upset because when they came across the process that exists right now, they lost. They lost And so now we're creating legislation. I remember Van Dever saying, I used to believe that where there was smoke, there was fire. And he said, now that he's been in the legislature, he knows that sometimes where there's smoke, there's a smoke machine. And I would say there's a smoke machine behind this whole effort.
All right, thank you very much. Members, are there any questions for this witness? Representative Hefner.
Just a quick one. So are you saying that experts in libraries are more adequate or more proper to make these decisions for their kids than the parents are?
I would say that I know a kid in my purview whose parents do not allow him to be gay, and his humanity was
you're
at
saying-
stake.
you're
So
saying
yes, no, I'm saying that we have a kid that just talked to you and said that her family, that she experienced things that she needed to see in the libraries. Our librarians, yes, they know what's going on in our schools. They know what's going on with these communities, and they know what our children are up against.
Well, I don't think they know more about what their children are going through than their parents.
No, I disagree. I am a parent, and I have children in my purview whose parents have no idea what they're dealing with, who lie to their parents because their parents don't want them to be gay, right? Like, this is whatever your assumptions are about parents and students and their access to material and their sexual maturity, I feel is pretty disrespectful to the things that our children experience every day in our society. And having representation for those experiences is the matter between life and death for some of our children. Our LGBTQ children are between 1.5 and 2 times more likely to commit suicide. Representative Harrison, you were asking, was there something going on I would like to respond to his
He
question.
didn't ask a question, though.
Okay, I can't.
Okay.
Okay, well, I would love to. Feel free to ask me the question. If this bill
Members, are there any additional questions for this witness?
would remove a parent's ability to decide what's going on in their libraries. And if a book is at the top of this chain by people who have no idea what our children are going on.
Hold up, okay? Hold up just a second. Members, are there any additional questions for this witness?
Bring it. I would love to have this
Thank you very much.
conversation, y'all.
Appreciate you being here.
Okay, thank you very much. I do have more, it's not, okay.
All right.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate you.
Thanks for being here. Chair calls Tara Bula. Tara Bula. Let the record show Tara Bula, on behalf of herself, will be registered for the bill. Chair calls Catherine Drackert. After that, we'll have Andrea Segovia, Chloe Goodman, Meg Bakich, Alice Linehan, and Gordy Carmona, Trista Parks, and then Francesca Leahy.
We're on Andrea Segovia.
Andrea Segovia.
Oh, wait. Catherine Drackert? Did I mess that one up?
Did Tara Bula.
Oh, hold on. What did I just say? Okay, Tara Bula, excuse me. So we did that one. I'm sorry. Catherine Drackert.
No.
Okay, let the record show that Catherine Drackert, on behalf of herself, is registered against the bill. Chair calls Andrea Segovia. Got it. All right, thank you very much. We show you registered as, he just disappeared. Andrea Segovia, on behalf of yourself, and you're testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you all so much for being here. I understand it's late. My name is Andrea Segovia. I oppose HB 900. We have teachers all over the state that are struggling to keep up with educating young people, and I just don't see how this helps educators and students in the state of Texas. Rep. Hinojosa, at the beginning of this bill, did a great example to show what students read by showing what her kids read. My mom was a public school teacher for over 20 years on the west side of San Antonio, and I know that in seeing my mom help her special ed students conquer their reading goals, any book a student would pick up in their school library was a win for her. The broadness of this bill is what concerns me. As someone who didn't have the ability to read books that showcased the identities that I share with so many others, it continually made me feel erased while I was in school. What is considered offensive is objective. Being in discomfort is being used as a weapon to create bias that will have a large effect on our students in school. And I'm going to take a really big breath, and what I tell others when they testify is to be brave. But the lack of decorum tonight in this room has been a little scary. I want to say that I called my best friend, who's been my best friend since we were in 3rd grade, so it's about 20 years, and asked her why she loved The Perks of Being a Wallflower so much when we were in high school. Her response was that she felt seen as a young person who had attempted suicide multiple times, who felt ashamed for not being straight by her family, by her peers, by everyone around her. Growing up on the west side of San Antonio, being very Christian, very Catholic, it's a hard place sometimes when you're not straight. She also felt ashamed for just feeling alone. And it helped her in showing her that things would eventually be okay and not to give up when she wanted to give up so much when she was in high school. I agree that it shouldn't be in an elementary or in a middle school, but that's not where it is. It's in high school libraries. There's a process in place to empower our teachers and to empower our librarians. I can agree that maybe we need better systems and better processes, but ones that aren't discriminatory towards our small populations in our schools. Thank you so much. I think another concern is that, yes, parents should have the right to look at what students are doing, but also thinking about parents who are immigrants, who maybe don't speak Spanish, who don't understand English, and also single parents. My mom, again, was a teacher, but if she had to look at every single book I had to read in school, she couldn't. As somebody who worked till 9 p.m. and we had enough to have dinner and go to bed, I probably would have never been able to read a book had she had to approve it. But thank you all again so much.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you very much. Okay. Chair calls Chloe Goodman.
Hi there.
Okay, we show you registered as Chloe Goodman on behalf of Equality Texas and yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is
All right,
correct.
thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. I appreciate y'all's time, especially since we're pushing close to midnight. But my name is Chloe Goodman. I'm an LMSW. I have another master's degree in public affairs. I'm the Constituent Services Manager for Equality Texas. And I'm testifying against this bill because it sends a message that LGBTQ plus people are inherently inappropriate for children, as if children weren't themselves LGBTQ and plus. It sends the message that LGBTQ plus stories, at best, do not matter, and at worst, are corruptive. And it also sends a message that only white, cisgender, and heterosexual people and their stories belong in public spaces. Regardless of the authors and proponents' claims of impartiality and objectivity, y'all have already heard that PEN America's Index of School Book Bans from July 21 through June of 2022 showed that 41% of banned books had LGBTQ plus themes, protagonists, or prominent secondary characters. So we can already see where this is going. It'll lead to the removal, the eradication, if you will, of LGBTQ plus stories in public schools. And queer youth already have a hard time. They have higher suicide rates than their peers, and that's for a reason. And reading books helps kids understand their own experience. And for queer youth, seeing themselves in literature tells them that they aren't alone. And I would like to read this passage from one of my favorite books, Dance of the Dissident Daughter by Sue Monk Kidd. It is in the introduction. And she says, "The reason I went ahead and wrote this book is difficult to express, so I will try to explain it this way. While I was writing it, a nature show came on television, a special about whales. I watched them on the screen as they flung themselves out of the sea, arced into the air, then fell back into the water. The behavior, the narrator said, is called breaching. He also said it may be the whale's way of communicating when the seas get high and wild. He speculated it was a tracking system for rough weather. some kind of urgent and powerful ballet that allowed the whales to follow one another's vibrations and not get lost. With each lunge, the whales marked their course, letting the others know where they were. I thought to myself that women must have the whale's instinct. When we set out on a woman's journey, we are often swimming a high and unruly sea, and we seem to know that the important thing is to swim together, to send out our vibrations, our stories, so that no one get lost. I realized that writing my book was an act of breaching. I hoped my story might help you find or keep your bearings. Yes, sir. So in that passage, she's talking about women, but I believe that the same sentiment holds true for the queer community. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you very much. Chair calls Meg Bakic. I messed that one up. Now get it close. Bakic?
Bakic.
Bakic.
Yeah, like an itch on your back.
All right.
Yeah.
We show you registered as Meg Bakic on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
I am for the bill, but Representative Patterson, I've been here fighting in education for the past 10 years, and I became awake in education because of books. I live in Highland Park. I have 5 children, and in 2013, we had a really contentious book battle and we resolved it locally, kind of. What we did was we rewrote EFA local policy where it had to go through parents. I could give you long details about it. But the truth of the matter is there is no removing this. When in the state of Texas, we have TASA's vision, which is the shift away from education, away from an education of equal opportunity, academic equal opportunity, to one of equity. And the shift, in the transformation of education, we had the new Visioning Public Institute here in the state, and it was a whole visioning institute that TASA pushed, and it's coming through all of our superintendents. And the end goal of TASA's vision is anytime, anywhere, digital learning. And all of this that your bill protects, I like your bill, it doesn't go far enough, because what you're trying to protect students from is in every instructional material that's online. And this is why we cannot have a curriculum that's online, this high quality, instructional materials that's online, the science of reading that's online. Because when you put all of this material online, then it removes all parents' due process. So with a book, the beauty of a book is I, as a parent, can see the book. I can hear my child reading it if it's out loud, or I can see it in the house. But what's coming in on the computer, I, as a parent, have no clue. And when you look at what's happening, for instance, in the MAP testing, which they talked about, which I think Morath would like to be a state assessment, that's owned by the NWEA, which is pushing everything that everyone's been reading here, and it's embedded in these instructional materials. The other thing is the CASEL, the Collaborative for Academic and Social Emotional Learning, which is basically the foundation of all instructional material. And in that, the CEO, Karen Niemi, stated that the goal is to create social justice activists through social emotional learning. So everything that your bill is trying to protect students from is already coming in through the digital materials. And I can speak about this because I'm listening to people say, oh, a year and a half ago, I learned this was happening, or 2 years ago. This has been happening since TASA's vision came into our state. In 2011, when my district adopted it, and then in 2013, there was an entire shift. So my question is, what are you guys going to do to protect our students online? I mean, Representative Harrison, you keep saying, well, should taxpayers have to pay for their children to read this pornography? Well, my question is, should taxpayers have to pay for digital materials that have that pornography in it? Because that's what this,
Up your testimony.
because that's what's happening. So that's my question. How are you going to protect us? And how are you going to protect my tax dollars? Because what's happening is we're spending millions of dollars on these digital instructional materials that's being pushed from the TEA. And I, as a parent and as a
Wrap up your
taxpayer, have no voice in what's coming into the schools and how to protect my children. So what's your solution for that? Because I'm for your bill, but it's not enough. It's not protecting our students from the instructional materials that, you know, from the character strong, purposeful people, that's SEL.
Okay, hold up. You're over your time here.
Okay.
Let's hold up. Members, are there any questions for the witness?
I would just make a statement real quick. Yeah, just to be clear, I oppose taxpayers being forced to fund obscenity for minors, and that obscenity ending up in public schools or disseminated, however it's disseminated.
Well, do you oppose it for CRT and DEI, and do you oppose our tax dollars being spent there?
I very much appreciate your testimony, but I think I'm good on questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Chair calls Alice Linehan. We show you registered as Alice Linehan on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Correct, and I am Vice President of Women on the Wall. I believe it's in there as well.
Okay, that is registered. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Again, my name is Alice Linehan. I'm Vice President of Women on the Wall, and more importantly, I'm a mother of 3 children who went through the public school system. And as Meg Bakich said, there's been a shift in education. I saw it with my own children, how my oldest was educated compared to how my youngest was educated. The future of our country lies in our children. If they're riddled with sexually transmitted diseases and all sorts of emotional and psychological scars given to them by these library books, instructional materials, online virtual learning curriculum, and our children are exposed to this in their classrooms, have we as adults done everything that we can to provide a safe environment for them to get a quality education so that they have an equal opportunity at success in life? As stated before, there's an agenda at play. There's huge funding behind this fundamental transformation of education in America. Books in the library is just one tactic in a much larger agenda. Until we can hold the Library Association, TEA, TASB, TASA, and the Education Service Centers accountable for the bringing in of instructional materials into our classrooms, books into our classrooms that are developmentally inappropriate and harming our children. This is not an issue about equity and LGBTQ. This is about our children being given instructional materials and books, access to information that is developmentally inappropriate, and it is harming our kids. There is a suicide rate increase, but you can directly tie it back to TASA's vision and this fundamental shift away from reading, writing, math, and history to attitudes, values, beliefs, and behaviors. Then it just becomes a question of whose attitudes, values, beliefs, and behaviors. And through these different departments in our education system, anyone with an agenda, whether it's an agenda I agree with or not, doesn't matter. Anyone with an agenda now has access to our children to fundamentally transform their attitudes, values, beliefs, and behaviors. And as a parent and a future grandparent, I will not be silent. I will not stop speaking up against all of this. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Members, are there any questions for this witness? All right, thank you very much for being here. Chair calls Gordy Carmona. We show you registered as Gordy Carmona on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman and committee members. My name is Gordy Carmona. I oppose HB 900, and I'm here representing myself. I'm worried about what will be lost should this bill move forward. We've had lost so much information over the years out of fear and ignorance. Languages and traditions of some First Nation tribes have been lost during colonization of this country. So much of their language was lost to the collectively developed new term, and they had to collectively develop new terminology to identify integral parts of their cultural history. When we allow our fears to dictate how we develop policies that are intended to protect our youth, we run the risk of alienating already marginalized youth. The representation of my identity in literature is not obscene nor patently offensive. The bill as written would further limit access to literature that could potentially be the lifeline to some that may desperately need it. If I had some queer characters depicted in books when I was a youth, I may not have had difficulty finding the language to better know myself. As someone who lives in Frisco ISD, which Jared Basson represents, I'm disappointed to see other members of Frisco ISD and McKinney ISD here speaking in favor of this bill. I wish you would spend the kind of energy and be more vocal about Frisco ISD students asking for more attention to the culture of sexual harassment in the districts that continue to be ignored by the district, other than wasting time as we are here today on this manufactured issue. That is all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you very much. Chair calls Trista Parks. All right. We show you registered as Trista Parks on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, and thanks for staying here so late. I'm here to offer my support for House Bill 900. In November of 2020, I was stunned at what I learned at Leander School Board meeting. I couldn't believe the vulgar and explicitly detailed sexual content that was being read from books provided to children at taxpayer cost. Since then, I've worked with other parents, concerned teachers, and citizens to address our concerns to the school board and district directly. I'm embarrassed to admit that I ignorantly had no idea how much policy had affected these decisions, but I know now. What I've witnessed is that policy and procedures that they have created, the system's broken. Policies with word salads that are created that create these processes with stacked committees that are designed to validate a predetermined outcome before they're even created. We need simple, common sense, clear guidelines that offer enforceable consequences. HB 900 affords this opportunity as it relates to vendors because that's where the money is. Today, I'm going to show you an example of a book that vendors deem appropriate to sell to school, i.e., your kids get to read. So the name of this book is What Girls Are Made Of. If you notice, this is one version, this is the other. The content is the same. The front is different. This was printed in 2017. This was 2019. Strange that a company would take the time to change the cover. They seem like anomaly, it's just no big deal, but the content did not change. My suspicion is on the top here. It says, finally, a book is fully girl with all of the gore and grace of growing up female exposed by Carrie Mesrobian, who is author of Sex and Violence. I would assume that might be problematic for a school. I don't know that that's why they changed it, but usually publishers don't do that in a 2-year period. So again, the content is the same. Here are some excerpts, and I apologize in advance. This is not easy to read. Yet I, the least of all soul, take him in my hand, eat him and drink him, and do this with him that what I will. She's referring, by the way, to receiving Eucharist. Sex with Jesus, that's what she wanted, to give Jesus head, and I totally understand it. Chewing the flesh and drinking the blood of Jesus every day in church, swallowing Seth's come on the trail. Is it any different? Is it? It's the way he looks just after he comes. His face softened and sweeter than normal. It's the way his fingers look glazed like a donut after they've been inside me. It's everything. He's everything. When I get up to go to the bathroom, a runny path of semen like egg whites trail far down from my leg, and I'm horrified.
Please wrap up your testimony.
Okay. It also gets into uses of vibrators and things that she doesn't want to do but feels obligated to impress the boy she's with, which isn't a great message. One thing that I will mention that I heard to conclude, I hear a lot of people saying they can get this on the internet, and they are 100% right. The difference is when y'all were going up and people wanted to sneak stuff that we now get on the internet, y'all would have to go steal a Playboy. Y'all would have to go find your porn somewhere. Now it's available. Did the teachers ever bring that, or did the librarians ever approve that for taxpayer dollars to pay to bring into the library? They didn't, because it's not appropriate.
Thank you. Members, any question for this witness? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Chair calls Nicole Cato. Okay. Hold on just 1 second.
We can go on a bit.
Okay, it's just not popping up. Okay, that's all right. We show you registered as Nicole Cato on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. I am a mom of 2 boys. I'm on the SHAC in my LASD district. I also teach Sunday school for elementary from first grade into 5th grade. As mom of 2 boys in Leandra ISD in Texas, I support House Bill 1900. I'm nervous. In 2020, did I become aware of sexual explicit books that emphasize a scenario of sex, assault, gang rape, violence, and foul language. So I decided to be of service and be a voice at our school board. I read elementary library materials such as the ABCs of Equality and Queerfully Wonderfully Made with hopes that trustees would make a change based on the concerns of several parents bringing this offense to their attention. Texas requires an opt-in for sex ed that isn't taught until the 4th grade, and yet little ones are getting steered sexually by a book they might take home or read in school about their sexuality summed up in a book. I read high school level library books and submitted a review and reconsideration process to offer more appropriate material to students. Our district, like most in Texas, have committees such as the CACAC, SHAC, and a book review and reconsideration process. After reading several explicit books involving sex, violence, foul language, and traumatic abuse, and suggesting reconsiderations, the committees and processes failed families in our community when 0 harmful books under review were pulled. The district and its committees approved all the books that were reviewed based on successful publishing companies, award merits, recommendations from the Texas Library Association, and any literature with elements that were required by our district. An agenda appeared to go against the heart of responsible parenting and to expose our children with a corrupt view on sex with violence and foul, disrespectful, sexist language in our Texas public school libraries. None of the material in our libraries were questioned regarding the sexualization to the young reader or even the images of graphic novels such as Last Man Standing. The result became that those harmful books remain in our district libraries for children to have access. The horrific conclusion is that our school libraries are giving minors access to learning tools that expose our children with inappropriate scenarios along with stirring trauma from sex, bad choices in life, and violence. Like any parent who knows their calling is to protect their children, I want my boys and all children to have the opportunity for a valuable education and a protective environment, not a school in the state that encourages sex, pedophilia, gang rape, and classroom violence that is highlighted in library books. Parental rights have been overlooked when public school libraries promote obscene books to our children whose minds are developing, whose minds would love the opportunity to learn valuable knowledge for their future. I hold on to the desire and hope that a more valuable education based on academics and tools for a successful future could be available for all Texas public schools. Please consider House Bill 900, and thank you, Senator Patterson on Frisco, where my pastors are. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Members, are there any questions for this witness? Any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
You can ask her if there's anybody.
Nah, not yet. That's not. Okay, are they here?
The person is here. I'm waiting on Ledge Council to come.
Okay.
Help us work this out.
Is it okay if we move to that and ask them at this point, since they've already basically been registered once?
Yeah, I want to be sure I can find her registration.
Okay.
So you can tell everybody we're waiting on you.
Okay. We have, we believe, one final witness, and we're just waiting on some verification to make sure that we're doing everything proper.
I'm not sure why it's not showing me.
Are they coming?
Yeah, he said he's on his way. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
So somebody was here earlier didn't testify. No, he can't. I don't think anybody else didn't testify.
We called their name, they weren't here, and then just read it out.
No, those didn't show. Again, those didn't be showing.
Okay. All right, can we find them?
Is that what you need though? Yeah, I think so. Let me make sure I can find it.
Last name's Leahy.
There she is.
Okay. All right, we good?
Yep.
Okay, I gotta just see the detail of it, so I can call it out. Self, is she, we don't know how she registered. Oh, it's against, okay.
Okay. All right, chair calls Francesca Leahy. We show you registered as Francesca Leahy on behalf of yourself, and you're testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And good evening. Thank you for taking the time today to hear testimony on an issue that is of such critical importance for our state to get right. My name is Francesca Fraga Leahy, and I'm representing myself in opposition to HB 900. I oppose HB 900 because this bill would allow school districts to ban books that are pervasively vulgar or educationally unsuitable without defining those terms. And I'm a proud Latina mother of 2 young children. And by the way, I apologize for missing my name called earlier as I went home to help my husband put our rowdy toddlers to bed. So I appreciate your understanding. These kiddos of mine will enter public schools in the next few years. And I fear that this bill would prevent kids like mine from reading books that capture the diversity of all of America, including the lived experiences of our family, our friends, and our neighbors. And I'm a native Texan, and although I currently live in Austin in Representative Hinojosa's district, I'm a proud Wacoan, born and raised, and a product of Waco Public Schools. I come from a family of proud community organizers, at least as passionate, if not more, than many of the parents y'all have heard from tonight. But thinking about the term vulgar, I can't help but remember how differently my family felt about the show The Simpsons growing up than some of my peers. We were allowed to watch it and found it hilarious, and that's okay. But that's not how many of my peers' families felt. Defining that term is tricky, as is defining many of the terms that are included in this bill. That's what makes and the diversity of our family is what makes our state so wonderful to live in. I also have 15 years of experience in education, including as a middle school reading and language arts teacher. And I'm proud to say that I have a master's degree in education policy from Harvard University. So I know a lot of teachers and librarians, and I do trust them. And as a parent and citizen, it is my responsibility to not only trust, but verify. I have the ability to do that through the processes that are already available for districts to create and/or strengthen in their local communities. I ask that these decisions and processes continue to be determined locally by our elected representatives and not by the state. I ask that you do not pass this bill out of committee. Thank you for your service to our state, and I hope y'all are able to get some rest tonight.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions for this witness? Oh, okay. All right, thank you very much.
Appreciate it. All right, we're good? Yep.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 900? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Patterson to close on the bill.
Sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me get comfortable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. And seriously, though, I know y'all have been here a very long time, but this is a very, very important bill to me. And as you could tell, a lot of my constituents. I'm so proud of every single person that testified on, for, or against this bill, and especially those that drove more than 3 hours to get 3 minutes before the committee. So thank you for that. Just a couple of quick things. We didn't do this whenever I challenged the books, but this week we went back to look at the authors of the books just to kind of clear up some of the rumor and innuendo about what we're trying to do here. 80% of the authors, 81% of the authors of the books that I've challenged are white. 88% of the authors are straight. The only common denominator in the books that I've challenged is sexually explicit content. That's it. We have stayed in that lane. I want to thank TASB, ATPE, and TASA for registering in support of this bill. As defined in this bill, because of the word ambiguity that was thrown out earlier, sexually explicit material means any communication, language, or material, including a written description, illustration, image, photographic image, video image, or audio file, excluding library material directly related to required curriculum such as English language arts, mathematics, science, social studies consisting of Texas, United States, and world history, government, economics, geography, languages other than English, health, mental health, physical education, fine arts, career and technology education, technology applications, religious literature, and personal financial literacy. Sexually explicit material describes, depicts, or portrays sexual conduct, which means sexual contact, actual or simulated sexual intercourse, deviant sexual intercourse, sexual bestiality, masturbation, sadomasochistic abuse, or lewd exhibition of the genitals, the anus, or any portion of the female breasts below the top of the areola in a patently offensive way, which means the content is so offensive on its face as to affront the community standards of decency. This definition is not only not vague, it's so detailed that this definition could not be placed in the public school library. That's what we're trying to remove from the hands of Texas school children, and ask for your help with that effort. I close.
Thank you, Representative Patterson. The committee substitute is withdrawn. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The bill is left pending. Members, that concludes today's agenda. Is there any further business for the committee to address? If not, the chair moves to adjourn. Is there objection? No. Hearing none, the committee stands adjourned, subject to call of the chair.